Chapter 76. Confessed but not fully. When Chan Yi and the others returned to the base, they only then heard that Cen Huan had secluded herself to refine medicine. Without Cen Huan's permission, no one could enter the city lord's mansion, so everyone was in the dark about exactly how she had secluded herself. Chan Debao hurriedly sought out Chan Yi, looking at his brother's eternally expressionless face. He was furious beyond words. "Bro, I'm not saying this to tease you, but why can't you just use that face of yours properly?" Then she muttered softly, although not as handsome as the newcomer. Chan Yi had just returned to the base, dusty and exhausted. He just wanted to go back, take a shower and sleep. Facing the mysterious Chan Debao, he didn't even want to spare her a look. "I'll tell you. If you don't act now, the little fairy will be stolen by someone else." The thin figure stopped, then walked straight into the house. Chan Debao stamped his foot in anger. Steam rose in the bathroom. The automatic temperature control feature of the private house had changed after it was upgraded into an apartment building. A regulator was added, allowing free adjustment of the room temperature and the water temperature. Hot water poured down, washing away the fatigue and tension of the past few days, and gradually bringing some warmth back to Chan Yi's cold body. After a full half hour, Chan Yi finally came out of the bathroom, casually wrapped his strong body in a towel and collapsed heavily onto the bed. His ears involuntarily echoed Chan Debao's words, and he gave a self-mocking laugh. Why didn't he act? It was all just his own wishful thinking. The night before she went to the steel mill, he waited for her outside the city lord's mansion. That night's moon was hidden by thick clouds, like him wrapped in a cocoon of worries, unable to sort out his thoughts. When she saw him, Cen Huan's little face was full of surprise. But she still smiled and asked if he had anything left unspoken. Chan Yi suggested taking a walk around the base. Cen Huan was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded. The Hope base was very quiet late at night. In this apocalypse where battles could break out at any moment, it felt oddly out of place. The two walked while looking at the lights of the residential area. Chan Yi spoke. "Thank you, Decham. These survivors. It's because of you that they're able to live ordinary lives again." A brilliant smile rippled across the fair little face, like a firework in an instant, visible, but impossible to grasp. A calm tone, faintly proud expression. "Actually, I never had any intention of saving the world at the beginning, and I still don't. I hope the base only accepts residents who are suitable for being here." Chan Yi nodded in agreement. He was very grateful to have been chosen by Cen Huan. Staring at Cen Huan's dazzlingly pale profile in the light, Chan Yi unconsciously held his breath and asked softly, "Cen Huan, have you ever thought about?" Cen Huan turned her head, her long eyelashes fluttering as her clear eyes looked at him. Chan Yi immediately deflated, his mouth curving into a smile again. "Have you thought about what happens next?" Cen Huan lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then looked up, gazing at the Hope base and everything in it. Protect this place, those four light words. Yet Chan Yi felt her resolve. The swelling emotions in his heart gradually dissipated, and he stood quietly by Cen Huan's side. A cold wind rose. Cen Huan sneezed involuntarily. Chan Yi asked with concern, "Shall we go back?" Is this what you meant to say?" Chan Yi chuckled. "What's wrong? As a friend and subordinate, I can't care a bit about the base's development." Cen Huan perked up. "If you're bringing that up, I won't be sleepy anymore. I still have so many planning reports from the offices I haven't read." All right. Once you leave, I'll finish reading them all. Go get some rest." Watching Cen Huan's slight back, the smile at the corner of Chan Yi's mouth gradually faded. The clouds dispersed. The full moon hung high, moonlight pouring down and shrouding the entire base. Chan Yi looked up. He understood tonight's moon did not belong to him, nor would it ever belong to him again. In the blink of an eye, Cen Huan had already been in seclusion for 5 days. It was almost time for her to emerge. Nanfeng woke up on the 3rd day of treatment at the clinic. When he woke, Bei was sitting in the chair beside him, asleep in a crooked, awkward posture. Nanfeng struggled to sit up but weakly collapsed back down. Thump! Bei woke up instantly, and the first thing he did was look toward the bed, finding Nanfeng awake and spinning around excitedly. "Fenger, you're finally awake. Dr. Fu said last night that if you didn't wake up, you might have become a vegetable. How am I supposed to live like this?" Nanfeng weakly pushed aside Bei, who was arching toward the hollow of his neck, feeble and angry helplessly. "You are crying like your parents just died." Hearing that, Bei cried out even louder. "Wah! Isn't that just like our parents dying? You owe your life to me if you die, I'll dress in mourning for you. What? Nanfeng snorted with a laugh. He was genuinely moved by the display of filial piety, forcibly shoving Bai. He ground his teeth and hissed, "Where's the young master?" Bai hurriedly said. The young master went to work furrowing his brow, his eyes showing confusion. "Okay?" At the mention of it, Bai sat up straight, wiped the tears from his face, and looked at Nanfeng solemnly. Nanfeng was startled by his sudden seriousness, staring at him blankly. "What's wrong?" Bai spoke earnestly. "Fenger. You know you've had a fever for a week? And after coming here for treatment you were unconscious for 3 days. Only then did Nanfeng take in his surroundings. When he first woke he had seen this big goof at a glance and had forgotten to be on guard. This looked like a clinic. He was here alone? No doctor. Bai snapped him back to attention. Enough, stop staring. This is the Hope Base. It's a clinic on the 2nd floor of the exchange. But that doesn't matter. What matters is, your ability and your leg can both be saved. Nanfeng looked at him like that, and when he recalled him saying that the young master was at work, he knew he must have paid a huge price. He struggled to get out of bed. I won't be treated. How can you let the young master work himself to the bone for others? Bai quickly wrapped his arms around Nanfeng's waist, and Nanfeng angrily kept pounding his back. There's no treating you like a beast of burden. No, don't wrongfully accuse me. Calm down. Listen to me. Nanfeng calmed down. His eyes full of murderous intent fixed on Bai, looking as if to say, let's see how many teeth of ivory you can spit out. Bai then laid everything out and told him that the base was a magical place. Working there was definitely a good deal. Nanfeng's heavy heart finally lightened, but he still glanced at Bai sideways and retorted, then I should be thanking you. You didn't forget to bring the contract to sell me off. Bai scratched his head foolishly. Oh, you're welcome. Share the blessings, share the blessings. After making sure Nanfeng was all right, Bai took him back to the residential area. Nanfeng was stunned by the state of the Hope Base. No wonder Bai said it wasn't a loss. It truly wasn't a loss, and they made a huge profit. Even without the 3-year contract, he could work here for his whole life. Gotta say, you two are quite a match. A lifetime of work, and when you say work, you mean it. Chapter 77. Leaving the border pass. Young man, I'm telling you, once you pass this village there won't be another shop like this. Mian is so gentle and virtuous. Nanfeng looked helplessly at the hand gripping his wheelchair. The aunt from the next building had been urging him for 3 days. It was because on the day he returned from the clinic, Bai, that big oaf, accidentally bumped into a wheelchair while pushing him, hitting someone who had come out of the building opposite. A 20-year-old girl was sitting in the wheelchair. That collision went straight into the girl's heart. The next day, the woman who called herself Miamian's aunt came to the door, saying she wanted to arrange a blind date for Nanfeng. The first 2 times, Bai had just laughed it off and brushed it aside. Today Bai wasn't around. He wanted to go out and get some sun, but carelessly, the aunt stopped him and persuaded him for an hour. Just as Nanfeng didn't know how to refuse, Bai's shout suddenly came from behind the aunt. Auntie, stop! Nanfeng has a family. The aunt was stunned, dazed for a long while before she came back to her senses. Has a family? Then why haven't I seen his wife and children? Bai covered his face and wept. Sister-in-law got separated from him. Then he looked at her. Auntie, since sister-in-law still hasn't been found, he can't possibly remarry. Please don't try to persuade him. Sadness also touched the auntie's eyes as she comforted him. Good child, auntie didn't know, don't blame me. I'll go back first. Take good care of yourself and recover. Watching auntie's departing figure, Nanfeng said coldly, when did I ever have a wife? Bai's face changed rapidly. Saying it like that will eliminate the problem at its source. Nanfeng's mouth curved up slightly. Oh, then what if I can't find a wife? Can't find one? If you can't, we'll team up and live together. How is it? Not bad acting from your grandpa, right? Haha. Bai pushed Nanfeng back into the room, grumbling as he spoke. Even though it's the end of the world, this auntie really has time for refined pastimes. Inside the city lord's mansion, Cen Huan glared at the several vials of potion in front of her with 2 round black circles around her eyes. She wailed. Finally managed to make it. My herb plots are nearly stripped bare. Cen Huan hadn't slept for days. Meng had seen it all and, feeling sorry for her, gently urged, Host, please go rest. Leave the rest to Meng. Meng. You're so good. Before she finished speaking, she collapsed onto the counter, and after a short while even breathing could be heard, steady and regular. Meng helplessly and dutifully moved Cen Huan to the second-floor bedroom in the space. Then she disposed of the failed medicinal residue, replenished the seeds in the herb plot, and watered it. Cen Huan slept in the space for 3 full days and nights. When she woke up she could hardly tell what year it was. She hurried out of the space. Luckily it was exactly the deadline she had mentioned. Zhou Chaonian had already arrived early, waiting at the city lord's mansion entrance with Nanfeng and Bei. Cen Huan finished washing up, grabbed an apple and opened the door. Xiaobai, be quiet. When Xiaobai saw a stranger, he bared his teeth and stood in front of Cen Huan. After hearing Cen Huan's warning, he lowered his large dog head and lay down to the side. The three greeted each other in turn and Cen Huan wore a smile. Just call me Cen Huan, city lord sounds too distant. Zhou Chaonian watched Cen Huan's smiling face and gave a barely noticeable nod. Bei stared at Xiaobai in shock. Miss Cen, how old is this dog? Cen Huan glanced at Xiaobai curled up like a little ball and said casually, it's about 3 months. Only 3 months and already this big. What do you usually feed it? Braised pork. Cen Huan turned and went into the house. Bei quickly pushed the wheelchair to follow. Bei gave a thumbs up, truly a case of humans not measuring up to dogs. Come in and sit. Zhou Chaonian followed silently into the room, looked at the cozy living room and sat on the soft sofa. Miss Cen? Nanfeng he. Mr. Zhou, I've already finished preparing the medicine, don't worry. Nanfeng was pushed forward and looked up at Cen Huan. Miss Cen, Nanfeng thanks you greatly. There's nothing to thank me for. You all sign the contract, it's an equal transaction. Saying that, she took out 2 kinds of potions and handed them to Nanfeng. This is for psychic power recovery, 1 vial per week. This is for treating the leg, also 1 vial per week, but this one only works when combined with acupuncture and a healing type psychic power of level 3 or above. Have you recruited any healing type psychics? Zhou Chaonian said. Not yet. We're planning to go to the city in the next couple of days to try our luck. Cen Huan nodded. That's all she could do, the rest would have to rely on them. Well, my abilities are limited. I can only offer these potions, Lord of the City, you're far too modest. As for these potions, I dare say there's no one else in all of Hua country who could produce them. Bei said loudly, and Nanfeng nodded in agreement. Cen Huan smiled, looking at the two of them taking it so seriously, making it impossible for her to even be modest. Fine, then let me be proud a little longer. Rest assured, my potion is invincible, it will definitely cure you. Nanfeng nodded dazedly. He hadn't expected that the ruler of a base could be so approachable. Zhou Chaonian waved his hand, telling Bei to take Nanfeng out first. Bei understood and nodded, then pushed Nanfeng and ran. Cen Huan looked on, puzzled, as Zhou Chaonian reached into his coat pocket, took out 2 vials, and held them out to her. Cen Huan lowered her gaze to the long, clean hand before her and looked up at him in puzzlement. Zhou Chaonian unconsciously lowered his voice, a deep, mellow male tone reaching Cen Huan's ears. This is a potion I obtained from a doctor at the South Sea base. I wanted to ask Miss Cen to take a look and see if there's anything wrong with it. Cen Huan reached out her fair, tender hand and took a vial from Zhou Chaonian, her fingertips inadvertently brushing his palm. Zhou Chaonian only felt as if a feather had brushed his heart, his eyes growing slightly darker. Cen Huan didn't notice, picked up the potion and handed it to Meng to scan. After a moment, Cen Huan spoke. This potion has the same effect as my ability restoring potion, but it's far less effective. And the zombie crystal cores in these samples are insufficiently purified. There's a 20% chance that drinking it will turn you into a mutant. The mutants are the powered individuals mentioned at the beginning who transformed after being bitten by zombies in the apocalypse. These types of powered people suffer periodic backlash after using their abilities. It's very painful. Cen Huan looked into Zhou Chaonian's dark eyes and said, word by word. I don't know whether this is due to technical issues or deliberate tampering, but the purification of the zombie crystal cores here won't reach 50%. My suggestion is not to use them. 50%. Zhou Chaonian recalled Dr. Jean's guilty look behind his gold-rimmed glasses. With a hunch in his heart, he put both vials away. He then took out a small pistol and placed it in Cen Huan's palm. Thank you, Miss Cen. This is a token of thanks. I'll take my leave now. Cen Huan looked up in surprise, and seeing Zhou Chaonian's sincere eyes, had no choice but to take the handgun. Meng, do you think he sees me as weak? Meng doesn't know either. Just as Zhou Chaoyan stepped out the door, he ran into Chang Wenyong and Chan Yi, who had come to report for duty. Zhou Chaoyan looked at Chan Yi's face, which bore a 70% resemblance to Chan Debao, and began to calculate things in his mind. Chan Yi, in his black overcoat, appeared tall and slender as Zhou Chaoyan looked at him. His every movement exuded the air of someone in a high position. This must be the big handsome guy his troublesome sister had been raving about. Chapter 78. Base broadcast. Both sides stood their ground. Chang Wenyong smiled and chatted with a few of them, and upon learning they were new residents he warmly shook their hands. Zhou Chaoyan took the hand Chan Yi extended. Their eyes met and they nodded politely to each other. Then Zhou Chaoyan led Bai Yi away. Chan Yi withdrew his gaze and followed Chang Wenyong into the city lord's manor. Huh? You're back so soon? Of course, City Lord, we just went to the Meng City official base and basically sold all the goods. Chang Wenyong produced a burlap sack from the space. Cen Huan stepped forward and opened it. Multicolored crystal cores filled the entire bag. Wow. Uncle Chang, you're awesome. Quick, tell me what had happened. Chang Wenyong then recounted everything that happened to the trade convoy at the official base. After listening, Cen Huan clapped and cheered. Chan Yi, you're amazing. A handsome curve lifted the corner of Chan Yi's mouth. Cen Huan couldn't help but exclaim, Chan Yi, you should smile more, you'll drive so many young girls crazy. Hearing her say that, the smile at the corner of Chan Yi's mouth gradually faded. Chang Wenyong felt the atmosphere was a bit off and quickly took out the ledger. City Lord, this is the ledger for our latest shipment. Cen Huan took it and examined it carefully. 10,000 gene of rice, 50,000 level 1 crystal cores, 50,000 wheat crystal cores, 50,000 fresh vegetables. 800 fruits with level 2 crystal cores, 12,000 level 2 crystal cores in medicines. Military coats and quilts also sold. For more than 20,000 level 1 crystal cores. Cen Huan's eyes went wide. I delivered all the grade 1 crystal cores directly to the exchange warehouse. This whole sack is full of grade 2 cores and there are a few grade 3 cores as well. Uncle Chang, this is incredible. This shipment is 5 or 6 times larger than I expected. Chang Wenyong laughed sheepishly, all thanks to Captain Chan. Otherwise, whether I'd make it back alive would still be in question. Chan Yi modestly said. I only did what a guard should do. The caravan master was still Uncle Chang. Both of you stop arguing. Go to the office later and collect your bonuses. Cen Huan waved his hand and directly gave generous bonuses to both the trading caravan and the guard team involved in this shipment. The 2 small teams of ability users were given extra pay. Then Chang Wenyong gave Cen Huan a detailed explanation of the municipal official base situation, and only stopped when Chan Debao came to call Cen Huan to eat. Alright, just follow up with the official base as we discussed. Let's go, it's my treat today. City Lord, I want to eat. I promised Xiaoxing I'd go back and cook for him. Alright then, next time. When Chang Wenyong rushed back home, Xiaoxing had just brought the last dish to the table. Seeing him return, she took off her apron and served 2 bowls of rice. Didn't I say I was going to cook when I got back? You child. Chang Wenyong hurriedly finished washing his hands and sat down at the dining table. Xiaoxing ate in silence. Chang Wenyong felt full of guilt. Last time when he shipped goods he was so busy he ran around non-stop and only remembered to tell Xiaoxing the day before he left. That night Xiaoxing, just like now, had cooked a big spread of dishes for him. After dinner they sat close and talked for a long time. On the day the apocalypse began, Xiaoxing had quarreled with his parents over a trivial matter and ran away from home. The apocalypse broke out in the middle of the night, and he awakened the power of speed. The streets were full of man-eating monsters. He ran back home like crazy but couldn't find any trace of his parents. From that day on he never saw his mom and dad again. During his later escape, he only had time to put his parents' wedding photo into his backpack. Xiaoxing searched near his home for a long time but couldn't find any trace of his parents, and in the end had to give up. In the apocalypse, clothing and food were scarce. He stubbornly believed that as long as he placed food in front of his parents' wedding photo, his parents would be blessed and wouldn't starve. Uncle Chang, if I behave more and don't throw tantrums, won't my dad and mom stay at home? We could all survive. Child, it's all over now. Uncle Chang, you're leaving too, right? I'll come back. When I return, I'll cook for you, okay? You can't lie to me. It's a promise. Pulling himself out of his memories, Chang Wenyong watched the well-behaved little Xing eating, words dying on his lips. Uncle Chang, when are you going out next time? Not sure, depends on the city lord's arrangements. Chang Wenyong thought for a moment then spoke. Xiaoxing. Next time we ship goods. You come with me. A light shone in Xiaoxing's dim eyes as he looked at Chong Wenyong with sparkling brightness. Really? Chong Wenyong kept his word. A week later the shipment really did include little Xing Chanyi also brought Chan Debao and Xiao Lei along. Chan Debao thought the base was too boring and Xiao Lei, naturally, followed like a shadow. Cen Huan had been busy lately upgrading the base buildings so she didn't join the fun. The base was currently at level 3. Upgrading to level 4 seemed distant just because of the population, but the warehouse was already overflowing with basic materials. Since the guards began regularly clearing zombies in Meng City, Cen Huan no longer collected only basic materials like wood and stone at the exchange. Basically she listed every material Meng mentioned as useful. After a while she had actually accumulated quite a lot. Especially gold and silver. Many residents upon entering the city rushed straight to the jewelry stores, loading sack after sack onto carts as survivors from other towns watched them like they were crazy. Cen Huan thought for a moment and decided to send out a notice first, so as not to alarm the residents. Hello, residents and friends, Cen Huan. The materials in the base warehouse are almost full, so tonight I will be upgrading some of the base's buildings. Buildings under upgrade will be unavailable. The residential buildings will be off limits, so please do not stay outside after 8 o'clock tonight. A friendly reminder to visitors and residents. The base gates will be closed after 6 o'clock today. Repeated 3 times, Cen Huan's calm and gentle voice echoed throughout the base, and the longtime residents said they adapted well. The last time I heard the city gate's voice was the last time. You talk too much, but this time it's an internal base upgrade. It shouldn't make as big a fuss as the city wall did. I don't care. Lord City Chief is the best. Zhou Chaonian and the others were watching Nanfeng take his medicine when they suddenly heard Cen Huan's voice and were still looking for where she was. Bai was so surprised he was speechless. Is it the kind of upgrade I'm thinking of? Uncle Wang was calmer than him. I think it should be. Glancing at Zhou Chaonian's cold face he suddenly worried. What if his young master wasn't worthy of Miss Cen? Zhou Chaonian, however, didn't show surprise. After the announcement ended, he looked toward Nanfeng, who had just swallowed the medicine. Nanfeng, how are you? Nanfeng carefully felt, then reached out his hand. The 3 held their breaths, eyes fixed on the tip of Nanfeng's finger. After a moment, a small whirl appeared at Nanfeng's fingertip. Bai jumped up on the spot, exclaiming, Miss Cen is incredible. Uncle Wang also stepped forward and patted Nanfeng on the shoulder. Good kid. A trace of smile also appeared in Zhou Chaonian's eyes. The atmosphere among the few of them was unusually relaxed. They all felt grateful to have come to Hope Base. Chapter 79 Training Grounds. Cen Huan began upgrading all the farmlands and residential buildings. She opened the control panel first and upgraded the farmlands to level 2. Farmland upgrade successful. Farmland level 2. Yield increased by 30. Triggered automatic upgrade. Received 1 random gift pack. Huh? Gift pack? Cen Huan happily looked at the gift pack in the space. Why didn't you upgrade earlier? But it's okay, the base doesn't lack anything anyway. Cen Huan didn't rush to open the gift pack, but first upgraded the residential building. Residential building upgrade successful. Host? Couldn't you change the skin right? The base has always been gray-white, it could use a change. Opening the shop, Cen Huan stared at the dazzling array of skin. So pretty. And the prices below looked nice too. This one looks good. Cen Huan clicked. The Emerald Wood Cottage. The fresh green gives a refreshing and invigorating feeling. Emerald Wood. Increases stamina recovery speed? What effect is this? Meng, what does this mean? It's the literal meaning. The host has never explored the system shop. Then why didn't you remind me? Host, you must explore on your own to get random gift packs. Cen Huan was speechless. There was nothing wrong with that. If she relied entirely on Meng's guidance, there would be no randomness. Cen Huan glanced at the other styles again. Some were practical, some were outrageous, and some were scorching. For example, this one, Hope Cave. It turns out you have to sing a song every day and reach a score to be able to turn off the lights. Cen Huan shook her head and finally chose the just seen the Wizard of the Green Plains. Besides the built-in green plants, it also restores stamina. And once the civilian house reaches level 2, it can restore supernatural power. Clicking purchase. 1. The Wizard of the Green Plains actually costs 20,000 base coins. The entire base has nearly 40 residential buildings. Reskinning them all would use up more than half of the crystal cores Chong Wenyang's trade brought back. Cen Huan thought it over and still only replaced building 25. Once the exterior was changed, the rent would inevitably rise, and some residents might not be able to afford it. Besides, some households didn't have any supernaturals at all, so there was no need for them to live in such a building. The Emerald Wilderness was used successfully. Autonomous exploration of the building function succeeded. Reward: 1 random gift pack. Another gift pack. Cen Huan's brilliance. Meng really does mean well for me. Residential building upgrade successful. The upgraded residential building rose from the original 6 floors to 15, and an elevator was installed inside. It costs 1 grade 2 crystal core per month total, not per building, to maintain. Under the influence of the Emerald Wilderness, the apartment buildings were completely transformed. Every household gained a large balcony, like the urban gardens before the apocalypse. Moreover, the balcony plants can be changed according to personal preference. Residents who dislike greenery or are allergic to pollen can replace the plants. Drafted the new notice, clearly listing the features and rents of the 2 types of apartment buildings. It can be sent out first thing tomorrow morning. After finishing these tasks, the materials in the warehouse were nearly depleted. Cen Huan checked whether there was just enough left to upgrade the cloth workshop. Click without hesitation. Cloth workshop upgrade successful. Current cloth workshop level 2. Production lines increased to 3. Cen Huan nodded with satisfaction at the result. 3 production lines were more than enough to hope the base would get through this winter. But aside from clothes and quilts, it seems other winter supplies are rather insufficient. It's almost the end of January now. According to Waguo's calendar, this year's New Year falls in mid-February. After the New Year, the temperature will drop again, and many who can't endure it will be buried during that festival. Don't be fooled by the current cold. Not a single snowflake has fallen across the whole of Wagua, but after the festival a massive blizzard will arrive. The snow lasted a full month, only melting at the end of March. And after the snow melted, it was followed by torrential rains. A full 2 months. It was those heavy rains that caused geological disasters and road damage in many parts of Huaguarati. Looks like I need to hurry up and gather supplies. The materials she had stockpiled in her space were all put into the exchange in various ways. It solved many residents' needs. Now in her space there are only the farm, orchard, medicinal fields, and animal products left. Not enough, still not enough, far from enough. Cen Huan also added other supplies to be collected on the base bulletin, such as coal, charcoal, salt, seasonings, tissues, sanitary pads. The more she added, the more irritated Cen Huan became as she kept writing. Host. Look at the shop. Meng spun around anxiously. Cen Huan froze. Open the shop. The first and second pages were still the same items. She flipped to the 3rd page, the 4th page, the 5th page. Her eyes gradually brightened. It turned out the things she had just thought of were all in the shop. Although the styles were limited, it was the end of the world. Having them at all was a blessing. Who cared about styles? But she still had to snatch the freebies outside. So she separately drafted another notice, opening a shop on the 2nd floor specifically for collecting supplies. She encouraged residents to scavenge supplies in the city. Anything that could be used could be brought back. Dedicated staff would assess value and purchase them at the base's prices. The recovered supplies could then be resold to those in need at the corresponding prices. This was pure scavenging, taking everything in sight, leaving nothing behind. Cen Huan finished editing the 2 announcements and only then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still in time. Only then did she remember that she still had 2 gift packs she hadn't opened. With a thought, the 2 gift packs appeared before her. Under the aura of the title Non-Whale's Blessing, she opened both gift packs. Congratulations on obtaining an SR Talent Card Training Facility. Congratulations on obtaining an advanced base shield. She knew about the base shield. She had used up that last basic one. This time it was an advanced one. She wondered what the difference would be. Cen Huan first activated the base shield. Advanced base shield. Can withstand 100,000 external attacks, lasts for 1 month, can be repaired with crystal cores. Isn't this the perfect weapon against the corpse tide? It can still be repaired. Wouldn't that mean that within a month, as long as there's money, zombies couldn't get into the base? Thinking this, the light in Cen Huan's eyes dimmed. According to the system's attributes, she knew that the repair price would certainly be very expensive. As if guessing her thoughts, Meng spoke. Host, 1 grade 1 crystal core can repair 10 times the. So that means it costs 10,000 crystal cores each time. Why don't you go steal them then? Cen Huan tossed the protective shield into the storage, then picked up that SR talent card. The previous few times had all been SSRs. This time it was an SR, so she wasn't really interested in looking at it, so it really was inflated. Clearing his throat twice, he forced himself to calm down and picked up the card. The intricate, attractive pattern remained, but at first glance it wasn't as refined as an SSR card. SR Talent Card Training Center can provide combat training. Cen Huan straightened up instantly. Combat training. Host. After this training camp merges with the world, it can provide two training modes. They are ordinary person training and superhuman ability or training. Training relies on holographic simulation technology, which can realistically replicate all combat environments on Blue Star. The opponent can currently only be chosen as the same type or as zombies. That's still ridiculously powerful, okay? Keep in mind Cen Huan has fought no fewer than 100 battles since the apocalypse. The training in this space improved her physical fitness, but her real combat experience was extremely lacking. Although she knew a lot, real combat experience is something that can't be made up for by theory. Cen Huan immediately chose to use it. Training successfully placed. Cen Huan deliberately scheduled the opening for tomorrow morning. Most of the base's buildings were set to upgrade together that night, so the Training Institute was also set to appear tomorrow morning. Cen Huan felt a surge of excitement. She believed that once this training group appeared, it would cause a huge sensation across the base. Who wouldn't want to increase their strength? Who wouldn't want to be able to protect the people they care about? Now there is this opportunity. You can receive real Hansen training without worrying about losing your life to zombie infection. It's just a pity that this building exists only once. It can't be built multiple times. Host needn't worry. The training facility upgrades based on usage. If residents train frequently and reach a certain number of uses, it can be upgraded. Upgrading not only adds training rooms but can also introduce new opponents. Cen Huan nodded. This couldn't be better. Night fell. The residents of Hope Base washed up early and went to bed, unusually getting an early night's sleep. And Hope Base was quietly undergoing a huge transformation. First the apartment buildings rose higher, then most of the apartments changed their layouts, and finally two types of apartment buildings separated themselves automatically. The farmland hadn't changed much, only the color of the soil had deepened considerably, resembling the black earth before the end of the world. On the other side of the city lord's mansion stood a new building similar in style to the exchange above its main gate. The three characters' training hall glittered, proclaiming its extraordinariness. Tomorrow was destined to be another sensational day. Chapter 80 Training Hall Rankings. Early in the morning, the Hope Base began to awaken from its slumber, gradually becoming active. Fuck. The city lord is badass. What's going on? What's going on? Oh my god. This is simply a miracle. Just as exclamations rippled through the base, Cen Huan's elegant voice came over the base broadcast. Hello residents, I'm Cen Huan. Last night I upgraded the residential building. The base's residential buildings are now divided into two types. You can distinguish them by their exterior walls. The new residential building has added a superpower recovery function. And the original building now has a stamina recovery function. You can bring your resident card and go directly to your favorite house to rebind it. The furniture will automatically transfer to the new house. After the upgrade, the rent for the residential buildings will correspondingly increase, so please act within your means. Also, a training facility has been newly built to the right of the Lord's Manor. Interested residents are welcome to check it out. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. For a moment the entire Hope Base erupted in excitement. If only I could wake up every day to the Lord's wonderful voice. This was from the one who loves to lie in. New house. Powers regenerating. Hurry, Captain, hurry and move. This is the moving family. What does the training facility do? Is anyone going to watch the spectacle together? This is the curious crowd. Cen Huan set the broadcast to play 3 times. Then left the exchange and headed to the training facility. The training facility occupied a slightly larger area than the exchange, but the architectural style was exactly the same. When Cen Huan arrived, there were already more than a dozen espers waiting at the door. Everyone was very curious about the building's purpose, but tacitly no one pushed the door open to go inside. Everyone knew the city lord would definitely come. This kind of ceremonial occasion had to be attended by the city lord in person. Warmth swelled in Cen Huan's heart, and she greeted everyone with a smile, her eyes curved happily. The lord of the city is here. The lord of the city is here. My lord. What is this training hall for? I guess it's for real person combat like a fighting gym. Cen Huan smiled mysteriously, not giving any spoilers. The city lord is just annoying that way, insisting on making us worry ourselves sick. Shut up, will you? The city lord talked so much this morning. Told everyone to rest a bit. Hurry, the city lord has opened the door. Cen Huan walked to the doorway. The system automatically verified her identity, the green light came on, and the gate clicked as it slid open to both sides. The other espers hurried to catch up. The system at the gate automatically recognized them as official base residents and lit the path all the way in for them. Official residents enter for free, while temporary residents and visitors are all charged a 100 base coin entrance fee. After entering, choosing different training rooms incurs additional charges. Cen Huan led the espers into the training facility, which is divided into 2 levels. The first floor has single rooms, and the second floor has team rooms. The long corridor was somewhat like a pre-apocalypse KTV. Thick carpets were laid at the entrance to reduce noise. At the entrance there was a large electronic screen. Cen Huan clicked as she explained. This is where you choose a room. Everyone selects a single room or a team room according to their needs. All rooms are charged by time. A single room is 200 base coins per hour, a team room is 500 base coins per hour, and a team room requires at least 3 people to open. There are 50 rooms on the first floor and 30 on the second. Each room can be purchased for up to 3 hours at a time. When the time is up you have to come out and queue to reserve again. As she spoke, Cen Huan chose a single room and went in. She was the city lord, so she didn't need to swipe a card and had no time limits. The other ability users behind him were full of questions about this solo training no coach. How is this supposed to train? Yet one after another they still bought single rooms and went in. 1 hour later. That hurts like hell. This is fucking perverse. I love it so much. A group of survivors, some covering their faces, some clutching their bellies, sluggishly shuffled out of the training room. So this training facility uses real knives and real fighting. Holy shit. I accidentally had someone's arm chopped off. I passed out on the spot. If the system hadn't determined I was dead and kicked me out, I'd probably have been torn to pieces. I picked the zombie mode and accidentally clicked on an infinite pair. 10 seconds and we were swamped by zombies. That ripping feeling. My spine's still tingling. I declare all those hologames before the apocalypse were weak. Our city lord is the GOAT. No way I'm going back to call my teammates. I can't be the only one getting tormented here. After that group went back and spread the word, more and more residents came to this training facility, and quite a few ordinary people showed up too. I heard you can fight zombies in here without getting hurt. So a lot of ordinary people who want to fight zombies but are scared came. A long line formed at the training facility. Zhou Chaonian and Bei luckily got 2 single rooms. Hearing the other psychics who had just come out complaining, Zhou Chaonian waved his hand and bought 3 hours outright. When Bei saw that, he also bought 3 hours. Zhou Chaonian entered the room corresponding to the number and looked at the not large room at the door. After going in, there was only a big screen in front of him. Zhou Chaonian chose the supernatural ability user mode. Then a confrontation mode popped up, Unknown or Wanianmani. Zhou Chaonian's eyes were heavy. Cautiously he first chose Unknown, then selected an opponent. Zhou Chaonian chose a zombie, then selected the zombie level as level 4 with no supernatural abilities. In an instant, the large screen swiftly retracted, and the surrounding environment changed rapidly. Because Zhou Chaonian had chosen a city setting, he watched a skyline of unfinished buildings rise up, and he was now on the roof of one of them, shocked by the instantaneous shift in space. It wasn't just the buildings that had changed, the area had expanded dramatically as far as the eye could see. It seemed he truly stood within a city fallen to apocalypse. Hearing a faint sound at his ear, Zhou Chaonian quickly rolled to the side to dodge. The zombie, thwarted in its first strike, roared and spun around to rush at Zhou Chaonian again. Lightning crackled in Zhou Chaonian's hand, but he didn't strike immediately. Instead he hopped up, down, left and right, dodging the level 4 zombies' attacks. Only after he had figured out the zombie's attributes did Zhou Chaonian launch his attack, and after a few exchanges the zombie fell over, belching black smoke. The scene shifted, and he returned to the preparation room. After roughly figuring out the rules of the training facility, Zhou Chaonian began to challenge the modes one by one, stopping only when he reached his own limit. This training facility was quite good. In any battle, as long as you choose to quit, your stamina, mental strength, and supernatural abilities instantly recover to peak condition. If you chose a link scenario, the state at the end of the previous round would be retained, and you would enter the next round directly in that state. 2 hours passed. Zhou Chaoyan had pushed every mode to its limit and was about to exit when his eyes caught a leaderboard icon in the upper right. He tapped it open and in an instant, a dozen or so rankings appeared before him. Without a doubt, the first place was him. Zhou Chaoyan stared at the name in second place on the list. Cen Huan, but he wasn't surprised. From the start he knew she wasn't as harmless as she seemed. But her strength was almost excessive. Not only did she wield a world-shocking construction-type ability, the potions she casually produced were equally astounding. His combat strength was also formidable. If he wasn't mistaken, Cen Huan definitely had more than one ability. After looking over the rankings, Zhou Chaoyan chose the random matching mode. This mode only becomes available after scanning all the leaderboards. In this mode, the opponent and environmental conditions are completely unknown. You get matched with whatever comes up. There is an even more extreme mode, the enhanced random match, which even matches opponents based on their physical stamina, mental strength, and abilities. Non-lucky players easily get matched with opponents who fit their own poor conditions but are extremely strong. After all, the opponent's situation will only match those you could defeat at your peak state. In 1 hour, Zhou Chaoyan fought 2 battles. He won one and mutually destroyed in the other, so his record showed windrawless. 110 when the 3 hours were up. Zhou Chaoyan was kicked out of the training hall and instantly teleported to just outside the main gate. Cen Huan had also just come out and was talking with the other ability users nearby. Zhou Chaoyan stepped over. Cen Huan casually turned his head, saw him and happily waved at him. Everyone look! This is the number 1 on the training hall's leaderboard. Huh! Boss, you're too twisted. The boss power is something us mortals can't reach. City Lord, you're amazing too. Second place. You left third place. Who knows how far behind? A group of powered individuals crowded around Cen Huan and Zhou Chaoyan, asking for battle tips. While in the training hall more residents were constantly pushing their limits, some ordinary people grabbed weapons of their choice and angrily attacked the zombies. As they fought, tears quietly slipped from the corners of their eyes. They only sat down on their knees on the ground after the battle ended. Dad, Mom, your daughter has avenged you. Such scenes played out in every room. The training facility not only gave residents a way to improve their strength, it also helped those who couldn't face the zombies take their first step. Zhou Chaoyan's eyes were a little too bright. His smile at Cen Huan shone like sunlight. Her cheerful laugh floated on the breeze, sounding sly and playful. Zhou Chaoyan felt as if he heard his own heartbeat skip a beat. Chapter 81. Has the base been noticed by someone? When Chan Yi and the others returned with the trade caravan, they found the base looking very different after the initial shock. They chose to move into the new house. A few of them then went to the training center. After broadening their horizons, they threw themselves into training. Chan Debao stared at Cen Huan's name on the list and exclaimed for a long time, then set a goal to emulate Cen Huan, otherwise he wouldn't leave the training center. As a result, after soaking in it for 2 whole days, he barely squeezed into the top 10. Poor Xiao Lei. Squeezing time to queue for her so she can keep charging the rankings non-stop. This time Chang Wenyong took Xiaoxing out, and when they returned he could clearly see Xiaoxing had become much more cheerful. But she still stuck to him like glue. Chang Wenyong sighed. This child's emotional burden is pretty heavy. When the trading convoy returned, it brought back a group of survivors, about 100 people, men and women, old and young, wearing tattered clothes. At a glance they looked like they had escaped from somewhere. The tour organizer led a group of people to the exchange to apply for resident permits. A few homeless men actually sneaked up to the 2nd floor by themselves, staring at the fruit in the shop with greedy eyes. They just went up and robbed in an instant. Alarms blared throughout the base. When Cen Huan came down from the 3rd floor, these people were being held down on the ground by the guards. The surrounding residents were pointing and whispering at them, and these few not only showed no remorse, but were spouting nonsense. Let go. Imping from your trade convoy. Someone. What a disgrace. Is there no law? What's the big deal about dealing with ordinary people who can't even lift a chicken? I want to see your base commander. Let go of me. Cen Huan stood still in front of them, looking coldly at the people being restrained by the security team. She snorted coldly and said sharply, her expression fierce. I am the base commander. What, do you expect pity for your robbery? The man whose head was being pressed to the ground looked up, saw Cen Huan and sneered. You little woman, get lost. Don't think that because you're a bit attractive and caught the commander's eye you can climb over everyone else. I want to see the commander. Let Goth's voice cut off abruptly. And the residents on the scene were all stunned. Is this still the city lord they once knew? Just kill someone like that. Some residents who couldn't stand the bloodiness covered their faces and turned away. But most of the residents looked at Cen Huan with expressions that instantly turned into admiration. This kind of city lord is so full of contrast, so handsome. Cen Huan held the tang saber horizontally. The blade tip was still dripping blood. The remaining few didn't react for a moment, until Cen Huan walked toward them step by step with the tang saber in hand. Each step seemed to press on their hearts. They looked at Cen Huan in terror, shaking their heads and begging for mercy. Base Commander, we were just so hungry. Please spare us, we won't do it again. Please Commander, I'm sorry. We were just so hungry. Cen Huan's knife tip pressed against one of their necks as she scanned the surrounding residents. Lately there's been a lot of turnover in the Hope Base. Most survivors know the rules. Those who caused trouble have all been expelled from the base today. These few people found the fruit shop on their very first entry into the base and robbed it with pinpoint accuracy. Cen Huan paused for a moment. The implication was clear: she suspected someone in the base had leaked information to them in advance. Those who betray us from within had better be hiding themselves well. If I find out, you'll bear the consequences. After speaking, he glanced coldly around at everyone present, cast a merciless look at the people on the ground, and a few of them vanished instantly. He then sheathed the tang sword and went upstairs, leaving the residents with his retreating figure. The guard team, experienced and efficient, carried away the dead bodies and cleaned up the blood as well. In no more than a minute, the scene seemed as if nothing had happened. The city lord is so cool. Excited voices rose from the crowd. I was questioning why the city lord rashly killed those people, but I didn't think they were newcomers. How did they know there were shops on the second floor? This move by the city lord is on another level. Excuse me, those people just now, do you mean you want to know where they went? Don't ask. You wouldn't want to know. The old resident deliberately dangled the mystery, sending the new resident into a panic, making them think the Hope Base was a place that devoured people whole. Another old resident, seeing the newcomer pale, glanced at his companion, who was full of tall tales. Said to the new residents, "Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Those few were driven out of the city by the Lord City's ability, and they'll be put on a blacklist, never able to enter the Hope Base again." The new residents suddenly understood, but still pressed the two to ask what kind of ability the Lord City had that was so formidable. The Lord City's ability? Well, that's a long story. A middle-aged man in the crowd, having seen everything, slipped away from the group when no one was paying attention. Returned to the rented house. He took out a notebook and recorded what he had seen today. Meanwhile, by the city gate, the few people who had been driven out sat there stunned for a long time before the leader came to his senses. Go, report today's events back to the base commander. Second brother, that person in there. This base is very strange. We definitely can't get in right now. We can only go back and have the base chief send unfamiliar faces again. He recalled that when the alarm just went off, they were all inexplicably frozen in place. Then, just as inexplicably, they were teleported out. But who would have thought that the person in charge of such a large base would turn out to be a woman? A few people stood up, brushed the dirt off their clothes and started walking back. Gradually they moved out of the Hope Base's line of sight. Damn, that little woman was ruthless. She dared to go after refugees even with so many people watching. This base is probably a totalitarian setup. The residents must be coerced. Go back and tell the base chief to bring more people. Take the supplies by force. The city will be ours. Right, and we can also rescue those ignorant survivors while we're at it. Ugly? You sure have a pretty imagination. A clear, elegant female voice came from beside them, making everyone jump. They looked in terror at the woman they'd just seen at Hope Base. You? How could Cen Huan even wondered how these people had become spies? Not only was their acting terrible, their intelligence was worrying too. Not bothering with more small talk, Cen Huan said angrily, "Tell me honestly which base you're from. I can make your suffering a little less." Haha, how brazen. That was on your turf just now, and now we're. Before she had even finished speaking he collapsed to the ground. Cen Huan hadn't had much hope to begin with. Seeing the leader being so stubborn, they finished off those people in no time at all. On the way back she thought about how to catch this traitor. By the time she returned to the base, Cen Huan, who still hadn't worked it out, was caught red-handed by Chun Debao. Little fairy. Boo-hoo, haven't seen you for over a week. I missed you so much. That leaderboard is impossible to climb. You guys are all insane. Especially that Zhou Nian. Cen Huan obediently took out a bunch of grapes, and Chan Bao took them with eyes shining. Mumbling boo-hoo, "You're the only one who loves me. My brother and that blasted Own-2 went out with only hardtack to eat. I'm about to throw up. From now on I'll go out with you. I'm not going with them." Cen Huan glanced at the time, thought for a moment and said, "That's perfect, let's go walk around the back mountain." So the two of them hired a jeep and headed for the back mountain, following the path made by the residents' minecarts, going all the way until the road ended, then getting out to walk. "Little fairy, I just feel like the story about there being animals on the back mountain is kind of fake." "Why? Otherwise, we've been walking so long, how come we haven't seen any signs of animals?" "Let's go a bit further. I think I can hear water." The two followed the sound of the water and, after a short while, saw a small stream. A wild boar was drinking at the stream with several piglets. Chan Bao excitedly tugged at Cen Huan's sleeve. Cen Huan motioned for her to be quiet. Then she pulled a large net out of the space, summoned vines to close the net's opening, and told Chan Bao to wait where she was. She eased her steps and stealthily crept to the closest distance. The supernatural power in his hands erupted, and in an instant he rounded up all the wild boars. "Fantastic!" Chan Bao ran over cheering. Cen Huan moved quickly and tied several wild boars up tight, eliminating any chance they could break free and escape. "Oh, I've never had braised wild boar before." Cen Huan looked at the small stream before her and thought of the fish in her space. Her clever, lively eyes twinkled as she said to Chan Bao, "Go back to the base and have people come to load these pigs onto the cart. I'll take a walk nearby." Chan Bao was uneasy, but those pigs were indeed hard to move. "All right, be careful. I'll be right back." Saying that, she hurried back to the base to call for people. Once she saw her walk away, Cen Huan looked into the stream and, finding no fish, pulled out a bucket of fish from her spatial pocket. All of them small, there weren't many, but there were several different kinds. Once they took them out and cleared the path, wouldn't they be able to continuously export fish from the space? Cen Huan tidied things up and waited for Chan Bao to bring people. Soon Chan Bao brought Bai, Xiaolei, and several members of the guard team. Everyone was excited when they saw the wild boars on the ground and, without another word, carried them all away. Chan Bao and Cen Huan walked at the rear. Chan Bao mysteriously took out a notebook and handed it to Cen Huan. He signaled with his eyes for Cen Huan to put it away, and Cen Huan complied. Chan Bao glanced at Cen Huan, meaning to tell her to report back to the base. But Cen Huan had already entered the space with her mental power. She skimmed the contents of the notebook. After reading, a trace of killing intent flashed in Cen Huan's eyes, then vanished in an instant. Chapter 82 Investigation. In the woods behind the hill, a middle-aged man was digging for something. A pale, delicate hand reached out beside him. "Are you looking for this?" Seeing the familiar notebook, Song Feng was stunned and followed the hand upward with his gaze. Cen Huan's bright, striking face looked to him like a vengeful demon. Song Feng glanced at the space behind Cen Huan. There was no one there. This could be discovered? He had feared that the city lord had spies in the city, so he had deliberately hidden this booklet out here in the wilderness. Unexpected. Seeing the murderous intent in Cen Huan's eyes, Song Feng gave an awkward smile and waved his hand. "City lord, I can explain all of this." Before he finished speaking, he took the initiative, forming a wind blade in his hand and launching it at Cen Huan. Cen Huan stepped back, his tang saber appearing in an instant, and he simply severed both of Song Feng's hands. Song Feng screamed miserably and collapsed to the ground. Cen Huan also didn't want to feign politeness with him and directly asked, "Who sent you?" Song Feng endured the pain, collapsed to the ground trembling, his eyes revealing hatred toward Cen Huan. Cen Huan saw him, pretending to be tough like a dead duck, and didn't get angry. She leisurely took out a vial of medicine. A flicker passed through Song Feng's eyes. Only Cen Huan's elegant, calm voice could be heard. "It's okay if you don't tell me. This is a potion I newly developed. It can regrow flesh from bone. Pour it on your severed hand, and in less than 10 minutes a new hand will grow." Author. Of course it's fake, don't believe her. She's bragging. Song Feng's pupils constricted slightly. He always felt this woman couldn't be so kind as to treat him. Sure enough, the next second Cen Huan continued. "If you don't tell me, I'll use this potion on you. Once your hand grows back, I'll chop off your arm, then use the potion on you again, then chop off your foot, chop off your leg. Don't worry, I'll cure you in the end." She spoke, and without waiting for Song Feng to answer, reached out and began to pour the potion onto his wrist. Wait. I am saying. I said it. At Cen Huan's words her hand paused. She withdrew the potion and lazily stared at Song Feng, her gaze seeming to say, "How boring. I thought you could last a few rounds." Song Feng was even more terrified, cold sweat pouring down, and he trembled as he revealed that Hu Yunshan had sent him. Cen Huan narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, it was an official base that Hu Yunshan's greed was clearly much greater than she had imagined. He was consuming so much without fearing he'd overstuff himself. After getting the information she wanted, Cen Huan wasted no words and finished him with a single stroke under Song Feng's terrified gaze. The official base. Those words had been ringing in Cen Huan's ears repeatedly during this time. Find a time to probe and see what's really going on. Cen Huan thought this Fenger. Your ability really recovered. Nan Feng also looked pleased. At least he was no longer a useless person who couldn't fight back. Young master, I feel my ability is even more handy to use than before. Zhou looked relaxed, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. Young master, now that Nanfeng's ability has been restored, shouldn't we go out and look for healers? Uncle Wang looked at Nanfeng, a surge of energy rising in his chest. He wanted nothing more than to bring back a third-level healer. Immediately, Get ready, we depart tomorrow. Fenger. Stay at home and wait for my good news. Young master, be careful. Bei sniffled. Why doesn't anyone worry about me? Does Big Bro really need to use his strength? There's no need to worry. Aren't you wasting your worry on him? The next morning, seeing there was nothing to do at the base, Cen Huan also planned to go out. As it turned out, she ran into Zhou Chaonian and his group who were about to leave at the base gate. Zhou Chaonian looked at Cen Huan's serene and elegant face and couldn't help but say, Miss Cen, would you like to join us? Cen Huan thought for a moment and agreed. Chan Yi and Chan Debao were preparing for their next trade, and she had no other teammates to pair up with. She therefore agreed to Zhou Chaonian's proposal. Going on a mission with the Year God sounded fairly easy, so the solo trip turned into a group of 4. Just after they got in the car and settled, Bei turned his head from the passenger seat. Miss Cen, where are you planning to go? Cen Huan was momentarily stunned, then said, out to collect some things and while I'm at it, scout the nearby bases. Bei nodded knowingly, then told Cen Huan their objective as well. Cen Huan nodded. Qian Yong's team's healing class ability was barely at mid-level 2. There was still a considerable gap before level 3. But wild healing type espers are exceedingly rare. After all, healing powers themselves are scarce and healers are clearly weaker in combat than other espers. Scarce resources without the ability to protect themselves, most healing type espers choose to rely on esper teams. Not only is safety greatly improved, even leveling up becomes easier. Zhou Chaonian and the others also intended to tour the major bases in Meng City to see if they could find a high-level healing type esper and pay handsomely to bring them back to treat Nanfeng. Although most of the Zhou family had signed work contracts with the base, joining the Psychics Guild, regularly going out to clear zombies, bringing back survivors and collecting resources was the work the base had currently issued, so it wasn't considered absenteeism. With someone driving and others helping to fight zombies along the way, Cen Huan was happily relaxed. After entering Meng City, they didn't get out of the car. Instead, they cleared the zombies directly from inside the vehicle. Zhou Chaonian's psychic power was incredibly strong. Even Cen Huan couldn't discern his level, only that his rank was higher than hers. Zhou Chaonian controlled the zombies around the vehicle, keeping them from approaching the SUV and not blocking the road. While Bei in the passenger seat kept flinging fireballs, he accurately threw the fireballs at the zombies' heads, and the zombies instantly turned into individual fire people. Besides psychic control, Zhou Chaonian also kept hurling electrical powers from his hands, each strike toppling a large group at once. The masses of zombies collapsed. Then Zhou Chaonian's fingers curled slightly, and the nearby zombies began one by one to spontaneously blow off their own heads. The spray of blood mist was blocked outside by Zhou Chaonian's psychic shield, not staining the car at all, let alone the people inside. Cen Huan's heart jolted, her beautiful eyes widening as she watched it all. In fact, back at the steel mill she had already suspected that Zhou Chaonian had psychic abilities, because only a psychic power could alter the surrounding magnetic field. But this is just too outrageous. In just a brief battle, the psychic abilities Zhou Chaonian displayed already matched everything Cen Huan saw in her previous life combined. First he disrupted the zombies' senses, then he controlled them, not only their actions, but he even made their heads explode, and finally that psychic barrier. Zhou Chaonian's spirit had almost solidified into substance. It could even block a zombie's blood. In her past life she had only heard of mental barriers being able to resist the psychic power of other mental ability users, or to invade someone else's mind to suppress or control them, or to shield a zombie's senses. But Zhou Chaonian could actually control a zombie's thoughts. He could even make it self-destruct directly. Cen Huan lowered her eyes to look at the SUV all around, then turned to Zhou Chaonian's profile. She estimated that the whole vehicle was under his control. They parked, packed up all the crystal cores and got back on the road. Stopping and going like that, they reached the first base, Laifu Base. This is a mid-sized base located a little over 30 kilometers from the official base. The base's population is 800 if not 1,000. The Hope Base has also had a lot of new residents these past 2 days. It just passed 1,000 yesterday. Compared to the official base with tens of thousands of residents, Laifu Base and Hope Base don't compare. The name of the Laifu Base comes from the base leader's name. After the apocalypse arrived, Laifu cleared all the zombies in the neighborhood because he was the earliest awakened strength type ability user and also the highest level. The residents then automatically elected him as the base leader, and he gladly accepted. The neighborhood already had walls, and after the apocalypse, under Laifu's leadership, the residents went out to collect bricks and continued to raise and reinforce the walls. There were also many shards of glass placed on top of the walls, mainly to prevent ill-intentioned people from climbing over. The inspection process was similar to that of the other bases. After checking, Zhou Chaonian and the others observed for another 2 hours before entering the base. This base covered a much smaller area than Hope Base, basically only encompassing the original residential complex and a few nearby streets. Most of the residents were homeowners here. After the apocalypse with no electricity, residents from the higher floors had all moved down to the lower floors later. The base recruited psychics who used lightning powers to generate electricity, but that power could barely keep the base's main hall running for 8 hours a day. The elevators and household electricity couldn't be powered at all. A few people walked through the base and nearby residents all turned to look. Cen Huan looked at these residents. Most of them were wearing only a thin coat, and some even had holes in them. Occasionally you could see 1 or 2 people wearing padded jackets or overcoats. Old, weak, women and children were out of the question. They were curled up in the corners of the streets, their bare feet not even protected by a pair of socks. She had rarely seen such scenes since the apocalypse. It was common enough to Zhou Chaonian and the others. They were walking when suddenly a disheveled woman lunged out and threw herself straight at Zhou Chaonian. Chapter 83. Laifu Base. The woman's hair was a tangled mess, her clothes torn rags. The instant she lunged forward, from Cen Huan's perspective, one could even see a patch of pale, tender skin exposed at her nape. Her exposed arms and thighs were covered in red marks. When she lunged she carried a trace of lustful scent, making it easy to guess what she had endured before escaping. Zhou Chaonian furrowed his brow, a chill seeping from his eyes. With just one glance, the woman inexplicably veered off course and collapsed onto the ground in front of the group. A woman's scream rang out. Slender arms pushed her up, and her upturned little face was streaked with tears. Pitiful and fragile, her apricot-shaped eyes looked toward Zhou Chaonian full of hopeful longing. Please save me. They're too ashamed to say more. She lowered her head and started sobbing softly. The lowered head revealed a delicate, vulnerable neck in just the right way. The curve was as graceful as a swan's, seeming as if a single hand could snap it. This kind of pitiable hero-savess the damsel routine. Few people found it strange. Bei even tugged at Uncle Wang and signaled with his eyes. Is this woman trying to stage a scam? The woman crying on the ground trembled slightly. Seeing that the men showed no reaction, she crawled toward Cen Huan. She reached out a trembling hand, words of pitiable pleading spilling from her lips. Miss, save me, please save me. Cen Huan dodged the hand she reached out. If she wasn't mistaken, when this woman lunged at her, Cen Huan had seen a flicker of awe and jealousy in her eyes. Before she could speak, several bare-chested men surged out menacingly from a nearby alley, their bodies slick with flushed sweat. Their cheeks also reddened. Clearly they had just been having a great time. The man at the head had tattooed arms. He glanced at Zhou Chaonian and the others, then let his eyes linger and sweep over Cen Huan, perhaps seeing that the few were cleanly dressed and guessing they were quite capable. He didn't target them, he merely spat a thick gob of phlegm to the side, muttering curses, then took 2 steps forward and grabbed the woman's hair to drag her backward. The woman's scream rang out instantly as she was pulled by the scalp. Yet she still dared to cry out to Cen Huan for help. You're a woman too. Why won't you help me? Just beg the big brother next to you. Hell definitely help me. Cen Huan looked coldly at the envy hidden in her eyes and swallowed the words she had been about to say. The others remained silent as well, but the henchmen behind the tattooed man leered when they saw Cen Huan's face, some grinning lecherously. And some even began to make crude sexual jokes under their breath. Cen Huan's expression instantly darkened, but before she could react, the few thugs clutched their groins and collapsed to the ground. They curled up in pain, mouths involuntarily twisting, teeth chattering. Io, Io. Io, it hurts so much. Boss. Am I ruined? Al the tattooed man watched his underling's face contort, veins bulging on his forehead. A chorus of wails rising, he turned and stared suspiciously at Zhou Chaoyan and the others, as if trying to see through them. Cen Huan glanced at Zhou Chaoyan secretly, but only saw his cold profile. She wasn't even sure it was him. Zhou Chaoyan was the first to lift his foot. Cen Huan hurried to follow. Wang Shu and Bei walked at the back. Just as they were about to leave the street, a roar came from behind from the tattooed man. Stop right there for me. Zhou Chaoyan turned his head. Cen Huan noticed his aura had grown colder and sterner. His lips were pressed lightly together, and his whole face looked cool and indifferent, somewhat intimidating. The tattooed man was intimidated by the coldness in his eyes and couldn't find his voice for a moment, but he quickly snapped back, casually tossing the woman he'd been holding to the side. She hit her head and immediately passed out. Where the hell did you come from? You lay a hand on my Pleato, you believe I won't let you walk out of this Lifu base. Saying that, he clenched his fist. The tendons in his whole arm bulged suddenly, and the onlookers around immediately drew back. Some even let out faint chuckles, as if they couldn't wait to see Zhou Chaoyan and the others taught a lesson by this tattooed guy. The tattooed man, seeing the reaction of the surrounding residents, smiled smugly and glared at the crowd as if saying, not kneeling yet? Maybe I'll spare your little lives if I feel merciful. Bei stepped forward directly and, without a word, launched a flying kick that struck the tattooed man's solar plexus. In an instant, the floral tattooed arm flew backward and landed squarely among his group of underlings. Bei turned around and walked toward Zhou Chaoyan. Boss, I really can't hold back any longer. This guy looked like he had some sense, but turns out he's just a coward. Zhou Chaoyan saw Cen Huan hear Bei's comment. The corner of his mouth twitched up briefly, then he smoothed it back down and resumed a solemn expression. The few of them, listening to the wails behind them, lifted their feet and left. After all, this was someone else's base. They couldn't start shouting for blood and revenge, just teach them a lesson so they'll remember it. The tattooed arm struggled to prop up the upper body, spitting a mouthful of blood, breathing in small gasps, with each inhale. The whole chest cavity tore with pain. He stared gloomily at the few people who swaggered away. When he arrived at the base's administration hall and looked at the base regulations and missions posted on the screen, he gained a rough understanding of the base. He wandered the nearby streets again. Although Reifu base had plenty of houses, there was still a large number of ordinary people forced to sleep along the sides of the streets. The better off had erected a few bamboo poles and hung some sheets to form makeshift shelters, more like a straw mat and a sheet, shivering curled up inside. Cen Huan couldn't contain her curiosity, quietly walking to Zhou Chaoyan's side, craning her neck to ask, what did you do to those people? Zhou Chaoyan obliged by bending slightly, listening as Cen Huan's somewhat soft voice reached his ear. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he said lightly, I gave them a psychological suggestion. Curiosity shone in their clear eyes as they stared at Zhou Chaoyan without blinking. With a slightly moist timbre, they enunciated each word. From now on, whenever they want, it will. Zhou Chaoyan didn't complete the sentence, but Cen Huan understood instantly. Their gaze lifted, accidentally catching Zhou Chaoyan's serene, deep pupils withdrawing as if electrocuted, then stepping back 2 paces to the side. Her gaze no longer darted around. She just stared at the path beneath her feet. Her mind kept spiraling, asking Meng. It's over. Will he think my thoughts are impure? The host wasn't pure to begin with. Shut up, I was really just curious. A faint laugh seemed to drift into her ear. Cen Huan turned her head, but found Zhou Chaoyan's eyelids slightly lowered, his nose bridge high and straight, not looking like he was laughing at all. She turned back, puzzled. Could she have misheard? Bei looked at this base, then turned his head and asked Zhou Chaoyan, boss, this base looks big, but it's so dilapidated. I don't think there are any healing type SP users here. Zhou Chao said in a young voice, I knew that long ago. Bei was momentarily stunned and asked humbly, so why are we going to stroll around for 2 or 3 hours? Zhonyan didn't spare him a glance and walked straight out the base gate. Cen Huan, lost in his own thoughts, instinctively followed. Finally, Uncle Wang walked over and patted Bai on the shoulder, saying, "You dummy, didn't the city lord say to scout the surrounding bases?" After saying that, he walked past Bai with a look as if he were a fool. Bailey stood stupidly in place. "Then, why didn't you just tell her after you scouted her out?" Uncle Wang, hearing Bailey's words from behind, muttered a complaint. "Serve you right for being single." They got into the car and continued onward. Whenever they passed shops, Zhou Chaonian and Bailey kept watch while Cen Huan and Uncle Wang split up to carry supplies. After leaving that street, the supplies on the next street had already been moved out, so Uncle Wang didn't stop and drove straight over. Not long after they left the street, Cen Huan noticed a car closely tailing them. At first she thought it was just heading the same way, but when she turned her head she saw a flash of coldness in Zhou Chaonian's eyes. She then realized the car following them had hostile intentions. "What's wrong?" Cen Huan said anxiously. Zhou Chaonian's eyes flickered. In a cold, somewhat aloof voice he said, "Those few people from the Laifu base followed us." Bai glanced at the rearview mirror and said angrily, "We spared his life and he has the nerve to be ungrateful." Uncle Wang, "Stop the car, I'll go deal with him." Uncle Wang didn't stop the car. Instead, he looked at Zhou Chaonian through the rearview mirror. "No matter. Keep going," Zhou Chaonian said casually. When Bai heard Zhou Chaonian say that, he sat quietly in the front passenger seat and didn't speak again. Zhonyan pointed out a road to Uncle Wang, who decisively turned at the intersection and drove toward the destination. Cen Huan kept her eyes fixed on the rear and warned, "They're following us again," and the car behind. Hua Bai sat in the passenger seat, his cold and fierce gaze fixed on the car in front. "Hua Ji, when do we make our move?" A lanky blonde in the back seat draped over the back of the driver's seat asked the tattooed woman. "Not yet, we'll talk later. These few don't look like locals, they actually charged straight into the horde of zombies. Let's wait for the zombies to exhaust their powers before we move." Chapter 84. The zombies dare. Seeing that the three grown men weren't worried, Cen Huan shrank her neck and buried herself in the military coat. She tilted her head to look out the car window, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. The car followed at a distance that was neither too near nor too far. As Uncle Wang drove on, they grew increasingly brazen. Zhou Chaonian glanced sideways at Cen Huan, whose small face was buried in the wide collar, only her moist eyes visible. Before Cen Huan turned her head back, he averted his gaze and said to the driver, "Uncle Wang, speed up." Uncle Wang stepped on the gas, and the SUV shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly widening the gap with the car behind. "No good, Brother Hua, they're trying to run." Violence flared in Brother Hua's eyes. He sneered coldly. "Run? Where do you think they're going? Chase them." The van suddenly sped up. The people inside laughed wildly, as if they already had those ahead under their feet. "Hurry," they turned. "Catch up quickly, or we'll lose them." Screech. At the street corner, an SUV sat quietly in the middle of the road. After rounding the turn, the van slammed on the brakes. After the ear-splitting screech, the vehicle came to a halt just in time. The people inside were jostled together by inertia, all angrily berating the driver for his driving. Huaji bellowed, "Shut the hell up! Get out!" Cen Huan looked at the dozen or so people getting out of the van and couldn't help but remark that the vehicle really could hold a lot. Brother Hua and the others held weapons, glaring hungrily at the people in the SUV. Seeing how calm they were, Brother Hua felt something was off and cautiously scanned the surroundings. It had to be said that he had some skill to have become the leader of this gang of thugs. Just as Huage let his guard down, a large number of zombies suddenly burst out from the surrounding shops and completely surrounded them. "Shit! Zombies! Holla, so many zombies! Get back in the car! Wait for me, I don't want to die. Help!" The voice gradually weakened, and before long it fell silent. The air was filled with the stench of blood, and the horde of zombies howled in excitement. Brother Hua and the others fumbled back to the van. 2 or 3 people who were slower had already been torn apart by the zombies. After a moment of panic, 2 more people in the vehicle were dragged out before Brother Hua reacted and organized a counterattack. Various superpowers were thrown outside like they were free. The nearby zombies fell one after another. The driver desperately pressed the accelerator, but the van was surrounded and piled high with zombie bodies. The wheels were sparking, but the vehicle still didn't budge. Huage watched as the zombies closing in grew in number. then turned and glared in the direction of the SUV. He found that there wasn't a single zombie around the SUV, and the 4 people inside were leisurely eating fruit while watching the show. Fuming, Hewitt shouted, "A bunch of idiots! Why won't you come help? Do you think that if we all die you'll get to live?" Bei burst out laughing. "You're such a cutie. Guess why there aren't any zombies around us?" Hua's pupils contracted. Only then did he realize had been tricked. "You... Brother Hua. Save me." Another underling was dragged out. Huagu no longer had the heart to argue with Bei and could only focus on dealing with the corpse zombies. Time gradually passed, and the people in the van had exhausted their supernatural powers. In the end they could only rely on knives, steel pipes, and other weapons to attack the oncoming zombies. A zombie lunged straight through the window. Huagu, terrified, realized he couldn't dodge it and yanked over the nearby underling to block it. A scream rang out as that underling was dragged into the horde of zombies. "Brother Hua, you!" The younger brother screamed in disbelief. Brother Hua was still in shock. By the time he recovered, the man had already been torn to pieces, blood sprayed into the car, fraying everyone's nerves. Brother Hua's betrayal drove the others to lose their reason. Facing the zombie assault, they had inexplicably turned on each other. A younger thug, ignoring his legs being torn by zombies, gripped Brother Hua's collar with all his might as blood kept spilling from his mouth. Grinning, he clutched Brother Hua. Through Hua's furious, terrified eyes he laughed and shouted, "Let's go to hell together. Brother. I'm coming." Cen Huan watched from inside the car, feeling a chill in her heart, her face extremely sour. Zhou Chaonian noticed her expression, fell silent for a moment, tightened his fingers slightly, and the remaining zombies and Brother Hua's thugs exploded instantly. The street returned to silence, with only a van surrounded by zombie corpses proving what had happened here. The 4 got out of the car and looked at the grisly scene. Bei. Hearing Zhou Chaonian's words, Bei immediately stepped forward and hurled a fireball from his hand. In an instant, the pile of corpses burst into roaring flames. Tongues of fire consumed all the sins, smoke and fire billowed into the sky, and the air filled with a mingling of metallic stench and burnt smell. Boom! The van exploded. Cen Huan instinctively turned to dodge, and Zhou Chaonian reacted quickly, stepping in front of her. He blocked the oncoming heat wave. The imagined heat never came. Only when Cen Huan turned her head and opened her eyes did Zhou Chaonian's back suddenly and unexpectedly come into view. His broad shoulders firmly shielded her from behind, and she instantly thought of her grandfather. In her memories, her grandfather had shoulders like that too, but as she grew up, his shoulders gradually thinned. His waist bent, and in the end he passed away. "Are you all right?" A deep, resonant voice came, clear and low, pulling Cen Huan out of her memories. Raising her face, Cen Huan calmly stepped out from behind Zhou Chaonian. "It's nothing, thank you." Zhou Chaonian frowned slightly, studying Cen Huan's expression, and in the end did not speak. The van burned faster after exploding, but within 5 minutes only some wreckage and scattered crystal cores remained. Bei and Uncle Wang went to collect the crystal cores. Zhou Chaonian turned to Cen Huan and said, "All the zombies on this shopping street have been dealt with. Go gather supplies." Cen Huan followed behind him and only then realized the real reason Zhou Chaonian had lured Huagu and the others here earlier. So devious? Eliminated Brother Hua and his entire group and all the zombies on this street without lifting a finger. But what surprised Cen Huan even more was that Zhou Chaonian's psychic power could probe that far. Room after room of shops emptied, and the sky gradually darkened. Zhou Chao found a hotel to stay at, and Uncle Wang took out a portable gas stove to cook. This was Cen Huan's first time trying it. Astonished, she gave a thumbs up. "Uncle Wang, your cooking is on par with Master Luo's. It's really delicious." Uncle Wang smiled kindly, but before he could speak, Beizhou blurted out loudly, "Miss Cen, you don't know young master grew up eating Uncle Wang's cooking. If someone as picky as him approves, then it must be 5-star chef level." Uncle Wang hurriedly pushed Bei's head into the bowl and said with a smile, "Miss Cen, don't listen to his nonsense. The young master isn't picky at all." Bei wanted to retort, but Uncle Wang shot him a warning look. "Don't even think about opening your mouth while eating." From start to finish, Zhou Chaonian didn't chime in. He quietly ate his meal. Cen Huan could see that their relationship was very good. It wasn't just a simple superior-subordinate relationship. This was evident from Zhou Chaonian risking his life to hold off the zombies so the southern and northern brothers could escape. On the surface, Bei acted cowardly toward Zhou Chaonian, but deep down he certainly wasn't afraid. "Bei, who is it?" spreading rumors everywhere that I'm not afraid of the boss. Is it you? Cen Huan suddenly felt a little envious of that kind of friendship, being able to entrust one's back to someone without hesitation. After Zhou Chaoyan finished his meal, he went out, and Cen Huan was puzzled. Uncle Wang explained young master went to check the surroundings. Miss Cen, take your time eating. When Zhou Chaoyan returned, Cen Huan was standing listlessly by the window. Uncle Wang gave Zhou Chaoyan a nudge with his eyes, meaning that Cen Huan had been standing there in the cold breeze for a long time. Zhou Chaoyan's obsidian-like gaze fixed on Cen Huan's back. He let out a slow sigh. It seemed he had been frightened today after all. And at that moment, Cen Huan by the window, Meng, this is just too cool, okay. Not only is the war god ridiculously strong, his IQ is off the charts too. This is what it means to be both brave and wise. I bet his ability is at least a level 4 mid-rank. Host, you seem like one of those crazed fans. What do you mean crazed fan? I'm stating facts. If our base had a war god-like presence like that, who would dare attack? Zombies would. Cen Huan found herself at a loss for words for a moment. She sulked inwardly, picturing a little paper figure being stabbed. Today? Cen Huan sprang back a step, surprised, and turned to stare at Zhou Chaoyan. When did you come back? Zhou Chaoyan's dark eyes reflected her small face. Seeing that she showed no trace of despondency, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd been overthinking things. Cen Huan didn't care whether Zhou Chaoyan answered or not. Leaning in mysteriously, she asked the question she'd been curious about all along. What level is your psychic ability? I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I still can't figure it out. After asking, she straightened up and looked up at Zhou Chaoyan with an expectant expression. And the previous life, the strong were very averse to revealing their ability levels. Generally only very close friends knew. Zhou Chaoyan was stunned by the question, and for the first time a dazed look appeared in his eyes. So all this time she was standing at the window feeling the cold wind, just guessing his ability level? Chapter 85. Entering the official base. Cen Huan curled up under the quilt, only half of her small face exposed. Originally this room had been just for her. She could have entered the space to rest, but Zhou Chaoyan's psychic ability was so powerful and strange that Cen Huan feared being exposed. So she did not go in. She recalled Zhou Chaoyan's smile from a moment ago. After she asked that question, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Just as she thought Zhou Chaoyan wouldn't answer, a strange, soft laugh came from above. Cen Huan looked up at the sound and saw a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Under her puzzled gaze, Zhou Chaoyan withdrew his smile, and his low mellow voice sounded in Cen Huan's ear. My lightning ability is level 4 mid-rank. My psychic ability is level 4 high rank. Cen Huan's expression gradually took on surprise, and Zhou Chaoyan continued, go rest. I'll keep watch tonight. It wasn't until she returned to her room that Cen Huan came to her senses after the shock. It felt entirely reasonable. Zhou Chaoyan had always been a very mysterious person. In the previous life, despite being so severely poisoned, he still became one of the leading powers among End-of-World ability users. This life she had suppressed the poison in his body and used many medicines on him. Only if his ability level were low would she find it strange. After coming to terms with it, Cen Huan buried her little face in the quilt and gradually fell asleep, with Zhou Chaoyan an almost 5th level presence. His mental suppression spread out, and the zombies around the hotel were held down tight, not even daring to let out a single roar. Nothing happened all night. Early the next morning, Uncle Wang made breakfast again. After they finished eating, the group continued on yesterday to deal with Brother Hua. The SUV took a winding route and deviated from the planned path. Cen Huan heard from Meng that this place was only a few kilometers from the official base, so she suggested, why don't we go check out the official base? Zhou Chaoyan also thought it was feasible. Heading straight to the largest base in Meng City would save some time. Uncle Wang looked at the map, found the right road, and drove straight toward the official base. On the way, Cen Huan shared the intelligence she had heard from Chong Wen-yong with a few others. After hearing that supplies had to be paid when entering and leaving the official base, Uncle Wang took some supplies out of the space and put them in the trunk. Around midday, the SUV arrived at the gate of the official base. A long line was queued at the gate. While waiting, Cen Huan took a look at the official base's perimeter wall. You can tell there are really a lot of psychics at the official base. The walls were clearly built with all kinds of abilities stacked together. Ordinary people carried and stacked the bricks, while Earth-type psychics raised earthen walls to reinforce them. In other places vines were woven around them. There were shards of glass on top of the walls and metal protective nets. I just don't know whether they're electrified. At the base gate, soldiers carrying guns patrolled back and forth, their faces wearing a murderous look. Cen Huan felt a chill at this. Who Yunshan was truly brazen beyond belief. Not only was he raising private soldiers, he even allowed them to point their weapons at innocent civilians. Zhou Chaonian watched it all with cold eyes, a chill contained within his gaze. Just as the few of them were slowly following the convoy ahead, an uproar suddenly broke out at the gate. "Officer! Please, we really have nothing left to eat." "Officer, the two of us can stay out. Please let the children go in." "Wah, Mama, don't leave me." "Mama! You came to the official base with nothing. Do you think this is a charity? Get out now, don't force me to take action." A soldier pressed his gun against the man's forehead. The man trembled with fear, but his hands, like a hen protecting her chicks, shielded his wife and child behind him. Cold sweat poured from his brow, yet he still mustered the courage to plead. "Sir." A soldier kicked the man's belly. Knocking him to the ground wasn't enough. He stepped forward and struck the man's jaw with the butt of his rifle. The man emitted a muffled groan, turned his head, and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth that had been knocked out. The woman cried and collapsed in front of the man. He was already somewhat delirious, blood pouring from his mouth, weakly leaning against the woman's chest. "You villain! You hit my dad!" The boy screamed and threw himself forward, pounding desperately on the soldier's thigh. "You little brat! How dare you bite me!" He shoved the boy to the ground, racked the gun, and eyes blazing with fury was about to raise it and shoot. The crowd instantly erupted in an uproar. The soldier's comrades grabbed him in time, signaling with their eyes not to start anything. "Fuck, what terrible luck!" The soldier also saw the pointing fingers and whispers of the nearby survivors, and unable to swallow his anger, stepped forward and kicked the man a couple more times. Under the women and child's restraint, he shouted viciously, "Get out of here, or I'll bury your whole family of 3 right here." The woman no longer dared to plead, hurriedly dragged the man up onto her back and holding the little boy's hand staggered away from the line. "Sigh, how tragic this man was beaten like that. How will the 3 of them survive? They can hardly survive like that. There are zombies everywhere outside. Why is this official base treating ordinary people like this? I see he's still wearing his uniform." Really, his companion quickly tugged his sleeve, telling him to shut up. The soldier, maintaining order, looked at them coldly, shouldered his rifle, and moved off to another spot. "Phew!" The 2 of them both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They dared not say another word. The atmosphere inside the SUV grew somewhat stifling for a time. Cen Huan hadn't expected this official base to be such an oppressive place. But that's the way of the world without ability. No matter where you are, you can only scrape by. Dignity and status both need strength to be fought for. The line moved slowly. By the time Cen Huan and the others reached the front, it was already over an hour later. The staff saw that the 4 were neatly and tastefully dressed. Especially the man and woman at the front. Their looks were outstanding and their bearing impressive, clearly people of capability. His attitude even grew noticeably kinder. Facing Zhou Chaonian, he said, "Welcome to the official base. Please fill out your personal information here." Then he signaled to the people behind him. They symbolically collected some supplies and that was that. The few had no objections and calmly filled in the form. After handing it to the staff, they were taken away for inspection. The staff took the forms and grew increasingly alarmed the more they read. 3 of the 4 were espers and the leader's lightning ability was already level 3. What surprised him even more was that the woman who looked like a little white flower was also a level 3 wood psychic. Of the remaining 2, one was a level 2 fire psychic and the other an ordinary person. The staff guessed that the old man was probably the elder of the group and, judging by his skills, certainly not bad. 2 hours later, after Cen Huan and the others inspected and observed, they entered the official base. Soldiers with guns could be seen everywhere inside the base, and these soldiers did not act alone. The smallest units were groups of 7 or 8. Seeing this, the group understood why, despite the official base having tens of thousands of people, Hu Yunshan could still firmly keep power in his own hands. With the scale of these patrols and their time intervals, calling the official base an iron wall would not be an exaggeration. From the end of the world to the present stage, firearms still hold an absolute position on the battlefield, and the military forces of the official bases number at least 4,000 to 5,000. But there are only 1,000 to 2,000 altered psychic individuals. The rest are all ordinary people. No wonder the official base has to scour the survivors for supplies like this. Controlling such a large base requires at least 3/4 of the troops. The remaining quarter are responsible for going out to gather supplies, rescue survivors, and so on. In other words, only by continuously producing bullets could the official base attain this capability. Otherwise, the army's daily expenses could bankrupt the entire base. So officially the base publicly operates under the government's banner, rescuing survivors of Meng City. In reality, it is using the meager supplies of ordinary people to support the army and some of the Esper individuals. Ordinary people who enter the base receive no assistance from the base. Want something to eat? Sure, use crystal cores to buy it. Want to go out to scavenge for supplies? Fine, but you must hand over half when you return. Don't have any? Then don't come back. Nearby supplies have been cleaned out? Okay, spend crystal cores to rent a vehicle. So the entire official base fell into an extreme. The upper class unbearably wealthy, while the lower class unbearably wretched, and with Hu Yunshan controlling the bullets, it was like having his hand on the army's throat. The officers who opposed him were removed one by one. The entire base was his word alone. On major base matters, only the Gu family, who supplied the ammunition production line, had any say. Zhou Chaoyan and the others walked around the base, and the streets on both sides looked like a refugee camp. Clothed in rags, with no sign of life on his face, the child's cheeks were cracked by the cold wind. He could only bury his head in his mother's thin embrace. The old man's frail body looked especially pitiful in the bitter wind. On a small piece of cloth in front of him were a few trinkets from before the end times, offered in the hope that passers-by might take one in exchange for a small piece of bread to fill their bellies. A few people walked on in silence, but had no intention of rescuing them. Everyone understood the situation. Saving one doesn't save them all. Besides the people on this street, there are others on other streets, and the entire official base as well. Cen Huan knew she didn't have the power to drag everyone out of the inferno. Being able to keep Hope Base safe was enough. Chapter 86. Night reconnaissance of the bullet factory. Cen Huan and Zhou Chaoyan walk side by side, with Uncle Wang and Bei following behind. A small boy who looked like a beggar lay by the roadside, stretching out his dirty hands. Nearby were a few 4- or 5-year-old girls, their little faces smudged with dirt. When they saw pedestrians, they reached out for food. If not given any, they all surged forward, leaping up to cling tightly to the other person's legs. The psychics were strong. In 2 or 3 moves they shrugged the children off their legs and pushed them aside. The girls didn't cry or shout either. They scrambled up and charged forward again. Some ability users were too lazy to bother with her and simply ignored her, dragging her for more than 10 meters before finally letting her go. Some took out a small piece of biscuit or a cup of instant noodles and threw it out. When the girls saw real food, they immediately let go of the ability user's thigh and rushed forward to snatch it. The last person probably only got a bite, swallowed mixed with dirt and sand, the gritty sensation in her esophagus making a pained expression appear on her face. But at least after swallowing it, his stomach was no longer empty. After they finished eating, the group squatted by the roadside to look for their next target. In front of Cen Huan and the others was another group of ability users, probably old hands from the base. They walked swaggeringly, bantering with each other as they discussed their recent gains. The leader wore an outrageously mismatched outfit, huge gold studs in his ears, a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck, and 8 of his 10 fingers were ringed with gold bands of various sizes. The burly man walked past while watching, picked up a gold necklace at a small stall, and signaled with his eyes to the men behind him. One of the men pulled out half a pack of cookies and tossed it down. The stall owner kept thanking him without any haggling, hurriedly tearing open the cookies and stuffing them into his mouth. 2 people with red eyes immediately grabbed for them. The stall owner covered his mouth and sped up, stuffing everything in, puffing out his cheeks, and struggling to chew and swallow. The person next to him had no choice but to lie on the ground and pick up the scraps the vendor had dropped between movements. Jinlong glanced back at the vendor, let out a contemptuous laugh, turned, and continued walking forward. Suddenly, his thigh tingled with a prickly sensation, and a force prevented him from taking another step. Jinlong looked down to see 2 little beggars clinging to his legs. Even his fierce, menacing glare failed to frighten them off. He fumbled and clumsily tore the 2 down, tossing them aside. The little beggar tripped, rolled over, got to his feet and was about to rush forward again. This angered Jinlong. He casually reached out, grabbed one of the little beggar's collars and hauled him up close. A deadly glint rose in his eyes. and his subordinate tightened his grip. The girl's expression gradually turned ugly. I was in a good mood and had already given you a chance. If there's a path to heaven and you want, take it. Don't blame me then. Then he hoisted the girl over his head as if about to hurl her to the ground. Stop! A sharp, feminine shout rang out. Golden Dragon turned his head. When he saw the newcomer, disdain flashed in his eyes, but when he saw the soldiers gathering around, a trace of fear finally appeared in his eyes. He snorted coldly and put the girl he was holding down. The girl immediately rolled forward, coughing in pain. It turned out the newcomer was a young woman, wearing a military uniform with an overcoat reserved for the army. She ignored the dust on the ground, crouched down, and helped the little girl up. She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" But the girl only noticed the chocolate in the woman's hand, snatched it up, and darted back into the crowd without looking back. A stunned look appeared on the woman's serene face, and Jean Long scoffed harshly. "I tell you, Miss Shun, this beggar still doesn't appreciate you. What maternal glow are you radiating here?" He glanced at the teammates behind him. They all laughed in concert. The captain of the guard barked, "How dare you? Who do you think you're talking to?" No sooner had he finished than the guardsmen raised their guns, surrounding the Jean Long team's people, aiming barrels at their heads. It was as if they were only waiting for the woman's command. They would open fire without hesitation. A jolt went through Jean Long's heart. He cursed inwardly that this was bad, but his gaze remained fixed intently on the woman opposite. He spoke mockingly. "Miss Shen wouldn't start shooting at us psychics over a single beggar, would she?" He deliberately emphasized beggar and psychics. The woman was already standing up straight. She was slight in build, appearing a little frail beneath the oversized military coat. Her face was an oval, her eyes full of feeling, her skin fair and flawless. The sound of combat boots striking the ground seemed to pound on Jean Long's heart. He couldn't be sure of Miss Shun's temperament either, and could only grit his teeth and stare at her. Miss Shun lifted her eyelids, her eyes filled with anger. "The base supports you to protect the residents, not to bully ordinary people. Go to the base hall and pay the fine yourself." Having finished speaking, she turned and stormed off. The captain of the guard lowered his gun and said to Jean Long and the others, "After you, adepts." Jean Long breathed a sigh of relief inside, but his face still showed displeasure. He snorted twice, then slowly walked toward the base's main hall. Cen Huan and the others watched the scene and found Miss Shun rather intriguing. She looked like someone from the military, but although she wore a uniform, she didn't seem very concerned about the guards around her. After a small incident, Zhou Chaoyan suggested renting a place first. The official base was so large they probably couldn't see everything in a short time. Cen Huan agreed and went to the residential area, spending 100 crystal cores to rent a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment for a week. The staff handed them the keys and explained that water and electricity were only supplied from 8 to 10 p.m. each day, and each apartment had a limited quota. Any excess would require additional crystal cores. Finally, seeing that their group seemed to be psychics, he also mentioned the base's preferential treatment for psychics, suggesting they register a team at the base hall. Entry and exit fees would be lower, and renting would be cheaper. The requirement is that they must participate in missions with the military regularly and cannot refuse. Uncle Wong smiled and thanked him, then took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to the staff member, who, pleased, looked at them even more kindly. He advised them not to provoke the military, and to tell him if they needed anything else. Uncle Wong kept thanking him over and over, and also tried to pry out some information by hinting around. After chatting for a while, the few of them took their keys and went upstairs to rest. Base hall. Each of Jean Long and the others was fined 20 crystal cores. The whole team immediately had 2 weeks' rent deducted. Back at the place, Jean Long got angrier and kicked the wall. Fuck her. If she's so intent on saving sentient beings, why doesn't she go out and rescue survivors? Exactly, all she does is act high and mighty inside the base. Brother Long. What's this woman's background anyway? Jean Long spat, the jowls on his face trembling as he quickly toyed with 2 golden walnuts in his hand. That I only heard that head of the Hu base values her a lot, probably one of his concubines or something. His tone was thick with mockery. I guess she must be. Otherwise how could a weakling like her get into the military? The base commander really pampers her, even gave her a guard unit. Damn, don't let me catch you alone. Jean Long's cold, vicious gaze was full of contempt. What was so great about that old man Hu Yunshin? Maybe he's even a quick-draw shooter. If he catches that Miss Shun, I guarantee she'll regret what she did today. Night fell. A shadow slipped out of the residential area, nimbly avoiding the guard at the door. and with a few bounds vanished. Around the street corner. Host, turn left at the next intersection. Cen Huan wore a black combat suit and, following Meng's directions, avoided the base patrols. Host. Someone's coming from the right. Cen Huan slipped into the shadowed corner without any light, holding her breath and blending into the darkness. Meng, will we be discovered by Zhou Chaonian? Don't worry, host. I'm sure he's asleep. Cen Huan nodded in the darkness. As long as Zhou Chaonian didn't find out, it would be fine. She didn't know why she didn't want him to find out, but her subconscious insisted, so she acted on it. After sprinting through the dark for over half an hour, Cen Huan finally felt her way to the edge of the official base's ammunition production line. The factory before her was brightly lit. Cen Huan saw many lightning ability users continuously channeling their powers into a device. Inside the factory, many people worked wearing only trousers, bare-chested. Fire ability users kept stoking the furnaces, while water ability users stood at water tubs releasing water. They waited for workers to put the molds into the tubs for quenching. After removing them, they would direct jets of water to keep them level. Cen Huan narrowed her eyes slightly. The official base's bullet production line was truly massive, and no wonder the official base was so powerful. If she had these things, she could be powerful too. Cautiously moving closer to get a better look, Cen Huan crouched at the entrance of a factory building and peered inside furtively. Host. Someone's here. Before she could make it out clearly, a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly came from inside. Cen Huan had no choice but to retreat. Hiding behind a thick tree trunk, she saw a man and a woman come out. The woman was wearing a military uniform and walked with striking confidence. Her military boots clicked on the ground, and the greatcoat wrapped around her graceful figure. Cen Huan got a clear look at her face and was shocked. It wasn't this Miss Shan she'd seen earlier inside the base. Who? The man suddenly spoke. His gaze fixed straight at the tree trunk where Cen Huan was hiding. Cen Huan thought to herself that this was bad. Her breath had faltered a moment ago and the other had already noticed her. Her heart pounded like a drum. She turned to flee, but she fell into a cool, cold embrace. Her feet left the ground, and in an instant she vanished into the canopy. Chapter 87 Base Arrangements. Cen Huan stared at Zhou Chaonian in front of her. Zhou Chaonian covered her mouth with one hand, the other barely. Holding her shoulder, he lifted his eyes. His mental force streamed out, tightly enveloping the two of them and reducing their presence through the gap. Zhou Chaonian saw the man who had walked by turn and walk back, and only then did he slowly release his hand. In a low voice he said, "Sorry, the other party is a psychic-type ability, and their level is fairly high." Cen Huan was able to breathe normally, nodded hastily, and noticed the distance between the two of them. Zhou Chaonian only stepped aside after seeing Cen Huan steady himself, then lowered his voice to explain. "I woke up and found you weren't there, so I came looking for you." With the pressure in front of him gone, Cen Huan's racing heart slowly calmed, and he was about to explain, but an argument came from the doorway, and the two of them were instantly drawn to it. Why won't you ever believe me?" The man tugged at his hair in frustration. His handsome face was overlaid with helpless pain. Cen Huan's beautiful eyes slanted. Her tone was airy, a sneer rippling at the corner of her mouth. "Believe you? Gu Mingyu, what would I use to believe you? My life?" Embarrassment immediately colored Gu Mingyu's face. His voice almost pleadingly humble. "Wanzhou, about uncle's death, I really fin." Wanzhou cut him off. "No need to be that familiar. We're not close." Saying that, she started to leave. But Gu Mingyu quickly and deftly grabbed Cen Huan's hand, looking at her pleadingly. Wanzhou glanced sideways at Gu Mingyu and coldly withdrew her hand. "I still have work. If there's nothing else, I won't see you out." The cold words left Gu Mingyu standing in place for a long time, unable to come to her senses. After the two of them left one after another, Zhou Chaonian and Cen Huan finally climbed down from the tree. They walked back in silence. Cen Huan looked at the moon overhead. The person beside her had an immersed bearing, but the sense of pressure remained. She explained a little awkwardly, "I meant that with fewer people around, the other party is less likely to notice." The final two words were as faint as a mosquito. If it weren't that Zhou Chaonian appeared casual yet had actually been paying attention to her the whole time, he probably wouldn't have heard them. Only a low sound came from beside them. And then there was silence. Cen Huan, a bit embarrassed, continued, "My main reason for coming out this time was actually the official base." She then told Zhou Chaonian about her recent hope to have a spy infiltrate the base. "That I know. That day Uncle Wang just happened to be at the exchange to hand in a task." Cen Huan nodded in understanding. Zhou Chaonian, using the moonlight to glance at her profile, parted his lips and said, "The official base isn't as simple as it looks. Yes, Miss Shen, we met today was really strange. This Gu Mingyu is probably a member of the Gu family who made a deal with Hu Yunshan. And it seems the base's powered individuals and the military don't get along very well." The two discussed as they walked back with Zhou Chaonian, who was like a shield. They returned to their lodgings without incident. It was just past 2 in the morning. Cen Huan hurriedly said good night and returned to her room. Zhou Chaonian lowered his eyes and returned to his room. The young girl was very clever. In just a few words she had seen through the official base's tricks. But she didn't seem to trust him much, otherwise she wouldn't have been sneaking around on her own. Zhou Chaonian shook his head, tossing the inexplicable displeasure in his heart aside. A self-mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "How long have we known each other? What reason is there to trust you?" He recalled that the two of them had just concluded they were going to take up long-term residence at the official base. He would continue to probe the situation here. If he could dismantle it from within, that would be best. With a plan forming in his mind, Zhou Chaonian lay down. Early the next morning, Uncle Wang went to the base's affairs hall and registered a supernatural team. After that, a few of them casually took a mission to collect supplies and left the base. The vehicle headed west all the way and returned to Hope Base. Zhou Chaonian and the others went home to explain the situation to Nanfeng, while Cen Huan returned to the city lord's mansion to arrange matters related to the base. Although Chen Yi and the other two were not present, the immersive base's current psychics guild and guard force had already taken shape. Everyday trivial matters at the base could be resolved without reporting to her, and the base's operation no longer required her presence. She could free up her hands to do more things. Cen Huan arranged all the recent tasks and the supplies that needed to be collected. She told the people in the office that she'd be away from the base for a while. Minor matters the office could decide on its own. Major matters would wait for her to return once a week to resolve. During this period, the most important thing was the base's security. If anyone violated base regulations, minor offenses meant being expelled, major crimes meant being killed outright as a warning to others. After finishing all this, Cen Huan took out that SSR grade talent card, the Armory.SSR talent card. Armory using this grants 1 SSR grade building, an armory. This card is single-use and cannot be reclaimed. Armory can produce era-appropriate weapons. After merging with this world, it can integrate superpowers into the weapons. Explore carefully, there will be pleasant surprises. Last night, when Cen Huan saw the bullet factory of the official base supplying the troops at their own base, her sense of crisis gradually rose. The Hope Base now barely reaches about 1,300 people if you count the elderly, infirm and children, while the official base's forces are more than 3 or 4 times that, not to mention the number of extra-dimensional users he has. Even if Hope Base has a protective barrier, if Hu Yunshan truly assembles an army to invade, Hope Base would be like a turtle trapped in a jar, and the protective barrier will eventually be depleted. When that time comes, it will surely mean the annihilation of Hope Base. She had to make plans in advance. Even if what she sought was always a simple, peaceful life, but in this chaotic world, to have a say you must first possess an absolutely strong fist. She must prepare on 2 fronts. 1. Find the fatal weaknesses of the official base. 2. Strengthen the Hope Base's power. SSR talent card armor required materials. 100,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of iron ingots, 50,000 units of steel, 20,000 units of glass, 10,000 units of carbon fiber. Staring at the list of materials, Cen Huan let out a sharp intake of breath. She could still scrape together the first 4. Shed gathered a large batch of various metal ingots while at the steel mill, and glass was easy enough to find, but Shed never even heard of the last one. Carbon fiber? Host, this is a high-temperature resistant synthetic material. The fiber factory in Meng City should have it. Alright, then post collection tasks for these 2 first. She can also make a special trip later to collect them. After finishing editing the announcement, Cen Huan went to the breeding farm again. He separated the extra pigs into different pens. He hoped the base already had a few hundred pigs, but the base's population still couldn't possibly consume them all. In Chan de Bao's words, they had completely achieved freedom to eat braised pork. So Cen Huan had Chong Wenyong export the pork. This is also a major source of income for the base. Among the wild boars recovered last time, there happened to be a young boar. Cen Huan specially instructed the workers to feed it well so it can propagate the line in the future. The fish were gradually growing too. When no one was paying attention, Cen Huan secretly added several gravid fish to speed up reproduction. Afterward she toured the fields and the cloth workshop, gave instructions to several managers about her trip, and then left finally. They arrived at the Hope restaurant, where they handed Master Luo a crucian carp and asked him to make a braised fish. After a flurry of movements, Master Luo presented a 5-star braised fish to Cen Huan. It was perfect in color, aroma and taste, so good that Cen Huan ate an extra bowl of rice. That night, Cen Huan bent over the desk and wrote down one by one the anomalies that were going to occur in the coming months. Finally, keep an eye on Blizzard at that time. And the official base at that location. It looks like we have to find a way to deal with Hu Yunshan as soon as possible. Otherwise, at this rate, the ordinary people at the official base definitely won't survive until the holiday. These ordinary people may be a burden to others, but to Cen Huan they are the base's wealth. Only with people can the base continue to upgrade and grow bigger and stronger. Chapter 88 Weapons of Mass Destruction. The official base at Hu Yunshan was troubled over the development of the new weapon. This was the scene Gu Mingyu saw when he came in. His gaze dropped slightly. Then, as usual, he swaggered in casually. "Uncle Hu, what's bothering you?" Hu Yunshan glanced up at him. Gu Mingyu broke into a bright smile, showing a mouthful of white teeth. There wasn't a trace of worry on his face. Hu Yunshan said irritably. "Only you can go on being so carefree all the time. You didn't shed a single tear when our parents passed away." A trace of stiffness appeared on Gu Mingyu's smiling face, but it quickly bloomed into an even brighter smile. "Isn't it because I ran into you? If my parents knew from the afterlife that I led the family onto the righteous path, they'd wake up laughing." "Stop talking back. How did the persuasion with Shen Wanzhou go?" "Engineer Shan Shi." The smile on Gu Mingyu's face immediately faded. When Hu Yunshan saw this, he knew it had failed. He wasn't very angry, however. He sighed and said, "I thought since you're about the same age you'd be easier to deal with. Forget it, I'll have to step in myself as the uncle." Having said that, he started shooing people away, failing to get the job done and still being a nuisance. All right. Stop being a nuisance here." Gu Mingyu quietly closed the door. The sunny smile left her face as she strode out with a gloomy expression. "Still haven't figured out what tricks Hu Yunshan is hiding today. Hu Yunshan is way too cautious ever since he learned he's a psychic-type ability user. He's never let him stay in the office for more than 3 minutes. There's definitely something seriously wrong here." At the thought of Hu Yunshan saying he'd personally go look for Shen Wanzhou, Gu Mingyu's eyes nearly brimmed with murderous intent. The Gu family and the Shen family were originally close family friends. When Gu Mingyu was little, she basically grew up following Shen Wanzhou around. Even though everyone told him that Shen Wanzhou was his older sister, he stubbornly, in a childlike way, called her only Shen Wanzhou. It seemed that by doing so the distance between them could be a little closer. He always remembered the first time the two families met. His father introducing himself to her, and Shen Wanzhou's bright, cheerful smile. "Your name sounds so lovely. From now on may I call you Xiao Yuer?" At that moment he was only busy nodding foolishly, his eyes filled solely with Shen Wanzhou's beautiful smile. There was no room for anything else. Pulling himself out of the memories, Gu Mingyu decided to go find Shen Wanzhou. He had kept their acquaintance a secret from Hu Yunshan all along. Now that Hu Yunshan was looking for Shen Wanzhou, there was a chance this would be exposed. Thinking this, Gu Mingyu couldn't help but quicken her steps. Knock. Gu Mingyu knocked on the door, heavy with thoughts. The door opened quickly, and an expectant look brightened her eyes. Sister Wanin." Shen Wanin smiled gently and stepped aside to let Gu Mingyu in. "You came looking for my sister, right? She just got up," she said mischievously, blinked, and closed the door. A lazy voice from the bathroom. As if not fully awake, "Xiaoyin, who is it?" She walked out of the bathroom. Her fair, smooth face was exactly the same as Shen Wanyan's. Shen Wanin smiled and said, "Sister, it's Mingyu. He's the only one who can tell at a glance that I'm not you." Shen Wanzhou's beautiful eyes slanted, and she said angrily, "Who told you to open the door for him?" Shen Wanin assumed it was just a misunderstanding between the two, stretched, and exaggeratedly yawned. Walking toward the room she said, "Oh, I'm a bit sleepy. I'll take another nap, wake me up for dinner, okay?" The door closed neither lightly nor heavily, and the warmth in Shen Wanzhou's eyes gradually cooled. Shen Wanzhou cut him off, turned, and walked straight toward the study. Gu Mingyu hurried to follow. Shen Wanzhou sat behind the desk, leaning back in the chair in a languid manner. Looking up at Gu Mingyu from below. Gu Mingyu's standing presence wasn't half as imposing as Cen Huan's while she Saturday. After a moment, Cen Huan finally spoke. Young Master Gu, I remember we made ourselves very clear last night. Wanzhou, just agree to Hu Yunshan. Otherwise, Gu Mingyu hesitated at the look in Cen Huan's eyes, wanting to speak but stopping. Cen Huan hated his behavior intensely, never telling her anything, keeping things from her, and shamelessly making demands. Since you don't want to talk, then get out. As he spoke and moved to drive her away, Gu Mingyu, quite afraid of Cen Huan's anger, could only walk while speaking. Hu Yunshan will be looking for you soon. Whatever you do, don't say you know me. I'm afraid he. Cen Huan shoved him out and said expressionlessly, don't worry, I won't hold back your bright future. Wanzhou. It's not like that. Bang. Gu Mingyu left with his nose stung by humiliation, grievance and helplessness welling up in his eyes, and could only turn and go downstairs. Of course he knew that Cen Huan still hadn't calmed down. He had no right to feel wronged. It was his fault from beginning to end. When his parents died in an accident, he was left alone to support the entire family. Before he could uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths, the wheels of the apocalypse rolled in to protect the large family. He had originally sought out Cen Huan's father, Cen Yuan Xiao, but Uncle Cen refused him righteously, and painfully and vehemently admonished him. But without power, how could he uncover the truth about his parents' deaths? So he momentarily lost his way and sought out Hu Yunshan. At first Hu Yunshan also refused, but after a month, for some reason he changed his mind when he arrived at the official base brimming with confidence to negotiate a cooperation with Hu Yunshan. But unexpectedly he ran into the fleeing Uncle Cen on the road. Shocked, he brought Uncle Cen back to the Gu family, but unfortunately Uncle Cen was already beyond help. He only had time to entrust the Cen sisters to him before passing away. Before he could recover from his grief, Hu Yunshan led the troops to surround the Gu family villa on all sides, pressuring Gu Mingyu into handing over the Gu family's bullet production line. He was even puzzled about why Gu Mingyu had saved Cen Yuan. Gu Mingyu could only say that seeing him in a military uniform, she assumed he had been chased by zombies and thus rescued Cen Yuan. Hu Yunshan went along with that explanation and expressed his thanks to Gu Mingyu. But Gu Mingyu didn't believe that explanation. He knew in his heart that Uncle Cen's death was inseparable from Hu Yunshan, but at that time his supernatural ability was only level 1, and Hu Yunshan was surrounded by hundreds of soldiers. He could only suppress his doubts and plan for the long term. Cen Huan knew that after her father's death the last person he had seen was Gu Mingyu, and she had been pressing him ever since. But he could only endure it in silence first. Hu Yunshan now controlled the entire base and had already gained the trust of the Cen sisters. Second, even if Cen Huan believed him, the two of them together would not be able to stand against Hu Yunshan. After Cen Huan drove Gu Mingyu out, she too was full of worries. Cen Huan heard her sister arguing with Mingyu and came out of the bedroom. Sister Cen Huan turned to look at her younger sister. This gentle, soft-voiced girl was all she had left. In fact, she hadn't always been this domineering before the end of the world. She was just a bit more open and straightforward than Cen Huan. The two sisters stood together. Outsiders could not tell them apart by temperament or appearance, but after the sudden death of their father following the end of the world, they were left to rely on each other alone. Both of them had been serving in the military. Cen Huan was a firearms engineer, and Cen Huan was an army medic. After the apocalypse began, the two of them were fortunate to awaken metal-based powers and healing powers. Under Hu Yunshan's special care, their abilities smoothly reached level 3. Sister Mingyu, Mingyu has changed. Cen Huan stopped speaking. Although she didn't know what had happened, she could feel that Mingyu and her sister both cared about each other. She didn't want any misunderstanding between the two. Just as she was about to say something more, there was another knock at the door. Cen Huan opened the door. It was the squad leader of the guards. The squad leader said respectfully, Miss Cen, the base commander wants to see you. When Cen Huan heard that the base commander's eyes flickered, she said impatiently, all right, I know, I'll go over in a moment. She shut the door, turned and pulled Cen Huan over. Xiaoyin, Hu Yunshan is not to be trusted. If anything happens, trust Gu Mingyu but do not trust him. Sister, uncle who didn't. Cen Huan squeezed her younger sister's shoulders, looked into her clear eyes and said word by word, lately, he wants me to mass-produce weapons of mass destruction. Cen Huan's pupils contracted. She stared at her sister in shock, her red lips parting slightly, stunned for a moment. Both sisters were intelligent. The official base had already mastered the bullet production line. And the bullet's lethality against the zombies had reached a certain level. Now producing weapons on a large scale, Hu Yunshan's wolfish ambitions are blatantly exposed. The base's army and the psychics being at odds is no longer a minor squabble. The psychics have banded together and already have some methods to withstand the army's bullets. As a metal-type psychic, she knows better than anyone how to deal with the army's bullets. And Paragon Level 3 served as a watershed. The bodies of the gifted reached a new height of enhancement. Bullets could no longer easily pierce flesh, and with the rise of healing-type gifted, unless the brain was blown apart, even a gunshot to the heart left a slim chance of survival. For a moment, the two sisters looked at each other in silence. Chapter 89 Official Base Mission. Uncle Hu. The base office door stood open as if waiting just for her. Cen Huan wore a military uniform with a shoulder cape, looking utterly dashing. "Huan, come sit down." Hu Yunshan's eyes brightened when he saw her, his face wearing a kindly, amiable smile. They greeted Cen Huan and gestured for her to sit on the sofa. Cen Huan's expression was calm. She sat in a side seat while Hu Yunshan, easygoing and blunt, sat in the main seat and leaned toward her. "What did Uncle Hu want to talk to me about?" Hu Yunshan rubbed his hands, stared at Cen Huan's pretty face, and chose his words carefully. "Huan, about what I told you last time." Huan subtly shifted back, tilting her head to avoid Hu Yunshan's lecherous gaze. "Uncle Hu, are weapons of mass destruction really necessary? Aren't the military's current measures more than enough to deal with the zombies?" A doting smile played on Hu Yunshan's face, as if Cen Huan were a naive child. "Huan, you've been at the base all this time. You don't understand the situation outside. The zombies are evolving faster and faster. In the past, our soldiers only needed to pierce a zombie's head to kill it, but now it takes 4 or 5 shots, which makes our missions to rescue supernaturals increasingly difficult to complete. Last week, 4 or 5 dozen warriors lost their precious lives because they couldn't kill the zombies in time." Saying this, Hu Yunshan couldn't help but burst into tears, wiping away non-existent tears from the corner of his eye. He caught a glimpse of Cen Huan, who remained completely unmoved. Hu Yunshan cleared his throat twice and sat up straight, putting on the air of an elder. His face showed a faint displeasure. "Huan, this base and you two sisters were entrusted to me by your father. If it weren't for the fact that I owe him my life, would I go to such lengths to protect you sisters? To save this army? This unit was formed for the people, lives for the people. Can you now watch them go out and risk their lives and just stand by? Right now, all the major bases in Meng City are developing new weapons. Relying solely on ability users can't keep up with the zombies' rate of upgrading. And even if ability users grow stronger, can one of them take on 3, 5, 10 at a time? How many zombies are there? How many psychics does our base even have? What are we supposed to do when ordinary people in Meng City are all dead and the zombies besiege the city? The warriors are fighting demons with their own flesh and blood. And you saying that?" His face showed an expression of grief and indignation, as if Cen Huan were the most heinous of criminals. A trace of conflict appeared on Cen Huan's face. The zombies really were becoming more numerous, and several nearby large shopping malls had sizable hordes gathering. In recent days the military and the psychics had been regularly going out to clear the zombies, and indeed there had been heavy casualties. She just didn't know whether, once this weapon was produced, Hu Yunshan would actually use it against his own people. Seeing her expression change, Hu Yunshan continued to persuade her. "The base is your father's life work. No matter what you think, I am determined to live or die with the base. Even if the city falls, I'll protect you two sisters." Saying that, he ignored Cen Huan, walked straight behind the desk and began to busy himself. Cen Huan struggled inwardly for a long time, but in the end she gave up. "Fine, deal with the immediate trouble first." She rose and walked to the desk, lips parting slightly. "Uncle Hu, to make weapons of mass destruction on a large scale, the base will also need some other materials." Cen Huan and the others had been back at the official base for less than 2 days when staff came to say there was a mission that needed to go out with the military. Cen Huan and Zhou Chaonian exchanged a look, suspicion stirring in their hearts. Uncle Wang smiled and agreed, saying they would come over once they finished tidying up. By the time the few of them reached the base's main hall, more than a dozen psychic squads had already assembled. The base hall was teeming with people. Zhou Chaonian led Cen Huan and the others to stand in a corner. Bai poked the psychic beside him, quietly handed over a cigarette, and asked in a low voice, "Hey bro, do you know what mission this is?" The Esper's eyes lit up. He took the high-end cigarette from Bei's hand and held it to his nose to sniff. He wore an expression of bliss, looked left and right, then tucked it safely into his chest. Only then did he smile at Bei and say, "Nice man, this cigarette isn't cheap?" What's cheap or not cheap, might as well be a pack of instant noodles. True, you're new here, bro? He continued only after Bei nodded. I only just heard the specifics of this mission too. It seems to be about gathering supplies. They said they were going to some car factory to collect some kind of carbon. Something fiber. Carbon fiber. Cen Huan was startled. The official base was collecting carbon fiber too. What for? Cen Huan looked toward Zhou Chaonian. Zhou Chaonian signaled her to relax. Whatever needed to be done, they would know when the time came. Do you need this many people just to gather supplies? It looks like quite a few troops have been mobilized too, doesn't it? Of course. We're going to 3 or 4 factories this time, acting in separate groups. They really are making a big move. Even people from Gus' side have shown up. Bei nodded knowingly and bumped the man's shoulder with his fist. Brother Bei, fire type ability. Nice to meet you. Say no more. Lin Yu, speed type ability. You really suit my taste. The two continued chatting. As they spoke, the soldiers came out. Jiu Mingyu was walking beside the leader, Hu Yunshan. Jiu Mingyu was not in uniform and was accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Following them were the 2 Shan sisters, Shan Wanzhou and Shan Huan. When Cen Huan saw the 2 of them, she realized instantly that they were twins, and no wonder the Miss Shan she saw at the bullet factory had such a different temperament from the one at the base. The 2 sisters, one with a face of indifference and the other with a calm demeanor, were evenly matched when they walked together. It just made Shan Wanzhou seem a bit more difficult to approach. Behind them came a squad of guards, presumably assigned to protect the Shan sisters. Hu Yunshan stepped forward, his deep voice echoing through the base hall. Everyone. The commanders for this mission are Shan Wanzhou and Gu Mingyu. I hope you will cooperate sincerely. I'll be here at the base waiting for your safe return. After speaking, he glanced at Shan Wanzhou behind him. Shan Wanzhou nodded solemnly, and only then did he turn away, satisfied, and wave his hand. Move out. Then Gu Mingyu led the psychics convoy, following behind the military convoy led by the Shan sisters. Because this mission did not allow psychics to drive themselves, they could only ride in the large trucks arranged by the military, and the drivers were all pulled from Army units. 3 psychic squads sat in each cargo compartment. Cen Huan's group happened to be in the same truck with Lin Ye's squad, and the Jinlong squad they had met earlier. There was also a girl in Lin Ye's squad, round-faced with round eyes, shy like Zhao Lin from the last mission. She sat quietly among her teammates, only smilingly looking up when someone mentioned her. The Golden Dragon team, by contrast, was all big guys sprawling across half the carriage and sitting in a sloppy, disordered way. There were about 8 or 9 people in the team, seated on both sides, surrounding the Golden Dragon in the middle and talking loudly down the whole carriage. Only Zhou Chaonian's side had the fewest people. Cen Huan sat beside Zhou Chaonian, her petite body completely shielded by him. The prying glances, upon meeting Zhou Chaonian's cold eyes, awkwardly withdrew. The jolting along the way was extremely boring, and besides, their car was in the middle, neither like the lead car that would face zombie charges, nor like the rear car that zombies might climb onto and cling to. Nothing to do but boredom. Bei continued to be on good terms with Lin Ye's side. Lin Yu and Bei each introduced their team captains, and the 2 men nodded to each other to show goodwill. The captain of Lin Ye's squad was called Sun Yun, also a fire-type ability user. His face looked quite proper and upright, and he radiated righteousness. Suddenly Jinlong burst into loud laughter, drawing everyone's attention on the whole vehicle. Brother Long, those twin sisters are damn attractive. Another underling chimed in. The elder sister is fiery and fierce, the younger sister is calm as water. They each have their own unique charm. Jinlong laughed and scolded as he rapped the underling on the head. You brat, you've got quite the education. Ha 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 ha. If you ask me, those 2 girls as commanders, they'd be better off giving commands from under my crotch. And that Gu Mingyu still wet behind the ears. Probably the base commander's illegitimate son. Watching his teammate speak with less and less restraint, the level-headed younger brother glanced around warily and warned, let's keep a low profile, don't go attracting the guard squad again. The surrounding lackeys instantly fell silent, all recalling the 20 crystal cores they had been shortchanged that day. The Golden Dragon's eyes darkened as he turned the golden walnut in his hand, veins bulging in his neck, and he sneered that I want to see how these 2 little women and that stinky kid who's barely grown anything will complete this mission. When the time comes, Don't come crawling to beg for rescue. Chapter 90. If you can't afford it, don't eat. Pauper. As the convoy moved on, a few vehicles split off and drove down side roads. This was probably the separate action Lin Yu had mentioned. The truck carrying Cen Huan followed the vehicle ahead all the way, as if it were heading to the farthest destination. After all the vehicles had passed through their separate routes, zombies gradually closed in on the car carrying Cen Huan and the others. The two squads began clearing the zombies that leapt at them. Zhou Chaonian sheltered Cen Huan behind him, his spirit power forming a barrier across the four people's bodies. Even when the zombies' claws reached out, they couldn't catch any skin. Two squads were clearing zombies up ahead, while the Jinlong squad hid at the very back of the carriage watching the commotion. Cen Huan glanced once and turned his head, concentrating intently on the zombies behind the vehicle. The apocalypse was like that. There was no fairness at all. Sometimes it was enough if others couldn't help you. As long as they didn't stab you in the back, that was already pretty good. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies behind the vehicle either. The two squads took turns clearing them out, and it didn't consume much supernatural power. 2 hours later, the convoy finally reached its destination. After getting out of the car, Cen Huan realized that the Shun sisters were actually at the same place as them. Jiu Mingyu, however, was not there. She had possibly gone elsewhere. The two Shun sisters waited in the car while the guards descended and cleared the surrounding zombies before slowly getting down. Jinlong and the others snorted coldly, but Sun Yun's squad remained composed. Their faces showed no displeasure. Shan Wanzhou glanced into the factory and said in a calm voice, "Let's go." Wait. Shan Wanzhou turned his head. His eyes filled with puzzled curiosity as he looked toward the speaking Jinlong. He bared a mouthful of teeth, two of which were even inlaid with gold, and strolled slowly and leisurely up to Shan Wanzhou. The guards on both sides stepped forward and blocked Jinlong. He didn't get angry. His gaze merely grew dark as it passed through the guards and fixed on Shan Wanzhou's cold little face. "I must say, Commander Shan, you've been traveling so leisurely all the way. Haven't you gotten tired, brothers? We've been clearing zombies all the way here and we're exhausted. Some of us almost lost arms and legs. We've reached our destination. We should at least rest for a while, right?" Shan Wanzhou showed displeasure, but he looked up. It was almost noon. Lung Bingbing said, "Set up camp here and rest for 2 hours." After speaking, he led Shen Huanin to the other side. There were space-powered people in the guard unit. Immediately someone produced a marching tent from within the space. 3 or 5 people stepped forward to help set it up, and before long a 2-person tent was erected. Seeing this, Jinlong sneered and rolled his eyes, murmuring, "What the hell? Like we're on a picnic." A lackey handed over a bowl of instant noodles and smiled obsequiously. "This little woman isn't as awesome as Brother Long, isn't she?" Obediently doing as Brother Long said and resting right here. Only then did Jinlong's expression improve. With a proud look he swept his gaze over the other 2 squads. As if to say, "See that? When I speak, people listen." Cen Huan turned away disinterestedly, and Uncle Wang had already taken out a large iron pot and set it on the stove. A pile of various ingredients and seasonings was laid out, and Bai was still standing nearby counting dishes on his fingers. Uncle Wang took out another pot and a bag of rice, and told Bai to start a fire and cook. Bai knew Uncle Wang looked down on him, so he rubbed his nose and lit another stove. Brother Long slurped his instant noodles and, with a sidelong glance at the iron pot Uncle Wang had set up, sneered, "Another group of rich kids out for a picnic." Uncle Wang ignored him and kept at his chopping. 5 minutes later, all sorts of ingredients were added to the pot one after another. "Damn, that smells fucking good. Just from the sizzling sound of oil popping at my ear, you can imagine the pork rolling in the pan." Soon the scallions hit the oil and the aroma bursts out. It rouses deep memories and makes the mouth water uncontrollably. Brother Long instantly felt the instant noodles in his hand weren't tasty anymore. With a glance, one of the underlings nodded, swaying left and right as he walked up to Uncle Wang. "Old man, bring a plate of this food for our boss Long too." As he spoke, he even flipped the bangs that were covering his eyes. Uncle Wang ignored him, so Bai stepped forward, puffing out his chest to block the underling's arrogant gaze. I only felt a shadow fall over me. I strained to look up and saw only 2 nostrils. "Kid, didn't your mom teach you to be polite when asking for help? Where the hell did you spring from, you dumb giant? Want to bet Brother Long will knock your front teeth out?" "Oh yeah? Sounds like the teeth Brother Long keeps talking about were knocked out too, huh, little dick? You. Brother, why get so angry? We just wanted to buy a meal. Sorry to trouble you, sir." Brother Long had come over somehow. The young man hastily stepped back and gave him the confronting position. Only after stepping back did he realize Brother Long wasn't that tall either, and had to tilt his head up to speak. Look at that. Those two are almost glued together. Can you believe he came here to buy food? Uncle Wong glanced up at Jinlong. His tone calm: vegetarian dishes 20 crystal cores, meat dishes 30 crystal cores, rice 10 crystal cores. Jinlong's eyes immediately widened and the underling behind him exclaimed, "Why the hell didn't you go grab them?" Jinlong's expression was also very ugly. He was about to lash out when a man's voice came from beside him. "Please give us 5 meat dishes, 5 vegetarian dishes, and 20 portions of rice." The squad leader of the guard, followed by several soldiers, was staring fixedly at Uncle Wong's pot of food. Uncle Wong didn't even look up. He flipped the contents of the pot with deft hands as slices of pork turned over, glistening with oil paired with chili peppers, the aroma drilling straight into the nose. "Sorry, this pot of rice isn't enough. You might have to wait for the next batch." The squad leader was very polite. "That's fine, then just give us 2 servings of rice, 1 with meat and 1 with vegetables." Saying that, he took out a crystal core. Bei stepped forward to take it. Uncle Wong briskly produced several more takeout boxes, leaving everyone stunned. The squad leader's mouth twitched. Clearly this guy had done this kind of thing more than once. After taking the food, the squad leader personally carried it into the Shun sisters' tent, while the remaining soldiers continued to watch eagerly. "Are you eating or not? If you're not, then get out of the way, you beggar." Bei snorted contemptuously, anger rising. When had Jinlong ever been treated like this? But seeing the soldiers standing nearby, watching him warily, some even quietly tightening their grips on their guns, as if afraid he would do something harmful to the cook. Unable to speak, he finally shot Bei a fierce glare and returned to his own squad. He really couldn't afford it. Otherwise he'd definitely pull out the crystal core and smash it into Bei's face. Bei snorted. That underling left with Jinlong, then looked back and spat out a threat. "Just you wait." Sun Yun's squad silently gnawed on their rations, swallowing from time to time. Wah, it's too expensive, they couldn't afford it either. Uncle Wong's dish was ready, and he urged Bei to hurry and bring it to the dining table. Without stopping, he started stir-frying the next wok. Cen Huan and Zhou Chaoyan ate quietly, but Bei deliberately smacked his lips, drawing frequent sideways glances from the members of the Jinlong squad. The meal left a very unpleasant taste, and they had completely come to resent Bei. "Isn't Uncle Wong working too hard?" Cen Huan watched the busy Uncle Wong. "Miss Cen, you're mistaken. Before, Uncle Wong could only cook for the eldest, so his talents were very limited. Of course I'm not saying the eldest is picky, ha. Now whatever Uncle Wong fries, even wilted vegetable leaves, people pay a fortune for them. He's really enjoying himself. I'm telling you, Uncle Wong's little private stash might be richer than the eldest's." Bei spoke increasingly quietly, afraid of being overheard by Uncle Wong. Cen Huan was momentarily speechless, and could only quietly eat her meal. After Uncle Wong finished eating, Bei cleared the dishes, and once everything was taken care of, the Shun sisters also stepped out of the tent. Cen Huan's eyes swept around calmly, her gaze lingering on Zhou Chaoyan and the others for a moment. She picked up a short-barreled submachine gun and deliberately looked at Jinlong move. This time Jinlong didn't pull any tricks. The team entered the factory smoothly. There weren't many zombies in the factory. The army led the way with gunfire, and a squad of psychics followed behind to clear the remaining zombies. Shan Wanzhou held a gun in one hand and gripped Shen Huanin tightly with the other, his eyes wary of the surroundings. Most of the factory zombies were level 1 or 2, so clearing them wasn't too difficult. Soon the team arrived at the storeroom. Watching the military space power users carry away heap after heap of carbon fiber like small mountains, Cen Huan felt her heart bleeding. The space power users could only load up a little over half of the carbon fiber before they ran out of space. Shan Wanzhou ordered everyone to stand guard where they were, and the squad leader of the guard unit led a few men to the gate to drive the truck in. Cen Huan's eyes rolled around. She tugged at Zhou Chaoyan's sleeve and, while no one was paying attention, leaned in to whisper a couple of words into his ear. A trace of helplessness surfaced in Zhou Chaoyan's dark eyes, but he could only give a slight nod in response to Cen Huan's expectant look. The next second, Cen Huan's clear, slightly embarrassed voice sounded. "Captain Shun, I need to use the restroom. She spoke, her cheeks flushed pink, her eyes grew wet, and she looked at Shan Wanzhou with a pleading expression. Shan Wanzhou frowned. looking at Cen Huan with some disapproval. But Cen Huan's troubled little face struck her view, and seeing Cen Huan clutching her lower abdomen, she instantly understood. She remembered Shen Wanyan's monthly days of agony. He finally nodded faintly. And as Cen Huan pulled Zhou Chaoyan to turn around, he added, "Be careful." Cen Huan broke into a radiant smile. "Don't worry, my boyfriend is awesome." After Cen Huan left, Jinlong sneered and said, "Ha, women are just trouble." Her gaze was fixed on Shen Wanzhou, and it was unclear whom she was mocking. Brother Long, who knows where those two went? Out in the middle of nowhere. He shit. Shen Wanzhou turned his head with a somber face and stared at the supplies in the storeroom. His eyes lowered as if lost in thought. Chapter 91. The wave of corpses approaches. After winding through a maze of alleys and bringing Zhou Chaoyan out, Cen Huan quickly found her way to the back door of the storeroom. A whole row of storerooms, 10 in total. Cen Huan looked back and exchanged a glance with Zhou Chaoyan. He nodded to indicate it was fine. She then slipped quietly into the storeroom and in less than a minute, finished collecting the supplies and came back out. Then they moved to the next room. With Zhou Chaoyan responsible for watch and lockpicking with his psychic shielding, the faint sounds of lockpicking were negligible inside the storeroom. Cen Huan used her wood-type abilities vines to quickly gather the supplies. She didn't care whether the materials were ones she needed. Having come all this way, she not only planned to pluck every last bit of wool, she even intended to eat the sheep. Time passed quickly. The two maintained eye contact the whole time. By the time Cen Huan left the 8th room and stepped toward the 9th, Zhou Chaoyan's expression grew grave, and with quick reflexes he grabbed her. With the motion, Cen Huan stumbled into his arms. Zhou Chaoyan leaned forward and said 2 words. "Corpse tied." It split at a touch. The tingling in Cen Huan's ears hadn't even subsided when Zhou Chaoyan grabbed her and started running. The two of them quickly returned to the place where the team was on guard. Bai Yi and Uncle Wang immediately grew tense when they saw the scene. Zhou Chaoyan looked sternly at the 2 Shan sisters, his thin lips parting slightly. "The corpse tied, there are many of them. They've already surrounded us." In an instant the squad of psychics abilityusers became grave-faced. Uncle Wang and Bai Yi immediately drew their tang blades, readying themselves for battle. Although Lin Ye's team hesitated a little, they also believed Zhou Chaoyan wasn't joking, and secretly took up battle formation. Shen Wanzhou looked surprised, while Jinlong standing beside him was full of disdain. "Is this because you young couple didn't get enough fun and are deliberately trying to give us some excitement? Do you think this desolate wilderness looks like it has a zombie horde?" No sooner had the words fallen than screams from the spatial power user came from the doorway. "Brother Long really has a corpse tied." The junior brothers cried out in a panic. "I damn well heard it." The squad began to panic. The guards around Shen Wanzhou immediately stepped forward, shielding the Shun sisters behind them. The Shun sisters took the weapons handed to them by the guards, and Cen Huan also drew her tang blade. In an instant, the tide of corpses surged in from the factory gate and surrounded them. The zombies, surging forward in a mad rush, quickly came to blows with the others, but after only a few minutes of fighting, the zombies outside the factory had filled the entire plant. Everyone could only fight while retreating. The guards held the front line, bullets rattling like they were worthless. Shen Wanzhou turned entirely metallic, shielding Shen Wanyin in his arm while wielding a machete to hack down the zombies breaking through the line. Cen Huan could no longer hide her strength either. At the life-or-death moment, survival came first. Countless vines burst from her hands, piercing straight through the zombies' skulls, and when she reeled them back she dragged the crystal cores along with them. Zhou Chaoyan's lightning-based ability surged in his hands, and with each strike a whole bunch went down, but the gap was quickly filled by other zombies. Golden Dragon also had a metal-type ability. At this moment he held a battle axe, swinging it to hack at the zombies. Everyone was doing their utmost, resisting the sudden crisis point. 2 hours passed. The group used the warehouse as their center and kept fighting the zombies. After a long time they began to feel somewhat exhausted. The soldiers had long since run out of bullets. The space ability users who'd left their weapons outside the factory were taken care of by the zombies, so now they could only fix bayonets to their guns and fight the zombies to the death. But most of the soldiers were ordinary people, their physical fitness far inferior to that of the ability users. Another soldier, dazed, was dragged into the horde of zombies. There was a corridor to the right of the storeroom. The zombies in front of them kept piling up, so the group could only fight while retreating, step by step, moving back into the corridor. Jinlong led the way into the passage. After 2 hours of fighting, most of his team were down and now only 4 were left. The soldiers were second, followed by Sun Yun's team. Cen Huan and Zhou Chaoyan, tireless, fought with one hand using their psychic power and the other wielding tang blades, slicing through zombies as if cutting tofu and watermelon. The passage was narrow, wide enough for only 2 people to fight side by side. Cen Huan saw them withdraw into the passage and followed, fighting as she retreated. Zhou Chaoyan stood beside her the whole time, forming an impenetrable barrier between her and the zombies, but it didn't hinder her fighting. The two retreated together, firmly keeping all the surging zombies outside the defensive line, which gave the people in front a chance to catch their breath. To the end of the corridor was a small staircase. After going down, it led to a basement. Brother Long. The basement. Jin Long glanced at the Shun sisters who had followed behind, gave his underling a sullen look, and was the first to open the door and go in. The basement passage was even more crowded, only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Shan Wanzhou shielded Cen Huan, closely following behind Jin Long's squad. The underling holding the door, seeing the last brother come in, quickly and deftly tried to close it. Cen Huan pressed close and instantly thrust her leg into the door gap to jam it. Bang! A sound, sister! Cen Huan cried, looking at her sister's thigh stuck in the door. After the leg was metallized, it could withstand much stronger attacks. Cen Huan comfortingly glanced at her younger sister. She turned her body and, using the trapped leg, kicked the lackey at the doorway squarely in the chest. There was a thud as he hit the ground. Seeing this, Jin Long knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare act up. He only fixed Cen Huan with a cold, sinister stare. Cen Huan pushed the door open. The security team filed in one after another and surrounded the lackeys on the floor. Cen Huan looked at her sister with affection. A gentle, healing white light glowed in her hand as her small palm pressed against Cen Huan's trapped thigh. After a while, his expression gradually eased, with no more oddballs. The remaining people all made it down to the basement without incident. Outside the door, only Cen Huan and Zhou Chaoyan remained, fighting relentlessly. Cen Huan's physical strength gradually declined, and the speed of harvesting slowed down. More and more zombies surged up in a dense, dark mass. The cramped space also hindered the use of supernatural abilities. She could only keep swinging the tang knife, cutting off the necks of the zombies reaching toward her. Young master. Uncle Wang stared fixedly at the two still in the corridor. Zhou Chaoyan signaled to Cen Huan with his eyes and gave her a shove backward. Cen Huan followed through, decapitating several zombies and using the momentum to dash swiftly toward the basement. Zhou Chaoyan felt Cen Huan moving away. The tang blade in his hand traced phantom arcs, and in an instant more than a dozen heads fell to the ground. Then he pushed off with his feet, leaping toward the basement door to put distance between himself and the zombies. The lightning orb in his hand shot out, detonating precisely in the midst of the zombie horde. Another dozen-plus zombies fell, severed limbs and arms flying everywhere, momentarily blocking the passage. Zhou Chaoyan seized the chance, slid down the stairs and entered through the basement door. Uncle Wang closed the door as soon as the mechanism was aligned. Phew. Finally safe. Bai exaggeratedly shook his shoulders. During the fight with the zombies just now, a few strands of his hair had been burned away. The basement door wasn't sturdy enough, so Cen Huan stepped forward and used his gold system ability to weld the lock shut. She finally exhaled in relief, but the next second she strode over to the underling who had just blocked the door, her face ashen. The underling had been kicked in the chest by her a moment ago, and was now leaning against the corner, gasping for breath. Seeing Cen Huan's sullen face, the knife in his hand used to hack zombies still dripped black blood, his scalp crawled. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Commander, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just nervous. Brother Long, save me. Brother Long. Before Jin Long could even make a sound, his little brother's pleas abruptly fell silent. A head tumbled and rolled, flipping to a stop in front of him, its dead eyes staring at him without closing. Long Gu felt a chill in his heart and hastily looked away, only to meet Cen Huan's utterly expressionless eyes. Only then did he truly realize that this woman was not someone to be trifled with. Cen Huan's eyes held a strong warning, and Jin Long lowered his head guiltily. In his heart, he kept cursing Cen Huan, damn woman, don't let me get the chance. The basement was actually quite spacious. The remaining 30 or so people each occupied a corner. Jin Long had just lost another underling. Now with him included, only 3 people remained, and the previous arrogance was gone. Lin Ye's squad had also lost 2 teammates, and now the whole team stood together in low spirits. The only female member was shedding tears. The army suffered even heavier losses. Of more than 30 people, only 7 or 8 remained, and 2 were injured. Cen Huan was busy treating the wounded. Cen Huan turned away, took out a vial of medicine, and drank it. Then he took out several supernatural recovery potions and stealthily handed them to Uncle Wang, and Zhou Chaonian lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Suddenly something cold and icy was shoved into his hand, and he reflexively closed his grip. Cen Huan looked up in surprise. Zhou Chaonian only then realized that besides the potion, he was holding a few warm fingers. That he cleared his throat and let go. Cen Huan immediately drew her hand back. I should have told him to give it to me first. Chapter 92 Basement Mutation? Zombies were pounding on the door outside. Cen Huan looked out through the small window in the door. The outside was packed with zombies pressing in, making her scalp prickle. At this rate the door would be burst open sooner or later. She had to think of a way to block everyone's scent. Cen Huan looked toward Xun. Wanzhou then moved over to Uncle Wang and murmured a few words. She still couldn't reveal the space. She could only check Uncle Wang's space to see if it contained anything she needed. Uncle Wang nodded and took a large box of medicated oil from the space. He said, "Mist Sun, there's no perfume. Look. Would medicated oil do?" They didn't know when the medicated oil had been stored. The space always had enough, so they hadn't thrown it away. Cen Huan thought for a moment. The medicated oil had a strong scent and should work. Then she walked over to the 2 Xun sisters and said to Xun Wanzhou, "Miss Xun, I would like to ask you for a favor." Xun Wanzhou looked at her suspiciously, but still followed Cen Huan to the doorway. Bai Yi and Uncle Wang were already prepared. Cen Huan nodded, and the 2 of them soaked the torn rags in a basin full of medicated oil, then stuffed them around the door gap. She explained to Xun Wanzhou, "Medicated oil can block odors. Please seal the door gap, Miss Xun." Xun Wanzhou nodded, and before she could move, Xun Wanyan's question came from behind. "But if we do that, won't we be trapped down here?" Cen Huan smiled and shook her head. "No. The basement is spacious, and there's enough oxygen for us to stay the whole night. The zombies outside won't be able to smell us. Tile disperse after a few hours." Xun Wan's gaze flickered toward Cen Huan. She seemed to have been deceived by the shy appearance she had just shown. Only now, seeing her sly, lively eyes, did she gradually start to realize. But Xun Wanzhou didn't get angry. In an apocalypse, those who know how to hide their trump cards live longer. Xun Wanyin also caught on and nodded with understanding. Then Xun Wanzhou stepped forward, activated his ability, and sealed the cloth strip that had been dabbed with medicated oil. The zombies pounding on the door outside instantly lost their target, sniffing blankly and lingering at the entrance. Zhou Chaonian's psychic energy spread out, gradually luring the zombies to move outward. The zombies outside the factory were easiest to lure. They were already far away and couldn't smell the basement at all, but because of the distance and the huge numbers, Zhou Chaonian found it somewhat taxing. The zombies behind mindlessly followed those in front. So Cen Huan solved it at the root. Once the zombies lost their target, they became aimless. At this point Zhou Chaonian felt much more at ease. The zombies are spreading out. Xun Wanyin pressed against the window, whispered to Xun Wanzhou, and Xun Wan's tense body relaxed. Peering over, the zombies at the door were indeed wandering little by little, slowly edging outward. It was just that their speed was unbearably slow. A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She reached out and looked at Cen Huan. "Xun Wanzhou, my sister Xun Wanyin." Xun Wanyin smiled gently at Cen Huan. This young girl was quite clever, and she was also pretty. Cen Huan. Friendship among girls is also quite strange. After just a few words, Cen Huan already wanted to become friends. But girls can be quite reserved with each other, like right now. After the introductions there was nothing left to talk about, and the 3 fell into an awkward silence. Xun Wanyin glanced around, unexpectedly meeting 2 blank stares, and burst out laughing. She said to Cen Huan, "Miss Cen, don't take it personally, me sister isn't very good at making friends." Cen Huan waved her hand, but then saw a guard team member hurry over to Xun Wanzhou, lean close and whisper something in her ear. Xun Wan's expression changed abruptly. She turned and in 3 quick strides rushed up to the captain of the guards. The captain was leaning against a teammate, eyes tightly shut, brows knitted in pain, sweat beads rolling continuously down his forehead, his whole body trembling. People gathered around. Xun Wanzhou pulled up the squad leader's sleeve, and the shocking wound made everyone gasp. There was a bite on his arm so deep the bone could be seen, already faintly turning black. Deng Feng, are you okay? Deng Feng broke free of Cen Huan's hand and curled up on the ground in pain. Cen Huan had two team members forcefully hold Deng Feng down. And Cen Huan stepped forward to heal him with her special ability, but it had little effect. Long Gu, he was bitten by a zombie. Will he turn into a zombie? He'll definitely turn. Long Gu, what do we do? Shut up. Cen Huan turned his head and shouted. Her mind was in turmoil. Deng Feng had been her father's subordinate. After her father's death, Deng Feng had voluntarily taken on the role of bodyguard for the two sisters. She felt a bit hopeless. Cen Huan's tears kept falling, her powers at hand activated continuously, and she looked back at Cen Huan helplessly. Sister. Cen Huan also closed her eyes in despair. When she opened them again, there was resolve in her gaze. The knife in her hand was slowly raised, when suddenly another hand grabbed her wrist. Cen Huan looked at Deng Feng rolling on the ground and said softly, "He can still be saved." Cen Huan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as she waited quietly for her to continue. Cen Huan spoke. Being bitten by a zombie doesn't necessarily mean death. There's another possibility: awakening a special ability and becoming an ability user. Cen Huan didn't say mutant, because that theory was only formulated in the second year of the apocalypse. Cen Huan was half doubtful, half convinced. Cen Huan shook his head indifferently. You don't have to believe me. I've seen this situation before. Of course, if he can't pull through, he'll still mutate. Cen Huan's voice was hoarse. I believe you. Tell me what to do. Cen Huan first asked Uncle Wang for the items needed for a surgical procedure. Of course, they weren't real surgical instruments. A chef's knife was used instead of a scalpel. There was no alcohol for sterilization. Bei's fire-type ability was used instead. And finally a bottle of high-proof baijiu was brought out. Cen Huan gradually began to understand and realize that Cen Huan intended to cut away the gangrenous flesh from Deng Feng's wound. Sure enough, the next moment Cen Huan spoke. I'm not a professional, but I have some experience. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Zhou Chaonian, and Zhou Chaonian immediately remembered the wound on his back. It turned out Cen Huan had treated it. Cen Huan hurriedly spoke. Me. I used to be a military doctor. Cen Huan's eyes lit up. These two sisters were truly more of a treasure than the last. Cen Huan also felt a bit embarrassed. After the apocalypse arrived, she awakened a healing-type ability. And later when her father died, she and her sister desperately leveled up their powers. She had almost forgotten her profession. Besides, ordinary wounds could be healed by her ability, and she had grown somewhat reliant on it. Uncle Wang, Bei helped pull up the white cloth, setting up a makeshift operating room. Cen Huan walked to Zhou Chaonian's side, and Zhou Chaonian said softly, "Thank you." Huh? Thank what? She looked over in confusion, but Zhou Chaonian's expression was cold, with no intention of explaining at all over there. Once the operation began, Deng Feng kept letting out agonized screams, causing the people outside to unconsciously move away from that area. The three of Jinlong squatted even farther back. Two of their underlings whispered, "Quick, check yourselves to make sure you weren't bitten, right?" No. He really won't turn into a zombie, will he? What is there to be afraid of? That couple is so powerful. The two of them blocked the entire factory's zombies. Are you still afraid they can't handle just one? True, Brother Long, can we make it back alive? Jinlong didn't answer. He had noticed during the fight that the couple who went to the restroom, who had assumed were a pretty boy and a delicate girl, turned out to be two damn killing machines. It seemed the female killer had a good relationship with those two women from the army. So Jinlong decided to lower his profile to avoid bringing trouble on himself. I'll deal with those two bitches when we get back to the base. Suddenly, Deng Feng let out a piercing scream that shocked everyone. Even the shambling zombies that had staggered away lunged back at the door. This. He's turned into a zombie, isn't he? Get in, hurry up, what are you standing there for? Cen Huan's face changed. Just as she was about to go in and see, Zhou Chaonian grabbed her wrist and shook his head. Cen Huansong breathed out. It seemed he was all right. After a while, the white cloth was pulled back and the Shun sisters came out. Cen Huan returned the items to Uncle Wang. Looking utterly drained, Cen Huan supported her and said to Cen Huan, "Thank you." Her tone was full of extreme exhaustion. Cen Huan nodded and told them to go rest from now on. He'll have to rely on himself. Cen Huan helped Cen Huan to the side to rest. All night, the Shun sisters were on edge, their hearts in their throats. praying that Deng Feng wouldn't turn into a zombie. Chapter 93 Escape from the factory. The factory was much quieter at night. Zhou Chaonian sensed the zombies had retreated and was about to turn and tell Cen Huan. But he found she had fallen asleep sometime without his noticing. After quietly watching Cen Huan's profile for a while, he turned and closed his own eyes. In the morning, Cen Huan woke at the slightest sound. It turned out to be Zhou Chaonian getting up. With sleepy, bleary eyes, she looked up at Zhou Chaonian, appearing innocent and adorable. Woke you up? No. How did I fall asleep? Cen Huan also rose. Last night she had been sitting next to Zhou Chaonian, constantly watching Deng Feng's condition. Later she chatted with Meng and asked why Meng hadn't warned her yesterday. Meng innocently replied that its warning range was much smaller than Zhou Chaonian's, so with Zhou Chaonian there, its warnings seemed redundant and even tended to disturb Cen Huan's thoughts. However, if Cen Huan were in danger, it would definitely alert her immediately. Zhou Nian lowered his eyes and looked at her, reached out, grabbed Cen Huan's hand and pulled her up. Thank you. Uncle Wang saw the two of them getting up and hurriedly got out of bed as well, pulling Bai to prepare breakfast. Cen Huan swayed over to Xun Wan's side and glanced at Deng Feng behind the white cloth. Miss Xun, how is he? Xun Wan's eyes were bloodshot, looking as if she hadn't slept all night. Her voice was hoarse as she said, the fever's down. But he still hasn't woken up. Cen Huan nodded and invited the Xun sisters to breakfast together. Of course, with payment we don't have many crystal cores left. It's okay, just consider it making a friend. When Cen Huan told Uncle Wang about it and offered to pay with some of her crystal cores, Uncle Wang refused outright. Cen Huan had to put the matter aside and wait to return to the base to compensate him in another way. After breakfast, Zhou Chaonian quietly told Cen Huan that there weren't many zombies left outside. Cen Huan looked through the small window into the corridor. Only 2 or 3 zombies were lingering in the passage in the distance. She turned to Xinhuan Wanzhou and asked, what about Deng Feng's condition? Is he able to travel? Xun Wanin tore off a strip of white cloth and bound Deng Feng's bitten hand to prevent infection during the transfer. Have 2 soldiers take turns carrying him on their backs. Then Xun Wanzhou approached Cen Huan's group. Miss Cen, we can set off. It's just Deng Feng. Please look after him on the road. Cen Huan understood her meaning and nodded solemnly. Zhou Chaonian stood in the doorway staring down the corridor, then turned to everyone ready and said, we can go. Xun Wanzhou stepped forward and used her supernatural power to open the door that had been blocked the day before. Creak! After the door opened, everyone waited for 2 minutes. And no zombies poured in. Zhou Chaonian was the first to step out of the basement, with King Bai's Uncle Wang right behind him. Cen Huan followed behind the 2 Shan sisters walking after the wounded. Behind them were the other members of the guard. Sun Yun's squad and Jinlong's squad were at the very end. A few scattered zombies heard the commotion and, sensing the scent, lunged over. Only to be silently dispatched by Zhou Chaonian with his Tang Dao. Everyone cautiously stepped out of the corridor one by one and entered the factory, but the bodies that had been everywhere were gone. The zombies didn't just eat the espers. Their own kind were also food to them, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Only black blood splattered across the floor remained at the scene, and the metallic stench in the air testified to yesterday's battle. Cen Huan and the others escorted the people to the car. There were 3 vehicles but only one was still barely usable. Xun Wanzhou put Deng Feng in the front passenger seat, arranged for Xun Wanin to take care of him, and squeezed into the rear compartment with Cen Huan. Cen Huan kept watch on the surroundings, waiting for the others to get in. Zhou Chaonian was stationed at the back of the car to assist. After Uncle Wang Bei got in, he climbed in as well and crouched down beside Cen Huan. Just as the last person was clambering into the carriage, Zhou Chaonian shouted, drive, there are zombies. Hearing the shout, the last person froze for a moment, and the hand that had been gripping the railing slipped away. Seeing the vehicle start, Zhou Chaonian reached out, grabbed the last person's collar, and hauled him straight into the car. Cen Huan looked up. A horde of zombies had started appearing at the street mouth, rapidly closing in on them. The vehicle started up quickly, the accelerator was slammed, the tires spun wildly, the person in the rear compartment staggered, and the car shot forward at high speed. But after all, it was a truck. No matter how fast, it couldn't go that fast. A dense mass of zombies had already caught up. Many of the zombies leapt straight onto the railing, struggling to climb up. Cen Huan flung the vine in her hand, piercing several zombies' heads at once, water element ability attached to it. When retracting, she casually dug out the crystal core and sent it straight into her space. Without anyone knowing that no one would have expected that, under such circumstances, Cen Huan still had the energy to dig out the zombie crystal core. Even Zhou Chaoyan couldn't have done it. But Zhou Nian saw the reflection on the vine that Cen Huan had retracted with sharp eyes, and in an instant understood what had happened. His gaze held a hint of inquiry, but he said nothing. He deliberately, or perhaps unintentionally, shielded Cen Huan, keeping the zombie blood from splattering on her. Meanwhile, Xun Wanzhou was also fighting hard to slaughter the zombies. She herself is a metal-type ability user. After her body turned metallic, she became impervious to blades and spears, and her stamina is far better than that of ordinary ability users. Second, she is a weapons engineer. And her younger sister is a military medic, so she knows better how to use weapons with the least effort and which weak points on zombies are easiest to strike. Jinlong was crouched in the corner at the end of the carriage, while the two thugs beside him nervously and clumsily hacked at the zombies. Several times they almost injured him by mistake. They're both Gene-type abilities. Why on earth is that little woman ranked higher than him? Why can she kill zombies with such ease? A strong jealousy appeared in Jin Longyan's eyes. At this moment he fell into a kind of madness. The zombies' howls became a death knell in his ears. It kept replaying in his head. Push her. Push her down. Push her down. He turned his head and looked at Cen Huan and Zhou Chaoyan, who were concentrating on killing zombies. The spiteful eyes rolled and it stood up, pretending to hack at the zombies with its weapon. And truth, it had unconsciously moved closer to Xun Wanzhou's side. Suddenly it feigned a slip of the foot, lunged forward, and shoved hard at Xun Wanzhou's back. Xun Wanzhou, focused on cutting the zombies in front of her, suddenly felt a chill on her back. Feeling a hand push her, she went over the railing and fell. Commander! The guard beside her shouted. Xun Wanzhou looked at the nauseating faces of the zombies drawing closer, and the countless claws reaching out toward her. In her mind she only had time to think about what would happen to her sister. Xun Wanzhou fell into the thick encirclement of zombies, countless claws instantly attaching to her body. Xun Wanzhou quietly closed her eyes, waiting for the zombies tearing. Without warning, Gu Mingyu's face surfaced in her mind. From age 5 to 25. She hadn't expected that she would die like this, and in such a tragic way. Gu Mingyu would surely go mad. She thought. She only hoped he could come through it quickly and take good care of her younger sister. Tears rolled from Xun Wanzhou's eyes as she felt the surrounding zombies tearing at her. When a vine slipped over the masses of undead and accurately looped around her waist, with a powerful tug, Xun Wanzhou was instantly pulled out of the pile of zombies. Cen Huan's forehead was beaded with sweat from anxiety. She actually didn't know whether she had managed to pull her out, but when Xun Wanzhou's cold face appeared amid the zombies, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. The ability recovery instantly hauled Xun Wanzhou into the carriage. There wasn't time to think. She fished out a vial, pinched Xun Wanzhou's mouth and forced it down her throat. Xun Wanzhou stared blankly at Cen Huan's flurry of actions, and only when she met her clear eyes and felt the faint pain from her wounds did she realize she had just escaped death. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Sister. Sister. What's wrong with my sister? Sister? I'm fine. Hearing Xun Wanyan's anxious cry, Xun Wanzhou only had time to soothe her, and it was only when Xun Wanyin in the cockpit heard the voice that she calmed down. Xun Wanzhou was still injured. Her arms, legs, chest, back, even her face were covered with zombie scratches, and there were a few bite marks. Fortunately Xun Wanzhou is a metal-type esper. Otherwise Cen Huan would probably have ended up a pile of bones. Bai kicked Jinlong flat to the ground, planted his foot on his chest, and pressed the Tang saber to his neck. What a damn scumbag! Commander Shen, what should we do with him? Jinlong shouted urgently. I damn well fell. How was I supposed to know I'd knock her over? I didn't do it on purpose. Anger surged in Xun Wanzhou's eyes. She snatched the knife from Bai's hand and drove it into Jinlong's shoulder. I really didn't mean to. Aren't you fine? Fine. Xun Wanzhou asked weakly, interrupting Cen Huan's examination of her wounds. I heard you're a Gene-type psychic too. Jinlong's pupils contracted sharply. The reflection of Xun Wanzhou in his eyes looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Then I'll let you taste what it's like to be torn apart by zombies. After finishing speaking, she grabbed Jinlong by the collar and threw him into the pile of zombies. Jinlong screamed miserably as the zombies surrounded and swallowed him. The car drove away and his voice gradually faded. Chapter 94. Gu Mingyu going crazy. The truck sped on. After Cen Huan had dealt with Jin Long, she couldn't hold herself up any longer and collapsed. Cen Huan hurried forward to check. Cen Huan was breathing rapidly. The bitten tooth marks and scratches were faintly darkening. How much longer until we reach the base? The guard stammered in reply, 2-3 blocks. Tell the driver to go faster. He turned back, grabbed Cen Huan's sleeve and tore it open. Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang understood and took out a white cloth from the space. Bei glanced back, then also withdrew from the battlefield, standing to the left while Uncle Wang stood to the right, shielding Cen Huan and the other deity the rear of the vehicle. Zhou Chaonian and the other ability users were quickly cutting down zombies. Cen Huan signaled to Cen Huan not to make a sound, and then like a magician pulling something from a space, produced an alcohol swab. Then she deliberately spoke loudly, don't move, I'll check whether you have any other wounds. The puzzled bodyguards immediately turned their heads. Cen Huan rubbed alcohol over the wound on Cen Huan's arm with a grave expression. The alcohol seeped directly into the flesh, and the pain made large beads of sweat break out on Cen Huan's forehead. Cen Huan took out 2 vials and motioned for her to drink, without asking what they were. Cen Huan trembled and, tilting her head back, gulped them down. A gentle force instantly flowed through her whole body, warming even the area around the wound, and the superpower she had nearly exhausted was rapidly recovering. Cen Huan's beautiful eyes rounded in disbelief as she stared at Cen Huan. Cen Huan snatched the syringe from her hand and, with a flip of her delicate hand, packed everything away. She really had examined Cen Huan's body just now. Fortunately, the military uniform was good quality. Although there were bite marks, no virus had penetrated. But that mark on her face don't let it ruin her looks. There's nothing that can be done about it now. They can only hurry back to the base and have Cen Huan treat her. All of this only takes 3 to 5 minutes. Cen Huan stands up, pulls off the white cloth the two had been holding, and wraps Cen Huan up tightly. Only a pair of stunned, wide eyes are exposed. This look is far from her usual indifference. It adds a touch of cuteness. How is the commander? The guards asked anxiously, and Cen Huan glanced at the Jinlong underling shivering in the corner of the carriage. She's very weak right now. We need to hurry back to the base. Cen Huan stared with wide eyes. Am I weak? My psychic power feels so full right now. Forget it. Since Cen Huan says I'm weak, then I'm weak. The next second Cen Huan weakly leaned on the guard's shoulder. Commander. For a moment everyone's heart on the vehicle leapt into their throat. The commander was in trouble. If he went back like this, would he get any good outcome? Not to mention the others, the young master of the Gu family would never let them off. With just those words, the psychics on the vehicle fought even harder against the zombies. Cen Huan took the opportunity to pull Zhou Chaonian to the rear and slipped a vial into his hand. She had just noticed that with Zhou Chaonian leading in the front, everyone else was paddling along and killing zombies half-heartedly. That was when Jinlong seized the opportunity. Zhou Chaonian's robe was grabbed, and when he turned, he saw Cen Huan's furtive movements. His heart warmed, and he turned to drink the potion Cen Huan had given him. His mood instantly became much more pleasant with everyone's concerted effort. The zombies behind the vehicle were quickly almost entirely wiped out. Only a few were left sprinting at the rear, and as they neared the base gate they were conveniently strangled to death by the departing espers. Cen Huan looked at the guards at the gate and did not let the driver slow down at all. She stuck her head out and shouted, "Move aside! Move aside!" The guard saw it was Miss Cen and quickly moved the barricade, clearing the people coming in and out of the entrance. The vehicle roared off. Cen Huan said to the driver, "Go straight to the infirmary." The driver, familiar with the route, stopped the vehicle at the infirmary entrance, and immediately the base's patrol team came up to assist. Cen Huan jumped out, had the security team carry Deng Feng inside, and ran to the rear compartment herself. Just in time to see Cen Huan jump out of the car, she looked at Cen Huan wrapped up like a mummy, in terror, tears the size of beans streaming down uncontrollably. Cen Huan hurriedly comforted, "I'm fine, I'm fine." Cen Huan chimed in from the side, "Hurry inside, or you'll ruin your face if you don't go in." When Cen Huan heard that, she without a word pulled Cen Huan away. Cen Huan and the others were held by the base security squad for questioning. Supposedly to gather information, each team of psychics was separated for interrogation, with records taken individually. By the time Cen Huan and the others came out, they saw Jinlong's 2 underlings slinking out of the interrogation room with their heads hanging. Seeing them, they immediately panicked and ran away. Back at their lodgings, everyone relaxed. Cen Huan even slept straight through until the next morning. When Hu Yunshan heard that Cen Huanzhou had been injured, he went to the infirmary. Personally to pay a visit, he wanted to hold the guard accountable in anger, but it wasn't until Cen Huanzhou dragged her badly injured body out of bed to block him that his resolve faltered. Deng Feng woke up the next day, found he hadn't turned into a zombie, and had become a psychic. The big man cried like a child and swore to repay Cen Huanzhou. On the third day Gu Mingyu returned. She had been quite happy. But upon hearing that Cen Huanzhou was injured, she rushed straight to the infirmary. When Cen Huanzhou turned his head and saw Gu Mingyu standing at the clinic door, panting, seeing his face again. It was exactly the same as the one that had appeared in his mind among the pile of corpses. He didn't treat him with his usual cold stare. He simply lowered his eyes quietly. Gu Mingyu seemed unable to move his feet. He couldn't believe that the person lying on the hospital bed was Cen Huanzhou. No longer the distant coldness of before. Her petite body was hidden under the oversized hospital gown, looking pitiful and helpless. A gauze pad stuck to the right cheek, her whole face pale and weak, drained of vitality. Gu Mingyu couldn't help stepping forward and scooped Cen Huanzhou into her arms, her chin pressed tightly against Cen Huanzhou's forehead, suddenly pulled into a warm embrace. Cen Huanzhou froze for a few seconds and forgot to push away. Huanzhou? Does it hurt? Gu Mingyu's low voice came from above. Cen Huanzhou awkwardly averted her eyes and struggled to push him away. You touched my wound. As soon as Gu Mingyu heard that, he reflexively let go. Where? Let me see. Sorry. Cen Huanzhou's face flushed crimson, and Gu Mingyu looked left and right, as if she wouldn't feel at ease until she saw the wound. Cen Huanzhou could only bury her head lower, like an ostrich. Just then Cen Huanin came into the infirmary carrying medicine. Seeing the two of them, she assumed Gu Mingyu was bullying Cen Huanzhou. Gu Mingyu turned around and seeing the menacing Cen Huanin, instinctively cowered. Huanin Jejia. Cen Huanin looked her sister over carefully, cocked her head and said coldly to Gu Mingyu, I'm going to change my sister's dressings. You should go out. Gu Mingyu asked anxiously, can I help? Cen Huanin immediately turned her head and glared at Gu Mingyu fiercely. What? Do you still want to watch my sister undress? Whoosh! Gu Mingyu's face flushed instantly, and she didn't know where to put her hands or feet. The next second she immediately turned her back and said in a muffled voice, Huanzhou, I'll come see you later. She dashed out. Cen Huanzhou exhaled lightly, looked up and met Cen Wenyan's teasing gaze. What's wrong? Cen Huanin rolled up her sleeve and smeared the ointment on the wound. The stinging pain made Cen Huanzhou frown. Sister, what were you just doing? Cen Huanzhou's face flushed again, awkwardly looking away. Who knows what kind of mood he suddenly fell into? Cen Huanyan's mouth lifted. She obligingly went along with it, just assumed Gu Mingyu was having a moment. Anyway, her sister's complexion was only 2 shades lower than Gu Mingyu's. Chapter 95. Hu Yunshan's potion. Gu Mingyu came again. For 3 days straight. She slipped in every day after Hu Yunshan left. Today she brought fruit for Cen Huanzhou that she had bought from a trading caravan outside. She had found a basket somehow, dressed it up to look like a fruit hamper, and carried it in to deliver. She hid her face behind the fruit basket, afraid of being unrecognizable to others. Cen Huanzhou knew at a glance that it was Gu Mingyu. Besides him, no one treated her like a child. Gu Mingyu cautiously peeked out from behind the fruit basket, only to find that Cen Huanzhou wasn't looking at him at all. She didn't get angry either. She stepped forward and greeted him warmly. Huanzhou, how are you feeling today? Cen Huanzhou had grown tired of seeing him these past few days, and on top of that Hu Yunshan checked on when she would recover every day. The materials for the new weapon were all ready. They were just waiting for her to make the samples. Hu Yunshan's so pragmatic behavior made Cen Huanzhou feel very uneasy. In fact, her injuries had mostly healed long ago. Cen Huan's medicine was extremely effective. It had already mostly done the job, but it seemed Cen Huan was deliberately making her appear very ill. And since she herself didn't want to develop new weapons, she played the sick beauty for 3 days. Gu Mingyu sat on the chair beside the sickbed, cautiously observing Cen Huanzhou's face. She felt deeply distressed. Then she took a pear from the fruit basket, tore off the Shiwang label printed on it, and picked up a small knife to peel it. Cen Huanzhou tilted her head and glanced at him. Young Master Gu, you don't need to come tomorrow. What's wrong? Are you okay? Can you leave now? Cen Huanzhou lowered her eyes and said coldly, the factory needs me. Gu Mingyu immediately understood and anxiously said, but your injury isn't. Cen Huanzhou cut him off. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Her gaze fixed on Gu Mingyu was completely calm without anger or pain. As if looking at a stranger under that look, Gu Mingyu's inner panic grew and grew. He blurted out a disjointed explanation. I'll go talk to Hu Yunshan. Say what? Say you and I have known each other since we were kids? Gu Mingyu, do you really take me for a child? Everything I'm suffering now, each and every one of these things. Which one wasn't caused by you? Cen Huan showed no expression, her tone without the slightest fluctuation. Her accusations toward Gu Mingyu sounded as if she were merely making small talk. Gu Mingyu was stunned, sitting dazedly, opening her mouth not knowing how to reply. After a long time she could only utter, "I'm sorry." Cen Huan burst out laughing. Heh. Huh? Even if we don't call it over 20 years of friendship, at least we're old acquaintances. When you were homeless, it was my father who took you in. What my father wanted was this one apology from you. A tear slipped from Cen Huan's eye. Gu Mingyu, head bowed, did not see it leave. From now on, let's pretend we never knew each other. Gu Mingyu looked up in terror. Cen Huan's face was pale, and her cold eyes stared straight at Gu Mingyu. The indifference in them felt almost tangible. Ignoring Gu Mingyu's pleading expression, afraid she would make herself sick, Gu Mingyu could only soothe her. Wanzhou, I'll go. Don't be angry anymore. I'll come see you again tomorrow. As the hem of Gu Mingyu's clothes disappeared through the doorway, Cen Huan's body went limp and she collapsed weakly against the headboard. Tears at the corner of her eyes fell like pearls strung from a broken thread. She hated Gu Mingyu. She hated that he had concealed things about her father's death. She hated him even more for treating her like a child from beginning to end. Of course she could guess that Gu Mingyu had reasons he couldn't avoid, so she outwardly clashed with him. But she did everything he asked. He advised her not to go head-to-head with Hu Yunshan, and she listened. He urged her to develop new weapons for the base, and she listened to that too. But how Gu Mingyu had treated her, deceiving her like a child from beginning to end. When Gu Mingyu left the ward, he ran into the adjutant beside Hu Yunshan. He froze for a moment, then raised a sunny smile and was about to greet him. The adjutant glanced up at him and spoke in a businesslike manner. "Young Master Gu, the base commander requests your presence." Yu Mingyu's smile stiffened on his face, and the adjutant didn't waste any words. He waved, and two soldiers came up behind him carrying their rifles. "Young Master Gu, please." "Heh. Uncle Hu is inviting me to do what, so ceremonious?" Gu Mingyu spoke jokingly, but his vigilance rose. He scrutinized the adjutant's subtle facial expressions, but no one responded to him. And the adjutant's face showed no expression. When he reached the base office, Gu Mingyu raised his hand to knock, but was interrupted by the adjutant. The door was opened directly, and he was shoved in from behind. Yu Mingyu stumbled and nearly fell face-first onto the sofa. Hu Yunshan was at the desk handling base affairs. Yu Mingyu straightened up, observing Hu Yunshan for a while without changing his expression. Hu Yunshan glanced up at him, and Gu Mingyu's spirit force instantly backlashed onto himself. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and slumped to the ground, and an overwhelming terror rose in his heart. Hu Yunshan's psychic ability. When did he become so terrifying? Gu Mingyu's heart raced, her cheeks flushing as she stared at Hu Yunshan in disbelief, even forgetting to breathe. "Mingyu, are you using your mental powers on me now?" Only now did Gu Mingyu react, breathing hard, and she replied with an awkward smile. "Uncle Hu, it's just a habit of mine. Spending 3 days straight visiting our chief engineer Shan also a habit?" Gu Mingyu's pupils constricted slightly. She hadn't expected to be found out. "Uncle Hu, that's not what you think. Miss Shan is crucial to our new weapon. I ought to be concerned." Only then did Hu Yunshan step out from behind his desk, walking slowly, each step seeming to press down on Gu Mingyu's heart. "I was wondering why Shen Yuanqiao would run anywhere but here of all places. He had to fall right at the gate of the Gu family villa." As Hu Yunshan spoke, a devilish smile bloomed across his face. "So it turns out you and the Shen sisters were childhood sweethearts." At the 4 words childhood sweethearts, Gu Mingyu felt her heart drop. Cold sweat began to form on his forehead, and his breathing grew short. "Uncle Hu, I can explain this. Go on. When I was young, my family went through a great upheaval. It was Shen Yuanqiao who took me in. Shen Wanzhou and Shen Huanin were also people I met back then. Shen Yuanqiao did me a favor. He died, so of course I have to take care of his sisters. However, Shen Wanzhou has always believed her father's death has a great connection to me, so she has never liked me. I could only pretend not to know them. When I see her, I always try to persuade her to focus on working for Uncle Hu and not to disappoint your expectations. Hu Yunshan lowered his head to meet Gu Mingyu's eyes. Gu Mingyu swallowed and continued, Uncle Hu, everything I've done was for the base. Hu Yunshan couldn't listen any longer and kicked Gu Mingyu in the chest. Gu Mingyu fell backward to the ground, then was stepped on by Hu Yunshan. Have you really gotten addicted to acting? Whispering secrets in front of Cen Huan, then pretending to be innocent in front of me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child too? Straining beneath Hu Yunshan's foot, Gu Mingyu felt as if the air in her lungs was about to be squeezed out. She pounded desperately on the sole of his foot. Just before Gu Mingyu nearly suffocated, Hu Yunshan withdrew his foot. Fresh air flooded her lungs and Gu Mingyu immediately choked up tears. She rolled about incessantly, coughing that Hu Yunshan watched with cold eyes, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. You say Cen Huanzhou doesn't like you, she should favor her own younger sister, right? Hearing Cen Huanin, Gu Mingyu snapped back to her senses and shouted hoarsely, What did you do to Sister Huanin? Oh, has the best actor stopped acting? Gu Mingyu knew the matter was exposed and immediately launched a psychological assault. Hu Yunshan only gave a cold smile, and Gu Mingyu's psychic power was entirely reflected back at her. Gu Mingyu instantly felt a stabbing pain in her head, cried out miserably, and fainted. Hu Yunshan crouched down, reached out, and patted Gu Mingyu's face. What a pity, the best actor's curtain is about to fall. Then let's see which one of you this female lead will choose. Ha 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 ha. After laughing wantonly, Hu Yunshan took a vial of medicine out of the drawer. He had gotten it a couple of days ago from a black market merchant. Drinking it would raise his own supernatural ability by a whole level. Originally his level was low, not enough to fully suppress Gu Mingyu and Cen Huanzhou, so he always had to resort to threats and inducements. But with this serum, he could do whatever he wanted. No longer timid or hesitant, he drank 2 vials. After the intense pain, he advanced from high rank level 2 to high rank level 4.1. Vial remained. Hu Yunshan turned his head and looked at the overestimating Gu Mingyu. He drank that final vial down. In an instant, his internal organs were torn with agonizing pain. Hu Yunshan collapsed to the ground. Writhing as if near death, he knocked over the office desk, which crashed with a deafening sound. Outside the door, the adjutant's voice rang out. Base Commander! Base Commander, what's wrong with you? Get out! A hissed roar came out as Hu Yunshan blocked the soldiers who were trying to come in. After who knew how long, Hu Yunshan lay back on the ground, limp and exhausted. The pain in his body receded like the tide, replaced by an inexhaustible, boundless power. Hu Yunshan felt as if there were crystallized power forming in his mind. He stood up and admired the bulging muscles on his hands. Suddenly, a burning pain shot through the back of his neck. Hu Yunshan instantly clutched the nape, but the pain came quickly and left quickly. After a moment there was no more sensation. Hu Yunshan checked himself in the mirror and didn't find anything. Chapter 96. Cen Huan's plea for help after sending Gu Mingyu away. Cen Huanzhou felt secretly sorrowful for a long time. Coming to her senses, she looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Xiaoyin would normally have brought her something to eat by this time. Was there something that delayed her today? No, if Xiaoyin had something wrong, she definitely would have had Deng Feng come over early to tell her. Cen Huanzhou reacted instantly. Xiaoyin must have gotten into trouble. He hurriedly got out of bed, pulled his uniform on over the hospital gown, grabbed his service pistol and ran out of the medical room. He first went home but couldn't find her, and then rushed back out. Deng Feng happened to be going out to visit her. Young lady, you're being discharged so soon. Did you see Xiaoyin? Little miss? Didn't she leave at 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock. Usually Xiaoyin leaves home at 4:40 and arrives at the infirmary right at 5. Yes, she said the base commander wanted to discuss something with her. And she'd come to see you afterward. Hu Yunshan wants his pupils constricted. It's really him. When Cen Huanzhou arrived, Hu Yunshan was just getting ready to go home for dinner. Cen Huan's military boots clicked down the corridor. Hu Yunshan watched her approach from a distance with a smiling look, clutching a sidearm in his hand, looking fierce, his eyes blazing with fury. Hu Huanzhou recovered so quickly. Cen Huanzhou ignored the sarcasm in his words. She pressed the gun directly to Hu Yunshan's temple. The bodyguards beside them were stunned in an instant, and the adjutant shouted loudly, Engineer Shan, what are you doing? Hu Yunshan waved his hand, eyes full of mockery. What's this about, Huanzhou? Where's my sister? What did you do to my sister? Cen Huan clenched her fists, the gun in her hand trembling slightly. Anger almost overflowing from her beautiful eyes. Hu Yunshan raised his hand lightly and easily took the gun from above her head. He didn't say a word, but his whole being exuded a kindly aura. Gu Mingyu is feeling a bit unwell, so I asked Wan to go and take a look at him. Gu Mingyu. Cen Huan looked up, his pupils darkening. He wouldn't even let Gu Mingyu off. What exactly do you think you're doing? Her right hand had metallicized, aiming straight for Hu Yunshan's neck. Hu Yunshan raised his hand lightly, and in an instant Cen Huan's right hand was pried away from her. Cen Huan trembled all over, her right hand hanging limply. The sudden pain added several degrees of suffering to her ashen face, and the pistol in her left hand was snatched away by the adjutant. His gaze was desolate, cold sweat kept rolling down his forehead, and a humble voice slipped from his mouth, "Spare them and ill. Return to the factory tomorrow." Hu Yunshan's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily. "Ah, Ming, you even said you don't like him. I think this proves you quite do." Cen Huan's eyes no longer held their former dark brightness, like a pool of stagnant water. Hu Yunshan patted her shoulder and leaned close to Cen Huan's ear. "Then we'll meet at the factory tomorrow, don't be late." He then touched Cen Huan's right hand. A faint clicking sound was heard as he set her hand back into place. With a muffled groan, Cen Huan covered her right hand. Hu Yunshan looked at her with concern. "You have to take good care of that hand. After all, you'll still be using it to make weapons." "Someone escort Engineer Shen back to rest." Cen Huan turned with a dazed look and, under the protection of 2 guards, returned to the base apartment. The guards couldn't bear to see her like that and went to fetch the neighbor, Deng Feng. Deng Feng learned the whole story from the 2 team members and anxiously paced around the room. Suddenly Deng Feng slapped his forehead. "Miss, do you still remember the young lady who saved you?" "Cen Huan." Cen Huan's eyes suddenly lit up. In no time the light in her eyes dimmed. Leaving aside whether they were willing to help, Hu Yunshan's psychic power had already grown so strong that she no longer had any room to resist. She didn't want to implicate others. Seeing her like this, Deng Feng thought for a moment and said, "Miss, Major General Shun taught me. Never give up the slightest hope until the very last moment." Cen Huan was silent for a long time, then looked up at Deng Feng. "But right now, I'm definitely being watched?" Deng Feng felt a bit dispirited too, but still thought they should try. Cen Huan took out a slip of paper, wrote Cen Huan's address on it, and then handed it to Deng Feng. Deng Feng took the note and left. While Cen Huan waited anxiously. As soon as Deng Feng stepped out, he sensed he was being followed. He zigzagged to shake off the tail, then ostentatiously went to the base cafeteria. Cen Huan and the others were having dinner. Several days had passed since their last mission. With nothing much going on at the base recently, they had sneakily returned to Hope Base. Cen Huan did the math on the materials. Carbon fiber was definitely sufficient, and they'd gathered nearly half of the glass. He figured that next trip back they could probably start building the armory. They were enjoying their meal when Zhou Chaonian suddenly stared inexplicably toward the door. Cen Huan turned and asked with her eyes. Zhou Chaonian slightly shook his head. The next second, there was a knock at the door. Bai subconsciously looked at Zhou Chaonian. Only after he nodded did he go to open the door. "Who is it?" He opened the door and saw no one. Bai glanced down and only then noticed a child standing at the doorway, trembling before he could react. The child tossed a note into the house and ran down the stairs. Bai closed the door speechlessly and returned to the dining table. "You little rascal, what kind of prank is this?" Cen Huan stared at the note on the ground, then picked it up. When she opened it, there were words inside. The first line had their address, but below it were only 4 characters, base cafeteria. "Huh? What does that mean?" Zhou Chao took the slip of paper handed over by Cen Huan. After reading it, he met her questioning look and said in a low voice, "You'll know if you go and see." Bai, seeing them get up without eating, felt sore all over, quickly shoveled a couple of mouthfuls and followed them. The group arrived at the base cafeteria, but there was no one waiting at the door as they'd expected. They exchanged a glance and walked into the cafeteria. Just as Bai reached the serving area, someone in a military uniform carrying a tray bumped into him. The man turned, glanced at him a few times, and left without even saying sorry. Cen Huan's pupils darkened slightly, stopping Bai from opening his mouth to curse. She said softly, "I understand. Go back." A few people returned to the apartment, and Cen Huan took out that note again. She said to the others in front of her, "This note was probably sent by Cen Huan." Bai was baffled, and there was also a strong look of doubt in Uncle Wang's eyes. First of all, very few people at this base know us, and even fewer know our address. Besides, the person in the base mess hall who ran into you was Deng Feng. Then why didn't she come find us directly? Zhou Chaonian glanced at Bai Yi, his thin lips parting slightly. The only explanation for going to all this trouble is that she's currently under surveillance. Cen Huan nodded in agreement, and Bai Yi also suddenly understood. Then should we go look for her? Of course we should go. It will be fine if Zhou Chaonian and I go. Maybe we'll even get an unexpected reward. Cen Huan's clear eyes shone with expectant light. Maybe the chance to lure the Shun sisters back to the base had come. Since coming back from Deng Feng, Shun Wanzhou had been restless. From time to time she asked Deng Feng, "Are you sure they really understood what you meant?" Deng Feng nodded. "Are you really sure?" He nodded. "Could they have guessed that I'm being monitored here and therefore be unable to get in?" Nod. Wrong. Shake my head. Wrong. I don't know. Now Deng Feng also began to grow restless. The hour hand moved from 8 to 11, and there was still no movement at the door. Shan Wanzhou said softly, "Deng Feng, you should go back first." "Thank you." Deng Feng was also very helpless. Could it really be that Miss Cen didn't understand his meaning because he had been too discreet? This was the secret connection method that Lieutenant General Shen had taught him. Oh no. Miss Cen had never been in the military. Just as Deng Feng was about to turn back and speak to Shan Wanzhou, bang! The only response was an unfeeling door being shut. Shan Wanzhou closed the door, leaned against it, her legs sliding weakly down, her head buried in her arms as she began to sob silently. Knocked out. A faint sound was heard. Shan Wanzhou reflexively lifted her head, tears still clinging to her cheeks. Listening carefully, the door was silent. Could she have imagined it? Knock knock. The voice came again, and this time Shan Wanzhou identified where it was coming from and turned toward the window. My! Cen Huan and Zhou Chaonian were both crouched outside her window. Seeing her, Cen Huan even waved. Shan Wanzhou wiped her tears into a smile and hastily, cautiously let the two of them in. What happened? Perhaps it was that Cen Huan had saved Shan Wanzhou's life, or perhaps it was that Cen Huan's abilities were so formidable that she gave her complete reassurance. Having held on all day, Shan Wanzhou, like an abused childhood, found someone to stand up for her, hugged Cen Huan and began to cry. Chapter 97. Hu Yunshan's sudden change. Cen Huan held Shan Wanzhou and comforted her for a while. Shan Wanzhou sobbed and gradually calmed down. Zhou Chaonian projected his spirit outward, staring intently at the nearby people who were watching. Shan Wanzhou pulled Cen Huan down to sit on the sofa. "I thought you wouldn't come, that I guessed you might be indisposed, so I took advantage of the guard shift change and came up off schedule." "Thank you, I'm really at my wit's end." "What exactly happened?" "This afternoon, I discovered." Shan Wanzhou calmed down and clearly and coherently explained the whole sequence of events. The more Cen Huan listened, the more shocked she became. Zhou Chaonian's expression also grew very grave. "He intends to produce a superweapon?" Shan Wanzhou replied, "That's right, I did develop some weapon models before the end of the world, but none of them were tested." His explanation to me was that the zombies were upgrading too quickly, and the city already had a dozen or so zombie tides of various sizes. He also used my father's life's work to persuade me, so I agreed. But after he returned from this mission, I found that he had changed a bit. His whole demeanor became much darker, and he didn't trust me much anymore. Every time he came to the clinic to see me, between the lines he kept telling me to hurry back to the factory to work. He even took my sister and Gu Mingyu to force me to comply. When I went to see him today, we briefly got into a fight. His strength suddenly became very powerful. I suspect that he used some method to rapidly enhance his supernatural ability. Quickly enhance supernatural abilities. Cen Huan pondered, recalling rumors she had heard in her past life. It was said there was a black market caravan whose two leading squad captains had unfathomable strength. They moved between various bases across Huaxia, selling a certain potion. The entire caravan had only this one product, yet it drew eager pursuit from ordinary people and ability users nationwide who wanted to grow stronger. This caravan conducts business capriciously. Buyers must have a refer to purchase, and the price of a single vial is extremely high. The mysterious power of this potion is intoxicating. Because a single vial can grant a person without abilities supernatural powers. It can even directly raise the level of someone who already possesses powers by one rank. Although the caravan warned that the potion can fail to transform and instead turn the user into a zombie, but countless people automatically erased that sentence. They would lose everything to buy it. and those who did buy it might not see that caravan again for 5 or 6 years. They appeared like a divine dragon you see only the head of and never the tail. Their movements were unpredictable and extremely strange. Could this Hu Yunshan have taken that potion? This is only the early days of the apocalypse, and Meng City already has black caravans? Could it be? The base of this black caravan is right here in Meng City? Cen Huan, what are you thinking? Cen Huan came back to her senses, looked at Cen Huan's concerned eyes, waved her hand to indicate she was fine. Cen Huan continued. He demanded that I have the weapons produced at the factory by tomorrow, but I had a lingering feeling that something was wrong, and yet the corpse tide was imminent when my father died. He entrusted the entire army to him. Xiaoyin and I also serve the base with all our hearts. I never expected him to become like this. Cen Huan looked at the despondent Cen Huan and considered a possibility. Huanzhou, have you ever thought about your father's death? Cen Huan looked up at Cen Huan. Cen Huan weighed her words before speaking. External forces can quickly increase a person's power, but they cannot change a person's ambition. Perhaps Hu Yunshan was always such a greedy person. Cen Huan stared blankly at Cen Huan, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes without her realizing it. And a wonder. Gu Mingyu mumbled and hemmed and hawed whenever her father's death was mentioned. Cen Huan had had suspicions in her heart. She just didn't want to believe them. Her father was a soldier dedicated to the people. While alive he disciplined the army strictly and wouldn't take so much as a needle or thread from the people. Throughout the entire southwest, this army's iron discipline was famously strict. She didn't understand what had happened either, how this army had come to be like this. She could only think that his father must have died on the battlefield, not betraying the uniform he wore. So, Gu Mingyu must know some inside story, but why didn't she tell her? A blazing fury surged in her heart, overwhelming hatred consuming her. The regret in her eyes felt tangible, and she wanted to rush off right then to fight Hu Yunshan to the death. Cen Huan strained to stop her. Calm down. Gu Mingyu might be hiding this from you precisely because she's afraid you'd react like this. It seems Gu Mingyu must have made some deal with Hu Yunshan, and now their relationship has fallen apart. Cen Huan came to her senses and said through her tears, yes, he has always told me not to mention that we know each other in front of Hu Yunshan. He definitely doesn't want to become an excuse for Hu Yunshan to blackmail me. I was injured these past few days. He secretly came to see me. He must have been discovered. After learning the ins and outs, Cen Huan comforted Cen Huan and pulled Zhou Chaoyan down to discuss a strategy. Tomorrow, like this. Cen Huan listened to Cen Huan and Zhou Chaoyan's arrangements and nodded. Very soon it was the next day. Cen Huan had hardly slept all night. She spent the whole night dreaming of 1,000 different outcomes for tomorrow, each one unbearable to her. Before dawn had fully broken, Cen Huan got out of bed and methodically put on her military uniform piece by piece, carefully smoothing every crease in front of the mirror. Her gaze finally settled on her rank insignia. She recalled the day her father personally bestowed the rank on her. Her father had said, "Protect the people's peace, safeguard the nation's security." Today, she was going to represent her father and purge the household to thoroughly eradicate military scoundrels like Hu Yunshan. And no sooner had Deng Feng taken his place at the door than Cen Huan pulled it open from inside. Cen Huan's face was extremely haggard, but her gaze was resolute. Let's go. The two went downstairs, passing through the base's streets. Previously Cen Huan always deceived herself. Hu Yunshan had told her there were not enough houses in the base, that many fighters ate and slept outdoors and set up tents on the streets, and if the psychics' conditions were poor, they couldn't stay at all. In such a large base without force, there was no way to protect these ordinary people. She had foolishly believed it, never imagining that Hu Yunshan had extorted so much of the people's wealth to feed his private troops. Yesterday Cen Huan told her that in the villa district where Hu Yunshan lived, the soldiers close to him were living a life of debauchery indistinguishable from that before the apocalypse. Cen Huan finally realized that Hu Yunshan never intended to defend the base. He simply wanted to keep power firmly in his own hands to satisfy his own selfish desires. If the government cannot regain power, he even plans to carve out territory and proclaim himself king. Cen Huan looked at the base's common people, their clothes in tatters, and felt a bitter unease. She felt as if she were Hu Yunshan's accomplice, continuously supplying him with force and yet allowing him to extend his sinister hand toward these ordinary people. The chill in Cen Huan's eyes startled Deng Feng. His instincts told him this trip might not be peaceful. He silently raised his guard if any accident occurred, even if it meant dying. He would protect the safety of the Shen sisters. Cen Huan arrived at the workshop. The whole place was quiet. This time on other days, the workers would have already lit the furnaces and started production, but today, an inexplicable chill emanated from inside the workshop. Cen Huan hesitated for a moment before stepping in. She had barely passed the door when she saw Hu Yunshan sitting behind the control console waiting for her. A pampering smile on his face sent a chill down the spine. Behind him stood his adjutant, and 5 or 6 workers were standing further back. Wanzhou, perfect timing. We're clearing the whole site today. I've only left you a few helpers. Cen Huan looked left and right, didn't see Gu Mingyu or Xinhua Huan, and asked coldly, "Where's my sister?" Hu Yunshan smiled faintly and leaned casually against the back of the chair. "They're probably still not awake, so there's no need to bother them. I won't take action if I can't see my sister." Cen Huan glared coldly. Hu Yunshan laughed out loud at his words, clapping his hands as he stood up. Chapter 98. Hell on earth. Ha 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 ha. What true sisterly affection. After laughing loudly, Hu Yunshan walked to Cen Huan's side, slowly leaning close to the nape of her neck and whispering in her ear, "I can get those 2 out. But I can't guarantee that what I bring out now will be whole, you know." Cen Huan immediately turned her head and glared at Hu Yunshan. A low, ominous laugh issued from his throat, sending a chill down the spine. Snake-like eyes fixed on Cen Huan. Cen Huan's back tensed, fingers under the shoulder guard clenched tightly, stopping the bow to tremble. A pair of eyes seemed to be tempered in fire. Staring at Hu Yunshan, Hu Yunshan said in a low voice, "Since Wanzhou asks for it, then I will." "No need." Cen Huan cut him off, breathing briefly, and said bluntly, "Start." She then walked over to the workbench, fell silent for a while, her nervousness gradually easing as she became fully absorbed. 5 or 6 workers pulled out notebooks and instantly gathered around, closely watching Cen Huan's every move, scribbling notes rapidly. Hu Yunshan sat beside them, drinking tea and waiting until the sun slanted to the west. All day long Cen Huan spent her time making the weapon. At noon Hu Yun, acting merciful, even bought her a meal, but Cen Huan did not dare to eat it, holding on to one breath. At 5 in the evening the final step was finally completed. "All right," Cen Huan croaked, having not had a drop to drink all day. She was utterly exhausted. If not for Deng Feng supporting her, she might not have been able to stand. Hu Yunshan, excited by her words, stepped forward and carefully picked up the weapon on the table. The weapon resembled the laser emitters from sci-fi movies, but also a bit like a real-world howitzer. The barrel was as big as a fist and could hold 10 shells at once. Cen Huan only made 2. Hu Yunshan wasn't angry either. He was eager to try how to use them. Under Cen Huan's guidance he loaded the 2 shells, then, to Cen Huan's puzzled gaze, pulled the trigger toward the empty lot outside the factory. Hit! The shell flew straight toward the door, landing precisely among the several abandoned vehicles at the entrance. Boom! A violent explosion followed, flipping over the surrounding vehicles. A wave of heat hit her face. Cen Huan unconsciously raised her hand and turned her back, watching the power. Hu Yunshan let out a low laugh that grew louder and louder, the laughter full of savagery. Cen Huan looked at his manic expression and asked urgently, "The weapon's already been given to you. Where is my sister?" "Hush! Don't be impatient, I haven't tried its power yet." "You?" Hu Yunshan stared at her with unblinking eyes. The smile on his face quickly faded. He beckoned and whispered something into the adjutant's ear. The adjutant looked up in alarm, and after a moment of struggle nodded and walked out of the factory. Then a cruel, excited smile flashed in Hu Yunshan's eyes. He turned and pulled over the chair he had been sitting in. "Wanzhou, come, uncle will treat you to a good show." At this moment Cen Huan's mind held only Gu Mingyu and Xina Prairie. She had no interest at all in the spectacle he spoke of. Hu Yunshan didn't get angry either. He walked over and reached to grab Cen Huan's wrist. Deng Feng behind immediately stepped in front of Cen Huan and said coldly, "Miss." "She doesn't want to go." His broad shoulders shielded Cen Huan as he restrained his fear and met Hu Yunshan's vicious gaze. Hu Yunshan glanced sideways, a beast-like glint flashing in his eyes, and a snort escaped the corner of his mouth. A strong sense of unease suddenly rose in Cen Huan's chest. She was about to speak when she heard a click. Deng Feng slowly lowered his head in disbelief, only to see Hu Yunshan's hand had actually pierced straight through his chest. Severe pain surged. Blood instantly welled up in his mouth, making a gurgling sound. Cen Huan was stunned for a moment, then her pupils suddenly constricted. A bloody hand reached out from behind Deng Feng, its fingers still writhing and twisting. Cen Huan felt her stomach churning, and tears the size of beans rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. Deng Feng! Ugh, he snatched his hand back and Deng Feng went limp and fell. Cen Huan rushed over and caught him, and they both collapsed to the ground. Blood spurted from Deng Feng's chest like a fountain. When he opened his mouth, it was full of gore. Cen Huan pressed on his chest with her hands, trying to stop the bleeding, but blood splattered onto her face through the gaps in her fingernails, and tears mixed with the blood as they fell. Deng Feng struggled for only 2 or 3 seconds before he finally stopped breathing, unable even to utter a last word. Her eyes wide and round, staring straight at Cen Huan. Cen Huan's uniform was stained red with Deng Feng's blood. Seeing that Deng Feng had no breath left, she stood motionless for 2 seconds, then collapsed onto his still warm body, crying uncontrollably. Hu Yunshan grabbed her wrist and pulled her up, forcefully dragging her into a chair. He stood behind it, his bloodied hand twisting her pale chin so she had to look out of the factory. Cen Huan had not yet recovered from the immense pain when she looked in horror at the scene outside the factory. Outside the factory building, the adjutant was gathering a group of survivors beside the recent explosion. It looked to be dozens to 100 people. Cen Huan almost immediately understood what Hu Yunshan intended to do. He struggled fiercely, even attempting to use his ability to attack Hu Yunshan. But Cen Huan's 3rd-level advanced ability was simply no match for Hu Yunshan's 5th-level advanced power. Hu Yunshan showed no pity and directly tore off Cen Huan's 2 arms, pinching her chin. "You madman!" Cen Huan stared straight into Hu Yunshan's eyes. Hu Yunshan flung her face away. "Heh, the apocalypse, survival of the fittest, it's only natural. Cen Huan, remember this. Everything I do today, you will have a share in it. Ha 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 ha. We really must thank your good father for building this base and raising such a fine daughter." Hearing Hu Yunshan mention her father, Cen Huan's anger surged up again. "My father?" Hu Yunshan met the doubt in her eyes. His gaze grew dark, crooked and sinister. Suddenly he laughed wildly. "Ha ha 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 ha. You actually didn't know. Ha 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 ha. Gu Mingyu really did hide it from you. Ha 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 ha. If anyone's to blame, it's Gu Mingyu for overestimating herself, daring to secretly try to avenge your father without your knowledge, vermin." Hu Yunshan's gaze, like the edge of a blade, roved over her inch by inch. "Everyone, including Shen Yuanqiao, should kneel beneath my feet. Shen Yuanqiao claims to be upright, but actually he's just rigid. He doesn't know how to adapt to the rules of the times. The victor becomes king, the loser becomes bandits. Then I'll just have to remove him for the sake of the times. Ho 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 ha 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 ha." After speaking, his narrowed eyes snapped open and a thick madness poured forth from them. He grabbed the weapon on the table and aimed it straight at the crowd, pulling the trigger. Cen Huan screamed in despair. "No!" Boom! The factory gate seemed to have become a hellscape. Those at the center of the blast had no time to react before losing their lives. Even those far from the blast were ignited by the heatwave it produced. The enormous sound shattered their eardrums, and their eyes were instantly blinded. The flames on their bodies kept burning them, their cries deafening like a hell on earth. Cen Huan stared at it all with a dazed gaze. Everywhere were severed limbs, the living writhed on the ground, not a single human shape discernible. The smell of burning mixed with the stench of blood and flesh in the air, and the adjutant couldn't hold it and he turned and vomited. Only Hu Yunshan counted with considerable interest. 10, 11, 12, 13. Then he nodded with satisfaction, turned around and looked kindly at Cen Huan bending down. He patted the top of her head and praised, "Truly worthy of being our Southwest region's famed weapons expert. That 1 shell out of 100 people, the fatality rate reaches 85%. The disability rate is even 100%. Not bad. Very good." Ha 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 ha. Cen Huan couldn't hear anything. All she could see were people writhing and wailing on the ground, her whole body like it had fallen into an ice cave. Tears blurred her vision, but the massacre at the factory gate was firmly engraved in her mind. Hu Yunshan's lips twitched into a curve, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. With a cruel tone he asked the workers standing beside him, "Did you all remember Engineer Shan's steps just now?" A few people hurriedly nodded like pounding garlic, swearing solemnly that they had completely memorized it. Then Hu Yunshan's eyes began to gradually redden. a chill seeping through his sinister gaze as he drew close to Cen Huan like a viper, letting out a soft laugh and saying, "Good niece, you've almost forgotten your little playmate and sister. Come, let us present these two specially invited guests on the road to the Yellow Springs. You three will keep each other company." Chapter 99. Strike while he's ill, finish him off. The adjutant, upon hearing Hu Yunshan's words, stepped out of the workshop once more. When Cen Huan heard Gu Mingyu and Cen Huan, she finally reacted. A deep hatred radiated from between his brows and eyes, his gaze like a sword, aimed straight at Hu Yunshan. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Hu Yunshan's lips, and the half-closed pupils held the gleam of a beast hunting its prey. He paced closer to Cen Huan. "If I had known you, my niece, wouldn't know the truth, I wouldn't have told you. Maybe we can continue to cooperate." Cen Huan ignored the mockery in his tone and coldly spat out, "In your dreams." Hu Yunshan's steps faltered for a moment, then he resumed pacing around Cen Huan. His eyes, bloodshot, had become fiercely terrifying, and he muttered a devilish whisper. "Do you want to know how Cen Yuanxiao died?" Cen Huan's pupils contracted. Her instinct told her not to listen, but inside she desperately craved the truth. "He was in his office. Just a moment ago he was loudly discussing ideals with us." The next moment several comrades plunged daggers into his body. "We were all in the new recruits company and followed him. You could say he raised us single-handedly. On the battlefield he saved everyone's life, including mine. But what use are ideals? Can ideals bring power? Can ideals give you supernatural upgrades? I actually feel kind of sorry for him. The world has gone to hell. Being kind-hearted is worth less than a pack of instant noodles. He clings to being a stubborn old man and doesn't know how to adapt. People like that are destined to be left behind by the times. I merely, in an act of great mercy, accompanied him on his final journey." "You despicable person." The fury in Cen Huan's eyes felt almost tangible. "You're right, I never was a good person. Heh, go and take a look at the soldiers under your father's command. There are a few still clinging to the ideals your father spoke of." When Hu Yunshan got excited, he tore off his uniform, ripped it to shreds and threw it to the ground, stamping on it wildly. As if crushing all the restraints from before the end of the world, he completely unleashed his true nature. His blood-red eyes and sinister expression looked ferocious and terrifying. Cen Huan looked at the military uniform on the ground with a slightly darkened gaze, then raised her eyes to Hu Yunshan's frenzied look and spoke word by word. "You are not worthy." Ugh. Hu Yunshan seized Cen Huan's fair neck with one hand. "Don't you want to see your lovely sister one last time? If that's the case, I'll send you off first." His fingers curved into claws, ready to snap Cen Huan's fragile neck. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck from behind. Hu Yunshan released Cen Huan and dodged nimbly. Swoosh! A Tang-style knife was driven into the factory's concrete pillar. The hilt trembled slightly. That force. Hu Yunshan's expression darkened. He stared at the empty factory entrance and said in a low voice, "Playing tricks and pretending to be supernatural, come out." No sooner had the words fallen than two dark figures flashed by. Hu Yunshan sprang up nimbly, fists clenched, and surged forward to grapple. Bang! Hu Yunshan threw a punch. The corpse in midair was split at the waist in an instant, body separated from head. Cen Huan Chonyan stood in front of Cen Huan. As the spray of blood dispersed, Hu Yunshan clearly saw the person on the ground who had been dismembered. It was the adjutant who had been ordered to bring Gu Mingyu and Cen Huan here. A fierce, grim gaze shot toward the man and woman standing before him. He spoke coldly and viciously. "It seems you two came prepared." Cen Huan had just come to her senses from shock. She couldn't have imagined that in less than a month, Hu Yunshan's strength would have reached this level. It's almost certain that Hu Yunshan must have used that potion. "Wanzhou." Gu Mingyu ran to Cen Huan's side, trembling and afraid to touch him. She thought the blood on Cen Huan was hers. Cen Huan asked anxiously. "Xiaoyin? Sister Huanin has already left the city, don't worry." Cen Huan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the disheveled Gu Mingyu. "Then why did you come back?" Gu Mingyu looked at her with tenderness. "If you're here, where else could I go? Does it hurt?" Useless. Hu Yunshan watched the two with great interest and let out a snort of laughter. "How touching. Young Master Gu, your acting at this moment is much more convincing." Cen Huan didn't waste words with him. She exchanged a glance with Zhou Chaoyan and rushed up to grapple with Hu Yunshan. Gu Mingyu took the opportunity to carry Cen Huan out of the factory and put her into the car parked at the gate. Ignoring Cen Huan's discomfort, he caressed the side of her face and pulled a particularly ugly smile. Don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Wait for me. Gently pressed a kiss that could part at a touch onto Cen Huan's forehead, without looking at her reaction. Closed the car door and turned to rush into the factory. Inside the factory, Zhou Chaonian and Cen Huan, both 4th level advanced, together with 4 other powers joined forces and barely managed to stalemate Hu Yunshan. This is the suppression of rank. The sharp tang knives in their hands couldn't even break through Hu Yunshan's defense. The 3 moved like phantoms, and before long had fought from the head of the factory to its tail. Clang! Fists met tang knives, and the 3 were each sent flying backward after Zhou Chaonian landed. He stepped back 2 paces to steady himself, then reached out and caught Cen Huan. Cen Huan suppressed the metallic sweetness at his throat and barely kept himself steadied. Hu Yunshan stumbled back against a pillar and coughed twice, inwardly stunned by the strength of the 2 men. Zhou Chaonian's dark eyes flared with a burst of fire. His originally cool demeanor grew scorching, and a fierce fighting spirit surged. I have no grudge with either of you. Why must it be a fight to the death? Cen Huan seemed to have heard the world's biggest joke and snorted. In chaotic times, the strong eat the weak. What a load of nonsense. She tipped her toes. The tang sword in her hand stabbing straight at Hu Yunshan, and with her wood-type supernatural power she tangled with Hu Yunshan once more. Zhou Chaonian also pounced forward right after. The 2 cooperated seamlessly, constantly using various abilities to pester and wear down Hu Yunshan. Hu Yunshan was repeatedly lashed by vines, struck by electrical powers, and assaulted by mental abilities, and his own power was purely strength-based. Even if he reached level 10, he couldn't counter mental attacks. Under Zhou Chaonian's opportunistic mental interference, several times his punches missed the 2 by inches, and he ended up taking quite a few extra injuries himself. A ferocious surge in Hu Yunshan's mind grew ever stronger, finally giving him the chance. He let out a roar, used sheer will to resist Zhou Chaonian's interference, and drove a punch into Cen Huan's back. Oofed! Cen Huan immediately spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Zhou Chaonian, alarmed, slashed Hu Yunshan's face viciously with his tang knife and, turning his body with eerie speed, caught Cen Huan. Hu Yunshan was also gravely wounded. A deep, bone-searing gash ran from his right temple down to his left jaw, slicing across his entire face. Hu Yunshan clutched his face in agony and rolled on the ground. Zhou Chaonian's dark eyes stared intently at Cen Huan. Cen Huan felt a burning pain on his back, and every breath he took made his chest ache so badly he nearly cried. He trembled as he fumbled out the treatment serum and poured it in, glancing from the corner of his eye at Hu Yunshan rolling on the ground, pushing hard against Zhou Chaonian's chest. He spoke in broken fragments. I'm fine. While he's weak. Take his life. Go now. Zhou Chaonian confirmed she was uninjured, stood up, fingers slightly spread, and controlled Hu Yunshan's body. The tang dao on the ground flew into his hand. Zhou Chaonian's muscles erupted in full force, and Hu Yunshan found it unexpectedly hard to withstand him. The supernatural power gradually drained. He suddenly felt the power within him slipping away. At first it just faded away bit by bit. He had thought it was due to the power being consumed, just barely receiving Zhou Nianya's next strike. Hu Yunshan stared at the wound on his hand in horror. He was already infinitesimally close to level 6. How could his skin have been cut by an ordinary weapon wielded by a high-level 4 person? Just now too, he slashed his face with the tang dao. Zhou Chaonian seemed to notice this as well. He closed in and launched even denser and more ferocious attacks at Hu Yunshan. Dozens of wounds of various sizes instantly appeared on Hu Yunshan's body. Hu Yunshan fell to the ground, sensing that his supernatural power had already dropped to early level 5 and was dissipating even more rapidly. He finally felt a threat of despair. There was no such thing as a perfect elixir. The supernatural ability he had stolen for a time was now simply being returned. Ha ha ha. Hu Yunshan fell into madness. Zhou Chaonian slowly walked toward him, the tang sword scraping sparks from the ground. Cen Huan pushed herself up, and unintentionally caught the cruelty in Hu Yunshan's eyes, setting off alarm bells in her mind. The cute voice in her head also sounded anxiously. Host, run. He's about to self-destruct. Zhou Chaonian. Zhou Chaonian had almost reached Hu Yunshan when he heard Cen Huan's voice and paused in his tracks. But Hu Yunshan had already lunged forward ferociously, laughing wildly. Then let's die together, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Gu Mingyu appeared from somewhere and tightly grabbed Hu Yunshan. She mobilized all her supernatural powers to suppress his self-detonation, while blood spurted from Gu Mingyu's mouth. Hurry, go! Zhou Nian decisively turned, swept Cen Huan up, and dashed out toward the factory gate. Gu Mingyu pinned Hu Yunshan firmly to the ground, channeling all her psychic energy crazily into his mind. It wasn't until the sound of a car starting outside the factory reached them that Gu Mingyu spat another mouthful of blood and silently mouthed in her heart, Xina Wanzhou, I love you. The factory entrance. The off-road jeep's driver's door was wide open. Zhou Chaonian hugged Cen Huan and slipped in sideways. Cen Huan fell onto the passenger seat and shut the door on instinct. Zhou Chaonian started the car with practiced ease, turned the wheel, slammed the accelerator, and sped off. Xina Wanzhou in the back seat hadn't seen Gu Mingyu and anxiously asked, Where's Gu Mingyu? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a massive explosion erupted from the factory behind them. Xina Wanzhou turned her head and saw the entire factory explode, ablaze everywhere. She looked at it all in disbelief, murmuring, Xiaoyuer, Chapter 100. Cen Huan disappears beneath the wasteland. A trade caravan in black cloaks appeared, those under his command spread out, searching for something among the ruins. Why did the master abandon Hu Yunshan? His throat felt as if it had been burned. The voice that came out made the words hard to make out. Another cloaked figure wearing the same mask spoke. Idiot Hu Yunshan is nothing more than a strength-type esper. The master merely liked that he commands an army. Who would have thought he's a complete idiot? Then what about Gu Mingyu? Gu Mingyu's psychic power shows signs of mutation. Didn't we all see it in the illusion during the daytime? The mission to take control of the official base in Meng City can be considered a failure. It's all that man and woman's fault. Enough, go back and accept the punishment. Hopefully the master will like this experimental material, otherwise. Both remembered the master's methods. And a shiver from deep in their souls crawled up their spines. At that moment the men in the distance seemed to have found something. They hurriedly gathered and dragged in a person who was unconscious. His fate unknown. A low voice replied, Sir, we've found him. The man addressed as Sir bent down, lifted the burned man's chin. Half his face had been mutilated, another face was smeared with soot, but she was still recognizable at a glance. It was Gu Mingyu. He actually didn't get blown to pieces. Wrong? He's already dead. It's just that at least it's a whole body. The master's potion really is powerful. The person bending over took another vial from beneath his cloak, pried open his mouth and poured it in. He tilted his chin up, guiding Gu Mingyu to swallow. Then he straightened, speaking coldly. Move, get back to base as fast as possible. Capes billowed as a group carrying Gu Mingyu's corpse vanished swiftly. As if they had never disappeared at all. Shortly after they were gone, troops from the official base arrived at the scene. Staring in horror at the rubble, put out the fire. Quickly, water element ability users. Quickly find water element ability users. Base commander. Miss Shun. Base commander. Miss Shun. The guards and the soldiers under Hu Yunshan wailed as if their hearts were being torn apart, searching through the ruins. All through the night the blaze was finally extinguished. Fortunately, it did not spread to the surrounding streets. Unfortunately, the official base's ammunition production line was completely destroyed. And Zhou Chaonian drove the car and, shortly after the explosion, took advantage of the chaos at the official base to burst out through the gate. Xina Wanzhou had already cried herself unconscious in the back seat. Cen Huan's face was ashen. She kept forcing herself to suppress the pain in her chest. Meng cried out chaotically in my mind. Host, you must quickly enter the space to soak in the potion. The injuries suffered in the daytime illusion are already very severe. I know, the base is almost there. I can't expose the space. Then why was the host in the illusion? I don't know either. Zhou Chaonian's face was stripped of all expression. His features cold as if glazed with ice. He never eased off the accelerator. Cen Huan gripped the handlebar tightly, experiencing the life-or-death speed with every fiber of her being. Did he? The city gate. The city gate stood wide open. Chan Yi, Chan Debao, and the returning Uncle Wang and Bei Yi waited anxiously. Chan Debao paced back and forth, growing increasingly irritable. Why isn't it here yet? Everyone's tension eased. Xina Wanyin was receiving treatment from Dr. Fu. Sharpied Bei Yi spotted a jeep speeding across the horizon and shouted excitedly. They're here. They're back. The crowd was alarmed to see the vehicle not slowing down at all. Hurry and evacuate the residents. Someone must be injured. Get out of the way. Move! The car roared past, heading straight for the exchange. The moment Cen Huan entered the base, she turned her head and weakly said, You take Xina Prairie to the clinic. I am returning to the city lord's mansion. As he spoke, the person instantly vanished from the spot. In reality, he had entered the space. Zhou Chaoyan hadn't yet reacted to Cen Huan's words when the person in the co-driver's seat disappeared in an instant. Someone cried out in panic, "Cen Huan!" The subordinates moved frantically, nearly colliding with passing residents. Forcing himself to calm down, he recalled what he had just heard, pressed his thin lips tightly, and with a deathly pale face steadily parked the car in front of the exchange. He carried the blood-soaked Cen Huan into the clinic. Residents along the way watched the scene in terror and scattered to avoid it. Dr. Fu had just finished treating Cen Huan's wounds when Zhou Chaoyan brought in a girl who looked exactly the same. He's still covered in blood. Quickly opened the clinic door, and the assistant immediately brought the surgical instruments. Both arms dislocated, fainted from extreme grief, other conditions unknown. Zhou Chaoyan briefly explained the patient's condition, then turned and left the clinic. They just happened to run straight into Cen Huan and his sister. Cen Huan pointedly asked, "Where's Cen Huan?" Her eyes were about to shoot flames. She already felt Zhou Chaoyan was a jinx wherever he was. Nothing good happened. Zhou Chaoyan was determined to rush to the city lord's mansion. Although he knew full well he might not be allowed in, Cen Huan was extremely annoyed at Zhou Chaoyan's attitude. A strange power flashed in his hand, and he was about to rush forward. The base alarm sounded, and Cen Huan was frozen in place. The guards arrived, baffled by the scene before them. He turned to the cold-faced Chan Yi for help. "Captain Chan. What is this?" Chan Yi grabbed Cen Huan and said coldly, "Mr. Zhou, where is the city lord?" Zhou Chaoyan looked up and stared at him. After a long while he lowered his head and rasped, "She said she was returning to the lord's mansion. And then she disappeared." Everyone imagined the scenes in the base where those who broke the rules were instantly teleported out of the city. If Cen Huan said she was returning to the lord's mansion, then it must be true. Cen Huan exhaled in relief, then turned and ran off the next second. Chan Yi hurried after him. Zhou Chaoyan hesitated suddenly when interrupted like that. He sat down outside the clinic, arms wrapped around his head, looking in great pain. Indeed, if it hadn't been for him, Cen Huan wouldn't have been injured in the illusion, and after emerging she wouldn't have forced her body to go with him to rescue Cen Huan. She wouldn't have been wounded by Hu Yunshan. Zhou Chaoyan recalled the scene from this morning when they went to rescue Gu Mingyu and Cen Huan. Because he didn't know where Hu Yunshan had kept the two of them, Zhou Chaoyan spent the night investigating the base and finally found a strange location at the base before Cen Huan set out. Cen Huan told him that the official base had sent scouts to inquire about the Hope Base, but after this period of investigation, aside from Hu Yunshan's great ambition and the army under his command, there was nothing particularly special about him, and his coercing and bribing Cen Huan to produce a superweapon was also because he wanted to make up for his weakness in strength. He hoped to achieve his goal of annexing the other bases in Meng City by mastering thermal weapons. The scouts sent to the other bases have all returned these days. Only the Hope Base outside the city has shown no sign of activity. Even a fool could guess what's going on. So once Hu Yunshan seizes power, he will surely go after the Hope Base, and he might even drive the corpse horde out of the city. To use that as an opportunity to eliminate the Hope Base. So Cen Huan accelerated the gathering of materials and finally secured all the munitions factory supplies on the day Cen Huan came looking for them. Of course, most of it was collected by the base residents and stored in the base warehouse. Cen Huan's plea for help, Cen Huan thought, was an opportunity to bring the Shun sisters back to the base. Eliminating Hu Yunshan was also part of the plan. Hu Yunshan's strength suddenly increased. This was like a signal he had acquired power through unknown means, and there must be a powerful force backing him. When the plan was made, contingencies had already been considered, so Cen Huan told Cen Huan to stall for time depending on the circumstances. The weapons Cen Huan made were things she had demonstrated countless times before. The apocalypse, and they didn't need a whole day to assemble. But unexpectedly, they were detained by the illusion for an entire day. This was what led to the tragedy. And Cen Huan perhaps thought that she and Zhou Chaoyan had been captured too, so she gambled everything on using the superweapon to buy their lives. Chapter 101 Cen Huan's illusion. Although they had fully prepared before setting out, the two of them were still extremely cautious when they entered the place where Gu Mingyu and Cen Huan were being held. It was a basement beneath a villa, cold and damp. Gu Mingyu and Cen Huan were each confined in iron cages on the left and right, the cages suspended from the ceiling surrounded by instruments of torture. Cen Huan felt a chill run down her spine at the sight. The owner of this basement seemed to have had some unspeakable tastes before the end of the world. Cen Huan glanced anxiously at Cen Huan and, seeing that her clothes were intact and she hadn't been subjected to any torment, let out a small breath of relief just as she was about to step forward to rescue her. Footsteps suddenly sounded at the door. Zhou Keonian's face changed dramatically. He quickly swept Cen Huan into his arms and hid among a pile of costume clothes. His mental energy tightly enveloped the two of them. Cen Huan pressed close against Zhou Keonian's chest. Not daring to breathe, her intuition told her. The two who entered were not weaker than her. She asked Meng silently, "Who are those people outside?" "Host, they're just two ordinary people wearing cloaks and masks. There's no superpower fluctuation from them." Cloaks? Masks? Cen Huan almost immediately realized this was the legendary Black Caravan. But ordinary people? How could the Black Caravan possibly be ordinary people? In a past life, someone tried to play dirty against them and was directly tortured to death by the Black Caravan's underlings. That was a level 5 psychic. He couldn't even touch the hems of the two leaders' robes before being killed by his subordinates. But Meng doesn't lie. Under her scanning, these two truly showed no energy fluctuations. The two men in black cloaks entered and went straight for Gu Mingyu. They circled her, whispering, their voices extremely hoarse. Cen Huan and Zhou Chaonian couldn't make out what they were saying. Are we really going to do this? What's there to be afraid of? Hu Yunshan has no investment value. Then this one. Try it and you'll know. After they finished whispering, they stopped what they were doing, threw their cloaks and left the cellar. They went to the instruments upstairs and monitored the changes in the cellar. There's someone in the cellar, he said, about to get up and rush down. The other person quickly grabbed him with nimble hands. The potion has already evaporated. Do you dare go down? They're nothing but two cocky flies. Come on, let's play with them. They saw the two take out the vial they just emptied, each drip a drop of blood into it, then each drank half. Cen Huan and Zhou Chaonian had just emerged from their hiding place when Zhou warned, those two are off. I can't sense them with my spirit power. Cen Huan asked. Is it because they're ordinary people? No. I can sense ordinary people even more easily. It's the same with the dead. The two fell silent, simultaneously becoming more alert. Rescue them first. Be careful. Zhou Chaonian nodded, and just as the two of them were getting close to Gu Mingyu, a wave of dizziness hit with two thuds. The two of them fell to the ground. When Cen Huan woke up, she was lying on a pristine white lab table. Turning her head, she saw Zhou Chaonian lying beside her. She looked around warily. The vast white space was completely emptied. A sudden panic surged through her, and she feared she had been taken back to the laboratory. She struggled to get up, only to find her hands completely restrained. The fear in her chest grew with each passing moment, piling up on her ribs, pressing so hard she could barely breathe. She could only turn her head to look at Zhou Chaonian, who was asleep at this moment. Zhou Chaonian beside her also woke up, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes vacant. Zhou Chaonian. Zhou Chaonian. Zhou Chaonian didn't hear a thing, as if he were a dummy. After a long time, Cen Huan heard a click. The clasp on her wrist automatically unlocked. Zhou Chaonian sat up straight. He swung his legs off the bed and moved like a robot following a preset program. Turned left, turned right, and went out the door. Cen Huan quickly flipped out of bed and followed. The door opened automatically. The corridor outside was entirely pure white. Only after Cen Huan went out did she realize there were many of these laboratory rooms. They all opened at once, and many people wearing hospital gowns came out, surging toward the same direction, and Cen Huan, following by Zhou Keonian's side, was horrified to discover that these people were all people she had seen before. Uncle Wang Bei Nanfeng, Chanyi Chan de Bao Xiao Lei, Grandpa Lu, Dr. Fu, Chong Weiniang. Yu Mingyu Shun Wanzhou, Shan Wanin. There were even Su Qir and Lin Feng. Everyone wore the same expression, their eyes without the slightest ripple. Apart from their feet moving, every strand of hair was completely still. Cen Huan came to realize, could this be a hallucination? She was absolutely certain Su Qir and Lin Feng were completely dead. If this were reality, it would be impossible for them to be here. Cen Huan pinched herself. Hiss! Does it hurt? Cen Huan glanced at Zhou Chaonian in front of her, reached out and pinched his waist hard, and no reaction. Slap. A smack. No reaction. Nobody around reacted either. Could it be that Zhou Chaonian didn't fall into a hallucination? A light appeared ahead of the group. Cen Huan could only push down the questions in her heart and followed the main force through the door. The dazzling light vanished. After adjusting for a moment, Cen Huan raised her eyes and her pupils contracted. Before her was a huge laboratory. Dozens of technicians bustling between the various workbenches. On the benches sat all kinds of reagents, all bright crimson in color. Cen Huan found it extremely jarring. Cen Huan cautiously glanced at Zhou Chaoyan beside him. His eyes stared straight ahead, as if he were a statue. At that moment, a sudden announcement came from above. Numbers 1 to 10, Channel 1. Numbers 11 to 20, Channel 2. The 21st to the 30th. Cen Huan was baffled. What dates? She turned and found Zhou Chaoyan, who had been motionless, suddenly moving. Only then did Cen Huan notice the conspicuous number 15 stamped on the back of Zhou Chaoyan's hand. She reacted quickly and raised her hand. On the back of her hand was stamped the number 16. Her footsteps unconsciously followed Zhou Chaoyan. They lined up in front of an experimental bench, and the technicians one by one pushed syringes into the skin. The red liquid being injected into the veins, the red wound its way up across the pale skin's texture, forming a particularly sharp contrast with the white skin. Panic gradually rose in Cen Huan's heart. Her intuition told her that this red reagent must not be injected, but she had no control over her body at all. She could only watch as it was forced to move forward. Soon it was Zhou Chaoyan's turn. Cen Huan couldn't stop it. Not even able to open her mouth, she could only stare as Zhou Chaoyan injected the reagent with an unchanging expression. The red climbed up his arm bit by bit, followed the veins into his chest, disappearing into his clothes. When Zhou Chaoyan stood up, Cen Huan faced the technician at the workbench directly. Although she couldn't clearly see his face, Cen Huan inexplicably felt the hairs on her scalp stand on end from being stared at. Seeing that she still didn't move, the two people behind her directly pinned her down in the chair. Her slender hand was pulled out, the oversized hospital gown lifted to her upper arm, and Cen Huan could even see the bluish veins beneath her thin skin. She struggled, but the people on either side held her down tightly, so she couldn't move at all. Cen Huan watched as the syringe in the staff member's hand drew closer to her arm, her pupils instinctively contracting. No. Absolutely not. Cen Huan struggled violently, but no matter how she fought, her arm didn't move an inch. The instant the syringe touched Cen Huan's arm, a surge of murderous intent rose up in her heart. With a twist of her wrist, the tang knife flashed into view, her eyes filled with a thick killing intent. The pressure on her body suddenly vanished, and Cen Huan kicked the workbench in front of her. The tang saber chopped vertically, and the workbench was split in two in an instant. The laboratory alarm blared. Zhou Chaoyan beside her instantly spread his fingers into claws and lunged at her. Cen Huan reflexively blocked the attack. A gust of wind hit from behind, pushing Zhou Chaoyan back as she ducked to avoid it, but she found that everyone's pupils had turned blood red, unknown liquid flowing from their mouths, long fingernails sprouting from their fingers, and they charged straight at her. First Cen Huan dodged left and right, because those attacking her were her friends and relatives or residents she had seen in the base. When she realized she really couldn't avoid them, she swung the tang dao in her hand at the enemies in the hallucinations. Blood splattered. The more Cen Huan killed, the more possessed she became. The red blood agitated her taut nerves, and she fought from inside the lab to outside it, all the way into the depths of the corridor. Countless enemies fell. Yet Cen Huan seemed like a murderous fiend. From being surrounded and pursued at the start, she ended up chasing people down and cutting them like a desperate outlaw at the end of the road. Wielding a tang dao, she used no supernatural abilities, only the most primitive strength of her body. Cen Huan seemed not to recognize the people before her. The corners of her eyes gradually flushed crimson, as if she'd gone mad with killing. In the end, even Chan Debao, Chan Yi, and Zhou Chaoyan fell beneath her blade. Bang! Kicking open the last door, an elderly man with graying temples sat quietly on the hospital bed. Cen Huan burst into the room with bloodshot eyes, the tang saber in his hand dripping with still wet blood. On the pure white floor it had congealed into a round puddle, his gaze vacant, staring at the bedridden old man whose hair had gone white. Grandpa. The tang dao clattered to the floor, and Cen Huan's steps faltered as he walked up to the old man. What met his eyes was indeed his grandfather's face. But the expression on it was not the usual kindly smile he often wore. A pair of kind eyes filled with bright red reached out and grabbed Cen Huan's throat. Grandfather. Cen Huan grabbed his grandfather's wrist with both hands and kept struggling, until the air in her lungs was gradually squeezed out and breathing became increasingly difficult. Cen Huan's mind flashed with her grandfather's benevolent smile finally freeing his hand. The tang sword flashed, and Cen Huan unhesitatingly stabbed into the grandfather's chest in front of him. In just an instant, everything around him disappeared. He found himself once again in the damp, cold basement. It really was a hallucination. Huff! Huff! Cen Huan breathed heavily, her heart still trembling with lingering fear. Chapter 102. Group Battle. The moment Cen Huan stepped out of the illusion, the two people on the second floor of the villa were overcome with rising blood. And each spat out a mouthful of black blood. How is this possible? This woman cannot be allowed to live. This illusion potion was the ultimate weapon the master had poured his heart and soul into developing. All it took was to drop it beside the intended target, the potion would evaporate and even someone who was unconscious would be affected. And because they just drank the potion mixed with their own blood, they would become the masters of this illusion. The scenarios set for the four of them were the things they feared most, even restricting their movements and causing them to consciously fall into this endless loop. In the outside world they would become living dead. Only when the person who governs the illusion calls a stop will the illusion break out of the loop. But whether they can get out depends on themselves. If they can't, they will die within the illusion, and their bodies in reality will perish as well. And this woman, she actually has uncontrollable free movement inside the illusion. She even pulled out a weapon at the end and went on a bloody rampage. The two quickly changed their strategy, intending to let Cen Huan sink into murderous intent, to snap back at the critical moment and die by the hands of the person she cared most about. But they hadn't expected the illusion has been broken, and the few others left may soon wake up as well. The two exchanged a long heavy glance, then summoned their subordinates. Several people in black cloaks appeared quickly and bowed respectfully. Sir. Go and deal with the people who broke into the basement. After receiving the order, they withdrew quickly, without the slightest delay or hesitation. Meanwhile, the first moment Cen Huan woke up, she re-established the connection with Meng in her mind. Host, what happened to you just now? I couldn't sense you. Blood surged in Cen Huan's chest. She felt her thorax burning intensely. And her eyes had not yet fully recovered from the extreme white and crimson. The corners of the eyes were still stained a bright scarlet. Struggling to steady herself, she quickly replied to Meng, it's okay, just an illusion. Turning to look at Zhou Chaonian beside her, she saw his brows tightly knitted, an abnormal flush on his face. His whole body as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He curled up into a ball, occasional pained moans escaping from the corners of his mouth. He glanced back at Gu Mingyu and Shan Wanyin. Their conditions were more or less the same as Zhou Chaonian's. Does Meng have any way to break their illusion? No, Meng can't sense them. It seems we'll just have to leave it to fate. Cen Huan had no choice but to drag Zhou Chaonian aside and make him sit down, then was about to turn back to rescue Shan Wanyin first. Meng shouted, Host, a group of people in black cloaks have come outside. They're all carrying weapons. A group of people in black cloaks? This time Meng can sense them again. Before she could react, the chaotic sound of footsteps was already approaching. The tang sword in Cen Huan's hand flashed, and her other hand activated her supernatural ability. There were about 7 or 8 people in black cloaks, their hat brims pulled low, wearing identical masks that made it impossible to tell male from female. Cen Huan gripped the sword tightly, her vigilance rising to the extreme. No one knew who struck first. All at once Cen Huan found herself entangled with the others. The cramped space immediately erupted into chaos. Cen Huan fought on all sides, managing not to give those 7 or 8 opponents even the slightest advantage. She shifted on her toes, spun to dodge a slicing blade, and as she turned a vine flew from her hand, instantly binding 2 people's hands and feet. Strangely, although these people had high combat ability roughly equivalent to level 4 psionic users, they seemed to have no trace of psychic powers at all. During the more than 10 minutes of fighting, not a single person used any abilities beyond weapons. This left Cen Huan a bit dazed. Those whose hands and feet had been entangled broke free with the help of their companions and continued forward to clash with Cen Huan. Although Cen Huan had abnormal abilities at her disposal, she clearly couldn't use them in this cramped space. But the opponent was obviously not here to deal with just her. But with everyone in the basement, Cen Huan's strength was gradually draining, and the vines she summoned were no longer as thick as at the start. The hallucination, combined with the recent exertion, began to affect her movements. Her mind felt a prickling pain like being stabbed with needles. But the few people behind her had not yet broken free from the illusion. Phut! Blood surged up. The metallic sweetness in her throat burst into her mouth. Cen Huan stared dizzily at the three people still standing ahead. In every corner of the basement lay 5 corpses. The Tang saber braced on the floor. As the 5 opponents charged at once, she gradually couldn't hold them off. Staggering backward, brandishing the saber, the blade slashed straight for her face. Cen Huan couldn't dodge in time. She could only kick off with both feet and fly backward. She had expected to crash into a wall, but instead she fell into a cool, solitary embrace. A dampness came through her back. Over her head were heavy breaths. Zhou Caonian's warmth intertwined with hers. Ugh! Cen Huan couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood. Zhou Caonian supported her with one hand while taking up the Tang Dao to fight the 3 men who had chased them. Zhou Caonian, who had just come out of the illusion, looked somewhat exhausted. Cen Huan leaned against the nearby wall, wanting to step forward and help. Host, you'd better drink the potion quickly. If this continues, your ability will be drained. Only then did Cen Huan feel the extreme fatigue in his body. He hadn't noticed it while fighting, but as soon as he suddenly stopped, his legs felt like they were filled with lead and his arms were unbearably heavy. After forcing himself to finish the potion, he slumped down in the corner. His eyelids were nearly too heavy to lift. Zhou Caonian glanced back. Cen Huan's pale little face was dimly lit in the basement, as if it had pulled him back into an illusion. His murderous intent instantly peaked. The 3 left were already on their last legs. Zhou Caonian finished them off in one go and quickly returned to Cen Huan's side. This woman! The 2 people in the upstairs surveillance room were frantic, staring at the monitors in disbelief. What do we do? What do you mean, what do we do? The illusion was broken. You and I were retaliated against. We're simply no match for those 2 then. Fine, well, look for another opportunity. Gu Mingyu should wake up soon. Judging by how he acted in the illusion, I hope he won't let me down. Zhou Caonian crouched cautiously in front of Cen Huan. Her slightly quivering lips looked very pale, and the bright red blood at the corner of her mouth was glaring. Zhou Caonian reached out his hand, intending to touch her face. Ahem. Cen Huan coughed and opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Zhou Caonian in front of her, a thin sheen of sweat still on the bridge of his prominent nose. Strands of hair stuck damply to his forehead, and his dark eyes stared blankly at Cen Huan in the dim light, unreadable in expression. Cen Huan glanced over his shoulder at him, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Good thing you're awake." Zhou Caonian lowered his head and said something so quietly it was almost imperceptible. Cen Huan didn't hear it. He took several vials of potion from the space, handed one to Zhou Caonian, and tilted his head back to drink the rest. She had just taken a stamina vial in a state of extreme exhaustion, and it took half a day to barely pull herself out of the overdraft. After a while, a noise suddenly came from Gu Mingyu's iron cage. "Wanzhou Wan, don't!" Gu Mingyu woke up instantly. Her eyes were bloodshot, still not recovered from the scene where Shan Wanzhou had prevented Hu Yunshan's self-destruction, staring blankly at the iron cage. Cen Huan struggled to rise, supported by Zhou Caonian. As soon as she made a sound, Gu Mingyu's gaze filled with overwhelming hatred fixed straight on them. Cen Huan startled and unconsciously leaned against Zhou Caonian's chest. Zhou Caonian lowered his eyes. His expression flickered. Gu Mingyu, calm down. We were sent by Shan Wanzhou to rescue you. Hearing Shan Wanzhou's name, Gu Mingyu gradually came to. He lunged to the iron cage and, anxious, asked, "Where is Wanzhou? Where is she?" Cen Huan, seeing him drop his hostility, signaled Zhou Caonian to unlock him. Gu Mingyu staggered out of the iron cage, clinging tightly to Zhou Caonian's hand. "We've been trapped here for an entire day." Wanzhou Cen Huan carried Shan Wanyin out. Shan Wanyin was still unconscious, and it was unclear whether she had come out of the illusion. Cen Huan leaned her against herself and briefly explained their plan. "What? Wanzhou went alone to Hu Yunshan's place to stall for time. She's no match for Hu Yunshan." Gu Mingyu didn't know which word had pricked his nerves. Panicked, he hurriedly tried to rush out. Zhou Caonian grabbed him and pointed at the corpse on the ground. Gu Mingyu stepped forward, pulled back the brim of the hat, intending to lift the mask, only to find that the mask was actually welded onto these people's faces. Gu Mingyu said he had never seen those people. Cen Huan had countless questions in her heart, but could only first strip off 2 sets of clothes and store them in the space. The urgent task was to send the 2 of them away first, then hurry to the factory as quickly as possible. What happened afterward was what occurred at the factory. They handed Cen Huan over to Wang Shubei, instructing them to immediately send her back. To Hope Base, Zhou Chaoyan was worried about Cen Huan's injuries, but Cen Huan showed none of it on her face, repeatedly insisting that she was already mostly fine. He couldn't make decisions for Cen Huan, and could only guard her even more carefully. Nevertheless, she was still wounded by Hu Yunshan. With new and old injuries combined, Zhou Chaoyan could already imagine how dangerous this incident had been. He suddenly remembered his illusion. He watched with wide eyes as his close friend, his benefactor, was abused and tormented, while he was paralyzed and could do nothing but stare. Zhou Chaoyan suddenly began to hate himself. It was more painful than an outbreak of his own poison. For the first time, a plea formed in his heart. Cen Huan. You must be all right. Chapter 103. Cen Huan secludes herself. The Shen sisters awakened Cen Debao and the others rushed to the city lord's mansion but were stopped at the gate and couldn't get in. Everyone knew the base rules. Forcing their way in would be useless. Cen Debao wept bitterly. Xiao Lei held her in his arms and comforted her. Since the city lord has already returned, she must be treating herself. We must not disturb her. Cen Debao gradually calmed down and walked toward the trading post without saying a word. Xiao Lei watched her heavy steps and silently followed. As he walked, Cen Debao comforted himself. She's injured, she's being treated. She will be fine. I'll hold down the base and won't make things harder for her. Tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes as she talked. She wiped them away hastily, and soon new ones replaced them. When Meng was on the road, she had clumsily prepared the potion. Cen Huan thought this battle had mainly been too draining. After all, the current black caravan hadn't yet become as powerful as in the previous life. More like it had just been formed, with uneven strength, and Hu Yunshan was showing faint signs of turning into a zombie. When he self-destructed at the end, the rims of his eyes had faintly reddened. Fortunately, Cen Huan was diligent in her routine. Whenever the herbs in the medicinal fields matured, she would find time to refine all the materials into potions. Meng found the stored supernatural recovery and stamina recovery potions in the warehouse and poured them into the bathtub. Cen Huan's current condition was very similar to Nanfeng's back then, but more severe. The supernatural power in his body was rapidly draining away, and drinking potions to recover was far from sufficient. The only option was to soak his whole body in it. After placing Cen Huan in, his body began to frantically absorb it, like a parched riverbed suddenly filled with sweet rain, every inch of skin desperately drawing in the energy. Cen Huan felt energy rapidly surging throughout her body in a daze. Painful groans escaped the corners of her mouth as she felt as if her body were about to explode. But her limbs felt rooted, stuck firmly to the bathtub, unable to move even an inch. Meng constantly monitored Cen Huan's physical condition and the changes in the potion in the bathtub. The first vat of potion was nearly finished in 10 minutes, yet Cen Huan's expression didn't change much. Meng immediately filled another VIT that moment. The sound of Cen Debao wailing and sobbing came from outside the city lord's mansion. Meng glanced over twice and thought for a moment. She composed an announcement and sent it out. Then, when Cen Huan had been soaking in the third vat of potion and his complexion gradually grew rosier, she added a healing tonic. When Cen Debao returned to the exchange, he happened to meet Zhou Chaoyan and the others coming down the stairs. She rolled her eyes outright, not wanting to pay any attention to this jinx. Zhou Chaoyan didn't notice at all. Walking out in a daze, suddenly Bei's scream came from behind. Boss! Look quick! The city lord has issued an announcement. Cen Debao and Zhou Chaoyan squeezed up to the bulletin board almost at the same time, staring anxiously at the surface. A minute earlier the bulletin board had automatically refreshed with a golden message. This was the lord's exclusive effect. In seclusion, do not seek. Return date uncertain. Cen Debao laughed through his tears and threw himself into Xiao Lei's arms. Stonebreaker, did you see? She's all right. Zhou Chaoyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but his gaze fell heavily on the words return date uncertain. The city lord has gone into seclusion again. I'll bet 100 base coins that the city lord is definitely brewing some big move. You say that like the city lord is just waiting on a cooldown. Isn't it exactly a cooldown? Look at the materials the city lord has released recently. Glass, carbon fiber. You're right. Every time there's a new building, the city lord issues a material collecting quest. Then what are we waiting for? I'm going to claim the task. Manually reduce the city lord's cooldown. Wait. Count me in. Zhou Keonian's eyes lit up. He casually picked up a task in the base hall and headed out, with Uncle Wang hurrying to follow. Bei was left in pieces, shouting in collapse. At least let me go back and report to Fenger, damn it! In the base clinic, Cen Huan woke up crying. The immense pain had not yet faded. She stared at the ceiling through tear-blurred eyes. Xiao Yue? You're awake. Xiao Yue is here. Right here. Xiao Zhang excitedly pointed to the bed next to Cen Huan, then rushed out the door. Dr. Fu! The girl with the broken arm is awake. What kind of broken hand is that? That's a dislocation. You should read more books. Cen Huan turned her head and looked. Cen Huan was lying quietly on the bed beside her. Soon after, an elderly man with white hair entered through the door, looking sprightly. A young man followed behind him, was probably the one who had been shouting just now. Cen Huan struggled to sit up, but her hands had no strength. Miss, there is no need to get up. Your hand was just connected. It's best to rest quietly. Cen Huan forced a weak smile and said hoarsely. Thank you for saving us, sisters. My name is Cen Huan and this is my sister Cen Huan. Huh? Isn't she called Sur? Xiao Zhang wisely shut his mouth. It seemed he had misunderstood him. My surname is Fu. You can call me Dr. Fu or Dr. Fu. Doctor Fu said with a smile. Your sister woke up in the car when she was brought in, but then fell back into unconsciousness. However, there's no major harm to her body. Cen Huan nodded, her eyes puzzled. Dr. Fu, did you see the person who brought me here? You said Zhou Chaonian? Ever since I sent you over I haven't seen him. It's been 2 days, right? Seeing that he knew Zhou Chaonian, Cen Huan hurriedly asked, what about Cen Huan? The city lurches in seclusion. We don't know when she'll come out. Cen Huan froze. City? Lord? Xiao Zhang seized the chance to interrupt. Yes. The place you're in now is the Hope Base personally built by the city lord. Once you can get out of bed, I'll have my dad introduce you. She works at the tour guide office, just call her Old Zhang. Cen Huan nodded in a daze. Cen Huan woke up 2 days after Cen Huan. The first thing she did upon waking was look for Cen Huan. When she saw her beside her, tears immediately sprang to her eyes. The two sisters hugged and cried for a long time. Xiao Zhang, who was just about to come in, thoughtfully closed the door. Cen Huan briefly told what had happened at the factory. When Cen Huan heard that Gu Mingyu was dead, her tears burst forth again. Sister, don't be sad, Mingyu he. Her awkward attempts at consolation faltered. She lay against Cen Huan's chest, crying as if her heart would break. After a long while, the two sisters could barely pull themselves out of their grief. Actually, Cen Huan's health has mostly recovered these past 2 days, but she still hasn't left the consultation room. Partly because she worries about her younger sister. And partly because whenever she closes her eyes she remembers Gu Mingyu saying goodbye to her. But she was also afraid others would notice her grief, so she had been suppressing it until now. In front of Cen Huan, it finally erupted and she vented fiercely. Cen Huan also felt great pity for her sister. Her sister always put on a good front in front of others, but she always remembered how her sister had happily told her. Her father had already agreed to let Gu Mingyu pursue her. As long as Gu Mingyu confessed, she would accept him, but the change came too quickly. Her father's death forced the two of them to stand on opposite sides. Almost immediately later came misunderstandings. Gu Mingyu had secretly given so much that in the end he even lost his life. Cen Huan lifted her face, and the two of them wiped the tears from each other's cheeks. Sis, where is this? All I know is this place is called Hope Base. It's a base established by Cen Huan. Cen Huan cried out, Cen Huan. Where is he? Cen Huan shook her head. She didn't understand Dr. Fu's talk of seclusion, and she hadn't looked into why he had shut himself away these past few days. Sis, let's go out for a walk. I feel like my bones have gone soft. The two left hand in hand and ran into Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up when he saw them and he said happily, Miss Cen, you two are going out. Wait a moment, I'll go call my dad. Cen Huan was about to say there was no need, but Xiao Zhang shot out the door like the wind, and the two looked at each other helplessly. Dr. Fu seems to have gone out for an off-site consultation today. The shop is empty, and someone who comes in to buy medicine sees two identical beautiful women standing at the clinic door. They look over puzzled, then go in on their own and take a pack of cotton swabs from the shelf. Cen Huan is about to say that Xiao Zhang isn't here, but notices that the person doesn't care at all. They swipe a card on the counter's device and walk straight out the door. The four of them stared at each other, and they all saw the unmistakable shock in one another's eyes. Coincidentally, Xiao Zhang returned with her father, and Cen Huan quickly related what had just happened. Xiao Zhang smiled casually. Huh? I thought it was something serious. Miss Shen, don't be surprised, this is exactly the way we want shopping to be at the base. This is my dad. Let him show you around and answer your questions, that's his specialty. But your clothes, wait for me. Little Zhang ran to Huang Xia's clothing shop like the wind and called over a sales assistant at it. Wasn't that he was being overly solicitous. This younger sister had been sent by the city lord, and the elder sister had been brought back by someone from the city lord's entourage. Judging from their tone, Miss Shun was very close to the city lord. Now that the city lord was absent, as a member of the Hope Base he certainly had the responsibility to entertain them well, but lately none of the base's administrators seemed to know what they're busy with. Especially head butler Chun, who went out early and returned late every day. Xiao Zhang, holding the attitude of a servant of the household, prepared everything before sending the two off, and even specially told old Zhang to treat them well. Chapter 10 For the Emperor has left the palace. Cen Huan went downstairs with Cen Huan. Old Zhang showed them the shops on the second floor, and now they went to handle the resident permits. They happened to meet Chen Yi returning to the office from outside. Old Zhang immediately snapped to attention, smiling as he greeted him. Cen Huan and Cen Huan stood to one side, quietly appraising the man as he passed. Chen Yi's expression was calm and heavy with thought. As if he hadn't seen them, he walked past the three. Old Zhang said awkwardly, Captain Chen is probably thinking about something. He's usually very amiable, He walked on and went downstairs. Amiable? The two sisters didn't quite believe it. With such a cold face, how could he be amiable? When they arrived at the service counter, old Zhang and the clerk stared at the two identical faces, caught in a dilemma. Let's issue each young lady her own card. Although they're twins, the basis system should be able to tell them apart. It will also be more convenient. Chan Yi, going upstairs, heard the twins' ears twitch and hesitated in his steps. Old Zhang led the two of them to the photo window. The basis system was indeed impressive. Without any hesitation it separated the two of them. Old Zhang exhaled, and after processing the resident cards he said, if either of you has a crystal core, you can top up some base credits first, which will make it easier to rent a room and buy food later. Cen Huan looked troubled. The two of them were now all alone, and even these clothes were still on credit. Old Zhang noticed their embarrassed expressions and suddenly remembered. They had both been wearing hospital gowns earlier. His son had said they were rescued by the city lord and had nearly lost their lives. There was no way they had crystal cores. Hastily added, it's okay, every resident has an overdraft. He was waving his hand as he spoke when a knuckled, long-fingered hand reached out from behind, the slender fingertips casually pinching two glittering crystal cores. He placed them precisely into Old Zhang's hand. Old Zhang turned and found it was Chen Yi, who had just brushed past him. Chen Yi tossed the crystal cores into Old Zhang's hand and then turned to leave, not saying a word the whole time. Captain Chen. He didn't turn around, reached out and waved his hand. Old Zhang understood his meaning at once, turned and smiled brightly. Ladies, this is for both of you from Captain Chen. Cen Huan hesitated. Isn't this inappropriate? Cen Huan and Old Zhang stalled for a long time, wanting to ask Cen Huan's opinion. Turning to look at Cen Huan, they found her staring blankly at the stairs. Cen Huan looked over, puzzled. Apart from people coming and going, there was nothing else. What was she looking at? Elbow nudged her and Cen Huan snapped back to attention, a smile instantly tugging at her face. I'll do whatever sister says. Cen Huan frowned and asked, puzzled, what are you thinking about? And nothing. Old Zhang chuckled, you two really don't need to be so formal. That guy is the captain of our base's guard. And privately we all call him Butler Chun. He handles a lot of the base's trivial matters. Upright and kind-hearted. A typical cold on the outside, warm on the inside type. Cen Huan still felt it wouldn't do. Old Zhang spoke again. How about this? If you two young ladies don't want to feel indebted, you can always pay it back later. We hope the base's wages are very high, so we guarantee you can repay it. Only then did Cen Huan reluctantly nod. Old Zhang taught them how to convert the level 2 crystal cores into base currency, and the two residents' cards instantly showed an additional 1,000 base credits. Immediately after, Old Zhang took them for a walk around the base. Cen Huan woke up 2 weeks later, and as soon as she woke up she heard Meng's anxious, agitated voice. Host. The base is almost full. Huh? What the heck is that? What can't fit? Cen Huan drowsily opened the control panel, and no sooner had she opened it than a huge red warning box popped up. Warning! The number of temporary residents inside the base has exceeded the maximum housing capacity. Please upgrade or build more housing as soon as possible. 3 times in a row. This was the first time Cen Huan had seen such a warning, because in the past the Hope Base was assumed to be modifiable by humans. For example, temporary parking lots or temporary pig pens. Besides, the base is very vast. There had never been a case of running out of space. How many people have come? There's not even enough room to stay. Cen Huan's head was still a bit fuzzy, but her hands and feet were already moving quickly. Meng, how long have I been asleep? Host, 2 weeks passed outside the space. So long. Close the alert box, click the avatar first, and check the current number of residents. Before she left, the resident count was only 1,300. Although new residents arrive every day, at most it shouldn't exceed 2,000. Originally, after the base upgrade, there were 40 15-story apartment buildings. Although 25 of them had the Wizard of the Green Wild skin applied. The skin doesn't change the number of rooms in an apartment building. Each floor averages 5 apartments, so that comes to a total of 3,000 apartments packed in. It should house about 10,000 people. But now, Cen Huan stared at the number on the screen, her pupils contracting sharply. 25,698. This number is still continuously increasing. How did so many people suddenly appear? Host, after you fell into a coma, I posted an announcement saying you had gone into seclusion. The residents, not knowing the truth, assumed you were going to build a new structure and rushed out to scavenge supplies. The base warehouses were all full, so everyone piled the materials up along the perimeter wall. As for Zhou Chaonian, he seemed to have been provoked by something and single-handedly took on several waves of corpses. Many people followed closely behind him and found the Hope Base. The reputation of Hope Base spread overnight. While Cen Huan listened to Meng. His hands moved swiftly to pick locations, and with a single large gesture he built 100 residential buildings. Fortunately, the Hope Base residents were generous and well-funded. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared squander so freely. On the official base side, due to Hu Yunshan's downfall and the destruction of the bullet factory, the balance between the military and the psychics was broken, and conflicts erupted violently. A large number of ordinary people were affected and flowed out of the official base, seeking other shelters in the city. Coupled with Chong Wenyang's long-term propaganda, many people took the chance to rush out of the city and head for the Hope Base. Host, the civilian houses you've built may still not be enough. Every day thousands of survivors leave the city and head for Hope Base. Right now the whole base, the restaurants, the exchange, the cloth workshop, plus the farms and the breeding plant are all somewhat overloaded. Cen Huan looked at the few materials left in the warehouse, thought for a moment, and decided to solve the housing problem first. She had been asleep for half a month. It was already February 8th and in less than a week it would be the Huagua New Year. When the blizzard hits then, it might freeze many people to death. Another 20 residential buildings were constructed, with some basic materials left behind. Cen Huan didn't forget that she still had a munitions factory unopened. When deploying a munitions factory, talent card buildings normally didn't require you to provide materials yourself, except this one. Not only did it require materials, but it demanded quite a lot of them. Fortunately, she had the foresight to store up enough materials. Cen Huan chose a secluded spot and put it down at the city gate. Chan Yi and Uncle Wang were managing the crowd to prevent the gate from becoming overcrowded. Xiao Lei and Chan Debao led the guard squad running all over the base. During this week, several incidents violating the base regulations occurred at Hope Base, including robberies, thefts, and forcible occupations. The base alarms hardly stopped for 24 hours straight. The guard squad had been working non-stop for several days, but no one complained. With the city lord absent, they should shoulder the responsibility of defending Hope Base. Chan Debao was rushing to handle the alarm when a figure flashed past beside him, as fast as lightning. She looked at Zhou Chaonian's back and gave up the chase, turning after another. Anyway, she couldn't catch up. By the time she arrived, the dispute would already be resolved. Meng was also busy to the point of exhaustion all day. To avoid exposing itself, it didn't dare to recklessly amend the base regulations or issue notices, so someone actually kept exploiting a loophole in the base's rules to commit offenses repeatedly. Chan Yi and Chan Debeo were both a little soft-hearted. Before the apocalypse, the Chun family in Meng City might not have been a top-tier wealthy household, but at least they had some standing. In the past few days, several thousand people had recognized the two Chun siblings, and some even loudly boasted of their connection to the family, trying to demand higher wages when recruiting workers. As for Zhou Chaonian, he couldn't care less about any of that. He killed anyone he caught. The old residents watched with great satisfaction and all praised him. After he got things started, Chan Debeo and Chan Yi gradually put away their softness as well. Amid this busyness, a tremendous noise suddenly came from the base to the rear of the residential area. A whole swath of construction sheds shot up in an instant, reaching into the sky. The massive rumble made everyone in the base look up. For a moment the Hope base was alive with noise and bustle. The new residents gaped in astonishment. Some even knelt devoutly, shouting about miracles. Someone beside them rolled his eyes and hauled him to his feet. Don't you fucking talk nonsense. The city lord has returned from seclusion. What do you mean? How is it that I recognize every word he says, yet when strung together I can't understand them? For a moment, the city lord has emerged from seclusion, spread through the entire base like a spring breeze. The new residents only half understood and thought the old residents were performing some sort of cult ritual. Not knowing what was going on, they also shouted, "The city lord has come out." But with the many masters of mishearing spreading things incorrectly, the tone gradually went off course. The city lord has left the palace. What? The emperor has left the palace. Long live our emperor? In the end, Cen Huan's image had turned into that of an ugly man with a big potbelly, drooling at the corner of his mouth, who fancied frail handsome boys. What on earth is going on? Chapter 105. Cen Huan leaves seclusion, Chan Debeo's mental knot. The moment Chan Debeo saw the construction shed rise behind him, tears began to roll down from the corners of his eyes. Dropping the disputes in their hands, they hurried toward the city lord's mansion. The guards all looked on sympathetically at the people. Bound to the spot by the base's rules. One lamented, "You brought this on yourselves, now it's done. The city lord has left the gate. Just wait and see how it turns out for you." The same scene unfolded in various parts of the base. There was that group of people who all at once put down their work and ran toward the same place. Even the Shun sisters had come. After spending this time at the base, the two of them had completely gotten used to life here. Hearing everyone around shouting "City Lord," the two of them immediately registered it. By the time they arrived, the entrance to the City Lord's mansion was already surrounded by people. There were those like Zhou Chaonian who knew the truth, as well as onlookers who didn't understand what was going on. People jostled, new and old residents mixed together. Someone in the crowd could be heard whispering, "What does this emperor look like?" A person tilted their head and replied, "Don't know, only heard something about being so rich you're dripping oil or so fat you're dripping oily. Didn't catch it clearly." I heard it clearly. Wang or Guzi himself heard it on the street. Both dripping with wealth and dripping with fat. Hey, did you know? Those handsome men standing up front are all here to warm the emperor's bed. What? That's utterly heartless. I want to see what that dog emperor looks like. Practicing feudal rubbish is one thing, but to harm decent handsome men. Hey, the door's open. They're coming out. Cen Huan stepped out the door and countless gazes instantly focused on her. Goodness, she felt like the pork being picked over and over at the market. One look after another seemed to pierce right through her. This is... Chan Debeo stepped forward first and grabbed her, bawling loudly that 1,000 words crowded her heart, and in the end she could only say one sentence. "Wha? You only just woke up. Do you know I couldn't even bring myself to eat braised pork all these 2 weeks? Cen Huan laughed and patted her shoulder. "Well, I'm thrilled I'm more important than braised pork." Chan Debeo was even angrier. "Wow, why are you like this?" Cen Huan hurriedly appeased him. All right, I'm not mad anymore. From now on I'll cover all your braised pork. You promised. You said it yourself, okay? Bro, you bear witness for me, she can't lie to me." Chan Debeo let go of her, scrutinizing every inch of Cen Huan's face, feeling incredibly relieved. Chan Yi stepped forward and nodded. Cen Huan looked at the friends around her, each with scruffy beards and dark circles under their eyes. Even round-faced Chan Debeo had lost his baby fat. Head slimmed down a whole lot. Cen Huan felt moved, smiling as she said to everyone, "You've all worked hard recently. After I finish the things on my desk, I'll take everyone out to eat." Seeing the doorway packed 3 rows deep inside and out, almost spilling onto the main road. Cen Huan hurriedly beckoned a few people inside, then turned to the residents and said, "Everyone go home for now. I'll show you the new building later." I knew it. The city lord is awesome. Huh? So it's not the emperor, it's the city lord. Who the hell started that rumor? This city lord is a gorgeous young woman, and they turned her into a fat, big-eared old man. The old residents looked sideways, their expressions saying, "Isn't it just you lot all righteously indignant?" The new resident awkwardly rubbed his hands. Bro, what is that new building the city lord mentioned?" "Humph, not telling you." The old residents left one by one, acting prideful, while the new resident anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. Seeing there was no more excitement, everyone noisily dispersed. Someone nosy tried to slip into the building behind Cen Huan and the others, but unexpectedly triggered the alarm and was instantly teleported out of the base. The others weren't surprised. The base didn't harshly punish such minor mistakes, and he would probably come back on his own soon. What they didn't expect was that before Cen Huan left, she had already revised the base rules. Anyone who triggers the base alarm would be placed on the base blacklist for either 7 days or permanently, depending on the severity of the incident. For minor offenses, the first punishment is a 7-day ban from entering the base. The second time, regardless of severity, results in a permanent blacklisting. Of course, the base would never take advantage of you. All your belongings would be teleported out together. The person who was standing dazedly outside the base wall looked at the familiar luggage at his feet and felt a foreboding rising in his chest. When he returned to the city gate again, he could no longer pass through the base's barrier, because he repeatedly violated the base regulations. The system assumed he would not repent and simply blacklisted him. At this point, anger and regret were useless. She could only sulkingly pack her things and look for another place. Because there were many people. Cen Huan led everyone straight to the dining hall and motioned for them to sit down. She briefly explained her situation, and when everyone heard that she had fully recovered, they all breathed a sigh of relief. What Cen Huan didn't mention was that she had turned misfortune into fortune and had already stepped up to level 5 in this life. 3 months were enough to accomplish in a single stretch what had taken 3 years of scrambling in the previous one. After that, she briefly and concisely handed off the work. No one doubted for a second that she had woken up with complete knowledge of the base's affairs. Chan Yi. The guard unit can expand its ranks. You're in charge of interviewing, assessing, and enlarging it. Bao and Xiao Lei will continue to oversee the mining work on the rear hill. The base needs a large amount of basic materials. Uncle Chong, pause your trading operations for now. The base will be opening shops gradually. Recruit a batch of experienced people first and train them to get on duty as soon as possible. Uncle Beiwang, you and your men continue patrolling the base. I have revised the base regulations. Anyone who violates them will be severely punished. Zhou Chaonian, you are responsible for leading the guard to protect civilians collecting supplies. Remember, winter supplies are the most important. After saying these, Cen Huan paused for a moment and asked, anything to add? Chan Debao spoke first. Over at that farm, restaurant and breeding plant. Don't worry, your braised pork won't be mistreated. I will convene a meeting with the people in charge. Anything else? Shen Wanzhou spoke. What can we do? Our lives were saved by you. Well, do anything you ask. Cen Huan smiled. There are many kinds of jobs at the base. Take a good look. If you like one, go to the office for an interview. If you pass, you can start immediately. Shen Wanzhou nodded. All right. That wraps up the base arrangements for now. Tonight at 10, come to the City Lord's mansion. I'll show you all something good. Meeting adjourned. After Cen Huan finished speaking, the two Shen sisters left on their own. Xiao Lei, having nothing else to do, followed suit, then Uncle Wang and Chong Wenyong. Only Chan Yi and his two siblings and Zhou Chaonian remained. Cen Huan's expression was inscrutable. She roughly understood that each of them had something on their minds, perhaps something about the base, perhaps something about her. Her eyes flicked as she chose the easiest guess. Debao, what's the matter? Whatever it is, wait until I finish eating. Debao, let's go. The two little girls walked out hand in hand, and the two grown men, feeling it was inappropriate to stay in someone else's home any longer, followed them out. Chan Debao was unlike his usual self. Even when he heard it was time to eat, he didn't react much. His face was full of conflicted feelings, causing Cen Huan to glance at him repeatedly. What's wrong? While I've been away, has Xiao Lei been bullying you? Would he dare? Realizing he had been tricked by Cen Huan, Chan Debao grew glum again. Cen Huan stopped trying to persuade him. She finished the whole meal in silence and, true to her word, paid the bill. That little girl Chun Debeo, though heavy with worry, didn't miss a single piece of meat she was supposed to eat. It wasn't until they left Hope Restaurant that Cen Huan asked him nothing more. Instead, Chun Debeo himself couldn't hold it in any longer. Little fairy, do you really like Zhou Chaonian? Cen Huan with a black question mark face. Who told you I like him? Huh? No. Chun Debeo cautiously watched Cen Huan's expression. Then do you like my brother? Huh? What on earth is this? Why does it get more and more ridiculous the more we talk? It's nothing. I was just asking casually. Only now did Chun Debeo realize that Cen Huan never had that intention. He awkwardly scratched his head, looked at Cen Huan's profile, and the knot in his heart slowly loosened. Since the apocalypse began, she had fallen into a panic. The entire family was reduced to just her and her brother. Cen Huan descended from the sky and rescued them, like the last straw that saved their lives. Chun Debeo had no choice but to cling tightly to her, so she shamelessly latched onto Cen Huan and brazenly called her little fairy. He even entertained a crooked idea, wanting Cen Huan to end up with Chan Yi. This friendship began with her impure motives, yet it truly took root and blossomed through Cen Huan's boundless tolerance of her. During the half-month Cen Huan was out of contact, Chun Debeo gradually realized just how big a mistake had made. Who Cen Huan likes is her own business, but whatever Cen Huan wants to do, Chun Debeo will be sure to help her accomplish literally as a friend. The two girls laughed and walked off, and the two psychic operatives from the mental department walking side by side in the distance suddenly caught each other's gaze, each seeing a trace of schadenfreude in the other's eyes. So it turned out she didn't like you either. Chapter 106. The Defiant Arsenal. 10:00 p.m. Everyone gathered punctually in front of the city lord's mansion. Cen Huan stepped outside and saw more than a dozen pairs of eyes staring at her. Without blinking, she gave a soft laugh. Let's go. The group walked and chatted along the way, curiously asking what kind of building Cen Huan actually was. Cen Huan remained mysterious, keeping the matter a secret. After Hope Base reached level 3, the area really did become especially large. A few people passed by the parking lot, and Cen Huan suggested driving over it would be faster. And it was already quite late. The vehicle drove for about 10 minutes and stopped beneath a pale gray building slightly smaller than the exchange. It stood quietly in the night. Even the lights dimmed. Looking somewhat unremarkable, Cen Huan curled the corner of his mouth and looked at it all with satisfaction. The 3 characters' ordnance factory above the main gate were not as ostentatious as those on the other buildings. Chun Debeo behind him voiced a question. Why does this building look different from the other buildings in the base? Bei also said. Indeed, although its exterior looks identical to the exchange, it seems somewhat unremarkable, nowhere near as grand as the exchange. Cen Huan's expression remained mysterious, and he didn't explain any further. Walking up to the entrance, the system automatically scanned, and Cen Huan entered without any obstruction. The person behind, after being scanned, received the temporary authorization Cen Huan had given and was allowed to enter once. Everyone followed behind Cen Huan and in an instant was stunned. The exterior of this munitions factory indeed matched the antique look of the exchange, but inside it was filled with a sense of futuristic technology. The walls were entirely black, with no visible material, and the base of the walls emitted a soft green glow. The whole place gave off a cyberpunk aesthetic. Wow, this is insanely cool. Having seen many weapons research labs, Xun Wanzhou was also full of admiration for this place. The entire armory is divided into several sections arranged in order: raw material analysis workshop, assembly workshop, debugging workshop, and mass production workshop. In addition, it is equipped with a holographic laboratory, a blueprint research room, and finally a huge warehouse. It fully covers the functions of weapon R&D, manufacturing, and storage. Currently it is level 1 and can produce at most 10 types of portable light weapons. Upgrading can raise the type limit and can also unlock higher-level war machines. In Meng's words, as long as the level is high enough, even warships can be produced. There are also various other features to explore freely. Cen Huan was eager to try immediately and pulled Xina Wanzhou into the blueprint study room. The others dispersed to look around on their own, while Chun Debeo followed Cen Huan. I probably have some understanding of how this building works. I'll give it a try. Cen Huan opened the blueprint study panel where you could choose between a free trial or buying the full blueprint. Cen Huan decisively chose to pay. He clicked on what looked like the easiest house blueprint in the level 1 blueprint library. A laser pistol. She glanced at the price. 1 million base coins. That meant it would cost 10,000 tier 1 crystal cores. Cen Huan bought it without batting an eye. She felt like she was floating, no longer caring about 10,000 crystal cores. Crying inside, smiling on the outside. Confirm purchase? After buying, the number of blueprints that can be added in the armory will be 9. Cen Huan was silent for a moment. It seemed that buying it would automatically add them. Still, she clicked confirm. After all, this wasn't just the simplest looking one, it was also the cheapest in the entire level 1 blueprint library. Cen Huan thought that was it, but in the next second please select a bullet type. Standard bullets. Free level 1 psychic bullet. Each round can hold 1 psychic attack. 100 level 1 crystal cores level 2 psychic bullet. Each round can hold 3 psychic attacks. 100 level 2 crystal cores level 3. To simplify calculations, the arsenal uses crystal cores as the unit of measure. To review, the exchange rate between each grade of crystal cores is 100. The exchange rate between level 1 crystal cores and base currency is also 100. Cen Huan didn't even dare to open the level 3 bullet. Little fairy, what does this superpower bullet mean? You'll know in a moment. A pistol magazine holds 7 bullets. Cen Huan bought 1 blueprint each for the level 1 and level 2 bullets. Then he led the 2 of them to the assembly workshop and selected the blueprint on the screen. Clicked assemble. Insufficient raw materials. Raw materials. So what now? Did I come tonight for nothing? Host, due to the special nature of the anomalous weapon, the raw materials need to include a zombie crystal core in order to affect zombies. The base has enough of the other raw materials, so you just have to toss some crystal cores into the munitions factory warehouse. Cen Huan had a bit of an epiphany. This was what they meant by defeating magic with magic. Weapons need crystal cores? Does that mean bullets do too? The host guessed right. A level 1 bullet only needs a single level 1 crystal core and can withstand psionic powers up to low tier level 3. A level 2 bullet requires a level 2 crystal core and can withstand psionic powers up to low tier level 4. Cen Huan's pupils contracted. So that's the reason expensive ones are worth it. Just imagine, after getting this gun, by spending a single level 2 crystal core, you could use a level 5 psionic power 3 times. Cen Huan didn't worry about how many crystal cores it would take. She decided to make one first and deal with it later. With crystal cores in the warehouse, the machine began to run smoothly. The huge roaring was extremely jarring in the quiet night. Those who heard it hurried over. What is the city lord doing? Cen Huan didn't answer. At that moment she was staring fixedly at the output slot. A silver laser pistol slowly emerged before everyone. Its sleek lines instantly stirred the men's hearts. A muted metallic sheen, a dark muzzle, overall ergonomic design, slightly cool to the touch, very comfortable. Cen Huan took out the ability gun, reselect the ammunition, and directly chose the second-tier ability rounds. Notice: no selectable supernatural powers. Host, there is a supernatural power decomposition platform nearby. Inject your power into it and it will automatically generate and store it, and can be used automatically next time. Cen Huan looked at the supernatural power decomposition platform beside her. It was entirely black, of unknown material, and looked very sturdy. To bow, use your power to attack this platform. Just use a fireball. Chun Debao felt a bit puzzled, but whatever Cen Huan told her to do she did. She immediately launched a large fireball at the platform Cen Huan had pointed to. Boom! The fireball hurtled toward the disassembly platform with fierce momentum. But it dissipated the moment it made contact. The platform lit up, and a pleasant mechanical voice sounded. Level 3 fireball recorded successfully? For a moment everyone was a little baffled, then they saw Cen Huan click on the screen again and the machine whirred to life. Before long a small, neat bullet appeared at the outlet. Under Meng's guidance, Cen Huan appeared to skillfully load the bullet into the magazine and briskly chamber it. The crowd was left staring in astonishment. This is so cool. Let's go to the lab. Cen Huan held the psychic gun, her small face serious, eyes resolute. She looked exactly like a female special agent stepped out of a movie. Arriving at the holographic lab, Cen Huan chose the comparison mode and set the enemy parameters based on the zombies from the training facility. Level 2 zombie. Cen Huan turned to Chun Debao and said, Debao? 2 identical zombies will appear in a moment. Use the fireball you just used to attack the one on the right. At most 3 attacks. Chan Debeo, upon hearing this, immediately took up a ready Toto attack stance. Cen Huan inexplicably felt that Chan Debeo had become much more composed, shook her head, and took the experiment seriously. Cen Huan clicked start. After a 3-second countdown, 2 identical zombies did indeed appear in front of everyone and charged madly toward them. Cen Huan clenched his breath, raised the psychic gun with both hands, aimed and pulled the trigger. After a slight recoil, the muzzle fired a fireball amid the stunned gazes of the onlookers. This fireball was slightly smaller than the one Chan Debeo had produced, and it flew straight toward the head of a level 2 zombie. Those behind couldn't help but grow tense, their eyes fixed on the 2 fireballs flying toward the zombies. The zombie on the right had its skull burst open instantly, its body going limp and collapsing. Cen Huan's zombie, though severely injured, still staggered forward, and Cen Huan took the moment and immediately fired a second shot. The zombie fell without suspense. Hiss! This supernatural gun. So that's how it's used. This is utterly unbelievable. After Chan Debeo finished using his ability, he ran up in shock and looked at the gun in Cen Huan's hand. Is this my ability? Cen Huan curled her lips, raised the ability gun and said to the people behind her, "That's right. The ability that was just fired from this gun was Debeo's ability. But because Debeo didn't use his full strength at the decomposition bench, the power of this fireball is smaller than when Debeo releases it himself. This level 2 bullet can contain 3 ability charges. It only requires 1 level 2 crystal core plus some other materials." Bei quickly did the math and said in shock. So if Deputy Captain Chen's input was an ability used with full strength, 3 ability charges would be equivalent to using 1 level 2 crystal core to get 3 level 2 crystal cores. Then 927 Xiaolei laughed. "Bro, are you playing some shell game here?" Then heated discussion erupted and Cen Huan smiled. "Let's go to the blueprint study room. If anyone has questions, we'll bring them up together." A group of people arrived at the blueprint study room and each took a seat. Bei, also a fire-type ability user, was particularly curious about other attack forms and asked first, "City Lord, is it possible to use a fire dragon?" "Yes, but the duration needs to be tested." "Can psychic abilities be used?" Chen Yi asked immediately. Zhou Chaoyan glanced at him silently, his thin lips pressed together. "That could work too. The exact effect will need to be tested, but if it's earth-based, that should be possible as well, right?" "Yes. It's possible subject to testing. That spatial system. This one can't. But you never know in the future." Cen Huan recalled that in her previous life, spatial ability users had evolved offensive techniques like spatial blades, which would probably make it possible, but she didn't say more. Zhou Chaoyan finally found an opportunity to speak. "This cursed ability gun, is it pretty expensive?" Chapter 107. Supernatural weapons usable by ordinary people. Cen Huan snapped his fingers, agreeing with Zhou Chaoyan's statement. "That's right. This most basic weapon, not counting the blueprint and other materials, used 11 level 2 crystal cores, and it's merely the cheapest weapon in this armory. I can't even afford the blueprints for the other weapons." Saying that, Cen Huan helplessly shrugged. "From now on, producing each grade 2 bullet will require 1 grade 2 crystal core. And a grade 2 bullet can withstand a maximum ability of an early stage 4. But we hope the base won't only offer opportunities for powered individuals to become stronger. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach him to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. I hope that ordinary residents of the Hope Base can also have a chance to stay alive. The host means to say you can't just fleece one sheep after another, right?" Cen Huan ignored Meng's snark and continued, addressing everyone. "So, besides firearms, the arsenal also has cold weapons. This weapon is cheap to make, suitable for ordinary people to use, and also meets the tastes of some ability users. The specific performance remains to be tested." Seeing everyone's eager faces, Cen Huan hurriedly added that I gathered everyone tonight to talk about 2 things. First, having fought side by side with everyone these past days, I believe you are all people the base can trust. The appearance of the munitions factory will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire Meng City. I hope everyone will cooperate sincerely and protect our homeland. Also, I have reliable information that there will be a blizzard after the holidays. His people at Hope Base usually didn't feel the harshness of winter, but over the past week the outside temperature really did keep dropping. Many people from Hope Base who went out to gather supplies have gotten frostbite at the other bases. Hundreds to thousands of people are freezing to death every day, and this week, the base will rush to stockpile basic materials. Only after the blizzard arrives can the base upgrade and survive the winter. and mass-produce cold weapons to arm the whole base to deal with other mutations after the blizzard. Cen Huan didn't specify what the other mutations were, but everyone tacitly refrained from asking. Cen Huan knew that everyone was a bit shocked by these two announcements tonight, so she said, "Everyone go back and rest for now. Tomorrow, come to the armory in shifts to test your abilities. The rest of you arrange your own tasks." After speaking, she let everyone disperse but stopped Shen Wanzhou, who was about to leave. Shan Huaning glanced twice and followed Chan Debao back. Shan Wanzhou felt slightly sinking. She roughly understood why Cen Huan had kept her. Sure enough, Cen Huan spoke softly, "You can say I'll let you do anything." Shen Wanzhou looked up at the words. "Now, maybe I'm like Hu Yunshan too, letting you manufacture weapons?" Shen Wanzhou turned her head away, avoiding eye contact, and was silent for a long time. Cen Huan sighed, knowing she had been hurt, and turned to pull her out of the ordnance factory. "Watching the peace and tranquility under the moonlight, I never had any intention of saving the world. Perhaps what I'm doing will make you mistakenly think I'm a good person. But in fact, I approached you on purpose because I valued the abilities of you two sisters. Agreeing to rescue you comes with conditions." Shan Wanzhou listened to Cen Huan's hard-hearted words and couldn't help interrupting. "You're a good person." Cen Huan was taken aback and couldn't help pulling Shen Wan's his hand. "You're no different from me. Do you know what kind of people Hu Yunshan killed that night? Of those 100 people, more than 40 were people who openly opposed him or mocked him when he first took the base leadership. The rest were either the relatives or friends of the former group, or people who had expressed dissatisfaction with him in public." Cen Huan paused at this and said, "I'm not saying this to whitewash anything. I agree with Hu Yunshan that it's the law of the jungle. But what I admire more is Uncle Shen's great love. In times like these, being able to protect the people we want to protect is, in the eyes of many, already a luxury." Shan Wanzhou lowered her head. She simply couldn't get past that mental hurdle. Seeing this, Cen Huan didn't try to persuade her further. She even gave Shen Wanzhou a dose of precautionary advice. "I'm telling you in advance. I'm really not a good person once this weapon is manufactured. I can't guarantee how it will be used. Once it leaves the factory, payment and delivery are final. You bear the consequences." Shan Wanzhou was amused by her deadpan seriousness. "How come I never noticed you have the makings of a shady merchant?" "Heh, after all, I have this whole big family to support." The two of them chatted and laughed as they got into the car and returned to the residential area. Cen Huan thought that next year they should put transportation on the agenda. Given the current size of the Hope Base, it would take an ordinary person 4 to 5 hours to walk from the East Gate to the West Gate. Even an esper with good stamina would need 2.5 to almost 3 hours. Fortunately, Cen Huan had planned the main buildings on the east side, near the East Gate. This made travel more convenient for everyone. The next day, Cen Huan intensively began researching melee weapons. Although Shen Wanzhou didn't say much, she still took the initiative to help with testing and explaining data. So by the second day after the armory was built, the first batch of supernatural melee weapons from Hope Base was put on the shelves at the weapons shop in the exchange at noon. Cen Huan also tried listing 10 supernatural guns. Since Zhao Lin returned from the mission with Cen Huan and the others, she joined a squad of psychics. At the time the base was short on personnel, so some non-psychics with high combat ability were exceptionally recruited after passing assessments. Su Bai and Zhang He were among them, forming the Blazing Squad together with Zhao Lin and 2 other psychics. Lately many psychics have arrived at the base as well, but none of them plan to change teammates. I came because I heard from people at the Aberrant Guild that the weapon shop had new stock. The weapon shop looked the same as always, but a display screen that had never been turned on before was on today. Many people clustered around the screen. A shop assistant appeared, looked at the pack store and smiled as they spoke. "Everyone, the City Lord's batch of weapons this time is different from the usual. Please patiently watch the entire weapon explanation video and choose what suits you." After speaking, he smiled mysteriously, stepped out of the crowd, and chuckled inwardly. Today's sales are sure to skyrocket. He needed to quickly review the knowledge about supernatural weapons the City Lord had taught him yesterday, so he wouldn't be at a loss when asked. Luckily Miss Shen was here today too, so it wasn't a big problem. Everyone was bewildered when they saw the clerk retreat to the back room. Just as he was about to speak, the big screen flickered. Boom! 4 blunt, emphatic characters appeared right away. "Superpowered weapons." The audience looked baffled, and the image shifted to a laboratory. "City Lord." Someone recognized the person on the screen and shouted aloud. They saw Cen Huan being chased by a zombie, She was holding a bat-like weapon fighting the zombie. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats. The city lord shouldn't be this weak. What on earth is going on? Cen Huan struck the zombie on the head with a baseball bat. The zombie staggered 2 steps but still lunged at him. Lord of the city, get out of the way. But Cen Huan didn't dodge. Instead he tightened his grip on the bat and swung it straight at the zombie. Everyone held their breath. Some covered their eyes, too afraid to watch. But to everyone's surprise, the baseball bat Cen Huan swung was actually charged with lightning abilities. The sound of crackling electricity sizzled as the electric light struck the zombie's head in an instant. The zombie's head exploded in a moment, the corpse disintegrating into points of light and vanishing. The onlookers were stunned by the scene, momentarily speechless. After nearly 30 seconds of silence, someone propped up their chin with a hand. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Those without much culture can only use the national classic triple to express their shock. Does anyone still remember the first 4 characters at the start? Supernatural weapon. This is absolutely the worst advertisement I've ever seen in my life. But absolutely no filler at all. It'll speak for everyone. Buy it. The crowd suddenly erupted with great enthusiasm. Someone shouted, "Post the link. We don't need to see the rest." Everyone burst out laughing, but the same thought surfaced in their minds. But soon everyone was drawn to the next video, half-hour video. Cen Huan was in charge of demonstrations. Xina Prairie explained more than 10 kinds of cold weapons. Cen Huan's dodging and evasive movements paired with Xina Praire's deadpan commentary were a little bit hilarious. The atmosphere on site was very enthusiastic. Woo, I'm so moved. I just realized the city lord was introducing weapons using ordinary people's combat methods. It's so immersive. And the commentator girl beside him, although she explained the weapon's performance very clearly, combined with this footage, forgive me, I can't stop laughing. The lord of the city is stunning. Today is another day of wanting to climb into bed. TC, she's just a weak woman. Her combat ability isn't necessarily that strong. I think you old residents are just blowing smoke. If you say that, you definitely haven't been to the training academy. She's the number 2 on all the leaderboards. Her power is infinitesimally close to Zhou Chaonian, the number 1, okay. And the city lord will build things too. I think he's way more powerful than Zhou Chaonian. Don't argue. I'm just blindly praising the city lord. Yeah, like you, the city lord can punch 10 people at once. No, 100. The new residents didn't note Cen Huan's strength, but many had seen Zhou Chaonian's fighting ability when he settled disputes at the base, and they were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. Cen Huan finally pulled out the strange power gun. The first time Subai saw it he was tempted, and when he saw its effect his heart burned even hotter. 4th tier ability. A 3rd tier zombie can be taken down with just 2 shots. He decided then and there that even if it meant losing everything, he had to get it. No soldier could refuse a gun like this, even a retired one, and it even glows. After the video finished, the clerk came out and said, to ensure fairness, weapons will be put up for sale in half an hour. Only then can you click to purchase. The price list for each weapon has been posted on the screen. Please make sure you have enough crystal cores or base coins. Damn. This is freaking expensive. What are you scared of? With this weapon, how could you not earn crystal cores? You're right. I'm going home to ask my wife for spending money now. What? You won't give it to me? Today I'll kneel until my knees are ruined. I have to buy it. Subai looked at the price of the supernatural gun on the screen and sucked in a breath. Luckily he usually took missions actively, so his balance was barely enough. But after buying this, he'd probably have to eat dust. Half an hour later the weapon went on sale right on time. Subai paid in full and grabbed 1 gun and 2 magazines. PS. Can't be paid in installments. This is just an exaggerated figure of speech. By the time he looked back again, only 3 ability guns remained, and in the blink of an eye they were gone. The other cold weapons were also rapidly decreasing. When the brothers who had knelt at home for half an hour returned and saw the empty shelves, they cried as if their hearts were being torn apart, as if abandoned by the whole world. When he heard the clerk say there would be more tomorrow, he laughed through a runny nose, hobbled back on 2 lame legs. He had taken leave to come and still had 7.5 hours of not having knelt enough. Basically all the veteran residents present bought today's newly released weapons. The new residents couldn't afford them. Out of face they said the weapons were expensive and useless, and they quietly hinted that the veteran residents had been fleeced by Cen Huan. The veteran residents weren't fooled and bluntly told them they were sour graping because they couldn't get any. Furious, the new residents went off to borrow money everywhere. Don't stop me. Tomorrow I'm definitely taking these leaks. Chapter 108 Preparations before winter. Cen Huan stared at the backstage transaction data, utterly shocked. When she was still worrying that the psychic gun was too expensive and might not sell, she didn't expect that in just 30 seconds the psychic guns would be completely sold out. There were even quite a few people who couldn't buy one, crouching at the weapon shop store, crying. What a world-famous painting. As expected, she was still too kind and underestimated the residents' wallets. But it's okay once you've boarded the thief ship of superpowered weapons. You don't have to worry about residents running away. Because all superpowered weapons need periodic energy replenishment. For example, that baseball bat stores level 3 electrical power. She had originally been worried that Zhou Keonian's ability level was too high to be suppressed, but she didn't expect this pervert to cooperate with the mental power to control his ability level. So that means as long as you want, others can't see your ability level? Even in battle it won't be exposed. But what's the use? You're already almost at the highest level and no one could tell your ability level anyway. Although this ability is kind of useless, I really need it right now, ha ha ha. Zhou Qiaonian looked at her smile and felt his spirits lift. After returning to the base he never again had the chance to be alone with Cen Huan. Then he thought of her conversation with Chen Debao that day and felt a little heartsick. Thus was born the level 3 Thunderan Lightning superpower baseball bat. Cen Huan didn't want to let people into the munitions factory casually, so she selected only those she trusted to input powers. Even Zhou Qiaonian and the others had only one-time entry permissions. A third-tier lightning ability baseball bat can be used in succession for 3 days. All cold weapons have a button to switch modes. One is the ordinary weapon mode, the other is the ability mode. The ability mode lasts for 3 days while the ordinary mode has no time limit. So she wasn't worried at all that residents would abscond with the weapons, even if they did. Once the energy was gone they would be nothing but scrap metal. Ability guns are the same. Once the bullets are gone they're just decorations with no killing power. Cen Huan thought for a moment and decided not to adjust the price after all. If you want the horse to run, you still have to leave some grass for it to eat. A steady trickle will secure more buyers. Let the chives grow so you can harvest more, ha 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 ha. With this crystal core, Cen Huan produced some more supernatural weapons and prepared to list them the next day. Since there are so many wealthy people at the base, she didn't hold back either and put up several hundred supernatural guns at once. The number of cold weapons was even too many to count. Arm the residents as quickly as possible so they can go out and bring back more supplies. It will also increase their chances of survival. I almost forgot to say. I hope the base's weapons have biometric recognition and combat recording functions. A weapon can only be bound to one person. After the resident ID is issued it will automatically bind, and it's useless if carried by someone else. So even if someone else grabs the weapon, they still can't use it to harm Hope Base residents. Of course cold weapons still have lethality and can't be completely dealt with. Also, to prevent bullying incidents within the base, each time someone returns to the weapon shop to replenish their abilities, the shop can check whether that weapon has been used to harm Hope Base residents. If it has, it can be added to a blacklist. Besides weapons, the base's various buildings were also insufficient, and Cen Huan was frantically distracted. Less than 5 days remained until the festival, and the base's infrastructure was still inadequate. The restaurant was under huge pressure. And the farmland was also operating at a loss. By the end of the day the warehouse was already empty. Cen Huan urgently bought food from the mall and put it into the exchange's shop, barely solving the eating problem. The clothing situation is the same. The mall only sells winter and summer clothes and each has only one style, which is sold at a very high price. Some people can only stay in their rooms for long periods, because only the buildings inside the base are warm. Everywhere else is as freezing as outside the walls. Cen Huan's biggest worry right now is the blizzard in 5 days, and the geological disasters after the blizzard. Some parts of the back mountain are close to the city wall, and if a collapse occurs it could bury part of the wall. There are also spring corpse tides and mutated flora and fauna. Humankind's living space will face even harsher trials, but Cen Huan still had confidence. If even Hope Base couldn't hold out, she didn't know what place could remain unscathed. Cen Huan raised the buyback price for basic materials a bit. The colder the weather, the more people at the base slipped into a give-up mode, and their enthusiasm for gathering materials dropped considerably. Cen Huan appropriately mentioned a price increase. partly to spur the residents and partly as a subtle reminder that the environment would get progressively worse. So, under the deliberate and inadvertent guidance of Cen Huan and the office, basically everyone in the base came to know that a massive blizzard would arrive soon. And when it did, they wouldn't be able to collect supplies. If the rent expired and they were driven out of the city, death would be inevitable. Therefore they hoped that every day large numbers of ordinary residents from the base would go out to gather supplies. Then bring back an even larger group when you return. Cen Huan saw the base warehouse was about to be full again and told Meng to move the materials into her personal space. Then they accelerated construction of the farm fields, the restaurant, and the cloth workshop. At the very least, they had to solve the base's food and clothing needs. Upgrading the fields from level 2 increased the yield, but unexpectedly the output dropped again because the temperature was just too low. Cen Huan gritted her teeth and upgraded them straight to level 3, which not only raised the yield but also sped up maturation. Where it used to take 5 days to mature, it was now shortened directly to 3 days. Also, because the base only had 2 seeders running around the clock, and one of them had broken down many times, seeding could only be done by hand, so Cen Huan built dozens more plots. The whole Hope base now had 150 level 3 fields. Cen Huan urgently posted a hiring notice specifically picking young, strong people and doubling the wages. Under Grandpa Liu's leadership, everything was planted in a single day. Fortunately, the farmland wasn't demanding, and by the next day all the seeds had sprouted. Once this group was free, they formed teams and went out to gather supplies. Grandpa Liu was forced to take a few days off. He had indeed been working hard, and no longer needed to plant continuously, just wait for this batch to mature. Although the base is overcrowded now, Cen Huan couldn't stop grinning. As she looked at the stacks of supplies and the ever-rising base coins and crystal cores. We've got to grind. Even Meng said Cen Huan was increasingly looking like a capitalist. Cen Huan laughed and retorted, although capitalists are detestable, who doesn't want to become the person they dislike the most? This is life. You little system wouldn't understand. After the warehouse was filled, Cen Huan continued building civilian houses. In the past few days, the number of residents pouring into the base increased day by day. Now the population had already exceeded 30,000. She had been awake for only 2 days, and 4,000 to 5,000 new residents had already arrived. It's estimated that by the festival, the base population might break through 50,000. There weren't enough civilian houses, so Cen Huan waved her hand and had another 50 built. The old and new residents of the base weren't surprised. They only sped up their collecting. Many began to feel a looming sense of crisis. Stockpiling supplies as quickly as possible was the way to go. Although the base hoped not to worry about zombies and the like, winter's severe cold meant that if the farms halted production, wouldn't they starve to death? Households began stocking up on supplies, but no matter how residents bought, the exchange's goods didn't decrease and prices didn't rise, which settled them somewhat. As more people surged into the base, various violations of the base regulations began to occur again. After being blacklisted by the base's rules, these people, unable to enter the base barrier, blocked the gate. Cen Huan told the guard force directly not to hold back. If they couldn't bring themselves to act, they could notify her and she would go over personally. When the guards heard the city lord speak like that, of course they stopped bothering Cen Huan. So whenever bloodshed broke out at the base gate, some bewildered survivors would point at the guards and shout, "We went through hell to get to your base, and this is how you treat ordinary people. Don't think that because people around you praise you, you don't know what you really are. Water can carry a boat and also capsize it." The squad leader of the guard had a face of official business. Disrupting the order of Hope base. Is there a problem with the base throwing him out? Attempting to attack members of Hope base's guard. I killed him. Is there a problem? The base isn't begging you to come. You can leave if you don't want to. Any questions? 3 consecutive questions stunned many people. The squad leader waved his hand. The ability users from the 2 squads, weapons in hand, stood at the base entrance. They pointed their blades at the survivors who had been kicked out by the base. The squad leader glanced at the shifty-eyed survivor and said coldly, "Anyone put on the base's blacklist by the rules, if they come within 1 step of the city gate, shoot to kill." The expelled survivor angrily packed his things and slunk back along the road. Along the way they badmouthed Hope base, calling it a ghost town. Survivors who didn't know the truth were brainwashed by them and left the group to follow them back to the city. When Cen Huan heard the news, she laughed out loud. Did they really think Hope base was still that shabby place where only 2 people showed up in 6 days? Now it's not you choosing a base, but the base choosing you. Cen Huan couldn't help but sigh. Some people, they don't even get the chance to be harvested like leeks. How tragic. Chapter 109. It's snowing these past few days. Cen Huan has been rushing about, busy in every corner of the base. As the residents wake up, the base's trash has gradually increased. She's been busy these days. If not for Meng's reminder, she would have almost forgotten about it. Previously she had hoped the base's waste handling would be simple. Leftovers and scraps could all be thrown into the breeding farm. Other kinds of trash were taken out when going on missions, but now the population had grown, and Cen Huan had to consider the whole city's treatment systems. Cen Huan studied the system panel and found two sets of systems. One was the underground drainage system, and the other was the waste disposal system. Her eyes lit up at once. These two systems could be integrated, and the construction costs weren't high. But the maintenance costs were just too much, right? 1 level 2 crystal nucleus per day. They even hit my force field. Ahem. Host a reminder. After the force field upgrades to level 3 it requires 10 level 2 crystal cores per day. Oh, then that's not expensive. No. Why didn't you tell me about this? Dishonest system. How dare it raise prices randomly? Can I file a complaint? Meng fell silent. Cen Huan could only be angry at the air. Angry as she was, she still had to buy the processing system. By then, with more rain in spring, she hoped the base wouldn't get flooded, especially the farmland. Wincing, he clicked to build. Both systems were underground, so the residents wouldn't notice at all. At most they'd wake up to find the base had gained a bunch of trash cans and garbage processing stations. But those two processing systems were still very useful. First, the waste processing system could convert all garbage into raw materials. For example, packaging. Plastic bottles would be turned into plastic for use in the base's other constructions. Of course there would be some loss in the conversion, otherwise it would become an infinite loop. Secondly, the rainwater management system can drain rainwater through underground pipes into the river outside the base. This prevents rainwater from accumulating inside the base. You must understand that the rain after the apocalypse contains the zombie virus, and people with weak constitutions can easily become infected. Wait. The rain contains the zombie virus. The farmlands. Cen Huan's pupils contracted sharply. Luckily she remembered. She hurriedly flipped through the control panel and found a greenhouse structure that could keep out rain and control temperature. When it's sunny, the awning can automatically retract to the side, not affecting the plant's exposure to light at all. She decisively built it. And the fields were instantly wrapped in construction shelters. Old Lu, who had been patrolling the fields, was immediately moved to the farm gate. Fortunately all the seeds had already been sown, so there was no real need to keep checking. But Grandpa Lu couldn't sit still. Always felt the day wasn't complete unless he went out to the fields for a walk. Cen Huan watched the base's changes on the control panel, feeling extremely satisfied. Autonomously constructed drainage system, waste disposal system, and farmland greenhouses successfully. Reward 3. Random gift packs. Cen Huan looked at the 3 gift packs with great delight. She didn't plan to open them right away. What if she got something good and the base lacked the materials, making her covet it again? Recently the office reported that the exchange was overcrowded every day, and the major shops were almost bursting at the seams. Cen Huan hurriedly throttled the traffic, setting a maximum number of people allowed in each shop at the same time, but many people who couldn't buy anything queued up outside the exchange, causing a commotion all around it, and even her city lord's mansion was nearly surrounded by the crowd. So Cen Huan hurriedly used the time to build shops. A pharmacy, a clothing shop, a weapons shop, a grain store, a fruit and vegetable shop, and her own general store, 10 of each. But she didn't have enough building materials to construct them all at once. Fortunately, the residents of the Hope Base came through. In just a few days, they had gathered enough materials. So in the Hope Base, at locations where there were larger numbers of people, you could see buildings springing up every day. The new residents, previously only heard of but never seen, were finally able to satisfy their curiosity this time. They were even more filled with awe toward this city lord. After all, in the entire Meng City, which other Esper could possess such breathtakingly extraordinary powers? On the night of February 13th at 10 o'clock, the final shop was completed. All the shops had uniform names. The managers were carefully selected by the office and wore standardized work uniforms. They stood inside the shop beaming with smiles. Cen Huan watched all of this with satisfaction, hoping that the base, which usually turned off all the lights and rested by 10 o'clock, would follow suit. But past midnight, it was the new year in Huagua, and there were still quite a few people staying up to see the year in. Cen Huan was the same, planning tomorrow's New Year's meal in the city lord's residence. The field crops had been harvested today. Cen Huan had intended to give the workers a day off, but they insisted on working overtime to have a good new year. They kept working into the night and before midnight, planted all the seeds. Cen Huan happily gave each person a red envelope. Master Luo had already received many orders and has been rushing to develop a new menu these past couple of days, so Cen Huan didn't want to trouble him. Uncle Wang's cooking is on par with Master Luo's. She'll invite him to make a New Year's Eve dinner. She'll ask friends to gather at the city lord's residence. Tonight at the Hope Base, many people are keeping vigil through the night, but unlike before the end of the world when there were evening parties to watch, after the apocalypse there are no entertainment activities at all. Those with money went to the base store to buy peanuts, sunflower seeds, beer and such, and invited a bunch of friends home to chat and shoot the breeze. The new residents who arrived in the past 2 days really hadn't expected that one day they could live such a happy life. A spacious room with water and electricity. No need to freeze. And they can even eat full meals 3 times a day. Many people, on nights like this, shed tears of bitterness and quietly resolved that all past darkness and misfortune would be left behind today. From tomorrow, a brand new life will begin. Create value through labor, create wealth with our own hands. Midnight exactly. Those still wandering the streets keenly felt a touch of cold. Looking up, it seemed something was drifting down from the sky. I reached out to catch it and found it was a snowflake. A friend walking with me shouted. It's snowing. Residents opened their windows one after another, watching the snowflakes drifting in the black sky. Pedestrians quickened their steps home, breath steaming from their hands, rising into a hazy white mist. After only a short while, the snowflakes grew heavier, clearly showing signs of turning into a blizzard. The residents hurried back to their apartment buildings, brushing the snow from their shoulders and heads along the way. The biting cold wind swept across the vast land, and the blizzard soon left a thin layer on the surfaces of the buildings. Cen Huan stood by the window holding a cup of hot milk, quietly watching and recalling that in her previous life she had encountered a blizzard while on the way to the capital city. That New Year's season was the most miserable she had ever experienced in her life. Her hands and feet had developed frostbite, her toes were frozen purple, and her little face was chapped and cracked, yet for some reason, Su Qier always managed to keep warm. Even though everyone wore equally little, she seemed simply unable to feel the cold, and no matter how harsh the conditions she had faced during the day, after a night's sleep she would still be radiant and beautiful. And there were several ordinary people in the team whose toes had to be amputated after being frostbitten. Host, please get some rest. There's still a lot to do tomorrow. Cen Huan came back to her senses and finished the milk in her hand. Chapter 110 New Year. Mutton soup 20% of the original price throughout the venue. Although the Hope Base's protective shield couldn't regulate temperature, the floor renovations made it much more frost-resistant than the outside. The land outside the Hope Base's walls began to freeze under the onslaught of the blizzard. The trees had long since lost their leaves, and when the cold wind blew, only the thick branches flailed chaotically. The back mountain was even more bare. All the plants withered overnight. Only seeds remained buried in the soil, reducing consumption to survive the cold winter. The initial cooling was like a preheat. This night, the cold wave finally arrived in earnest. Cen Huan woke up very early the next day, on the first day of the new year. She rewarded herself with a little more practice in the space. By the time she had tidied up and left the space, it was already 8 o'clock. She opened the window, hoping the base would be shrouded in a blanket of white. The base's residents seemed not to have risen yet. The whole base was wrapped in silence. Cen Huan was about to be the villain who woke everyone up. She went out in high spirits, only to find the snow had already nearly reached her thighs. But who had cleared the snow in front of the city lord's mansion for her? Cen Huan was baffled. When she stepped outside she realized that, at some unknown time, a large number of residents had already been clearing the snow from the streets. Some who weren't afraid of the cold were even having snowball fights in the snow. Feathery snow continued to fall from the sky, but it did not dampen these people's enthusiasm in the slightest. They shoveled up the snow and waved it at their companions. Whiteness filled Cen Huan's entire field of vision. Watching this scene she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Someone noticed her and called out loudly to greet her. "Good morning, City Lord. Your Excellency the City Lord. Happy New Year. Your Excellency the City Lord. May all your wishes come true." A string of blessings burst from the residents' mouths, and Cen Huan smiled in response. Let them finish shoveling the snow and then go to the office to collect red envelopes. The crowd cheered and set to work even harder. Cen Huan wore the base's signature military coat, with a full set of wool thermal underwear beneath. Even the socks were the fluffy, thick, extra warm kind. Underneath he wore thermal underwear and over that a wool sweater, then added a camouflage combat suit. Finally he put on a military greatcoat. Psychics naturally have better physiques than ordinary people, and are more resistant to cold. At this moment, as Cen Huan walked along the road, he didn't feel the cold at all. A thin film of sweat even appeared on the tip of his nose and forehead. Once inside the exchange he quickly took off the greatcoat. Arriving at the broadcasting room, she first made herself a cup of tea. The dark tea leaves unfurled in the pure water, mist swirling. Cen Huan carefully cupped the teacup in her hands, warming her numb fingers. Then she leisurely turned on the broadcast. Dear residents and friends, hello, I am Cen Huan. This year is the 2031 new year of the Huagua calendar. I extend my New Year greetings to everyone. To celebrate the success of the Hope Base's development and on this joyful occasion, the Hope Restaurant is offering a 20% discount on all menu items. Today there is also a winter-limited mutton soup on sale for a limited time at 10 of the regular price. We hope everyone will continue to strive in the coming year and advance hand in hand with the Hope Base. Dear residents and friends, hello, I am Cen Huan. Today is... The broadcast outside continued as before. When Zhou Chaoyan heard mutton soup he couldn't help but curl his lips. It was the sheep he had recovered brought back together with cattle, chickens, ducks, geese, and even a litter of little white rabbits. Bei burst in through the door in a hurry, followed by Xina Prairie. Zhou Chaoyan nodded in acknowledgement and said, Happy New Year. Xina Prairie was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, Happy New Year. Puzzled, he thought to himself, the squad leader seems to be in a good mood this week. Today? Bei went straight into Nanfeng's bedroom and hauled him out from under the covers. Nanfeng, utterly despondent with his hair all messy, was pushed out of the bedroom. Seeing Xina Prairie reminded him that today was the last treatment. He lowered his head and looked at his leg. Since the last treatment, for the past few days when he slept, his whole leg had been warm night after night. And he slept very comfortably. He hadn't felt that sensation for so long that he almost forgot he could stand up again. Xun Wanzhou had arrived, but Dr. Fu hadn't. Bei was so anxious he wished he could rush over and carry the old man straight here. Zhou Chao glanced at him lightly. Bei immediately backed down and pushed Nanfeng into the washroom. Zhou Chao turned to look at Uncle Wang, who was busy in the kitchen, and said to Xun Wanyin, Sit, have breakfast together. Xun Wanyin smiled and sat down, then thought for a moment and said, I've long heard Uncle Wang is a superb cook. Today the city lord even specially invited him to be head chef at the city lord's mansion. Captain Zhou was probably invited too, right? Xun Wanyin was taken aback. It turned out this person was still so taciturn. That spontaneous Happy New Year earlier she had thought had changed. After everyone had breakfast, Dr. Fu finally arrived belatedly, under Zhou Chaoyan's restraint. Bei didn't dare show any impatience, but watching the treatment, the beads of sweat forming on Nanfeng's forehead made him clench his fists unconsciously. 2 hours later, Dr. Fu and Xun Wanyin stopped at the same time. Xun Wanyin exhaled softly, and Bei couldn't wait to ask, How is it? How is it? Is Fenger's leg better? Dr. Fu didn't answer. He packed up his medical kit and left on his own. Although it was New Year's Day, the clinic's patients were no fewer than usual. Zhou Chaoyan personally saw him to the door. After turning back, he heard Xun Wanyin laugh lightly. Mr. Bei, even if you don't trust me, you should at least trust the city lord. Yes, the city lord's potion is so powerful, it surely will work. Xun Wanyin also wanted to witness this miracle, so she stayed and didn't leave. If by any chance there was a problem with Nanfeng, it would be good to have someone to look after him. After all, Zhou Nian was also the one who saved her life. About 5 minutes later, Nanfeng suddenly tried to push himself up from the wheelchair. Bei reflexively stepped forward to help, but Uncle Wang quickly caught him with swift hands. They all stared at Nanfeng without blinking. His arm veins bulged, he held his breath, and he truly very slowly stood up from the wheelchair. And once he steadied himself, he let go of the wheelchair with both hands. But it only lasted 3 seconds before he tilted and nearly fell. Bei quickly caught him, smiling happily. You really stood up. Finger. You're really better. Nanfeng also broke into a smile and said to the others, I can feel it, but it's like someone else's legs were attached. I'm not used to them yet. Cen Huan said, from now on you'll have to do your rehabilitation on your own. All right. I'll be leaving now. See you at the city lord's mansion tonight. Uncle Wang escorted her out with a smile. Zhou Chaoyan stepped forward and put a hand on Nanfeng's shoulder, encouraging him. Well done. Nanfeng almost burst into tears. Thank you, young master. Bei suddenly remembered something, tossed Nanfeng to Zhou Chaoyan and ran into the room. Ha 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 ha. Luckily I brought you back. This will come in very handy now. Bei came out of the bedroom holding a pair of canes and handed them to Nanfeng. Look, I prepared this for you a long time ago. Before Nanfeng could speak, Uncle Wang chimed in. If you don't like it, that's fine. He also prepared a kawaii style, a pink girly style, a dark knight style, even the in style that was all the rage before the apocalypse. Bei said proudly, of course if Feng wants to use it, I have to get it all for him. Nanfeng's mouth twitched. He cursed inwardly. I really thank you. Chapter 111 New Year's Eve dinner. Cen Huan felt very gratified when she saw Nanfeng arrive at the city lord's mansion leaning on a cane. It's been over a month since Zhou Chaoyan and his group arrived at Hope Base, and they finally cured Nanfeng's leg. City Lord, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, come on in. Cen Huan pushed the door open. Xiaobai waddled over and sat down at Cen Huan's feet, squinting his eyes with his tail wagging rapidly. Uncle Wang, I've almost got all the ingredients ready, we're just waiting for you to show off your skills. Don't worry, City Lord, Uncle Wang's cooking has your seal of approval. Right, boss? Bei carefully supported Nanfeng. Zhou Chaoyan followed behind, his ears unconsciously listening to Cen Huan speak. The gift he held looked especially conspicuous. Bei's eyes darted, and he deliberately said loudly, City Lord, we don't have much to give. This gift from the boss also represents the sentiments of Nanfeng and me. Cen Huan didn't care about gifts or no gifts. Even if they gave everything they owned, it wouldn't equal 1% of her fortune. Still, she was curious about what Zhou Chaoyan had given. He was being so mysterious about it. She looked at him expectantly, but saw that Zhou Chaoyan's expression was somewhat awkward. Cen Huan grew even more curious about what kind of gift could make the usually composed Zhou Chaoyan show that expression. Just as Cen Huan couldn't resist wanting to ask, a faint sound came from beneath the red wrapping cloth. Meow. Cen Huan was shocked. She never expected that Zhou Chaoyan would actually give her a cat. Zhou Chaoyan looked unembarrassed instead, and handed the gift to Cen Huan with complete ease. This is what I found in the market after leaving the city yesterday. The kitten's mother. Cen Huan understood, took it carefully, and immediately lifted the red cloth on the outside. Inside was a small pet cage, and a golden-shaded kitten lay inside obediently. Perhaps attracted by the smell of food, it kept meowing at Cen Huan. Cen Huanming's heart was about to melt. She carefully cupped the little kitten in her hand, soft and fluffy, its head automatically stretching into the hollow of her palm to nuzzle. It's just way too skinny. I'm so cute. Thank you, from now on you'll be called Xiaojin. Zhou Zhao saw that she truly liked it. The weight in his chest fell away. A gentle smile tugged at his usually cold face as he repeated. Xiaojin, it's very pretty. Trust me with it. I'll make sure it grows up plump and healthy. Jin plump and chubby. Bei's goosebumps nearly fell off. He gave an involuntary shiver. Was this really his boss who dominated the business world like a storm? Why would such an idiotic conversation come from the mouths of the two big shots of Hope Base? Bei looked at the two of them with their kindergarten-like atmosphere and practically wanted to gouge his own eyes out. Nanfeng poked Bei, signaling, if you keep staring, the young master will give you away like a kitten. Bei quickly turned back and winked at Nanfeng. Don't you dare betray me. Cen Huan was about to find a bowl to pour some goat milk for Xiaojin. Such a tiny kitten couldn't drink cow's milk. Just then Chan Yi and the others came in carrying gifts. The moment Chen Debao saw the little kitten in Cen Huan's hands, his heart nearly melted. Wow! Where did this kitten come from? It's so cute. I'm dead. The Shun sisters happened to arrive as well, and the scene instantly turned into a wise chaotic burial ground. Even the usually composed and calm Shen Wanzhou showed a smile to Xiaojin. A few young girls eagerly gathered around watching Xiaojin drink his milk, occasionally exclaiming and exaggeratedly clasping their hands to their chests in admiration. Chan Yi and Xiao Lei exchanged looks and gave a helpless smile, placing the gift on the living room coffee table. A few men began setting the table, while the little girls kept staring at Xiaojin. Xiaobai also crawled up beside them. Chen Debao ruffled his dog's head. Xiaobai, from now on this is your sister. You two are of the same generation, so don't bully her, understand? Xiaobai let out two very human-like woofs to say, don't worry. Old Wang gets things done reliable. Ladies, dinner is served. Uncle Wang served the final dish, year after year fish, and placed it in the center of the table. Everyone took their seats. Cen Huan looked at the table laden with dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, and her appetite was instantly whetted and no need for unnecessary words. The end of the world doesn't leave room for much ceremony, she simply said, let's eat. Everyone reached for their chopsticks at once, and for a moment the only sounds at the table were those of people wolfing down their food. Although Cen Huan had already used Zhou Keonian's search for animals as an excuse to transfer all the creatures in the space into the breeding farm, the base's demand was huge, and even after the breeding farm adjusted to its maximum capacity, it could only barely manage to send some fast-breeding animals to the table today so the residents could eat a lot of meat during this holiday, and the chickens Uncle Wang used to make the soup were the wild pheasants raised in Cen Huan's space. Each one was plump and sturdy, incredibly tasty. When simmered into a clear golden chicken soup and sprinkled with a handful of chopped scallions, it was pure bliss. Called wild pheasants, they truly were raised free-range by Meng, kept in the deep mountains behind the villa. But under the space's rules, if you wanted to catch one, a single thought sent it straight into the warehouse. Cen Huan even complained to Meng, this system is so smart, why can't I just think about wanting beggar's chicken and have it make the chicken for me directly? Host, I think you're thinking about peaches. But now with Uncle Wang and Master Luo here, another day shall have them make beggar's chicken. Make 2 flavors. Nobody wants the last piece of these sweet and sour ribs, right? Bei was polite in words, but his chopsticks had already reached into the dish, grabbed the last rib, and tossed it into Namfeng's bowl. Uncle Wang also put a chicken drumstick into Namfeng's bowl, grandly calling it, like cures like. When Zhou Chaonian saw this, he also picked up a chicken foot and added it. Nanfeng glanced sideways. Young master, are you serious? Cen Huan lifted his wine cup, his apricot-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. Outside the house, thick goose-down snow fell in a dense flurry. Inside, the fireplace was lit, and a large dog lay nearby, guarding the new member. Xiaojin, half asleep and groggy, burrowed straight into Xiaobai's embrace. Occasional bursts of laughter erupted at the dining table. Cen Huan raised her glass. To friendship, to a stable life in troubled times. To tomorrow. To the Hope Base. Happy New Year. Scenes like this took place in every corner of Hope Base. No matter how the world spent tonight, the residents of Hope Base were filled with anticipation and enthusiasm for tomorrow. Chang Wenyong and Xiao Xing cooked the New Year's Eve dinner together. This pair of father and son, brought together by fate, huddled for warmth in this post-apocalyptic world, bringing a bit of comfort to their lonely hearts. Zhao Lin's family had their New Year's Eve dinner at the Hope restaurant. Among them, only Father Zhao's cooking was barely acceptable. Holding the purse strings, Mother Zhao declared that while compromises were acceptable usually, there would be no compromising during the holidays. After Zhao Lin arrived at the Hope Base, she worked very hard. Every time she returned from a mission looking bedraggled, Mother Zhao would cry with worry. The old couple didn't want to be a burden to their daughter either. Once the training center opened, they began combat training, hoping that one day they could fight alongside their daughter. Zhao Lin, however, didn't share that idea. As long as her parents could protect themselves, it was enough. Before the new year, she bought them supernatural guns as weapons, spending nearly all the money she had saved. Grandfather Lu and his grandson were invited to their neighbor's house to celebrate the new year. That family, like Grandfather Liu's, had lost both parents, leaving only Grandmother Wang and a little granddaughter. Lu Xiaoying usually played best with Wang Xiaohua. They were inseparable when gathering supplies when Grandfather Lu was busy in the fields. Grandmother Wang would take care of Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying was sensible and lively, bringing Wang Xiaohua out of her sorrow, and Grandmother Wang was very fond of her. The two elders looked at the granddaughter, whose cheeks had rounded out again, and were truly grateful to have come to the Hope Base. These days, finally, there was something to look forward to. Cen Huan had a bit to drink tonight. The whole person felt somewhat different. For example, now that she noticed the snow had stopped outside, she insisted and fussed about going out to have a snowball fight. She even complained that the residents this morning were really inconsiderate. How could they have a snowball fight without inviting her? The city lord, Chan de Bao, need not be mentioned. This little girl was even more raucous than Cen Huan. Shan Wan's eyes also shone with a testing eagerness. When she was little she loved having snowball fights with her parents in winter. Cen Huan was timid and always hid at the side. Laughing, the men couldn't refuse and could only keep a discreet watch over the safety of the few wild girls. The group cheered as they ran out the door. Xiaobai also rose cautiously, careful not to wake Xiaojin. Frolicking in the snow. It was supposed to be an internal spat among three crazy girls, but somehow someone accidentally injured Bei. Bei planted himself beside Uncle Wang of the Southern Wind King, and roared as he joined the fight. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're girls. Back in the day, smack. A big snowball burst open on his forehead. Cen Huan mocked him. Don't you know the villain always dies because they talk too much? Back then I was the number one in our neighborhood snowball fight. Bei quickly picked up a snowball and rushed in. The three of them attacked together, beating him until he was soaked through. He could only dodge around with no way to fight back. You guys. No sense of fair play. I said 1v1. 1v1. Chan Bao said arrogantly, it's the end of the world. Who's going to onion with you? Do zombies speak chivalry? If they do, so do I. Saying that, he threw another snowball, striking true. Bei retreated step by step, and in an instant grabbed hold of Xiao Lei, who was laughing behind him, and yanked him away. Brother! Help! Help! Xiao Lei reacted too slowly and accidentally bumped into Cen Huan beside him. Cen Huan's foot slipped in an instant. She saw herself getting closer and closer to the snow, her tipsy head a little dazed. She could only scream and wait to hit the ground, but the imagined cold never came. Instead, a soft laugh sounded by her ear. Don't you won't fall. Cen Huan opened her eyes. In her view, Chun's gentle, mild face was still wearing a smile. The scream stopped abruptly. Cen Huan felt that the entire snowy scene was not as pure and flawless as Chun's face. You stone! How dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Cen Huan snapped back to her senses, quickly straightened up, and watched the people having the snowball fight with an intensely focused gaze. He stammered, thank you. Chan Yi took the girl's interrupted squeal for shyness and replied gently, no need to thank me. The voice reached Cen Huan's right ear. She felt her earlobe start to heat faintly. The bell-like laughter went on for a long time. In the first year at the Hope Base, there was a group of like-minded friends and a safe, secure refuge. You must be really happy now. Chapter 112. Roads blocked by heavy snow, waterproof cotton-padded coats. Host, hurry up and get out of bed. Cen Huan forced her eyes open with difficulty and found herself dizzy and aching all over. The sensation was just like when she had just been reborn and couldn't stand the high intensity of the space training. After waking, consciousness gradually returned, and the images of my madness from last night flashed up from the depths of memory. She only remembered the sky filled with white. She ran wildly through the snow, looking so free. Beside her were friends, behind her the warm lights of the family city lord's residence, and pets frolicking around at Ina days. She also saw her grandfather. He kindly patted her head and called her childhood nickname, just like when she was little. Cen Huan curled her lips. Let madness have its way. After all, no one would mind. Smiling, she suddenly remembered a question. Meng, who brought me back last night? Who else could it be? Chan Yi took two by himself and Uncle Wang helped out. Cen Huan dragged Cen Huan away. When Zhou Chaoyan took the host back to the room, the host absolutely refused and even said she hadn't had her fill. Zhou Chaoyan took off your clothes, moved you onto the bed, and covered you with the quilt. As he turned to leave, the host clung to his hand to stop him, crying and calling out Grandpa. Zhou Chaoyan couldn't break free. You even made him call you Zaiwanhuan, insisting that that's how Grandpa calls you. Zhou Chaoyan couldn't refuse, called it several times, and then you finally let go. What Meng didn't say was that when Zhou Chaoyan turned and sprinted out, his retreating figure looked as if there were some flood or ferocious beast behind him. The smile froze on Meng's face. Every time she said a sentence, Cen Huan's face turned a shade redder. How embarrassing. Wait, you said Zhou Chaoyan took off my clothes. What could he do? The host was basically drenched, but luckily everything under the wool sweater was fine, so he took off his coat. Cen Huan exhaled, patted his chest. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He lifted the quilt and looked down. The wool sweater was already crumpled. Cen Huan leaned in to sniff and even detected a trace of alcohol. Disgusted, he took the clothes off and threw them into the washing machine, and changed the sheets and duvet cover to wash in the next load. There is currently only the washing machine that comes with Cen Huan's City Lord Manor, And it also has an automatic drying function. The system shop hasn't launched this kind of appliance yet. It'll probably appear after an upgrade. Cen Huan leisurely finished washing up and went to the Hope Eatery. She still hadn't tried Chef Huss mutton soup. Today the Hope Eatery was somewhat quiet. Most of the residents were probably still asleep. Cen Huan sat by the window on the second floor. Outside was all white. Snow still drifted from the sky, though not heavily. And some residents wore only hats. Other residents held umbrellas. People were shoveling snow on every main road. Cen Huan had posted the job recruitment the day after the first snowfall. The blizzard kept coming and stopping in fits with no real pattern. One thing was certain. Even roads cleared on the first day would be buried again by heavy snow overnight. There was no other solution, they could only clear it every day. That wasn't all bad. It gave the base residents something to do and a source of income. Otherwise they'd go a whole month and a half with no money to spend. Even if Cen Huan was a capitalist, she was a conscientious one. She would never do something that cut off the money entirely. We must insist on sustainable development. Now, aside from the farmland over here being harvested once every 5 days and requiring large numbers of workers each time it is sown, there are fewer and fewer jobs residents can do so just after the new year. The base's Esper Guild and the Guard began organizing outings to collect supplies. So Cen Huan saw many residents holding various Esper weapons arriving at the Hope restaurant, thought to himself. As expected, the early bird gets the worm. Cen Huan withdrew his gaze, lowered his head and took a sip of the mutton soup in his bowl, letting out a satisfied sigh. At this season, nothing is better than a bowl of mutton soup. Later tonight he'll have a bowl of poria pigeon soup to help him sleep. Absolutely. Blissful as Cen Huan finished eating. A group of people slowly came up the stairs. Hey boss, this lamb soup smells amazing. Hurry and find a seat, my mouth's about to start watering. Zhou Chaonian. Cen Huan suddenly tensed up and hastily gulped down the soup in his bowl. He stood up and rushed downstairs. City Lord this morning. Why is the City Lord running so fast? Zhou Chaonian looked back at Cen Huan's figure as she went downstairs and laughed softly. Is she shy? Bei stared at Zhou Chaonian's smile in horror. Boss, don't do that, I'm scared. Zhou Chaonian instantly put on a grim face and silently drank his mutton soup. Bei was terrified. Big brother, who wouldn't be scared by that fatherly benevolent smile of yours? It's like seeing a child trafficker on the street. But he didn't dare say it out loud. If he were silenced, how would he make a living for his son? Cen Huan rushed out of Hope restaurant as if fleeing, and ran into some residents coming in. The residents didn't notice her embarrassment and greeted her enthusiastically. Cen Huan switched back to her dignified city lord mode in an instant and responded gently as everyone going out to collect supplies. Supplies are secondary. Stay safe, the lord of the city is so gentle. I don't want to cry either, but she smiled at me. And she even told me to be careful. Today is another day to endorse the Lord's beauty. Cen Huan left the restaurant, detoured to the cloth workshop, where Huang Xia was just about to start today's production. Seeing the City Lord arrive, she hurried forward. Happy New Year, City Lord. Happy New Year, Sister Huang. Have you received all the New Year red envelopes? Huang Xia smiled broadly. I received them, it's just that there are too many, City Lordo. This is the first time I've seen someone complain about having too many red envelopes. Huang Xia hurriedly smiled and said, City Lord. Don't worry, Master Luo, Grandpa Lu, Dr. Su all took the same ones. Recently residents of the base have been filing claims, and the cloth workshop has been under so much pressure, but nothing has gone wrong. I'm very pleased. Only then did Huang Xia feel reassured. Thank you, City Lord. Cen Huan, while looking at the product manual Huang Xia handed over, said, Sister Huang. This blizzard doesn't look like it will stop anytime soon, and according to the pattern, spring will have a lot of cloudy and rainy days. We bathe in them. Some military coats are fine for warmth, but their waterproofing is terrible. And when soaked they become very heavy, greatly reducing mobility in the field. Huang Xia nodded. Especially since this coat wasn't cheap, once drenched it became incredibly heavy. Residents couldn't bear to throw them away. Unless there was someone with spatial powers, it would be nearly impossible to move. City Lord, I've discussed this with several senior craftsmen. The main issue is that the base currently has no waterproof coating. Waterproof coating. Yes, that's right. Waterproof coating is a pre-polymer containing isocyanate groups, produced by addition polymerization of isocyanates, polyethers, and the like. It is processed into a single-component polyurethane waterproof coating by combining it with catalysts, anhydrous additives, anhydrous fillers, solvents and other materials, and then mixing and other procedures. Cen Huan listened to Huang Xia speak. She was already rummaging through the space warehouse and the system store. When her eyes flicked to a material on one of the store's pages, the corners of her mouth lifted. All right, I have some finished waterproof fabric here. First, make a few sample garments to see whether they can be both waterproof and insulating. Try as much as possible not to hinder movement. I'll take care of the remaining coatings. Huang Xia grew visibly excited. Nodding repeatedly, she said she would immediately organize the master craftsman to begin the design. Chapter 113. Putting on new clothes to collect supplies. Cen Huan's confidence came entirely from seeing several kinds of paints in the system shop. Besides the waterproof paint just mentioned, there were others like heating paint, cooling paint, defensive paint. There was even glowing paint. What the heck? Host, isn't this so cool? Wear clothes like this and you'll be the flashiest guy in the dark. Cen Huan curled her mouth. I think I'm the fattest morsel in the zombie's eyes. Meng felt the host made a lot of sense and couldn't refute it. Cen Huan found waterproof coating. 1 bucket costs 10 level 2 crystal cores. The price of the heating coating is the same as that of the waterproof coating. So expensive. Host, this 1 bucket of coating can make 100 pieces of clothing. Oh right, I forgot to consider the quantity. Calculated that way, it's not bad. The cost per piece of clothing is only 10 level 1 crystal cores. Host, the coatings can be layered. Do you want to consider combining waterproofing with luminescence? Cen Huan rolled her eyes up to the sky. Why can't I choose to combine waterproofing with heating? Actions speak louder than words. Cen Huan bought 100 barrels of each kind, which came to about 2,000 secondary crystal cores. Fortunately, Chong Wenyang's caravan was reliable. Before the new year, it had already visited all the large and small bases in Meng City. It can be said that 3/4 of the base's crystal cores were earned by the trade caravan. This is the advantage of the base being in the city center. You can go out at any time and earn crystal cores, provided of course that you can return to the base alive. Although the base is safe, supplies are mostly consumed internally. Basically it flowed out of Cen Huan's hands, and then back from the residents' hands to the base. But Cen Huan didn't regret it after all, precisely because it was a different base. She could raise the price without any qualms, right? And she hoped the base's troubles would only be early internal conflict. Once zombies grew more numerous later on, sooner or later there would be a zombie siege. By then, there'd be no shortage of crystal cores to earn. Give the 2 coatings to Huang Xia and instruct her to produce 2 types of garments. 1 should be waterproof and warm, suitable for combat teams of power users. The other should be only waterproof but a bit thicker, suitable for ordinary people collecting supplies. Produce them first and put them on the shelves so that residents leaving the city can wear them as soon as possible. Huang Xia led the master craftsman of the cloth workshop to quickly design and debug, then put it into production. That night they priced 5,000 sets of waterproof heated garments. Cen Huan set the price at 5,000 base credits per piece, which is 50 level 1 crystal cores. In less than an hour, they were all sold out. By contrast, the ones that were only waterproof and cost 30 crystal cores were bought by very few people. Cen Huan had to buy more paint to send over and told Huang Xia to control production proportions based on residents' needs. The next day, after the nighttime blizzard, the sky became even clearer and brighter, but the sun was still nowhere to be seen. As the saying goes, snow itself isn't cold but melting snow is. The residents of the base were up early to start the day's labor. Those leaving the city carried their superpower weapons and wore the new clothes they had grabbed yesterday, looking radiant and spirited. After leaving the city, footsteps on the snow-packed road creaked and crunches echoed. Several small squads of fire-type ability users walked at the front, using their powers to quickly clear a path. When tired they drank a stamina-restoring potion. When their abilities ran low they drank an ability-recovering potion. The clothes they wore were very warm. Rather than calling it a heating coating, it was better described as an automatic temperature control coating. This outfit keeps the body at a comfortable temperature. If it accidentally gets splattered with mud or zombie blood, just have a water-type Esper rinse it clean. It's basically a must-have for home and travel. Bufong also, without any formal training, applied the coating to shoes, masks, hats, and gloves. Of course, only the better-off Esper squads could afford an entire set like this. For ordinary people, the best they could manage was the standard combo of an Esper weapon and a set of waterproof, Heat-generating clothing.it took 2 hours on the road to clear the path from the Hope Base to Meng City. And ordinary people spontaneously formed small teams of a few to a dozen. They followed near one or several teams of ability users. They didn't seize resource points. Everyone belonged to the same base. The ability users would, intentionally or not, clear the surrounding area and within the limits of their powers protect ordinary people. And ordinary people understood boundaries, only taking on zombie fights within their own capabilities. Fight when you must, run when you must, and never be a drag. If they encounter residents from other bases, the inhabitants automatically band together. If they are friendly, they exchange intelligence, and can even trade items from Hope Base for some crystal cores or the like. Cen Huan wasn't worried about residents secretly acting as middlemen. Potions, weapons, clothing and other supplies were all rationed. Even Chong Wen-yong currently didn't have the authority to take large quantities out. If residents sell these things, they won't be able to use them themselves. As for whether crystal cores or potion weapons are more important, only a fool wouldn't know the difference. So residents usually only sell an extra potion when their luck is very bad, and they haven't earned any crystal cores or supplies for a long time. Private trading between base residents is not allowed. This is also to prevent anyone from using residents' quotas to illegally raise funds. So although a very small amount of the potion leaked out, Cen Huan wasn't worried at all. Even if buyers spent a fortune to buy it, that money would ultimately flow into her pocket. Besides, without comparison there is no gap. Consider it as early advertising. The base's potion supply is currently only enough for internal rationing. Cen Huan didn't know whether, after she advanced to a top-tier pharmacist, she could increase the success rate or boost production. Is it going to snow again? A member of the slacker squad said, looking at the sky. You damn well are a slacker, little prince. We've only been out a short while and you already want to go back. A teammate with a bun in his mouth retorted. Who said I want to go back? I was saying maybe we should find somewhere to hide. I don't have any money. I can't afford waterproof shoes. Teammates looked at the sky. It really was going to snow. Quickly discussed with the allied psychic squad, the psychic squad, that is, the time squad, and they agreed. After studying the map he said, everyone will search along this street. If it starts snowing, we'll take shelter in the mall at the end of the street. Everyone nodded and was about to move. There are about 20 zombies ahead. At least one of them is a level 3. The team member scouting ahead saw the distinctive gait of a level 3 zombie and hurriedly warned them. When the time squad heard there was a level 3 zombie, they pulled out an ability gun from their backpacks and shouted, "Stay alert. I have an ability gun, we can handle a level 3. Don't panic." When the civilians heard there was an ability gun, they immediately calmed down. 2 or 3 people formed a combat unit, coordinated with the ability user squad, and dealt with the group of zombies. And successfully killed a level 3 zombie. The whole process was eventful but without real danger. The City Lord is awesome. This weapon cuts through zombies like cutting watermelons. Captain Lin, your ability gun is so cool. Have you trained? That shooting is absolutely deaden. The squad leader calmly holstered the ability gun and smiled apologetically. I've already been training at the facility for a week. Everyone suddenly understood. The squad leader was about to order them to move on when a scream rang out from ahead. Everyone immediately raised their guard. A group of survivors stumbled and staggered toward us. Their clothes were tattered. Some had arms exposed, blue and purple from the cold. And some weren't even wearing shoes. Those with sharp eyes spotted people here and shouted for help as they ran wildly over. The residents quickly took fighting stances and formed a defensive line. No one blamed the survivors who had run over. When a person is at the end of their rope, they instinctively grasp at a life-saving straw, just to survive. The squad leader looked them over. There were about a dozen of these survivors with 5 or 6 zombies trailing behind them. He breathed a sigh of relief. Only 5 or 6. Prepare to fight. After rescuing the group, the survivors looked at the rescuers' identical clothes and went pale with fear. They all fell to the ground begging for mercy. Uncles, spare our lives. Spare us. We didn't mean to attract the zombies. We really have no supplies left. Please have mercy on us. When the slacker squad heard this, they realized these people had been bullied by the psychic squad. Their hearts filled with rage. Damn right infuriating. Bullying the weak. If this had happened at our Hope Base, the City Lord would have chopped you up 800 times by now. The City Lord always stressed that once you have the ability, your first duty is to protect yourself in your home. When operating outside, the main rule is not to bully weaker people. Whether to help someone depends entirely on your mood. They wholeheartedly agreed. Real men should fight the strongest zombies. Bullying ordinary people is truly despicable. The lazy little prince hurriedly spoke. Stop kneeling, get up quickly. We don't want your supplies. Hurry and run for your lives. The survivors who had been kowtowing merrily looked up. No supplies? In this day and age, are there really such good people? Judging by their clothing, they must belong to a very large organization. Perhaps they hadn't seen good people since the end of the world. The several men leading them suddenly burst into tears. Wow. There's actually a place to flee to. Chapter 114. How about coming back to Hope Base with us? The Slacker Squad and the Time Squad were both stunned. It was just refusing supplies. Why were they crying? Don't let people think we from Hope Base came out to bully ordinary folks. The Time Squad leader looked around nervously. Luckily no one was passing by, but this place wasn't very safe, so they had no choice but to take the group of survivors into a nearby shop. The team members voluntarily split up to gather supplies, while the two leaders stayed behind to listen to the group's lamentations. It turned out that these people had all been from the same neighborhood before the end of the world, even living in the same building. They had gotten along quite well as neighbors in normal times. After the apocalypse arrived, the residents of the building had supported one another. One of the residents upstairs also awakened a supernatural ability. So everyone followed his arrangements when they went out to gather supplies later. As the neighborhood's zombies increased, the upstairs ability user led everyone to join a nearby small base. They were flattered by being called a base, but only after arriving did they realize it was just a local gang organization that had fenced off a cluster of factory buildings and converted it into a shelter. Before they went in, all the supplies on their persons were confiscated under the righteous-sounding pretext that in a disaster, to ensure fairness, everything would be redistributed uniformly. Someone resisted, but that group didn't get angry. They simply bundled the person together with their supplies and threw them out. They only heard a few screams from outside the door. Then the group opened the door, killed the zombie at the entrance, and carried in a blood-stained bundle. He looked at them ominously and asked, "Is there anyone else who disagrees?" Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to think of resisting again. After a hard time reaching a safe place, everyone was very happy. Just as everyone relaxed, this group revealed their true colors and forced everyone into 3 separate warehouses. One was for men only, one was for elderly women and children only, and the other was for women. Only one Esper had come into their building with them. He immediately went angrily to find the leader of this group. But what he brought back was not justice, but an even more terrifying hell. This man not only traded these neighbors for his own comfort and luxury, he even personally delivered his 5 months pregnant wife into the wolves' den. This group immediately bonded with him as sworn brothers, and that very night he sent his wife into these people's house. The screams lasted well into the night. Only when the woman was close to giving birth did a few people carry her and throw her into the factory, thrown in like livestock. Her clothes had long since been torn to shreds, strips of fabric hanging messily from her body, unable to hide the handprints and bite marks on her skin. The men who had thrown her and spat twice, said a couple of unlucky, spoiling words, then dragged 2 more women out from the huddled group and took them away. The factory door slammed shut, and only then did the women gather around to check on the pregnant woman. They found she was still alive, and no one could bear for her to die like that, so, under the guidance of an elderly midwife, they delivered the baby for her. The baby had long since died in her womb, and that woman really was lucky. She bled all night and still didn't die. The next morning she woke up clutching that stillborn fetus and hid in a corner, but she had already gone mad. Holding the child and soothing him with one arm, she murmured, "Daddy's gone to get you diapers. Be good, Mommy's baby is so good. Don't cry at all." That stillborn corpse had been covered up every day until it stank. The scent on this woman, however, made those beasts avoid her altogether. These people were greedily devouring the supplies everyone had handed over, while the survivors locked in the factory could only eat a little leftover gruel. If you were a bit slow you wouldn't get any at all. Soon the supplies were all gone, and these people began throwing the elderly and those starving to death outside to attract the zombies. As the zombies grew in number, these people actually started cooking and eating human flesh. They even picked on young children, saying that an old person's flesh was tough and stringy, while a child's flesh was tender and smooth. Just when they were all despairing, the base was overrun by a horde of corpses, and these thugs scattered in all directions trying to save themselves. Because the factory building had long smelled of dead bodies and rot, the corpse horde actually walked right past it, Just when everyone thought they had escaped, the woman's husband remembered his wife at that moment, and she grabbed him, intent on perishing together. By a twist of fate, the man was pulled into the horde of zombies, and as he struggled and tore at the women, he ripped the stillborn away. The woman was grabbed by two middle-aged women who pitted her and dragged her away to flee. After that, they fled for their lives together. The woman cried every day about finding the child. When everyone wanted to ignore her, she somehow produced a cloth bundle, wrapped it in a sheet, and wrapped it up tightly. Everyone thought it was just a fake, treated it as her consolation, and didn't pay much attention. Moreover, over these past days of fleeing for their lives, no one had ever heard this child cry, so they became even more convinced that the woman was holding a fake. When the squad leader heard this, he looked up toward the woman in the corner who was comforting the child. The clothes on his body couldn't even cover his skin, and his feet were so frozen they had cracked, bleeding and then scabbed over, mixed with blood and mud. They're all pitiable people. The two captains exchanged a glance. To be honest, we're from the Hope base on the Xina Prairie. If you really have nowhere to go, why not come to our base? A few men murmured quietly, faces showing difficulty. Mr. Esper, I believe you're not bad. People in the base must be a good one, but we have run out of supplies. Don't worry, our base isn't short on supplies and we won't take yours. Saying that, he even took out a leftover bun from the morning. As if to prove it, when the others saw the bun, their eyes lit up. It really was a bun. Although it was cold, everyone could tell it had been freshly made. Now they fully believed the squad leader. Fresh buns proved the base truly wasn't lacking supplies. They couldn't possibly be tricked into becoming bun-filling, right? Their meat was tough and dry and eatable. The squad leader watched quietly and noticed that these people were only staring fixedly at the buns in his hand, occasionally making swallowing sounds, but not a single person stepped forward to snatch them, which made him somewhat pleased that he wasn't afraid of trouble. Rescuing survivors was one of the tasks of the Ability Guild. However, not every survivor was worth saving, even though by their account they sounded like a group of pitiable, decent people. But in the apocalypse, the worst thing is believing one-sided stories and trusting others too easily, so it was necessary to probe a bit before taking them back. The squad leader gave a signal to the teammate coming down the stairs. The teammate took out some instant small bread rolls they had collected from the shop and walked over. Uncle, that bun our captain had was his breakfast. He didn't get to finish. Now it's frozen and too hard to bite. Here, I have some bread we just found. If you don't mind, let's all eat together. Although they were truly very hungry, the others still declined. You saving us is already a great kindness. You don't need to worry about us so much. The squad leader was genuinely pleased now and urged everyone eat a bit. The base is a long way off. It would be dangerous to fall behind on the road. Only then did they tremblingly reach out to take the bread, tears running down their faces. You are all good people. Thank you. Really, thank you. Hey, don't kneel, don't kneel. Our city lord hates this feudal stuff the most. Get up, eat well and rest. Once the snow stops, well set out. The survivor was puzzled by their talk of a city lord or something, but still obediently stood up and quietly chewed on the bread. The squad leader held out a piece of bread to the woman in the corner. She instinctively turned away, presenting her back to him and clutching the child tightly to her chest. Covering it completely, the squad leader sighed, lowered his voice, and gently urged, eat a bit, only with strength can you protect the baby. The mention of the baby, the woman flinched, then after a long moment turned around and, with a filthy hand, took the bread from the squad leader. Then he quickly ran to another corner. The squad leader turned his head and shook it in puzzlement. He seemed to have faintly seen the swaddling the woman was holding rise and fall with a slight breath. Perhaps he had misseen it. Chapter 115. Zombie Siege. Once the New Year festivities were over, the base hoped to get busy again. At first, the residents who planned to just survive the winter watched the continuous heavy snow for half a month with no sign of stopping. They finally began to worry. Just kidding, if we don't go out soon we won't even be able to afford the rent. Then I'd really have to lie flat out on the street. How pathetic. Before the end of the world I was just a wage slave. And who would have thought I'd still be worrying about rent after the apocalypse? Still, how lucky I still have the opportunity to pay rent instead of using the sky as a roof and the ground as a shelter. Last week, Cen Huan heard from Chan Yi, who had just come back from out, that 2 bases in Meng City had been breached by a zombie tide. The zombie horde wasn't large, only a few hundred, and the 2 bases together still had thousands of people. But faced with a horde, The two bases were almost completely unable to resist and were flattened, and no one knows how many survivors managed to escape after hearing this. Cen Huan felt a bit uneasy. She opened the 3 remaining gift packs from last time and, to her surprise, found 2 10 million level shields and an SSR-grade building. A hospital. Cen Huan always felt that the appearance of a hospital building at this time had to be an omen, so she didn't hesitate and placed the hospital. Sure enough, the cold snap that night was worse than usual. Even those wearing clothes made with heat-generating coatings still caught colds. If a corpse tide came at a time like this, the base would be doomed. This was still at the Hope base, and everyone was showing only severe cold symptoms. Several bases in Meng City were frozen to death overnight, with more than half wiped out. Among them, many psychics also suffered. Cen Huan quickly organized all the healing-type psychics in the base. The base's population had long since exceeded 50,000, and among the more than 10,000 psychics, there were still fewer than 100 healers, so the base issued a notice, urgently recruiting pre-apocalypse medical staff. There were 300 people in total. After 2 days of training on the job, the hospital was finally up and running. The illnesses of these ordinary people weren't ones that medicines couldn't treat, but rather there simply weren't enough medicines. Fortunately, Dr. Fu had been a traditional Chinese medicine researcher for many years, and immediately wrote a few prescriptions. Cen Huan stayed in the space for 2 days, and the two of them, together with Meng, planted medicinal herbs everywhere the space could see, to supply the Hope Hospital. Only then was this sudden chill barely resolved. The overall mortality rate at the Hope base was under 1%. There was a base in Meng City where more than half froze to death. And that very night a tide of corpses arrived. The whole base became a zombie buffet in their sleep. There was no room to resist. But even though the chill problem was solved, Cen Huan's worried heart still would not settle. The base's current weapon outfitting rate was still less than half, so Cen Huan went out again to frantically collect materials, and finally managed to produce a large batch of weapons over the past 2 days. She even made several thousand rounds of level 3 ammunition. Level 2 ammunition was even more plentiful. Then she secluded herself for 3 days and refined all the medicinal herbs in the space into various potions. Because the space was already filled with medicinal herbs, Cen Huan couldn't keep up. The rate at which herbs were consumed in refining potions simply couldn't catch up with the rate at which the herbs matured. So after practicing for 3 days and 3 nights, Cen Huan's energy gradually couldn't keep up. Bang. Host? You really can't refine anymore. This is already the 3rd pot of potion that's exploded. Cen Huan hadn't finished speaking when her head hit the table and she fell into a deep sleep. Meng reluctantly took her into the bedroom. When Cen Huan woke up, she looked at the storeroom full of potions and her anxious heart slowly settled. That's more like it now. Even if tens of thousands of zombies came, she wouldn't panic. Moreover, the safe haven would have to be far from major cities. At the very least, an entire Meng City would have to fall for it to be that safe haven's turn. After all, Meng City is a metropolis with millions of residents. It wouldn't be completely overrun so quickly. With that thought, Cen Huan returned to the routine of building the base. March 1. The base guard was supposed to clear the snow at the gate as usual. Many powered people were already waiting at the entrance, just waiting for the gate to open so they could head out and gather supplies. Just as the guards were about to open the gate, a sentinel in the watchtower on the city wall let out a heart-wrenching scream. Don't open the gate. It's a zombie horde. The next second he fell to the ground and fumbled to trigger the base alarm. Cen Huan was having breakfast in a restaurant. At the first instant she heard the alarm, she sprang up. The steamed bun rolled away at random. Her heart pounded like a drum. On one hand she pushed the speed to the extreme and rushed to the exchange broadcast room. On the other she asked Meng, how many zombies? Host, the distance is too great for an accurate scan. Visually estimated over 50,000. 50,000. Has Meng City really fallen? He opened the radio, gasping. All residents please note, Hope Base will face a zombie horde of at least 50,000. Do not leave the city. Do not open the city gates. The guards and members of the Psychics Guild, get to the designated locations as fast as possible and block the first wave of the zombies. Attention everyone, all weapons in the arms shop are available. Unlimited ammunition. The pharmacy limits 10 vials per person. All residents capable of fighting, immediately arm yourselves and assemble at the nearest city gate. Follow the orders of the guards and the Psychics Guild. Also, all base commanders take note. Chen Yi is in charge of the West Gate. Chan Debao and Cen Huan are in charge of the north gate. Zhou Chaoyan is in charge of the south gate. The above, get into position as fast as possible, logistics, follow the office's arrangements. Residents, wish us luck. This arrangement was rehearsed by Cen Huan not long ago. All the guards and the captains of the Psychic Guild attended. Hopefully everyone can hold off the first wave of attacks and buy time for the ordinary residents. Cen Huan held the 10 million level protective shield card in her hand for emergencies. The bases panicked, stunned, desperate residents quickly sprang into action when they heard Cen Huan's calm, orderly instructions. Though it looked chaotic, everyone knew their destination. Panic mixed with determination. Cen Huan set the broadcast to loop 3 times. Then she headed for the east gate. Not unexpectedly, that would be the first place to be attacked. As the city lord, she should stand with her residents. Just as Cen Huan arrived at the east gate, Meng finished scanning. Host, this zombie tide totals 121, 800 plus zombies. Hiss. This is giving her far too much credit. It's more than twice the entire population of Hope Base. Cen Huan happened to walk onto the city wall and saw a dark, oppressive mass. A terrifying, hopeless aura rushed over her since Hope Base was founded. It was about to face its greatest crisis yet. On the snow, zombies kept charging toward Hope Base, slobber trailing long strings from their mouths. A harsh, hissing roar came like a death knell. The faint-hearted residents felt their legs go weak and slumped to the ground. They glanced sideways at Cen Huan, their city lord, who calmly and coolly watched the zombies below the city walls drawing ever closer. With a companion support, they stood up, forcing themselves to turn their heads and stare fixedly at the rotting flesh swinging from the zombies' faces and limbs on the deathly silent city wall. A sudden shout rang out. Hope Base will prevail. Hope Base will win. In an instant, everyone's desire to win was ignited. Damn those zombies. Bring it on. The zombies reached the wall, using hands and feet to climb, gradually piling into a tower of corpses, crazily stretching their claws upward. The sound of claws scraping against the city wall made people's scalps tingle. Almost at the moment the zombies touched the wall, the protective shield appeared in an instant, like transparent glass, firmly enclosing the Hope Base. But in just 10 seconds the 100,000 level shield vanished, and Cen Huan quickly and deftly replaced it with a tens of millions level 1. She also instructed Meng to monitor the shield's remaining uses. Whenever the uses ran low, top it up immediately. Do not spare crystal cores. Then Cen Huan shouted loudly, everyone, do not step out of the protective shield. Kill! Kill! Instantly, the city wall erupted in sounds of close quarters fighting. The residents also noticed that the zombies were piling higher and higher, yet were firmly held back outside the transparent film. Sudden murderous intent flared up. You can't come in yourself, so don't say I lack chivalry. The strange power weapon in his hand activated directly, cutting through the zombies like slicing a watermelon. The dead zombie bodies tumbled down, and some unsteady zombies rolled off along with them. Inside the base, residents continuously came to their senses and began to take up their respective duties. Old Zhang, you go to the city gate too. Wait for me. Yeah, it's been handed over already, hurry up. The two of us old bones going, won't we just be in the way? I'm not going to fight. My son is already on the city wall. I'm going to see if there's anything I can do to help. Yes, go quickly. By the time they arrived, many residents had already gathered under the city wall. The armed and the logistics people automatically split to 2 sides. The wall was so high that those below couldn't see the battle, but hearing the fierce clashing above, everyone felt a pang of anxiety. Medics! Medics! There's an injured person here. The doctor hurried forward. Here? Here. What's wrong? But then the man swore. That idiot went berserk. He accidentally got out of the shield, so I hauled him back and the idiot fainted from fright. Hurry and wake him up. I'm getting into the swing of killing. Saying that, he turned and climbed up the city wall. Old Zhang watched the scene and said to the old man beside him, looks like there shouldn't be any problem. Right, these young fellows are pretty capable. Chapter 116. Level 6 Zombie King. The south gate where Zhou Chaoyan was stationed was the second gate to be assaulted. Both of his superpowers were capable of both area attacks and single-target strikes, so, under the admiring and awe-filled gazes of the other superpowered users, he simply slammed down a thunderbolt with one hand and cleared a wide swath. The scene was stunning. Along the entire West City wall, Only the spot where Zhou Chaoyan stood had opened a gap in the dense mass of zombies. Most people only waved their powered weapons and looked at the zombies numbly, although those weapons were very sharp and cut through zombies like slicing tofu. But zombies don't obediently stick their necks out one by one for you to chop, so it often takes many blows to kill a single zombie, and instead you end up hacking off the limbs of other zombies, sending severed arms and legs flying. The scene became extremely gory at times and the residents were helpless. I didn't mean to chop off your hands and feet either, it's just that your head was too hard to hit. The zombies' grotesque faces clamored to press up against the protective barrier, and the residents' initial terror had turned into disgust. Eventually, after spitting for a while, they grew used to it. There are still many holders of ability guns. Each powered person has an ability in one hand and a weapon in the other. But they don't use ability guns recklessly. They only open fire when the pile of zombies grows too high and the people around can't kill them off, aiming for the maximum area of impact. One shot struck at least 100 zombies. The ones at the center of the blast died instantly, while those around it were blasted off the city wall panting. Others of the same kind climbed up again. 10 minutes passed. Meng had refreshed the shield 5 minutes ago and now replaced it again. Oh my god, how many of these zombies are there? My arm's going to fall off from swinging. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. My hands are cramping up. The nearby guards, seeing this, fired their ability guns at the horde of zombies in front of the two. They instantly opened a gap. The squad leader shouted, "Switch!" The reinforcements waiting behind quickly moved up to hold the line, and the two were relieved. The two supported each other down from the city wall, covered in zombie blood. Logistics brought over hot water and handed them cloths without any hesitation. "Young man, quickly wash up and eat something." The two reached out with blackened hands and took it. A medic walked over. "Are there any injuries?" No, just a hand cramp." "We're fine, go check on the others." The two of them had just finished washing their faces and hands when a kind auntie came over with mutton soup and steamed buns. "Eat quickly, eat and rest well. The base's safety depends on capable people like you. Auntie, you are contributing to the base too. Without you we'd still be filthy." These supplies were provided by the city lord. "We're just helping out a bit, everyone should thank the city lord." "Yeah, you lot down there don't know. The city lord moved a lot of weapons up onto the walls. And that thing, what's it called, the protective shield. We can kill the zombies but they can't get in at all. It's awesome." If Cen Huan heard his praise, she'd definitely say, "Awesome. It's all from paying spend money like that, you can do it too." Many residents had run over to help without breakfast. Even though the zombies couldn't get in, repeating the swinging motions wore people out badly. After about half an hour, Cen Huan's energy also gradually ran out. The supernatural gun in hand fired straight out, and Cen Huan seized the gap to down a vial. "Meng, how are things in the other areas?" "Host, the least pressure is at the north and west gates. The fewest zombies there, and no residents injured. Next is our location, 48 injured residents, 1 dead." Cen Huan knew that the person Meng was referring to, the one who died, was a wood-type ability user. When he was killing zombies he pursued one-hit kills obsessively, even trying to rely on his wood-type ability to retrieve the crystal core. One misstep and he was pulled into a zombie that he died without even letting out a scream. The wounded had more or less made the same mistake as that person. Some hands reached out and were scratched by zombies. Some powers couldn't be retracted in time and nearly got pulled in by the zombies. Fortunately, these Wulong and Fengchu hopefuls are 1 in 10,000 at the base, so there weren't any major casualties. "Where is the most pressure on Zhou Chaoyan?" Cen Huan was puzzled. "Yes, host, his area has the largest number of zombies. The residents have rotated 4 or 5 times already. My readout shows the zombies at the south gate are the most ferocious, and they attack the protective shield most frequently as well. Currently 109 injured, 11 dead. Oh no, 12 dead. Another one died in the meantime." Cen Huan's mood sank slightly, and her hands moved even more fiercely. "Why is this happening?" "Logically, the East City Gate is the closest to Meng City. Even if the zombies wanted to concentrate their attacks, it should be the East Gate. Why go out of the way to the South Gate? Is there a zombie in the southern part of the city that would be interested?" Cen Huan quickly dismissed the thought. There was only a parking lot on the south side of the base. Other than that, there were no other buildings. "Meng, keep an eye on changes in the zombie horde and notify me promptly." "Yes, host." Cen Huan began using the psychic gun to strike repeatedly at the densest parts of the zombie clusters. It seemed this wave of zombies was not accidental no matter what it was aimed at. The most important thing was to deal with the zombies as quickly as possible. Meng, how many zombies are left? Host, a little over 70,000. After fighting for more than an hour, they had destroyed less than half. Cen Huan found the zombies increasingly hard to kill. One blast at most sent a dozen or so flying. He leaned forward a bit, looked down at the base of the wall, and realized that the zombie corpses were all piled up at the foot of the wall. The bodies stacked higher and higher, becoming stepping stones for the living zombies, who then easily surged up onto the wall. The residents' aim was poor. Their blades struck the corpses instead, missing the living zombies. This chaotic, disorganized fighting was terribly manpower-intensive, but there was no choice. Now everyone who wanted to leave the base couldn't get out. They could only hold the wall, the strongest and the only line of defense. Another hour passed. Host, the base crystal core has already been half depleted. How many zombies are left? 40,000. The efficiency had dropped considerably compared to the beginning, but Cen Huan still persevered. The nearby residents had rotated several times, and Cen Huan, relying on the potion, fought on the front lines, but she didn't have many potions left in her hands either. She had given the vast majority to the base residents, and the cost in crystal cores was just too high. By the base's calculations, it added up to 300,000 to 400,000 first-tier crystal cores, and in less than 3 hours they'd already used up half. Cen Huan roughly calculated that after this battle was over, the crystal cores the Hope base had saved up over the past few months would probably be exhausted. But there was nothing to be done. The monetary loss was actually the smallest setback for Cen Huan. The base's buildings and residents were the most important, and the base core was located beneath the exchange. Even if the base reached level 3, the core's HP would only be 100,000. Those zombies would be gone with 2 claws each. While Cen Huan was desperately trying to clear the zombies, a tremendous roar suddenly came from the south. Cen Huan's ears rang and she covered them. Such an intense pressure. Cen Huan's pupils contracted sharply. At least a level 6 or higher zombie lord. This time the horde of the dead was actually led by the zombie king. Host. All the zombies are moving toward the south gate. Cen Huan hurried to the south gate. The residents, seeing the zombies no longer surging upward, thought the tide of the dead had receded. What's at the south gate after all? Cen Huan had experienced a grade 6 zombie horde in her previous life. That battle nearly wiped out the entire capital city base. Zombie hordes are generally divided into ordinary hordes and special hordes. An ordinary horde is just a group of aimless zombies gathering together, wandering around the base, and when they catch the scent of humans, desperately trying to break through the defenses just for a meal. Special zombie hordes are organized, disciplined waves led by a zombie king. These zombies usually wander in various places and only attack the same target when they hear the zombie king's call. Zombies themselves also differ. Some awaken their consciousness after passing level 4, and some can even recall memories from their past lives. Humans call such zombies zombie kings. The higher a zombie king's level, the more autonomous consciousness it has, but they are all humanity's natural enemies. A level 6 zombie generally possesses a complete mind. If it so chooses, it can live much like a human. Of course, they still eat people. And a zombie lord of that caliber basically keeps to itself with humans, unless humans steal its beloved possessions or companions. Otherwise, it wouldn't attack a human base so recklessly. In the previous life, the Jing City base was destroyed because someone kidnapped the zombie lord's mother, attempting to study and develop a suppressive gene drug to bring the zombie lord under their control. Meng. Check everyone who has entered the base in the past half-month. Yes, host. I hope the base gates checks were strict. Zombies absolutely couldn't get in. Even if someone had been bitten by a zombie and miraculously got in, Meng would be able to detect it. Host, there is no zombie virus present. Then what is it? Cen Huan arrived at the south gate. Zhou Chaoyan was using his psychic power to clear the zombies. Unlike the ability gun, which releases a single thunderball the way Zhou Chaoyan used, psychic powers were countless. Combining psychic powers, Zhou Chaoyan had been fighting for nearly 3 hours and still remained clean. Unlike Cen Huan, whose delicate little face was stained with black blood and she had no time to care. Cen Huan noticed Zhou Chaoyan as soon as she appeared. When she turned and saw her face, she barely furrowed her brow. In a low voice she said, "What's wrong?" Cen Huan briefly explained the battle situation. As he spoke, Chan Yi, Chan Debao and Shun Wanzhou arrived at the south gate. They had also seen the tide of corpses recede and didn't know what had happened. After waiting a few minutes and assigning people to continue guarding, they went to check the other city gates. When Cen Huan saw them arrive, he hurriedly said, "Hold the line for now. I'm going to the armory to see if there are any weapons that can deal with this zombie king." Saying that, he ran toward the stairs, leaped from halfway up, landed directly on a car, and sped away like a wisp of smoke. Chun DeBeo was stunned. Zombie King? Chapter 117. Where did this kid come from? Cen Huan drove quickly through the base. Passing the parking lot, he caught sight of a few scattered residents heading toward the south gate. They carried large buckets, probably to deliver hot water. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, and Cen Huan's mood grew heavier as he increased his speed. Looks like another blizzard is coming. The Lin's place was that the city lord who just passed by? Huh? I didn't notice. Let's hurry, it's starting to snow again. The front line is still waiting for hot water. Yeah. All the psychics have gone to the battlefield, so we can only handle some logistics. Make sure they have no worries at the rear. Ouch. Who is it? Didn't you see me? Yin-yang? What are you doing here? On such a cold day. And you've even brought Xiaobao out. Whoa. The woman called Yin-yang was wearing the base's military coat, and the infant in her arms kept crying. The woman hugged the child tightly, trembling and shrinking inward, looking around as if she wanted to hide in a crack in the ground. Madam Yin? Madam Yin, you wouldn't go mad at a time like this, would you? People from the Laolin family, you go ahead, don't dawdle. This is my neighbor, it's freezing out there. I'll take the mother and daughter back. They might freeze to death if we leave them. The remaining aunties looked at Madam Yin, who seemed deranged, clearly shaken, and thought of the corpse tied outside. They understood instantly, nodded, and took the bucket from Aunt Li's hands. All right, be careful, she looked pretty frightened to me. Okay. Auntie Li grabbed Yin, who was trying to run, and said firmly, "Come on, I'll take you back. Look at how little Bao is crying like that. The must be freezing." No, she's here. She came to take my child. She's here. You can't take mine. My little treasure. Yin-yang pressed her face against the infant's and slowly rubbed it, gradually feeling somewhat safe. Her eyes were vacant, and her hands kept struggling, trying to break free from Aunt Li's control. Aunt Li, looking at her, immediately knew Yin-yang was having another episode. She must have gone through something terrible before the apocalypse, and after entering the base she had these attacks every few days. Normally she was a fairly ordinary person, very hardworking at her job, doing heavy physical labor usually done by men just to support little treasure. The base had no infant formula, so she bought expensive goat milk to feed Xiaobao, while she herself gnawed on steamed buns every day and drank the free seaweed drop soup. Auntie Li comforted her with a pained expression. There, he won't come back, don't worry, okay. She must have thought of Xiaobao's damnable father again. If the Time Squad and the Slacker Squad were here, they would recognize at a glance that this was the woman they brought back from Meng City. That time, when the Time Squad returned to base, they happened to catch the Psychic Guild's notice about a city defense drill. The squad leader only had time to tell the staff to thoroughly check these survivors. After the drill ended, the squad leader went back to the city gate to ask the staff if there were any problems with these people. They said there were none and that they had already been handed over to the tour guides. The squad leader then felt relieved. After Yin obtained her resident permit, she left the original group and found a remote apartment building to live in. Auntie Li was a warm-hearted woman she had met at this base. Seeing the two of them alone and helpless, Auntie Li often looked after Xiaobao when Yin went out to work. But Xiaobao was a strange child, didn't cry or fuss all day. He ate and then slept. When he woke he would stare around with a pair of jet black eyes. Aunt Li had asked Yin about it. Yin only said that when the end times came she happened to be in labor. And the child's father, to save his own life, left her in the delivery room. The child was underdeveloped in the womb, so it wouldn't cry and couldn't hear. Aunt Li cursed the beast to the skies, wishing she could damn the 18 generations of Yin-yang's husband. Yin-yang only trusted Aunt Li and refused to say how she escaped or how she came to the base. Aunt Li, seeing Yin-yang having episodes from time to time, imagined a story of a woman ordinarily weak who becomes strong for her child. She felt deeply involved, empathized with her, and felt even more heartbroken. So she took every care of the mother and child. The child cried louder and louder, gasping faintly at the same time. Outside the South City gate, the zombies' howls grew even more piercing. Aunt Li grabbed Yin-yang's hand. Go. Hurry. I'll take you back first. The woman seemed not to hear. She clamped her hand over Xiaobeo's mouth desperately. Don't cry. Shell here. Don't cry. Aunt Li saw Xiaobeo's face flush deep red, hurried forward, took the child from Yin Yang's arms, and patted his back to soothe him. Yin Yang's arms were left empty. She stood stunned for 2 seconds. Then, as if driven mad, she rushed forward and grabbed tightly at Xiaobeo's swaddling. Give me back my child. This is my child. They all must die. Everyone who harmed my child must die. Auntie Li hugged the child tightly, but no matter how she tried she couldn't break free of Madame Yin. The child's cries grew ever more piercing, as if it would wail its very insides out. The zombies at the South City gate behind them suddenly went berserk, their howls tearing through the sky. Auntie Li was so startled she gave a shudder. The child slipped from her hands, and she quickly grabbed the front of the child's clothes. Yin Yang, as if crazed, pulled with all her might and ripped off the swaddling that was wrapping Xiaobao. Aunt Li's eyelid twitched. She was certain this woman had gone completely insane. She yanked the child back and ran off. He unbuttoned his army coat to wrap the child in it while dodging the chaotic attacks from Yin Yang behind him. Calm down. If you act like this, how can I entrust the child to you? You'll hurt him. Ah, don't pull my hair. When Cen Huan drove back she saw this scene. An older woman was being chased by another woman, whose frenzied appearance was no different from the zombies outside. Did zombies get into the base? Cen Huan's heart tightened, and she yanked the steering wheel. Aunt Li, upon seeing Cen Huan's car, ran over as if she had seen rescuers. Lord of the city, save us. Little Bao's mother has gone mad. From a distance, Cen Huan heard the shouting. He slammed the brakes and the car came to a steady stop. A hand reached out the window. A vine flew out and directly tied Yin Yang, who was behind Aunt Li, up tightly. Only then did Aunt Li breathe a sigh of relief. She pulled her hair out of Yin Yang's hand, panted and held the child as she stepped forward. Cen Huan, worried about the fighting at the front, saw Aunt Li break free of the woman and prepared to leave. Whatever needed to be dealt with could wait until after the corpse tide was over. Aunt Li hurried forward. Lord of the city, could you first take this child to the front lines and have logistics look after him? I'll take Lady Yin back, she's been frightened by the corpse tide. Cen Huan looked around and saw there wasn't many people. The blizzard was about to hit, and the aunt with a baby couldn't handle this mother, so she nodded. Taking the child from the woman's hands, she hurriedly pulled a heated military coat out of her space and wrapped him up. The child is frozen blue and purple all over. This little treasure. Why does he stop crying as soon as he's in the city lord's arms? Meng, check him over and see if he's frostbitten. Auntie, hurry and take her back first, don't let her get cold. She then glanced at the woman collapsed in the snow. The woman was glaring at Cen Huan with fury, muttering, my child. She's here. I'll kill you. Starting the car, setting off and turning the corner. Host, there's crystalline core energy inside this child. Cen Huan was stunned. She slammed on the brakes, her body pitched forward from inertia, then was snapped back by the seatbelt. What do you mean? Even if this kid isn't a zombie, he's tied to zombies in countless ways. Cen Huan's pupils contracted slightly, and she immediately thought of the Zombie King. She turned her sharp gaze and glared at the aunt. Speak. Where did this child come from? Chapter 118. Let the child accompany the burial. Cen Huan carried the child up onto the city wall. With every step they took, the zombies outside the protective barrier grew even more frenzied. They hurled themselves at the shield as if their lives depended on it, a crushing tide pressing from all sides. Some zombies were crushed and their skulls burst by their own kind before they even reached the barrier. A chill rose up Cen Huan's back, racing along her spine to the top of her head. The roaring at her ears was deafening. Cen Huan listened in terror. This child was brought in by Madame Yin, recalling Aunt Li's trembling answer. She shrank back and looked at her. She stood frozen in place, stunned by the sudden accusation. Cen Huan looked at Madame Yin again. Guilt flickered through her resentful eyes, and in the next moment the malice in her gaze seemed about to spill over. She muttered through clenched teeth. May they not die peacefully. Everyone who harmed my child, all die. Cen Huan immediately cast another binding on her. Then turned to look at Auntie Li. Take her to the trading post and hand her over to the guards on duty. Auntie Li nodded hastily, tears of fear welling in her eyes. Cen Huan had no time to attend to it. She floored the accelerator and drove straight toward the city wall. Climbing onto the city wall now, looking at the tightly packed zombies pressing toward her, There was nothing left to be puzzled about this child. The Zombie King must know him. It's very likely that this is the Zombie King's child, Cen Huan looked at this child, who seemed only a few months old. Perhaps it was a child born before the Zombie King's death. But there wasn't a single scar on the child, nor the slightest trace of zombie aura. This showed how much the Zombie King treasured him. Cen Huan held the child in one arm and gripped the tang saber with the other. She knew the Zombie King was somewhere in the mass of corpses, watching her every move. In an instant, the horde boiled again. Cen Huan felt a powerful pressure wash over her, weighing her steps down. The residents on the city walls were also oppressed by this enormous force. Many of them began to tremble involuntarily, their bodies shuddering, gooseflesh rising. Every hair standing on my forehead felt icy, my vision swam, and an inexplicable terror of death gripped me tightly. Cen Huan only felt as if her legs were filled with 1,000 pounds of iron. With each step the weight pressing down on her grew heavier, and she nearly missed the last stair. It felt as if something was pressing on her chest, constricting it so tightly that even breathing became a luxury. Suddenly, the pressure on his body vanished abruptly. Cen Huan turned in surprise and found Zhou Chaonian staring intently at him. Sweat broke out densely on his forehead. His gaze focused, his hand slightly raised. Cen Huan realized in an instant. He was using his psychic ability to resist the zombie's pressure. But how could he withstand the aura of a 6th-level Zombie King? Quickly, Cen Huan reacted. He glanced at the nearby residents pressed face down on the ground. He glanced again at the child in his left hand, quickly slipped up onto the edge of the wall, and raised the child high with his left arm. Facing the dense, horrifyingly grim zombies before him, he said coldly, "Take back your tricks. If one of my townspeople dies, this child will be buried with them." The horde of zombies froze for a moment, and the next second surged even more violently toward the protective barrier. All the zombies gathered in front of Cen Huan, attempting to tear a hole in the protective barrier. After a series of fierce suicidal assaults, the Zombie King seemed to realize that this kind of attack was utterly useless. If this went on, all the zombies could exhaust themselves and still not be able to touch a single hair on Cen Huan. Roar! 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 A more powerful sense of oppression slammed over him. Zhou Chaonian immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. But the struggle with the Zombie King was not over. Cen Huan was anxious. She glanced at the child in her left hand, sent out a vine that instantly bound the child, then swung the tang saber with her right hand. A thin streak of blood appeared on the child's face in an instant. Fresh beads of blood welled up immediately, and the normally quiet child began to cry out loud. The wails painfully shrill. Cen Huan remained unmoved, staring straight at the tide of corpses at her feet. "I told you. If you don't believe me, you can try. Let's see whether you break through my defensive barrier first, or this child bleeds out on the spot." Roar! A piercing, mournful cry rang out, and the grotesque, frenzied zombies on the city wall seemed to have been frozen, as if someone had pressed pause, pulled its claws back in an instant, staring blankly at the city residents as the unsteady zombies tumbled one by one down from the city walls. The residents near Cen Huan gasped for breath, staring in astonishment at the tide of corpses receding like the sea. Supporting each other to stand up, they formed a resolute line and looked toward the child in Cen Huan's arms. Zhou Chaonian suddenly went limp and fell to his knees. Qian Yi quickly steadied him, took out a potion and made him drink. Looking at him with a complicated expression, Cen Huan glanced over anxiously. Qian Yi nodded to her, signaling that it was nothing serious. Cen Huan turned her head. Beneath the city wall, among the tightly packed zombies, an empty space had appeared from far to near, as a woman in the center moved. The zombie ring of encirclement moved with her. The first sight of this Zombie King, Cen Huan knew she could not beat it. The entire Hope Base found her very difficult to defeat. She wore a pale yellow dress, not a speck of dust on it. The zombies around her couldn't get within half a step of her. A face that was no different from before the apocalypse, except the skin had a corpse-like ashen tint and her canine teeth protruded slightly. Cen Huan saw her slowly lift her head. Her irises were completely black. No expression could be discerned. The sound that came from her mouth wasn't a roar but broken human words. "I child." Cen Huan understood, set the wailing child down, gathered it into her arms and gently wiped its face. The child immediately quieted, sucking its fingers and staring at Cen Huan with wide eyes. The Zombie King cocked its head. The zombies beside it stirred one by one, scrambling and surging toward its feet. directly building a zombie tower that raised the Zombie King to the same height as Cen Huan. Although the Zombie King did not deliberately emit its pressure, its level of 6 was plain to see. Among those present, only Cen Huan and Zhou Chaonian could barely remain composed enough to confront it. The others, facing such a huge level gap, involuntarily trembled slightly. It was already difficult enough for them to keep their balanced child. "You don't cry." Cen Huan strained to discern the zombie lord's meaning, but in vain. "Host, I guess he's trying to ask why this child isn't crying in your arms. You can understand him?" "No." Meng just felt doubt from her. "Doubt?" "Yes, besides doubt there was also helplessness and sadness." Cen Huan stared intently at the baby in her arms. He was staring at her without blinking. When she looked back, he actually pulled at his gums and smiled. "Oh my God, I've never seen anything so speechless in my life. Your mother is out there glaring and ready to massacre the city, and you're still here laughing like nothing's wrong." Chapter 119. The Zombie King's memories. The Zombie King's black, hollow eyes looked toward the infant 10 meters away, and a pain not meant for a zombie welled up in his heart. The zombies at his feet began to stir restlessly. The zombie lord Song Enyu hurriedly suppressed his inner sorrow and brought the horde under control. She knew that the woman holding her child was not soft-hearted. For a moment, only the child's smiling face remained in Song Enyu's eyes. Time reverted to the beginning of the apocalypse. Song Enyu and her husband Hu Song came to Meng City for tourism. 3 years ago, the two met on the beautiful Xina Prairie. Hu Song fell in love with Song Enyu at first sight, and launched an intense courtship and romance here. Their deep feelings did not cease when the journey ended. They quickly met each other's parents and, witnessed by their relatives, entered the wedding hall. After 2 years of a loving life, Song Enyu became pregnant in the late stages of pregnancy. Song Enyu suddenly felt especially nostalgic for the grassland where they had grown to know and love each other. Dotingly devoted husband Hu Song naturally complied with her every wish. Having planned everything, he drove his wife back to the old place. When the apocalypse arrived, the young couple were packing their luggage to return at a hotel. Both of them were fortunate enough not to have turned into zombies. Hiding in the hotel for half a month, Song Enyu's health grew worse by the day. Hu Song then took her to a shopping mall to flee for their lives. There was plenty of food here, but the place was already claimed out. A group of people saw her large belly and immediately tried to drive them away. Hu Song knelt on the ground, begged them, kowtowed, and swore he absolutely would not trouble them in any way. The boss said, "Seeing how much you love your wife, we can take you in, but you must work every day so your wife and children have food to eat." Hu Song hastily agreed, promising that he would obey orders, but neither of them expected that Hu Song's job would actually be to act as bait. Every day, after these people had eaten and drunk their fill, they would throw Hu Song out onto the street and have him make noises to attract zombies. They would lure the zombies downstairs and then have this group of psychics kill them. Afterward, Hu Song also had to dig the crystal cores out of the corpses and deliver them back to the people at the mall. He had to dig up 20 crystal cores every day to finish a day's work. That way Song Enyu could get a bottle of milk to replenish his nutrients. And what the two of them ate were the loaves the others were tired off, thrown casually on the ground and only allowed to be picked up by them. Song Enyu had thought about leaving. Hu Song even planned a route for that. But one of those people could somehow always know their whereabouts. At that time Song Enyu still didn't know this was a psychic ability. The couple were caught and brutally beaten. Hu Song held his wife tightly under him to protect her. Song Enyu was beaten so badly that she lost the pregnancy's vitality, and mother and child were nearly both lost. Thankfully the child was strong-willed and somehow held on. After that the couple dared not entertain any more hopes. They could only pray to safely deliver the baby, praying that this disaster would pass quickly. But after that, the leader of that group thought that Hu Song still didn't work hard enough every day and therefore had the energy to plan an escape, so they doubled Hu Song's demands. If he couldn't meet them, let alone keep the baby safe, the two of them shouldn't even expect to solve their basic food and shelter needs, so Hu Song could only risk his life and work even harder every day. And several times, he was almost caught by zombies. Song Enyu was even more on edge every day as Song Enyu's due date approached. Hu Song wanted to borrow some supplies from the boss to set up a delivery room for Song Enyu. But he unexpectedly caught one of his subordinates pouring zombie blood into the milk Song Enyu was drinking. Hu Song felt his whole body surge with blood. Rushing up to his head, he immediately rushed up, grabbed the subordinate by the collar, and grappled with him. Song Enyu, who had been waiting in the corner, heard a piercing scream. She hurried over with her big belly and just saw the group of people stab her husband with knives. Then throw him out the window. Song Enyu lunged to the window and saw her husband surrounded by heavy zombies, staring blankly at the sky. His eyes open in death. Song Enyu screamed and immediately fainted when she woke. She had been stripped and tied to a chair. Legs spread wide, surrounded by men laughing and jeering. She looked around in terror as a man held a can of milk and forced it into her mouth. Why isn't it working yet? This woman has been drinking zombie blood for half a month. Yeah, Mrs. Lao Hu, you better pull yourself together and give us a zombie baby to play with. It's a pity about Lao Hu. They should have spared him so he could see this with his own eyes. Song Enyu felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit. A shiver from the depths of her soul crawled up her skin, and sheer malice layered over her. She cried out but couldn't form a single word. The filthiest language in the world is not half as dirty as these people's hearts. Zombie blood. No wonder she always felt something was off whenever she drank milk. She even thought it was just her strange pregnancy cravings, so no matter how weird the taste, she drank every last drop. This is what Hu Song bought again and again with his life, the only source of nourishment for the baby in his belly. But these people, such sordid, disgusting thoughts. They're utterly demons from hell. Smack! You bitch, don't you want your eyeballs anymore? Want me to dig them out and feed them to the zombies? The man's slap sent Song Enyu staggering to one side. Half his face swelled up at once, a buzzing filled his ears and the scene before his eyes began to blur. Boss, maybe drinking zombie blood doesn't work. Then what do you suggest we do? I saw the people who were grabbed and bitten, their wounds had all turned black. Could it be? Old Third is still the smart one. Old Fifth, you go. About 5 minutes later, Song Enyu felt as if a sharp knife had cut his skin, and he let out a muffled groan of pain. Then a cold, stinging sensation came from the wound. Realizing what these people were doing, Song Enyu struggled with all his might. But he was quickly knocked unconscious. I don't know how long had passed, probably not long, because the demon's arrogant laughter still echoed in my ears. Boss, look, there's a reaction. Song Enyu grew hot all over. The zombie virus at the wound desperately burrowed into her body, and the zombie virus already inside her began to rise. Both fought recklessly to pierce her body and merge. Haha, I've never seen a newborn zombie doll before. I wonder if ITLL have a powerful crystal core like in the novels. Don't talk so much, just wait. Zombie doll, zombie doll. For words like a magic spell began to echo in Song Enyu's ears. A dull pain started in her abdomen. Song Enyu realized in terror that all the viruses in her body were surging toward her placenta. Her body felt as if it were being torn apart inch by inch, and Song Enyu cried out in pain. No. Her abdomen began to bulge unusually. It was the child's fetal movement. At this time in the past, Hu Song would always bury his head and press his ear to her belly. Gently he would say to the baby, "Baby, don't trouble mommy. She's working so hard." And oh, don't. Song Enyu began to grow dazed. Memories of Hu Song kept flashing through his mind. Smiling, crying, angry, patient, exhausted, desperate, finally frozen in a pile of zombies. Her belly began to heave violently. The baby was struggling in the mother's womb. And Song Enyu felt intense contractions. The child must never become a zombie. Bring him into the world while you can, before the zombie virus invades the baby. Song Enyu began to howl miserably. "Child, mommy will protect you." Another intense contraction hit. Song Enyu's neck stiffened and her eyes nearly bulged out. She only felt her abdomen go empty, darkness cover her eyes, and then she lost consciousness. It's born. The first one. Everyone clustered around the eldest, leaning in to look at the baby that had fallen from between Song Enyu's legs. The umbilical cord was still attached to the woman's uterus, and the bluish-purple face showed no sign of life. A stillborn. A subordinate extended his foot, ready to prod the child. Pff. The woman, who had been tied to a chair, opened her eyes and with one punch killed the subordinate who had extended his leg. A pair of pitch-black pupils, hollow and cold. It was creepy. Chapter 120. The daily life of raising a zombie child. I'm wrong, don't come over. Please, I beg you. I really was wrong. The surviving boss curled up in pain, desperately pressing himself into the corner of the wall. I wanted nothing more than to crawl straight through the crack in the wall in front of him. The chair that had been used to tie Song Enyu down was already in pieces. The boss' mouth involuntarily split, exposing chattering, trembling teeth. His front teeth had rolled off somewhere unknown, and he squeezed out unbearable moans of pain through the gaps. The agony in his organs kept him from daring to draw a breath. His severed legs lay limp before him. The bodies of the men around him were in horrific states. Beside him, the fifth brother looked like a withered tree, his face still frozen with the terrified expression from life, his eyes bursting from their sockets, staring fixedly at him. The boss glanced once, closed his eyes, and turned his head, no longer daring to look, but Song Enyu, who had suddenly transformed a moment ago, was as pale as paper. His skin tinged with a bluish-gray deathly hue. Strangely, he hadn't fallen into the full rot of the other zombies. His eyes hadn't gone completely white either. His eye sockets were filled with a deep, intense black. Cradling the newborn in his arms, the umbilical cord still attached, the baby lay quietly. Song Enyu lowered his pitch-black gaze to look at the child, and the eldest was horrified to discover that a hint of tenderness had actually crept into Song Enyu's eyes. Song Enyu looked up and turned his gaze to the eldest in the corner. No. Don't. A terrifying thought rose in the eldest's mind, and the look of despair in his eyes was impossible to hide. The footsteps drew closer step by step. There was nowhere left to retreat behind him, and fear gnawed at his heart, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Song Enyu stepped closer, reached out his right hand, seized the boss' throat, and without looking back began walking down toward the mall entrance. A pair of bulging veined hands, like eagle claws, gripped his neck tightly, bringing the boss close to suffocation. His legs dragged weakly behind him, scraping long streaks of blood. Watching the streak getting closer, the boss, who had seen through Song Enyu's intentions, turned a purple face and began to struggle, but it was useless. Song Enyu almost effortlessly dragged him to the place where Song had been eaten, throwing him into the pile of zombies. All the zombies simply stared at him quietly with his terrified eyes. Their claws reached out and deftly tore off his clothes. The places torn by the claws hurt unbearably. But the boss bit down hard and didn't dare make a sound. His eyes were terrified, as if forced into shameful work, desperately protecting his vital parts. Seeing how bothered he was, Song Enyu's black eyes flashed with annoyance, and he waved his hand out. A zombie's claw swept past. A scream rang out. Really hadn't expected that this woman could hold such a grudge. Song Enyu stopped looking at her, snarled twice, then turned and walked away. While the boss' suffering was only just beginning, the zombies swarmed around him but didn't immediately tear him to pieces. Instead, they made a path for him to escape. The boss felt a flash of joy and hastily dragged his broken leg and tried to run. The next second, he felt a zombie bite his foot. Looking back, the front of his foot was already gone. The pain in his body and the terror in his soul drove him to crawl forward frantically, but he still couldn't escape the zombies' pursuit. They began tearing at the ends of his limbs, each bite seeming to gnaw at his very soul. Finally, the boss ran out of strength to flee, and by then her limbs had already been gnawed away by the zombies. She had been turned into a human pig. Only then did the zombies surge forward, ripping open his body and pulling out his entrails to feast. Song Enyu woke up during the night. Her last memory was of exerting all her strength to give birth to the child. The first thing she looked at upon waking was her belly, but she saw the child in her arms sleeping peacefully. Song Enyu felt a bit panicked. She raised her hand. Long, sharp nails, a rotten grayish-blue. Startled, she put the child aside and didn't dare to touch it, and at that moment, the child actually let out a weak cry, as if because it had been separated from its mother's embrace. Song Enyu looked at his blood-stained body and the unhandled umbilical cord beneath him. The placenta had been expelled from the body, but the child's cord had not yet been cut. The child could be in danger. Song Enyu instinctively wanted to swipe with her claws, but forcibly stopped herself. As a mother, she knew very well that her child was not the same kind of monster she was. Fortunately, this was a store, and there were new scissors. Song Enyu's long nails made things difficult. After much fumbling, she finally cut the umbilical cord. The smell of blood drew nearby wandering zombies, but inside Song Enyu there was none of her old fear, only a visceral agitation. She turned her head, about to snap angrily, "Get out!" roar, but what escaped was a deep hoarse growl. Song Enyu was stunned for a moment, but the zombie understood that it turned and rolled out of Song Enyu's line of sight in an unusually smooth motion. Song Enyu quickly cleaned himself, grabbed a fresh towel, wrapped the child up and held him in his arms. The child immediately stopped crying. So in that position, Song Enyu awkwardly started by cutting his own nails. Then she took a pack of wet wipes and wiped the blood off the child clean. Smelling the milk scent on the child, Song Enyu's instincts flooded with saliva. To her, The child was like an incredibly delicious cake. At this moment the zombie consciousness and the human consciousness within Cen Huan began to struggle, and the zombies outside the door also started to stir. Roar! Cen Huan as a mother conquered the bodhi's instincts. She let out 2 hisses to keep the zombies outside at bay. After the child fell asleep she gently put him down, then stepped out herself. Her memory now contained many more things, such as that to level up quickly you had to eat what was inside a zombie's head. The higher her level, the more she could control her instincts and possess greater consciousness. Her current consciousness only knew that the child she gave birth to had become a monster. But in her subconscious, it seemed there was another very important person she couldn't remember. Cen Huan scooped out the brains of all the zombies outside the gate and returned to the shop with dozens of crystal cores. After carefully washing the crystal nucleus with mineral water, she only then ate it. Her body felt immensely satisfied, and the feeling of hunger gradually faded away. After finishing dinner, Cen Huan deliberately wrapped the child up tightly, because she didn't know where she would be the next time she woke up or whether the child would be harmed. Carefully separated by the thick swaddling, Cen Huan forced herself to stay awake. As a zombie she didn't need sleep, but this body seemed to have 2 personalities. Although Cen Huan kept her eyelids propped open, drowsiness still came in waves. Just before losing consciousness, she whispered in her heart that no matter what you become, you mustn't hurt the baby. Sure enough, she woke up a bit earlier than the day before. When she came to, she was chasing after a squad of powered individuals. Cen Huan looked down at the child in her arms. The little face was stained with blood. She decisively turned around, and the horde of zombies beside her followed. They left the fleeing Esper squad dumbfounded in the dead end. That night the child suddenly began to cry. No matter how Cen Huan held them, it was useless crying for half an hour. Cen Huan's zombie brain belatedly realized it might be hungry. Roar, roar, roar. The surrounding zombies quickly spread out, searching for the shiny cans the Corpse King had mentioned. Thus, on the first floor of a large shopping mall, a strange scene unfolded. A zombie wearing a dress was holding a crying child in its arms. In front of him were zombies lined up in long rows. These zombies lacked their usual ferocity. Each one behaved so obediently it was almost unrecognizable, holding all kinds of things in its hands. Very orderly. Chapter 121 Mutual Destruction. Cen Huan watched the zombie underling hand various items up to his face. Cups, condiment bottles and Debeo moisturizing cream. She put up with them all. What is that stupid zombie doing holding a wad of toilet paper? Is that a white jar? With such low intelligence, how did you become a zombie? Aren't you ashamed to say that out loud? The child in her arms cried even more loudly, pulling at a hoarse voice, and Cen Huan grew increasingly agitated. Finally, after half an hour she at last obtained a full carton of milk and an unopened can of formula. She poured the milk into the baby bottle she had just found and pressed it to the child's mouth. The child eagerly began to suck. Cen Huan let out a long breath. He raised the milk powder in his hand over his head, pointed at the milk in the child's arms, and hissed several times. The row of zombies nodded thoughtfully. Some zombies looked puzzled at the milk in their paws, pierced by claws. Isn't this the same as the one Wang took? Why can his be allowed but mine not? Just because his face is cleaner than mine. Next time you eat people, be a bit more civilized. Don't make your face so bloody. The zombie's dull white eyeballs rolled, and it raised a hand as if to wipe the blood from its face, but the nails were too long and instead tore the fragile skin. Black blood flowed out and a chunk or two of rotten flesh fell from its face, making it even more grotesque. Roar! Cen Huan drove the zombie out, found a corner to build a fire and boiled water. He used a whole carton of baby bottles he had just found on the shelf to mix up an entire can of formula. Then he found a backpack, packed the bottles in, put it on, and tightly secured it to his body. I hope tomorrow the zombie consciousness in this body won't tear me apart. The child must have been terribly hungry. After drinking another bottle of formula he finally fell into a deep sleep. Cen Huan clumsily changed the diaper, then thought for a moment and stuffed 2 more diapers, a pack of wet wipes, and a clean towel into the backpack. She didn't dare put anything else in. As it was now it wouldn't affect her movement. She didn't know whether the zombie consciousness had any intelligence. The best outcome would be that it wouldn't notice the backpack on her back at all. Wrap the child in a new towel or thin blanket, gently cover their head, and only then go out to take care of his own starving stomach. And so, Cen Huan began a life of being a zombie by day and raising a child by night. As she consumed more and more zombie crystal cores, her level kept rising. The longer she was able to control this body, The more of her previous memories she gradually regained, she had thought it might be possible to become human again. But as she leveled up, she slowly realized something was wrong. She did not have full control over the consciousness of this body. Although her periods of clarity grew longer, she became increasingly irritable and hungrier for human flesh, especially that of espers. She was increasingly like a real zombie. Taking care of the child every day became an especially tormenting ordeal. And the child in her eyes looked more and more like an irresistibly delicious cake. The zombie consciousness in this body gradually merged with her human consciousness. Song Enyu could not accept this fact. Every day he crazily cut his nails, even ignoring the pain, to pull out the nails of all 10 fingers by the roots. But in less than half a day, the blue-black nails had grown back. But she still refused to give up, fighting every day. Because she knew that if she truly became a complete zombie, she would never be able to get close to her child again. Her instincts would drive her to eat him. Song Enyu's resistance made the other consciousness extremely dissatisfied. Both wanted to dominate this body. That on the day the child disappeared, the consciousness inside the body surfaced again and almost ate the child. Song Enyu ran out to resist, and by the time she returned, the child was already gone. She searched frantically, turning over several nearby streets to no avail. Unable to sense her child at all, she ultimately had no choice but to make a bargain with the devil. After her consciousness and the zombie consciousness completely merged, Song Enyu did not lose her memories, but she could no longer control her appetite, so she began to eat wildly, level up, and after taking down 2 bases in succession finally reached level 6. The moment she sensed the child, Song Enyu lost all reason. In her mind there was only appetite, slaughter, gathering all the zombies she could summon around her. She charged straight out of the city. She launched the fiercest assault on the base that had suddenly appeared on the Xina grasslands. Now the child stood before her, beaming brightly at the woman who had just cut his cheek. Song Enyu's breathing began to falter, the zombies beneath his feet starting to thrash wildly. The consciousness within him roared to surge forward and destroy her. But the child's dazzling smile instantly pulled Song Enyu's awareness back. Host, this zombie king seems to have schizophrenia. Schizophrenia? It was the first time she had ever heard that word coming from a zombie. The child in her arms kept staring at Cen Huan, and Cen Huan was too exhausted to pay him any attention. Chan Debao and Shen Wanzhou stepped forward from behind, eyes fixed on the zombie king clinging to the exterior wall and wailing. Weapons clenched tightly in their hands, afraid it might suddenly turn on Cen Huan. The zombies beneath the city wall roared in response, like a rumbling uproar rising from the ground, surging forward with an irresistible force. The zombie king lifted its eyes. From her entirely black pupils, Cen Huan oddly caught a glimpse of a fleeting struggle, which was then replaced by pure killing intent. Cen Huan felt a sudden dread. Sure enough, in the next second a fierce pressure smashed toward her, more precisely, toward the child. Cen Huan instinctively clutched the child to her chest, then was thrown backward and tumbled off the city wall. Cen Huan! City Lord! Cen Huan quickly sent out vines, hooked onto the top of the wall, slowing her downward fall. The residents beneath the city wall saw Cen Huan suddenly fly out and all rushed forward to catch her. Those on the wall breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. A sharp pain stabbed Cen Huan's chest. She stifled the blood that was about to spurt out. The child in her arms was safe and sound, not even crying. Meng. Isn't that her baby? Meng didn't answer. Cen Huan instinctively protected the child. She thought that if the child survived, perhaps the base could escape this disaster. Climbing back up to the city tower, she walked over to Zhou Chaonian and Chan Yi and handed the child to them. You must protect him at all costs. If she was inevitably forced to fight the zombie king, carrying a child would mean certain death. Confronted the zombie king again. What, now you want to finish off your child with your own hands? Roar. The zombie king clutched his head and let out a labored roar. Except for the zombies beneath his feet. The others moved again and resumed attacking the protective barrier. The zombies surged toward the spot where Zhou Chaonian and Chan Yi stood like a tide. The surrounding residents wanted to step forward to help but were stopped by Cen Huan. She continued, addressing the zombie king. Even a tiger won't eat its cub. If you truly want him dead, then I'll grant your wish. Saying that, she gave Zhou Chaonian a look. Zhou Chaonian slowly moved the swaddling cloth toward the protective barrier. The moment the child touched the protective barrier, tears unexpectedly welled up in the zombie king's eyes, and he screamed in collapse. No! The surrounding zombies instantly froze in place, and Zhou Chaoyan, quick-eyed and quick-handed, pulled the child back. Cen Huan now completely understood. The consciousness of this zombie king was fragmented. What it was controlling now should be the human consciousness. If it could collapse the zombie tide from within, all the better. So Cen Huan struck while the iron was hot. The base's protective shield is down to less than a third. It's only a matter of time before they break in. Your child will, sooner or later, become a burial offering for all of us. Upon hearing this, Song Enyu turned and looked at the child in Zhou Chaoyan's arms, proof of her love with Hu Song, the one Hu Song had protected with his life. In this moment, her mind was extraordinarily clear. The child looked up at her, and the corner of her mouth twitched into a smile. The child, bewildered, actually smiled along. Roar! Roar! Her body unwillingly let out a growl. Song Enyu forced herself to suppress the instinct. Black tears rolled from her eyes, and she finally clearly spit out a sentence to Cen Huan. Please, be kind to him. I love him. Cen Huan listened, feeling a tangle of emotions. Before she could say anything, alarm bells rang in her mind. Host! She's going to self-destruct. This protective barrier can't withstand the blast of a level 6 Corpse King's self-detonation. Everyone, get down! Cen Huan only had time to shout. Chapter 122 Victory. While shouting, Cen Huan dropped down and quickly pulled out another protective shield with lightning-fast reflexes. This zombie can be handled. Seriously, blow her up. Song Enyu glanced at her child one last time, tears rolling from the corner of her eye, and resolutely mobilized the energy in her body. As a mother, this was the last thing she could do for her child. She only had this one chance. The recent days of fusion had weakened her original consciousness more and more, and if she missed this chance, she would become a complete monster. Baby, don't be afraid. Mommy just went to find Daddy. This grassland is where Daddy and Mommy met. Baby, survive. Zhou Chaoyan and Chan Yi hid with the child beneath the city wall. Shan Wanzhou only had time to fully metalize before shielding Chan Debao beneath her. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, and a dazzling white light flared before Cen Huan's eyes. She instinctively activated the protective shield in her hand. It worked. The next instant, she was still blasted away by the massive shockwave. The people below the city wall were stunned by the powerful explosion, ears ringing, not to mention the residents on the wall. Almost more than half of the zombie horde was taken out by Song Enyu's self-detonation. The remaining half had limbs flying everywhere, and the city wall was littered with unidentifiable body parts. Fortunately, the protective barrier absorbed at least 80% of the blast, so the residents of the Hope Base were only knocked unconscious rather than killed. Cen Huan struggled to get up. She had been the closest and bore the brunt of it. She looked back at Chan Debao and the others, and, seeing that no one had suffered any serious injuries, she finally relaxed. Zhou Chaoyan! Zhou Chaoyan! Chen Yi held the child in his arms, the one Zhou Chaoyan had shoved into his hands at the moment of the explosion. He saw Zhou Chaoyan raise his hand. His entire supernatural power surged crazily toward Cen Huan, directly shielding her. But at the moment of the explosion he didn't protect himself, and he fell backward with his face up. Cen Huan hurried forward. Zhou Chaoyan's face was ashen, and there was still undried blood at the corner of his mouth. The hand moved faster than the brain. By the time anyone reacted, the potion had already been forced into Zhou Chaoyan's mouth. Rescue the wounded immediately. Administer the potion, take them to the hospital, quickly. Under the city wall, logistics personnel immediately began hauling the injured, first administering a dose of the healing potion, then carrying them away in pairs. The scene became chaotic for a time. The undead under the wall also came to their senses. Without the Corpse King's control, they followed their own instincts, drawn by the smell of fresh flesh as they climbed toward the wall. Host, the zombies have started attacking the city. Cen Huan turned back just in time to see a zombie rushing straight at him. With a rise and fall of his blade, he sliced off the zombie's head. Fall back to defense. Be careful, there's no protective barrier anymore. The residents gradually came to their senses. Those still able to fight picked up weapons to cover their wounded teammates. For a moment the city wall spewed all manner of black blood, streaked with bits of red, staining the whole battlement a reddish-brown that wouldn't congeal. Kill goddamn zombies. Come on! The sounds of slaughter rose again, shouts and gunfire blending into one. Cold weapons, hot weapons. Used without restraint at this moment, the residents only want to send these zombies to their deaths. Mixed with a blizzard, many residents were disoriented. The biting wind even made it impossible to open their eyes, only knowing how to swing their weapons at the enemies charging at them, the blades sinking into flesh, heedless of life or death, numb hands pulling them out to keep cutting at the next one. Monstrous zombies ahead, the hard one home behind. In this moment no one can retreat, and no one will. Cen Huan's clothes and face were stained with the zombies' black fluid, whatever it was, maybe blood, maybe brain matter, perhaps mixed with the residents' blood. Like a machine built only for slaughter, with blood-red hands, soaring supernatural powers and a tang sword, he couldn't wait to cut down each zombie, his mind long since lost to reason. Countless zombies climbed up the city wall, their skin rotting, chunks of decayed flesh falling away as they climbed. The residents of the Hope Base wielded psychic weapons, fighting with everything they had to defend their home. By evening the zombies on the city wall had basically been wiped out. Cen Huan was so exhausted she could hardly stand, and Chan Debao and Xina Prairie supported her on either side. Cen Huan turned back and looked at her two friends. All three had blood on their faces, which gleamed in the afterglow. Below the wall some dismembered zombies were still battering the city gates, and the psychics on the wall used ability guns to finish them all off. A cute report came into her mind announcing the complete elimination of the zombies. Cen Huan gave a weak smile and said to her friends on either side, "We won." The nearby residents, upon hearing Cen Huan's words, cried tears of joy. The news quickly spread across the city walls, and the Hope Base swiftly erupted in jubilation. "We won, victory! Brother! We won! You! Please get up and take a look, will you? Victory! Hope Base!" The wounded beneath the city wall all jumped up 3 feet in the air when they heard the news. "Hey, hey, hey! You don't want that leg anymore?" A medic grabbed the leaping wounded man, forced him back onto the stretcher, waved a hand. "Carry him away, carry him away. It's not the leg that's injured, it's probably his brain." The mood at the base was mixed. The residents breathed a sigh of relief, hoping the base had survived this wave of corpses, but in the latter part the number of injured rose sharply, and the death toll also increased significantly. Cen Huan, Chan Debao, and Xina Prairie were on the city wall, directing the base residents in rescuing the wounded. The blizzard had just stopped. The city wall above and below was covered with a layer of snow, soaked through by various bloods. Stained a bloody red. A shocking sight, wounded were carried down from the city wall one by one in front of Cen Huan. "City Lord, the corpses of the zombies." Cen Huan wearily rubbed his brow. "Arrange for the guard to keep watch. No one is to approach lightly. Tomorrow we will arrange burning and retrieval of the crystal cores." "Yes." The escort guard received the order and withdrew. Meng, report the casualties from this operation. Host, a total of 99,869 zombies were killed this time. The base suffered 6,715 injured, of whom 4,300 were infected by the zombie virus. Deaths totaled 509. Cen Huan fell silent for a moment. Compared to other battles, the casualties in this one were relatively light. Although the Zombie King's self-detonation caused Hope Base to lose 2 protective shields in a row, if it hadn't self-destructed, the base's crystal core at best could keep the shield standing until the ordinary zombies were wiped out. After that, Hope Base would be facing a level 6 sentient Zombie King. It wasn't that Cen Huan was pessimistic, she alone in the entire base could just barely reach level 5, and against a level 6 Zombie King she had no power to fight back. Perhaps the whole Hope Base would be slaughtered to the last. "Host, Zhou Chaonian was injured to protect you." Cen Huan came to her senses. "What's going on?" When the Zombie King self-destructed, Zhou Chaonian used a large amount of his supernatural power to form a protective shield in front of the host. Cen Huan's heart felt as if a stone had been tied to it, sinking straight down. She suddenly remembered Zhou Chaonian's anxious look toward her, focused and resolute. She hadn't expected that all of his supernatural power would be used to protect her. "Host, Zhou Chaonian's poison has flared up." Cen Huan felt a thumping between her brows and immediately turned and ran toward the hospital. Chapter 123 Antidote for the zombie virus, alright? The rest will have to wait until he wakes up. Cen Huan looked at Zhou Chaonian's sweat-damp handsome face, feeling very unsettled. "Uncle Wang, will the head elder be okay? Stop fussing, hurry and help treat the wounded." But Uncle Wang quickly pulled the tactless person aside. Xina Prairie kept her gaze lowered, coughed twice, and left the room. She had just stepped outside when she saw Cen Yi at the corner, holding a child, his whole body slumped against the wall. His usually long, straight posture seemed a bit shorter now, with a trace of decay. Cen Huan's sharp eyes caught the wound on the left side of his face, still oozing faintly. She stepped forward and snatched the child from his arms, and Cen Yi's stunned gaze she tossed out coolly. "Come with me." Cen Yi was momentarily stunned and stood rooted to the spot. Cen Huan walked a good distance away, then looked back to find he hadn't moved an inch. Her anger flared even more. "Did you hear me or not?" Cen Yi came to his senses, straightened up, rubbed his nose, and his feet began to move unconsciously. Why did she suddenly get angry? Cen Huan put the child down, turned to look at Cen Yi, and stood in front of her like a big, foolish fellow. Under the oppressive air, Cen Huan's momentum instantly died down. She turned, took a breath, and pointed to the chair beside her. Sit. Cen Yi, puzzled, did as he was told. When he saw Cen Huan take out an alcohol swab, he realized she was going to treat his wound, raised from childhood to not be ashamed of seeking medical help. Cen Yi immediately understood that when he had been flung, he landed on his back, so there should be a large area grazed. She neatly took off her coat and blouse together, then, considerate as ever, turned away. Cen Huan turned with the tray. Who told you to take your clothes off? Aren't you a doctor?" Cen Huan's flushed face instantly turned white. This man. Ahem. How did your back get such a severe injury? With such a large area, alcohol won't do much. I used my supernatural ability to heal you. All right, thank you, Dr. Cen. Yes, thanks sounded polite yet distant in Cen Huan's ears. With brows and eyes lowered, her expression unreadable, Cen Huan placed her hand on Cen Yi's back and began to focus on treating him. Cen Yi only felt a soft hand against his back, a cool sensation spreading through him, and the burning pain along his spine gradually fading. A sense of indescribable comfort rose in his chest. The soreness throughout his body seemed to vanish. After the coolness, a warm, soothing feeling from the hand at his back flowed into his heart. 5 minutes later, the treatment was over. Cen Huan withdrew her hand. Cen Yi came back to his senses, looked back, and the wound on his back had completely healed. He hurriedly put his clothes back on and turned to thank her again. Cen Huan seemed a little tired. She responded to his thanks with only a faint acknowledgement. Cen Yi, considerate, quickly stood up, picked up the child, and was about to leave. Wait, Cen Huan called after Cen Yi and handed him the tray with alcohol and cotton swabs. Go back and clean the wounds on your face. If they get smeared with zombie blood, you'll get infected. In the end, Cen Yi walked out of Cen Huan's clinic in a daze. So it turned out she was supposed to be treating his face from the start, and he, shameless as he is, actually took off his clothes right in front of her. No wonder she looked so disgusted. Maybe in her mind he was already a pervert. Cen Huan looked at Zhou Chaoyan lying on the bed, as if she had returned to the time she rescued him at the steel mill. He was lying on the bed just as lifeless, tormented by the zombie virus. And this time, Cen Huan sat on the bedside, stared quietly for a long while and said softly, "Consider your debt of life repaid. Just don't do it again next time. Forget it." I still have to say it to his face. What kind of thing is it to talk about this while someone's unconscious? Cen Huan sighed, and seeing that Zhou Chaoyan showed no sign of waking, she took out an apple and began to peel it. He saved her, so peeling an apple for him wasn't too much to ask. "Host, there's a major discovery in that child's genes." "What?" The apple peel in her hand snapped with a sound. If I'm not mistaken, the child's blood combined with the system's formula can be used to synthesize a zombie virus inhibitor. An inhibitor? In her past life, Cen Huan had never heard of such a thing. But now 4,000 people at the base had been infected with the zombie virus, and Cen Huan couldn't afford to delay. She put down the apple and rushed out the door. She remembered that child was being held by Cen Yi. Just as Cen Huan dashed out the door, Zhou Chaoyan on the bed opened his eyes, sat up, and leaned against the headboard without the slightest aversion. He picked up the apple beside him and took a bite. How could this be called repaying a favor? This debt of gratitude could never be fully repaid in a lifetime. Muttering to himself, Zhou Chaoyan elegantly bit into an apple, letting out a long breath of relief. This time he had finally made it. After picking the child up, Cen Huan returned to the space, leaving Cen Yi bewildered. Thinking back, the last time Cen Huan had also vanished so suddenly, she was probably in seclusion again. Meng formula. Host formula matched. It can be used directly at the workbench. Cen Huan plunged headfirst into research on the blocking agent. Baby. I'm sorry, once this is done I'll treat you to the best formula milk. The needle pierced the skin, and the child immediately began to cry and struggle. Host, can you do this or not? Meng used the spatial law to immobilize the child. Watching Cen Huan stick the needle and come up empty-handed, she couldn't help but complain, I am not a professional. The vein looks superficial but it's so deep. Hey, got it. There's blood. Host, that's enough, just a little is enough. Don't drain it all. Cen Huan hurriedly pulled out the needle when he heard that, and Meng immediately applied pressure to stop the bleeding. Sorry about that, baby. You're a little lucky star. Baby. Having you as my blessing, space, time, and the outside world at a ratio of 20:1. Cen Huan used the space for the first time for 10 hours and successfully made the blocker. Before she could even be happy, Meng doused her with a bucket of cold water. Host, this inhibitor only blocks the zombie virus. For half an hour it's long past too late. Cen Huan hurriedly redid it again, spending another 10 hours to finally produce an inhibitor that could block for 3 hours. Cen Huan felt she had reached her limit. Host, this one is good. But you'll need to make over 4,000 of them. Cen Huan begrudgingly threw herself back into work. The child's blood was basically completely replaced before these few thousand inhibitors were made. Meng, take good care of him. Fortunately the system's potions were powerful. After each blood draw it fed a vial of top-tier healing potion, which barely managed to restore the child's vitality. She handed the child to Meng, exited the space, and unable to explain why she had suddenly appeared in the hospital, immediately took out all the blockers. All nurses, those who can give injections, stop what you're doing and inject these potions into the bodies of the infected. Finish all injections within half an hour. Hurry. Xina Prairie immediately had people bring the antidotes up and casually asked what kind of medicine it was. Cen Huan replied firmly, an antidote that blocks the zombie virus. Chapter 124. No wounded person mutated. Xina Prairie briskly injected the blocker into the bodies of the infected residents. When the residents heard that the city lord had developed an antidote to the zombie virus, the hopeless, ashen faces immediately brightened with hope. Not a single person doubted what the medical staff said, because that was the city lord of the Hope Base. In the residents' minds, there was nothing the city lord couldn't accomplish. Doctor, I can hold on, please inject my brother first. Don't listen to him, doctor, I'm fine. Xina Huan's hands never stopped. She grabbed an arm and, quick and precise, shoved the needle in a. It didn't really hurt. But the resident hadn't reacted in time and instantly felt utterly embarrassed, such a big man actually shouting when getting a shot. Don't make excuses, over 4,000 people, we need half an hour to finish the shots. Shirking only wastes time. Those of you who can still move, lift your sleeves now. The assistant following Xina Huan said after speaking. He continued cleaning the wounds on the injured. The hospital only had 3,000 beds in total, which were used to accommodate the wounded who had not been infected by zombies. All of those who had been infected were placed in the parking lot. This location was far from residential areas and easier to control, so the injured had no objections. Some were so despondent that they even wanted to kill themselves but were held back by their companions. As long as there's still a sliver of hope, we can't give up. And besides, the residents train at the training ground every day, so their physical fitness has already improved considerably. There is still a good chance of making it through. In the corner, someone was crouching quietly writing something. This man was Su Bai. It was as if when he was in the military he would write a will before every mission, and after Su Bai left the service he still kept that habit. He joined the army when he was very young because his parents divorced and no one was willing to pay for his schooling. He worked his way through high school, couldn't afford the expensive tuition of university, and so he enlisted. After leaving the service he found an ordinary job and kept a small pet. He would always periodically write a will to leave for this world after the apocalypse came. He by chance arrived at Hope Base and met a group of friends, so the intended recipients of his will became the members of his own squad. This time the zombies came too suddenly. The will he had written earlier was torn to pieces during the fight, and he himself was scratched by the zombies' claws. The wound was now throbbing faintly, and a pale bluish-black was beginning to spread around Zhou Wei. He was an ordinary person. Perhaps he had a chance to pull through and awaken a power, but Su Bai did not believe in such low-probability events, so he hurriedly took the time to write this final letter. When Xina Prairie arrived, she happened to catch sight of the few words "I like you" on his stationary hand, with a neat prick of the needle. She glanced at the note Subai had taken back. She spoke lightly, not even sure who she was addressing. If you like someone, be more proactive. Don't leave regrets. Subai instantly blushed. And Cen Huan proceeded to give the next injection. The assistant behind them winked at Subai and turned to make a cheering gesture. Subai's face was full of bewilderment. He was about to continue writing when a wounded man nearby suddenly shouted, "Ha ha ha! Look, my wound, it's not going black anymore. Really? I also feel the pain in my chest is gone. The city lord is amazing." Someone bumped into Subai. "Brother, we're all healed. You should stop writing too and just go confess." Subai quickly folded the letter and put it into his pocket, opened the torn shirt at his chest, and looked at his wound. A strange thing happened. The bluish-black flesh on the wound visibly receded, and the torn flesh turned bright red again. The original tightness in her chest had also disappeared. She felt entirely refreshed. Cen Huan hadn't expected Cen Huan's potion to work so quickly. Once injected, it took effect in about 3 minutes. And at most 10 minutes would elapse before any reaction. More than 100 medical staff capable of using syringes injected all the infected wounded with the blocker within half an hour. After 2 hours of observation, not a single one of the 4,300 people had turned into a zombie. Instead, 1,500 of them had awakened special abilities. When Cen Huan learned of this report, she finally broke into a smile, watching the people gathered around the parking lot crying and the residents inside the parking lot continuously waving. Night had fallen, yet these people guarded and accompanied their families in their own way. Even though it was heartbreaking to think your own relatives and friends could very well become zombies, you still clung to a sliver of hope. Cen Huan told Chan Yi to open the door and let them out, then said to Chen Debao and Shen Wanzhou beside him, "It's all right now, let's go." The three walked side by side. Phew, that was terrifying. I almost thought the Hope base was about to be wiped out. Chen Debao slapped his chest theatrically, holding Cen Huan's hand. "Little fairy, you're amazing. Does that mean we won't have to worry about being bitten by zombies anymore?" Cen Huan shook his head. "That child's serum can currently only produce an inhibitor that lasts 3 hours, and that inhibitor can only be used once. It won't work a second time." Shen Wanzhou nodded and Chen Debao's little face fell. "I thought we'd never have to worry about the zombie virus again and could just go crazy showing off. Are you stuck on a bug here?" Cen Huan coldly exposed her wishful thinking. "What, do you plan to dance with zombies from now on?" I think she still plans to recruit a bunch of zombie lackeys to swagger through the streets. Shen Wanzhou joined in teasing her. Aya Wanzhouja understands. Chen Debao felt no shame at all. He even thought it was highly feasible. Cen Huan chuckled. "Hurry back and rest. Tomorrow I'll still be counting on you to cremate your little zombie brothers." Chen Debao patted his chest. "Don't worry, leave it to me. As the eldest brother, I'll make sure to see them off properly. Right, how are you going to handle that child?" Cen Huan had already entered the city lord's mansion. Chen Debao didn't hear a reply. He sighed, thinking Cen Huan must be tired and would ask again tomorrow. "Sister Wanzhou, let's go." Cen Huan entered the space and took a bath first, washing away all the day's fatigue. Meng guided the child to fly to the bathroom door, and the loud cries instantly interrupted Cen Huan, who had been closing her eyes and resting in the bathtub. Wah, Meng. Why is he crying so loudly? Host, he's probably hungry. Should then give her some goat milk to drink. Meng said innocently. "Isn't goat milk for Xiaojin? Aren't human babies supposed to drink formula?" Cen Huan was speechless. The system was being stupid again. "Can I apply for a different one? Waiting online, it's urgent." Cen Huan had no choice but to explain to Meng that both children and kittens can drink goat milk, and only temporarily, and that the base had no formula. She couldn't just let him starve. After much trouble, she finally managed to feed the child fully. Cen Huan watched the child happily flying around in the air. She remembered that Yin Yang was still being held at the guard's facility and decided to find out more tomorrow. After all, nothing unexpected could happen at the Hope base. Chapter 125. Base Reckoning. Early the next morning, the guards gathered all the fire and water-type psychics to go outside the city to clean up the zombie corpses and retrieve the crystal cores. Many residents spontaneously went to help. Cen Huan first went to interrogate Yin Yang. Yin Yang remained very calm and merely recounted her experience in a matter-of-fact way, and how she found the child and brought him into the Hope base. Although she was also a pitiable person, she had brought great danger to the base. Cen Huan didn't kill her, but she put her on a blacklist and expelled her from the base. Being sent out of the city in this weather left almost no chance of survival. If she somehow lived, it would be a matter of sheer luck. After that she got busy again, and with Meng's help she took inventory of the base's expenditures this time. There's no need to mention the crystal cores. As for the light defense shields, there were certainly hundreds of thousands from the 20-plus units in terms of weapons. Nearly 100 supernatural guns were destroyed, and nearly 1,000 cold weapons. The supernatural reserves of the cold weapons are temporarily negligible. There were over 2,000 bullets for the supernatural guns, more than 30,000 vials of various medicines. Remaining items include the food from Hope Base, the clothes from the cloth workshop, etc. The specific quantities of these parts can't be calculated. She hoped the base's inventory would be almost entirely used up, and Cen Huan also supplemented quite a lot from the space. Cen Huan could now recover health just by pointing at the zombie crystal cores outside the city. Meanwhile, the escort team. What? The residents refused to return their weapons? And they still want to divide the crystal cores? Hearing the guards report, Chan DeBeo almost exploded with anger. How could there be such shameless residents living in Hope Base? This time she thought the base was going to be wiped out by the zombie tide, okay? How can these people have such nerve? Using the weapons provided by Cen Huan, taking Cen Huan's potions, protected by her, and now they want to claim the weapons as their own. No way. I need to tell Cen Huan immediately. These people should all be blocked. After driving them out, let the zombies tear them all apart. Chan DeBeo rushed to the city lord's mansion in a panic. Under the cloak of night, the mansion was still as brightly lit as ever, warm and cozy, giving off a sense of home. Cen Huan was about to go out when Meng in her head was reporting on the supply inventory status. She ran into Chan DeBeo coming the other way. Seeing her furious expression, she knew what it was about. Cen Huan. Cen Huan cut her off. I already know everything you want to say. So you and Xiao Lei. Our little fairy knows what to do after all. I'll go find Xiao Shi Tu right away. On the South City Wall. Just one day ago? This place had been a scene of bloodshed. Although the base's water element users and many other residents had voluntarily cleaned and tidied the wall, the corpses lost beneath the city walls were also all burned by the fire-type ability users. But there were still traces of battle on the walls, and a faint metallic scent of blood could be detected. Cen Huan deliberately didn't let Meng do the automatic cleaning. Firstly, cleaning was too expensive and she couldn't afford that crystal core. Secondly, she kept those marks so that the residents would remember the battle more permanently. Cen Huan was standing on the city wall looking out at the wind and snow, the hood of her military greatcoat pulled down to cover her face tightly. The air was bitterly cold, the chill bone-piercing. Gale force winds howled, the sharp sound at her ears like a beast snarling beside her. Cen Huan's heart slowly calmed. Lately the number of residents had indeed increased too rapidly. The tide of corpses had come suddenly, leaving no time to establish authority. Or perhaps she herself had been too low-key lately, behaving too peacefully, making people think she was easy to take advantage of. Cen Huan's mouth turned down, suppressing the anger in her heart. Beside Cen Huan stood a speaker about a person's height. She had bought the same model used in the exchange at the mall, except this one was portable. After clearing her thoughts, she turned and looked to both sides. Chan DeBeo and Xiao Lei, accompanied by their security team, switched on the newly installed headlights. In an instant, the southern city wall and the area below it were lit up. Bright as day. In front of the parking lot was a huge open space stretching all the way to the south gate. It could barely hold over 50,000 base residents standing. Just after 7 p.m., many people, having finished dinner, were strolling around the base. Seeing the lights here, they gathered, craning their necks to watch the commotion on the southern city wall. Cen Huan tapped the microphone in his hand, and the speakers blared loudly. Clearing her throat, Cen Huan began to speak. Hello everyone, residents. I'm Cen Huan. Please all residents gather under the southern gate wall within half an hour. The base's post-zombie outbreak debriefing will start on time in half an hour. After repeating it 3 times as usual, Cen Huan set down the microphone and waited patiently. After Chan DeBeo finished setting up the equipment, he came up behind Cen Huan, made a silly face to try to cheer her up. Cen Huan smiled, took out a basin of fruit and handed it over. In about 5 minutes, several thousand residents had already gathered on the open ground, bustling and loudly discussing the summary meeting. Chan Yi, with his guard squad, maintained order around the open ground. Zhou Chaoyan and his party also went up on the city wall. When Cen Huan saw he had woken up, she greeted him briefly. After learning he was out of danger, she nodded. Nanfeng also joined the fight this time, and Bai is still angry with him about it. Now looking at Cen Huan's stern face, Bai tilted his head. Fenger, what exactly is going on? Holding a meeting in the middle of the night. Nanfeng glanced at him. What? Not angry anymore. Bai snorted through his nose. Who said I wasn't angry? I just forgot for a moment. He turned and asked the same question and asked Uncle Wang again. Uncle Wang, what? Not angry anymore. Bai snorted again, about to ask Zhou Chaoyan, then suddenly came to his senses. Why would he be angry with Uncle Wang? Uncle Wang, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to copy Fenger's answer. Cen Huan checked Meng's time and looked at the throng of residents below. She patted the microphone in her hand. Seeing this, Bai immediately quieted down, and the chatter of the residents beneath the city wall also grew much quieter. Ahem, good evening. Residents. A total of over 46,800 residents have arrived at the scene, and more than 5,000 residents have not yet arrived. Now, I'm going to personally invite them over. Saying that, Cen Huan snapped her fingers. A group of people appeared out of thin air at the very front of the open ground. Some of them were heartily devouring meals. Some had notes stuck to their faces and were holding playing cards. Others were naked, sweating profusely, still holding certain poses, and the women under them screamed and dove into the crowd to hide. That man, however, showed no shame at all. He was trembling with cold but still tried to save face and shouted up at Cen Huan on the city wall. City Lord. What a big show you're putting on. I work hard all day protecting the base, so what's wrong with enjoying myself a little this late? Just because you have a supernatural ability you think you can do whatever you want. In this world the strong rule. City Lord, why don't you come down and show us, see if you deserve to be lying beneath me? The man deliberately amplified his voice with his ability, and at this moment the square fell silent. Many people heard his shouting, not to mention Cen Huan, whose ability had already reached level 5. Meng felt extremely excited in her mind. It was the first time she had seen such an arrogant resident, truly unaware of how high the sky and how deep the earth. Cen Huan didn't even respond to his thoughts. Vines shot out from her hand and pierced him clean through. The next second she immediately blocked him and kicked him out of the base. The scene happened so fast that those in the front row only saw a green vine flash by, and the ability user vanished into thin air. Those nearest the man saw Cen Huan's movement and, shocked, felt anger surge up in their chests. Pointing at Cen Huan they shouted, "What are you doing? During the day you told us to fight the zombies, and now that the zombies are all gone, you drag us out into this frozen wasteland just because you're displeased. You mean to kill or gut us? So what if I kill every one of you?" Cen Huan retorted coldly. Chapter 126. I'm not a savior. The man choked. He hadn't expected Cen Huan to say something so earth-shattering. Cen Huan snapped his fingers, and the person vanished from the spot the next moment. The whole crowd erupted. 2 people in a row had crossed the city lord and were immediately blacklisted by him. The plaza fell silent as if terrified. No one dared speak lightly anymore. Cen Huan felt a bit calmer inside. In those jet-black eyes there wasn't the slightest flicker of emotion, cold and detached. Over the past half-month, the Hope Base has taken in a large number of new residents. There may still be many who don't know me. I am Cen Huan, the sole owner of Hope Base. The resident IDs you hold will grant you unrestricted access throughout Hope Base. The places the resident permits can reach and be used at, I built them all with my own hands. This base that has appeared on this prairie is my personal property. Saying that, Cen Huan scanned the crowd. Before the holiday the base's residents had been few in number, but each of them understood reason. And over the past half-month, with the residents surging in number, Cen Huan had still applied the base's usual rules, granting the residents the greatest convenience. The previous residents were too well behaved, which led her to overestimate the selfishness of human nature. These people not only were ungrateful, but brazenly demanded even more. Cen Huan scanned the base of the city wall. Some residents murmured quietly, glancing up at the people on the wall from time to time. Then, afraid of being heard, hastily fell silent and lowered their heads. Cen Huan's pretty, mild features seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Her cherry lips parted. Now that everyone knows me, I'll introduce some of the residents to you. Her voice was very deep, her brows and eyes calm and indifferent. Her thoughts shifted. A group of people were instantly teleported next to the person who had just been late with dazed expressions. They looked left and right, completely unaware of what had happened. The first group are those who were just late. The people appearing now are those who owe rent to the base. Cen Huan's delicate face looked very cool and distant under the light. The base provides the greatest convenience to all residents, offering housing with utilities free of charge. Failing to pay rent is an unforgivable matter, and in the past we gave everyone a month to repay the rent. But some people always refused to pay for various reasons. So these residents, in the end, we're giving you half an hour to make up the rent, otherwise pack your things and leave. This small group of people immediately panicked. Many of them ran home at once while some gave up and snapped back at Cen Huan's questioning. Muttering softly, "It's only 300 base coins, I'm not saying I won't pay it back. In this frozen wasteland, where am I supposed to find these few crystal cores? You already have tens of millions of crystal cores, and you still need my little bit." Meng monitored these people's reactions in real time. And Cen Huan of course understood everything clearly after thinking it over. It was true at the beginning the base struggled, and the residents struggled to put it bluntly, who didn't have a hard time at the start of the apocalypse. Cen Huan hadn't expected that her small act of kindness would raise so many ungrateful scoundrels. For now, ignore the complaints of that group. Cen Huan then spoke. "Next, let's meet the next group." In an instant again, about 1,000 people appeared in front. Wow. The crowd waited quietly for Cen Huan to continue. But those who had been removed began to panic. "Brother, what did you do?" "Me. I'm a good citizen. What crime did I commit?" "Then why did the city lord pull you out?" "They must have called the wrong number, just wait and see." Cen Huan really couldn't understand these people. The things she had done they immediately looked away from. "Are you a goldfish? Only 7 seconds of memory? Then I guess I'll have to help you all remember." A portion of these people, while cleaning the battlefield, took the crystal cores from the field when the escort was inattentive. "What do you mean took? I fought too. Those are rightfully mine." No sooner had Cen Huan finished speaking than someone objected loudly, vocally rebuking her. Most residents didn't hear it, but Cen Huan heard it clearly. "Yes. That's right. Other bases kill the zombies themselves and take the crystal cores. Why is it that the zombies we fought so hard to kill, yet the crystal cores all go to you?" Cen Huan laughed angrily. "The zombies you killed? Were they the ones you killed while hiding behind the base's protective shield? Or the ones you killed using the weapons and ammo I supplied? You only supplied the weapons because you want us to protect the base, didn't you?" "Yeah. You were the one who made the base's defensive shield too. Do you really think that with just you and all those weapons you can protect Hope Base? This is the most selfish and ungrateful base commander I've ever seen. Typical womanly mercy. I shouldn't have come to this base. That bitch is so picky about everything. In my old base I won't claim I had much power, but at least ordinary people had to show me respect. What kind of damn base is this, living like ordinary people and eating like ordinary people? Bah, good grief, Cen Huan has lived these 2 lifetimes and it's the first time she's seen someone so good at moral blackmail. You're so high and mighty, why leave the original base?" Sharp and profound black eyes took on a trace of keenness, emitting a hint of unfathomable chill. The cold voice said, "If that's the case, I hope the base won't welcome you big lords either." As soon as the words fell, all of those people disappeared and were driven out of the base. Of course, the crystal cores on their bodies were left behind. And their weapons were left as well. The base's medicines, clothes, and any other items were left behind. Also deducted were the potions, weapons, and other supplies consumed during combat. Those without crystal cores used the clothes and luggage on their person to pay the debt. When some people left, they only had a single pair of underwear left on them. Cen Huan then immediately sent out 2 more groups in succession. There were roughly 4,000 to 5,000 people, including both those with abilities and ordinary people, both new and long-time residents. These people refused to return the base's weapons as well as clothing and medicines. Not even given a chance to explain, Cen Huan snapped her fingers and sent them away. In the end, the only ones left in the square were those who owed rent and those who had been late at the very start. Cen Huan didn't dawdle either. She said calmly, "Half an hour's up." The tenant who had fallen behind on rent suddenly realized and hurriedly shouted, "City Lord, listen to my explanati." The sound stopped abruptly, and everyone who owed rent along with all the latecomers were blocked. Cen Huan dug at her ear. Meng had been live broadcasting the residents' remarks the whole time. Her head really hurt from listening to it now. Looking at the remaining residents, Cen Huan's tone was light and airy. I hope the base isn't a government base. The base regulations are entirely made up by me alone. I never intended to be a savior. My past kindness led many to assume I'm easy to deal with. It's now early March. I'm giving everyone 1 month. In April, the entire Hope base will readjust rents, and at that time all prices will rise. New residents will no longer be allowed delayed payments. Residents who fall behind on rent will be evicted from the base on the night their rent is due. When these words were spoken, the residents beneath the city walls were all stunned. Some who had wanted to retort thought of those who had been directly driven out of the base earlier and immediately drew back their thoughts. Cen Huan's lips curved coldly, her expression maintaining its usual indifference from now on. The base will have zero tolerance for behavior that violates its regulations. Everyone, welcome to Trespass Chapter 127. The caravan from the moon base. Bro, up so early? Hey, aren't you the same? Heading out of town. Of course, the city lord said rents are going up next month. Better hurry and save money. You really going to leave? TCH. Everyone's already said it. Why hang around and not leave? Is this the only base in the world? But this base has water and electricity, and there's no shortage of food. So what? With my skills, where couldn't I find food? Where couldn't I afford a villa? Do I have to squeeze into a tenement here with a bunch of stinking commoners? Since Cen Huan exploded in anger and held that base meeting, more residents have been leaving each day than coming in. Partly because the new regulations issued by the base caused prices to jump more than tenfold, especially rent. Before, with few people in the base and to attract more residents, Cen Huan only charged 3 crystal cores per month. Now, as the base population grows, the cost for her to build a base dwelling far exceeds the rent residents pay. There used to be few people, and the base's other income could cover expenses. Now even this small amount of rent has people finding all kinds of excuses to delay payment. Perhaps Cen Huan overestimated the residents, always assuming that once the basic housing problem was solved, they would have more energy to collect materials for the base. But Cen Huan had forgotten a basic fact. People need survival pressure to drive them to keep striving, so Cen Huan significantly raised the rent and the prices of dishes at the Hope restaurant. 2 houses with different amplification buffs have daily rents of 1 crystal core and 2 crystal cores respectively. The restaurant's food has also been raised from the original tens of base coins to being measured in crystal cores. As for the prices the base charges for materials, except for special materials, the rest have not changed. Base coins as a transitional measure will disappear within a month. Cen Huan had already planned to do this, but she hadn't expected the large influx of residents to hasten her actions. Crystal cores, used as currency after the apocalypse, are extremely valuable. At first they were very difficult to obtain, but now it's already March. Nearly half a year has passed since the end of the world began. Except in special cases when people encounter a first-level zombie, the probability of killing it is almost 100. What Cen Huan worries about is the April downpour. This storm will last the whole month, and the rain will contain large amounts of the zombie virus. A normal person who is soaked in the rain will very likely become infected with the virus and mutate into a zombie, and under the cleansing of this rain, the zombie strength greatly increased. Not only zombies, the rain also causes mutations in plants and animals. Why then humanity will face many more opponents. I hope the base is located on the grasslands. The Xina grasslands are also among the most species-rich grasslands in all of Huagua. There are more than 300 species of birds alone, including many powerful predators such as eagles, buzzards, falcons, and vultures. These things Cen Huan wasn't afraid of. What she feared most were swarms of zombie rats. Rodents on the grasslands are as numerous as flies, and they live in groups, often parading across the land in great numbers. Wherever they go, it's like geese plucking feathers. Even if you're a stingy person, you'll end up with nothing at all. Cen Huan needs to quickly raise the residents' strength to deal with the upcoming disaster. The base hopes to directly expel around 10,000 unruly residents this time, and has indirectly persuaded another 5,000 to 6,000 dissatisfied residents to leave. The current total population of the base is about 37,000 people. Those who stayed, whatever their motives, at least would no longer violate the base regulations, with over 60,000 residents still needed to reach a 4th-level base. Cen Huan said she wasn't the least bit worried. Meng City has not thousands of bases, but there are certainly hundreds of them, large and small. A steady stream of residents will come to Hope Base. Whether they can stay will depend on whether they can afford the rent. Cen Huan deliberately had the guards post the Hope Base price list at the city gate, and at the gate they directly turned away a large number of survivors trying to freeload. City Lord, there's a group at the east gate claiming to be a caravan from Moonbase. A caravan? In this freezing snow, what would they want with Hope Base? Cen Huan raised an eyebrow and had someone fetch Chang Wen-yong. Only then did he learn that Chang Wen-yong had once taken a trade convoy to this Moonbase. When Yong-chang handed over the notebook to Cen Huan opened it and saw the following written on the page: Moonbase. Medium-sized base with about 60,000 personnel, base chief. Yuchua water-type ability, level 3. Base residence. Stupid and rich. Cen Huan understood in an instant. This was meant literally. It meant they could be taken advantage of for easy gains. City Lord. This moon base used to be the Moon Bay Resort, focused on natural leisure and entertainment, with a peach orchard and a strawberry farm. Before the apocalypse, this place was very popular, the scenery was beautiful, and you could experience the joy of being a fruit farmer within the city. After the apocalypse, the resort owner, namely Yu Choyue, organized her employees to take control of the resort and recruited a large number of wood element psychics. They traded peaches and strawberries for some grain seeds, then boldly transformed the entire resort into farmland and started exporting grain. Many bases in Meng City only managed to survive by buying grain from the moon. You're not coming to the Hope Base this time to trade food for other supplies, are you? Chang Wen-yong couldn't figure it out. The Hope Base didn't exactly lack food, as bases that had traded with it well knew. The last time they went to the Moon Base, many of the Hope Base's supplies hadn't sold. Instead, the Moon Base residents had grown tired of peaches and strawberries and showed great enthusiasm for the other fruits from the Hope Base. When Cen Huan heard that the Moon Base wasn't interested in supplies from Hope Base, she couldn't help the corner of her mouth twitch. She more or less understood why the Moon Base had come. Call Sister Wang over, Uncle Chang. I think I know their purpose now. If you keep this up. Chang Wen-yong suddenly understood, nodded repeatedly, and then withdrew. Cen Huan flipped through the notebook Chang Wen-yong had left behind, which recorded an overview of every base Chang Wen-yong had been to. Some entries only a few sparse lines. Some were so detailed they even listed how many concubines the base commander had, and thoughtfully noted each concubine's preferences. Cen Huan couldn't help but chuckle. True to form for a businessman, Uncle Chang's way of thinking was simply something else. Meanwhile, Chang Wen-yong led Huang Xia to the city gate to meet the caravan leader from Moonbase. The squad leader clearly recognized Chang Wen-yong. The moment he saw him, his face immediately lit up with a smile. Captain Chang. Long time no see. Chang Wen-yong squinted and thought for a moment, then replied calmly, What wind has blown Captain Gu here? Welcome, welcome. The two sides met amicably. Jiu Chao and his group also successfully entered the Hope Base. Having just been stopped outside the city wall and only able to see a little of the decorations inside the base, they had thought the Hope Base was no different from their moon base except for its high walls. Now stepping into the Hope Base, the entire caravan was in utter shock. Chapter 128 Gu Chaos Purpose. Gu Chao watched the residents of Hope Base without expression. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Moonbase was a base focused mainly on agricultural development. In the end times, whoever controls food and weapons controls the power to speak. Many surrounding bases were kept fed by Moonbase, so Moonbase was a base that didn't lack money to end the southwest sector of Meng City. They had real influence. And Gu Chao had been to many bases and seen many people in charge boast about how grand and impressive their bases were. He had seen many power show-offs among the ability users. But most bases were places where those in power lived well. In the apocalypse they hadn't grown teen on. The contrary, they were all fat and prosperous, surrounded by a flock of admirers. A pair of calculating eyes slid over him, scheming to strip a piece of flesh from him. The ordinary people in the base, by contrast, where scrawny skin and bones might not be an exaggeration, most of the commoners clustered along the sides of the road, their eyes hopeless and vacant, staring blankly at the passing ability users. Only when an ability user tossed down a biscuit did a spark of light appear in their gaze. Jiu Chao had no affection at all for this kind of base. Wealth extracted from the very bottom cannot sustain long-term development, so the moon base treats such settlements purely as business partners. Money and goods are exchanged and nothing more. There are many around Meng City who want to curry favor with the moon base, but Chiu Yu simply looks down on them. Last time Chang Wen-yong brought a large amount of supplies to the moon base to trade. The moon base only bought some cotton-padded clothes and quilts. The moon base isn't short of other agricultural products, so it had no interest in trading with Hope Base. But the moon base trade caravan of the Hope Base had wanted to try this format for a long time. Upon seeing the Hope Base trade team, Yuchou immediately established a trading caravan. He established long-term, stable supply relationships with the major surrounding bases. Although the moon base was weak in weapons, it produced abundant food. If any base gave the moon base trouble, Yuchou would immediately blacklist them. On top of that, with the recent continuous waves of the undead and heavy snow causing closures, the surrounding bases dared not go against moon base. Thus moon base's development prospered. But the moment Gu Chao stepped through the city gate, he knew the Hope Base was much more powerful than the moon base. Just inside that tall gate, the ground was entirely paved with blue bricks. Beneath the residential buildings there were even streetlights and greenery. It was the rush hour for residents heading to work, and Gu Chao watched closely. The passing residents all wore smiles on their faces. Even those without smiles looked focused. There was no sign of apocalyptic despair or decay on their faces. Instead, there was a pre-apocalypse sense of urgency and a contentment from stable lives. It was as if everyone had their own life goals and not a moment to spare for idle chatter with others. These people wore thin cotton jackets, and a few wore the military coats Gu Chao had seen. Some people hadn't zipped up these thin cotton-padded jackets, but they didn't seem to feel cold at all. Gu Chao especially noticed that many residents of the Hope Base were carrying weapons. All kinds of cold weapons. She hadn't seen anything like them before the end of the world. A patrol marched by in formation, with identical white firearms holstered at their waists. You can tell at a glance they're not cheap. Gu Chaos pupils constricted. These items weren't brought by Chong Wen-yong on his last trip to the moon base. Either the Hope Base didn't want to export these goods before, or this is a new move by the base. Gu Chao now began to reassess the Hope Base. This trip really was the right one. If we can become a long-term partner of Hope Base, given the moon base's geographical advantages, he was certain that absolutely no one would dare target the moon base. Thinking this, Gu Chaos breathing even quickened. He seemed to already see the bright future of the moon base. Captain Gu, you must stay longer at Hope Base this time. Let our city lord do his part as a host. Gu Chao had actually come on a mission this time, but he was genuinely curious about what special goods the base might have and was thinking up an excuse to stay longer. So when Chong Wen-yong said that, he naturally nodded in agreement at once. Then he'll shamelessly impose. Alright. I'll first take everyone to the exchange to apply for temporary resident permits. Gu Chao was very interested in the base resident permits Chong Wen-yong mentioned. And when he finally saw the exchange's true appearance, he was utterly shocked. He had had a question ever since he entered the Hope Base. He was a native of Meng City, born and raised there, and the Xina Prairie was naturally very familiar to him. He had never heard of a city existing on the Xina grassland. That was right, the Hope Base could truly be described as a city vast in territory, as solid as a fortress. But these city walls, the paving stones, and the residential buildings in the base he just saw were still within Gu Chaos range of recognition. A few more Earth-type and Metal-type psychics could have built them. But this exchange in front of him, there isn't this kind of style anywhere in the whole Huagua. The off-white exterior walls were exquisitely beautiful, and the towering roof gave a solemn, majestic impression. Stepping through the gate, the floor underfoot was hard, polished marble. The entire ground floor lobby was very spacious, with many residents. Orderly and well-behaved. Gu Chao suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to follow Chong Wen-yong to the resident ID counter as calmly as possible. After Chong Wen-yong finished explaining, it wasn't long before a stack of cards was brought out. Chong Wen-yong took one for each person and explained carefully. Captain Gu, you must keep this card safe. It's the most important thing for access within the Hope Base. Housing, meals and shopping all require it. Please note that items purchased with a temporary visitor's resident card cannot be taken out of the Hope Base. We ask everyone to shop responsibly. After finishing, Chong Wen-yong checked the time. Yo, it's mealtime already. Come on, it'll take everyone to the Hope restaurant. Gu Chao held the card with its elaborate lace-like border, put it away carefully, and then heard Chong Wen-yong say that the Hope Base also had a restaurant. Our moon base also has a restaurant, but it can only serve staple foods and some simple stir-fried vegetables. Although Gu Chaos' tone was modest, the caravan members behind him were very proud and did not think the Hope Base's restaurant could compare with their moon bases. You should know, the moon base has a full 1,000 wood-type psychics. The crops and vegetables they can induce each day not only supply the needs of 50 to 60,000 people on the base, but also leave a portion to supply other bases. Just as Cen Huan was about to leave, he stopped, turned back. Look at my memory now, the base no longer allows credit. Team leader Gu, we'd better go top up our crystal cores first. Recharge crystal core. Yes, hopefully the base's official shop won't charge crystal cores separately, so if you want to make purchases you'll need to top up your resident card first and then just swipe it when the time comes. Jiu Chao nodded. Though he didn't understand, he showed his respect. With a grand gesture, he added 20 grade 1 crystal cores to each team member's account. Cen Huan raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, it was a tycoon Basi spent dozens of crystal cores at once, but the city lord had adjusted the prices, so these 20 crystal cores probably wouldn't last long. Earlier Cen Huan said prices would be adjusted. To help residents adapt more quickly, she first changed the prices for visitors entering the base. This creates a contrast, so when prices are uniformly adjusted later, residents won't feel too much discomfort. Top-up complete. Cen Huan laughed. Let's go. Let you taste the base's special braised pork. Gu Chao? What did you say? Meat? Braised pork belly? The teammates behind also looked at each other in bewilderment. Jiu Chao hesitated before speaking. Hopefully the base has a freezer. He could only understand it as they're hoping the base had a cold storage facility, and that at the start of the apocalypse they stocked up on large amounts of frozen meat. Cen Huan was momentarily stunned when he heard that. Then he revealed a mysterious smile. We want the Hope Base to have its own breeding farm. Chapter 129. The Moon Base is not qualified. Gu Chao and the others hadn't yet recovered from Cen Huan's words when they arrived at Hope Restaurant. Gu Chao looked at the various meat dishes on the menu in front of him, and there were even crayfish. He was utterly stunned. Gu Chao saw the right-hand navigation bar and clicked into the vegetarian dishes. 99. Gu Chao suddenly remembered that he had just mentioned the vegetarian stir-fry at their base. Fortunately he was low-key, otherwise he'd have been humiliated all the way to the prairie. Gu Chao calmly ordered a vegetable dish and exited. The braised pork that Cen Huan recommended was right in the center. And even through the screen Gu Chao had already started producing saliva. Although that single serving of braised pork cost 2 crystal cores, Gu Chao still clicked to order it without hesitation. To avoid showing that he was inexperienced, he demurely ordered only 2 dishes. When paying he discovered that the restaurant had no cashier. Following Cen Huan's instructions, he swiped his resident card on the card machine. The machine spit out the words "payment successful." About 10 seconds later, Gu Chao smelled the aroma of food, especially the braised pork. He didn't need to inhale intentionally. The scent was already drifting into his nose on its own. Captain, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pick up the meal. The teammates behind him could no longer wait. Watching them practically drooling was utterly embarrassing for Gu Chao. Hastily finding a seat, the teammates from behind carried over the dishes. Captain? Are you on a diet? Yeah. Usually at the base when we stir-fry shredded potatoes you pile on 3 bowls of plain rice. How come you're eating so little today? Have a sensitive stomach. Jiu Chao would absolutely never admit that he regretted ordering only 1 dish. Whoa. Kung Pao chicken smells so good. There's also spicy beef and ox tripe. At this meal, some were happy and some were sad, but everyone was fairly satisfied. The people at the moon base went from living on fruit at first to later eating simple vegetarian stir-fries. It's been almost half a year now. They're almost turning the whole base into a rabbit haven. Captain, can we stay at this base a few more days? I don't mean anything else by it. I just think if we stay longer and build a good relationship with the base we might be able to bring back more supplies. Yeah. I think so too, Captain. Gu Chao was speechless. But he wasn't carried away by the food. He said seriously, don't forget our purpose this time. This blizzard has been going on for a month. If it keeps up like this, the moon base will be frozen to death. All you ever think about is eating. The team members instantly thought of their family and friends back at the base who were still freezing. One by one their expressions stopped being careless, and no one argued to stay a few more days. Over the next few days, Gu Chao and the others carefully inspected the goods at the Hope base. They even made a list, weighing in their minds what items the base had that could be traded with the Hope base. Cen Huan had been closely watching Gu Chaos reactions and reporting them one by one to Cen Huan. Cen Huan already knew all of this perfectly well. She even specifically instructed Cen Huan to take Gu Chao around the various areas of the base, deliberately or inadvertently reveal some products. Anyway, he can't take it out with him. Let him advertise the Hope base for free. As for Cen Huan's trading team, Cen Huan planned to let him make one last trip out before the blizzard ended. This time they would take nothing with them except heated clothing and waterproof gear. After this round of freebies is done, we'll have to wait until after the rainy season to make further plans. When Chang Wen-yong brought Gu Chao to visit, Cen Huan was drawing up the rainy season base contingency plan. Zhou Nian, Chan Yi and the others were all sent out by her to look for waterproof materials. She found a base canopy in the system that could be used to waterproof the interior of the base, which was just in time for the coming rainy season. But the materials required were too many, so Zhou Chaonian and Chan Yi formed two small teams to go out together, trying to bring all the materials back in one trip at the same time. The base residents also collected related tasks at the trading post. Knock knock. City Lord. The caravan leader from Moon Base has arrived. Cen Huan put the rainy season files back into her space, replied. Ji Chao followed behind Chang Wen-yong and was not greatly surprised by the clear, melodious female voice coming from the office. The commander of the Moon Base, Chiu Yu, was also a woman, an iron-willed woman. She ran the base with neatness and order, everything in its proper place. And when facing the Hope Base, which was stronger than the Moon Base, Gu Chao was not puzzled by the fact that the city lord was a woman. In the apocalypse the strong reign supreme. Strength has never had a fixed gender. Chang Wen-yong let him in. Gu Chao quietly cheered himself on. In his heart he couldn't afford to embarrass Moon Base. Cen Huan looked at the young man who had followed Chang Wen-yong in and raised an eyebrow. With such a straight-faced look, could he do business properly? It was still Uncle Chang's face of a wheeler-dealer that put people at ease. Chang Wen-yong was baffled when Cen Huan suddenly looked at him with an approving gaze. Completely at a loss, he glanced at Gu Chao behind him, then quietly stood behind Cen Huan. Ji Chao caught the look and hurried forward. But when he looked up he was stunned by Cen Huan's beauty. His mind went blank in an instant. He forgot entirely what he was going to say and stood there like an idiot. Cen Huan chuckled. She really did feel a little worried for Moon Base, sending out such an honest person. Won't the base really be at a loss? Cen Huan's laughter brought Gu Chao back to his senses instantly. After a moment of annoyance, he regained his composure and spoke softly. Greetings, City Lord. Pleased to meet you for the first time. I am Gu Chao of the Moon Base Caravan. Cen Huan replied in a calm voice. Hello Captain Gu. How has your week of touring the Hope Base been? Gu Chao was startled. He had assumed the City Lord was too busy to notice his movements. He hadn't expected anything could escape the City Lord's eyes. Even that he had just happened to spend a week touring the base was known clearly. Ji Chao immediately straightened, spoke even more cautiously. City Lord, please don't misunderstand. I am here this time on behalf of the Moon Base to sincerely establish trade with the Hope Base. What does the Moon Base want to buy from Hope Base? Gu Chao was startled. The City Lord only said he would sell things to the Moon Base, not that he agreed to the trade arrangement Gu Chao had mentioned. The implication was that the Moon Base wasn't qualified. Gu Chao felt a rising sense of indignation. What was wrong with their Moon Base? Never lacking food or drink, as much grain as needed, and so many orchards. Unique throughout the entire Meng City urban area. Thinking that, he spoke the words aloud. Ha! Faint laugh from Cen Huan sounded, prompting Gu Chao to glance over in puzzlement. If Captain Gu says that, then he must not have been to the farms of our Hope Base. Uncle Chang, your guiding has been inadequate. Chang Wen-yong didn't explain, he only nodded to indicate he would definitely take Gu Chao there. Did he take Gu Chao with him? Of course he did. It was just that Gu Chao deliberately ignored it during the negotiation. Only now remembering it, did he realize the capital he had been proud of earlier. It was most commonplace at the Hope Base. Gu Chaos cheeks were flushed red at that moment, making him look somewhat ashamed. Cen Huan deliberately waited a moment. She suppressed her smile and said, Now Captain Gu, can we talk business properly? Chapter 130. Another base crystal core. Gu Chaos legs were a little weak as he walked out of the office. His proposals were one by one rejected by the City Lord. And in the end he only agreed to trade some clothing with him. And he demanded an extremely high price. Chang Wen-yong saw him out. Ji Chao felt puzzled and on top of that, humiliated, then said to Chang Wen-yong, Your city's lord is perhaps overly confident. Although the goods from the Hope Base are indeed miraculous, your policy of shutting yourselves off from the world. Chang Wen-yong's smiling face suddenly turned cold. He looked at Gu Chao with a frosty gaze and said nothing. Ji Chao swallowed, too afraid to continue speaking. Chang Wen-yong said stiffly, Captain Gu, I've been to the Moon Base. It's true the Moon Base isn't short on food, But do you think that by controlling that food supply you control the entire economic lifeline of Meng City? Gu Chao looked puzzled at the words. Wasn't that so? Although the Hope Base also had food, the number of wood element ability users was less than 1/3 of the Moon Base. This was the confidence behind his proposal to negotiate with food. Chang Wen-yong was amused by his blind self-confidence. Originally he thought the Moon Base was quite clever, manipulating the surrounding bases and making a fortune. I didn't expect the Moon Base to be so short-sighted. All of the observations this week were deliberately leaked to Gu Chao by Cen Huan through Chang Wen-yong. The purpose was to see whether the Moon Base could figure out its own standing, whether it could become a distribution base for Hope Base within Meng City. Plainly put, it would be Hope Base's little brother, responsible for advertising for the big brother and selling things. But he never imagined that Gu Chao could be so dull. Or rather, that the Moon Base could be so arrogant. They actually dared to think they could trade their base's junk for the Hope Base's weapons and medicines. We have over 1,000 wood-type esper at our base. You think the Hope Base's yields are that much? He paused, as if not wanting to hurt Chang Wen-yong's pride. That I reckon those farm crops might make it through this batch. But there won't necessarily be a next. Ha 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 ha. This was the funniest joke Chang Wen-yong had heard since the end of the world. This person actually believed the Hope Base's crops were being accelerated by espers. Chang Wen-yong now completely lost any desire to talk with him and directly led him to the cloth shop. When quoting the price, it was even higher than Cen Huan's expected price. An ordinary military greatcoat was sold for 10 level 1 crystal cores. Those with special functions started at 1 level 2 crystal core. Captain Chang. That's not fair. When these clothes were sold at our Moon Base, they were only 2 or 3 crystal cores. Gu Chao couldn't believe it. You wouldn't gouge people like that, would you? Does he really think he's the foolish son of a landlord? Chang Wen-yong snorted. Your Moon Base is big and wealthy with crystal cores piled in mountains. You wouldn't be unable to afford them, would you? If you can't afford it, don't bother. I'll ship the goods in a few days. I bet there are plenty of people who want them at the nearby bases. Besides, when it was sold before, our base had plenty of cotton. Now Captain Gu has also said that our base's farm is harvesting less and less each batch. Of course, the price can't be compared to what it was back then. Captain Gu, do you want it? If not, I'll ship it to other bases in Meng City tomorrow. Captain Gu was right. We can't close ourselves off from the world. Even though our base is remote and zombies are few, we still can't miss out on making money, can we? Hearing that, I'm kind of jealous of your Moon Base doing business right at your doorstep. Unlike us. We still have to travel all the way into the city. Jiu Chao was momentarily at a loss for words and couldn't speak. But after a moment his expression shifted. With a wave of his hand he said, yes. I'll take them all. How much stock does the Hope Base currently have? I'll take everything on the list. Hearing this, Chang Wen-yong's face broke into a delighted smile, and he hurriedly urged Huang Xia to start moving goods and tallying the accounts. Even after Gu Chao left fully satisfied, Chang Wen-yong's smile had not faded. Huang Xia walked up to Chang Wen-yong's side. Old Chang, what kind of calculation are you making? The beads are almost popping in my face. Chang Wen-yong sighed. This wasn't my scheme at all. It was all the city lord's plan. Oh? Chang Wen-yong smiled mysteriously. Gu Chao bought clothes worth more than 10 times the budget and brought them back. His intention was to steal business from Hope Base. He thinks that if he clears out the Hope Base inventory, our Hope Base will have no clothes. Director Huang will still need your hard work these 3 days. Erase the list. In 3 days the Hope Base trade team will set out again. Huang Xia took it with a smile and gave her word. Cen Huan watched the large sums of crystal cores coming into the base account. Her eyes curved in a smile. This Moon Base really has money. This move is only spending crystal cores they hope to earn back by having the base fight a zombie tide. This deal is spot on. It's a pity this Moon Base really can't be pinned down. A great opportunity for cooperation. And it slipped away. Sigh. All that's left is to become a source of profit for capitalist Cen. Cen Huan hummed a little tune happily. Having Uncle Chang step in really paid off. When Zhou Chaonian came in he saw Cen Huan with a face full of rippling smiles. The corners of her mouth lifted unconsciously, a trace of amusement staining the depths of her dark eyes. Huh? You all came back so soon. Cen Huan looked up and noticed him. Zhou Chaonian's gentle look in his eyes vanished in an instant, his face assuming a formulaic smile. Pretty lucky. The factories we went to had few zombies but plenty of goods. We gathered all the materials we needed. That's wonderful. Cen Huan clapped happily. Now the base should be able to get through this rainy season. also chatted with Zhou Chaonian about other matters again. After Zhou Nian left, Cen Huan could hardly wait to summon the virtual control panel. Locate the base canopy. Base canopy can withstand sunlight, rain, wind-blown sand, and blizzards. After installation, it will automatically conform to the base's protective barrier, without interfering with it. Cen Huan was chiefly impressed by the canopy's versatility. It was mid-March, and the blizzard would last for another half-month. Although residents could earn some income by shoveling snow every day, the work was tedious and the pay was not high. And this skydome could not only block the continuing blizzard, it could also withstand gale-force winds, so at least inside the base the residents would not be ravaged by the wind. After March came the rainy season. The dome could keep out rain that might carry the zombie virus. Otherwise, if someone inside the base mutated, then it would be a very troublesome matter. Cen Huan clicked build. Base canopy construction successful. Received one random gift pack. Cen Huan looked at the random gift pack without much emotion and casually opened it. Congratulations on obtaining one base core, Meng. Congratulations, host. The host can establish a branch base. Branch base. Meng's cheerful voice sounded. Yes, that's right, host. The Oasis construction system is a system dedicated to saving various collapsing worlds. The base core wasn't supposed to be just one. Normally another base core only appears after the host's first territory reaches level 5. Now that this base core has appeared, the system might be warning the host that the world may soon undergo a huge change. A huge change? Is it hinting subtly that in the coming rainy season, more humans will turn into zombies? Or was she still warning her that mutated flora and fauna were about to appear, and that humanity's living space would face severe compression? Cen Huan held the base crystal core in her hand and asked Meng for more information about the branch bases. The prerequisite for establishing a branch base is that the main base's crystal core must be at a higher level than the crystal cores of the other bases. The host, having buried the first base crystal core beneath the trading hall, never considered upgrading the base crystal core. After an outpost is established, building the base hall allows it to connect with the main base's exchange. You can both publish the same base regulations and achieve resource sharing. Resource sharing, it means that they want the main base's items to be tradable through the exchange to the outpost for the outpost's use. What about that building? Except for the card buildings the host pulls out, all other system buildings can be constructed with one click. The host doesn't even need to appear at the branch base to get all of it done. Cen Huan's lips curved slightly. If that was the case, what need would she have for any lackeys? Chapter 131 City Defense Weapon, Shanwanja the Night. Cen Huan clicked construct. The canopy was completed without disturbing the sleeping residents. The next morning, the residents who usually went out to clear snow grabbed their tools as always, opened their doors and found the streets spotlessly clean. Everyone was quite puzzled. Huh? Why is there no snow on the streets? Didn't the city lord say this blizzard would last until April? Did the city lord miscalculate? It ended half a month early. Oh my God! Look up at the sky! At those words, everyone looked up, utterly stunned, speechless. A vast dome had been flipped upside down over the Hope base. A blizzard fell upon the dome, covering it tightly, a vast expanse of white, yet it did not affect the lighting inside the base. Yes. I don't know the reason either, it just doesn't affect it. Just as everyone wondered what it was, the massive dome in the sky actually cracked open from the middle. Look! The sky is breaking apart. Idiot! That's not the sky, it's accumulated snow. Accumulated snow? Everyone let out a remark of sudden understanding and a wonder. There was no snow on the streets, it was all kept out by this cover. Did the city lord invent some new high-tech thing again? These smart people immediately thought of the base's protective barrier. It must be the same thing as that barrier. Automatically blocks gale and blizzard. Wow, the city lord is really amazing. I've long since stopped wanting to shovel snow, it's so thick and so much. Even shoveling every day doesn't earn enough to buy a bowl of mutton soup. Everyone look, the snow is melting on its own. They watched as the snow on the canopy split in two, sliding down while melting on its own, finally converging into streams that flowed into the mother river of the Xina grassland. This is great, it turns straight into water, no manual processing needed at all. That instantly solved the base's snow shoveling work, saving a huge amount of manpower and resources. The workers who had been getting up early to shovel snow returned their tools to the depot and went home to rethink and look for other jobs. They did not spend their time complaining about losing this job. Same as before. They hope the base does not keep people idle. As long as you work hard you won't be unable to find work, but as long as there is work, you won't starve. Cen Huan didn't feel much about the residents' shock. After all, in the minds of the base inhabitants, she had already become an omnipotent presence. She is now busy taking inventory of the goods for this hope-based trade caravan. She attaches great importance to this trade convoy and ultimately decided to have Zhou Chaoyan lead it. It's not that she doesn't trust Chun Ye's abilities, the main issue is that they are taking a very large amount of cargo this time. They recruited 10 level 3 spatial psychics at the base, and among them is Uncle Wang. Fortunately, Uncle Wang was from Zhou Chaoyan's team, and since Nanfeng said he had been recovering for so long without leaving the base, Zhou Chaoyan voluntarily took on the escort mission. Cen Huan had no objection. Lately she noticed Chun Yi seemed to have a lot going on. Running to Hope Hospital every few days. Could it be that something is wrong with his body? Let it be a vacation for him. Chan De Bao and Xiao Lei have both been very tired lately, so let them relax properly and have a romance. The trading caravan was still carrying mainly grain and clothing this time. Cen Huan added some fresh meats, eggs and dairy products among other things. And the weapon potions still refused to be released at all. Before setting out, Cen Huan specially called Zhou Chaoyan and Chong Wenyong into the office. For this trip, Uncle Chong should just pick those rich bases to visit. The main goal is to make money. Advertising and such can be put on hold for now. Chong Wenyong nodded solemnly. Cen Huan then turned to Zhou Chaoyan. This caravan is large this time, and there are especially 10 spatial ability users. Captain Zhou, you must ensure these people's safety. Don't worry, I won't fail you. Cen Huan nodded, pulled the two closer, and whispered a reminder. Remember, be sure to return before April. If by any chance you can't make it back, be careful to avoid the rain, do not let any team member get soaked. Saying that, he took out some medicines and handed them to the two. Zhou Chaoyan took them. His gaze dark as he stared at the wrist that Cen Huan had pulled over. He looked up to gaze at Cen Huan's face, then turned his eyes away before she met his look, once more indicating that he had remembered. After seeing the trade convoy off, Cen Huan worried about the uncertainties of the rainy season. Arrived at the arms factory. A while ago, Xina Wanzhou suddenly came to terms with things, accepted Cen Huan's proposal, and became the head of the arms factory. She is now working day and night at the arms factory researching some weapon concepts proposed by Cen Huan. Chief Engineer Shen works so hard, how can someone like me, who only talks, feel at ease? Xina Wanzhou didn't need to look back to know it was Cen Huan. Mainly because Cen Huan paid special attention to this munitions factory. Besides the two of them, she really couldn't think of anyone else who could come and go so freely. The lord of the city is swamped with affairs of state. When he's not out clearing pests on the farm, he's in the breeding house milking cows. How would he have time to come to me? Cen Huan laughed out loud at Xina Wanzhou's teasing. When did I ever deworm and milk animals? Then should our chief engineer Shan try the fruit I picked myself from the farm? Xina Wanzhou rubbed her numb wrist, set down the blueprint in her hand, pouted coquettishly, and took the fruit from Cen Huan's hand. She picked a strawberry and popped it into her mouth, squinting in satisfaction. Cen Huan walked around the drafting table, picked up a sheet, and examined it carefully. The city defending weapon you mentioned last time, its basic prototype is essentially the sheet you have there. Xina Wanzhou spoke unclearly, more intent on picking fruit and stuffing it into her mouth. She glanced once and said without looking up. Cen Huan looked at the rifle-like weapon and was very satisfied. Not bad, want to make one and see. At the words, Xina Wanzhou quickly put down the fruit, casually wiped her hands on the hem of her clothes and took the blueprint. Wait, there are a few more parameters that can be optimized. Cen Huan looked at Xina Wanzhou as she was now wearing a simple work uniform, her long hair casually pinned at the back with a pencil. Her fingers were stained all black with carbon marks, and there were even some on her cheek and the tip of her nose. She hadn't washed her hands after eating the fruit just now. And after finishing, she casually picked up the pen and began scribbling and correcting. Not the slightest trace of the refined aloofness Cen Huan had displayed when they first met. Thinking of that, Cen Huan couldn't help but recall Gu Mingyu, who had chosen to self-detonate with Hu Yunshan to save them. A barely perceptible sigh. Wanzhou, rest when you're tired. Xina Wanzhou's straightened back stiffened for a moment, but within seconds she sprang to her feet. All fixed. Come on, let's go try it out. Saying that, she walked over to the development system and scanned the blueprint in. During the waiting interval, Xina Wanzhou said softly, I'm afraid that once I stop, Xiaoyu will appear in my mind and I won't be able to shake her off. Tears unbidden rolled down her cheeks. Cen Huan casually wiped them away with the back of her hand and, smiling with a touch of annoyance, said, "You tell me, why is he so annoying? He's dead. But he still clings to my mind like a stubborn piece of adhesive won't come off." Cen Huan felt nothing but soreness in her heart. She held Cen Huan's shoulder beside her, silently offering comfort. Cen Huan feigned cheerfulness and said, "Don't worry, although I'm a gene-type ability user, I'm not an Iron Man when I need to rest. I will rest that I promise Xiaoyer that I would live well," Cen Huan added in her heart. Chapter 132. Played a trick on me. Gu Chao hurried back to the moon base with the cargo without stopping. Yu Chua was anxiously waiting at the base. Gu Chao had been away for almost half a month with no news at all. She had already prepared herself for the possibility that Gu Chao might not return. Base chief. Team leader Gu is back. He brought a huge batch of goods. Yu Chua immediately stood up from behind the desk. "Where is he?" The secretary said respectfully. "Captain Gu is putting the goods into storage." Good. Good. "Tell him to finish loading and come see me as soon as possible." "Base commander, I'm back." Gu Chao stood straight-backed, radiant in front of Yu Chua. "Captain Gu, thank you for your hard work. Did you gain anything from the Hope Base this time?" Yu Chua got straight to the point, eager to know what the Hope Base was really like. Yu Chao pondered for a moment, then told Yu Chua word for word everything he had seen and heard at the Hope Base. Weapons, potions, and cloth workshops and breeding farms too. Yu Chua was utterly astonished. This was nothing like the wasteland some people in the base had described. Gu Chao nodded. "Yes, we hope the base will be built on the prairie flat terrain and far from urban areas. The buildings inside the base seem to have been constructed using some special method. It's amazing that they actually have no shortage of water or electricity. No shortage of water or electricity." Yu Chua drew a sharp breath. In this apocalypse? What did it even mean to have no shortage of water or electricity? For a base, at least 1/3 of the population would need to be lightning-powered ability users just to barely supply the base's electricity. And on top of that, 1/3 of the population are hydrokinesis users. Yes, that's right. The housing can automatically regulate temperature, so there's no worry about dying from blizzards or freezing to death. The more he heard, the more absurd it seemed. Could the Hope Base really have that many ability users? Yu Chua asked uncertainly, "How many residents does Hope Base have?" Gu Chao replied, "From my observation, the Hope Base's population should be less than 40,000, and the number of psychics no more than 10,000. Less than 40,000. Not even 2/3 of the Moon Base's population. But from Gu Chaos' description, Hope Base's strength seemed quite formidable. Base chief? I speculate that the Hope Base's lord must have assembled a team before the apocalypse and mastered weapon manufacturing. The farmland of Hope Base is vast. I believe they may have mastered some special method for crop cultivation. But chief, don't worry. I've already cleared out their entire stock of padded jackets." "What do you mean?" Yu Chua asked, puzzled. Yu Chao leaned close to Yu Chua's ear and told him that he had discovered that the Hope Base farm produce was the source. Yu Chua hesitated and said, "If their base doesn't produce enough, why would they put it up for sale?" Gu Chao was stunned, then came to his senses and slapped his forehead hard. "I've been duped. I thought the base lord of Hope Base and Chong Wenyong were in cahoots, and I actually believed it." Yu Chua was also very angry. What kind of Hope Base is this? Business deals fail but righteousness remains. Even if they don't want to be long-term partners with Moon Base, they don't have to be so deceitful. Yukia's eyes narrowed slightly. The Hope Base, she remembered it. Thinking of the more than 100,000 down jackets Gu Chao had brought back, Yu Chua felt her temples throb. Yu Chao, arrange a meeting right away with the base we have long-term dealings with and get rid of the excess jackets as soon as possible. She didn't know why, but she always felt a strange sense of crisis. If this batch of cotton-padded jackets wasn't sold quickly, there was a high chance they would end up in the hands of the Moon Base. Yu Chao also figured out the trick among them and immediately said seriously, "It'll go right away." However, because the roads were blocked by heavy snow, by the time the people Gu Chao sent brought the caravan leaders from the various bases to the Moon Base, it was already 5 days later. At the negotiating table, Gu Chao sat in the seat of honor. The caravan leaders from the other bases stood in 2 lines. "Captain Gu, I heard Moon Base has a batch of good stuff. You summoned us in such a rush. What exactly is it?" The speaker was from Wind Sound Base, which had the closest ties with Moon Base. This base had about as many people as Hope Base. The entire settlement survived by fighting. All the food imports all come from the Moon Base, so you're basically laborers for the Moon Base. Gu Chao didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. All of you have been trading with the moon base for more than just a day or two. The moon base survives in this end times only. Because of all of you. I won't beat around the bush. I suppose every base has been battered by the blizzard. The moon base happened to receive a batch of padded coats. If anyone wants them, you can trade directly with Gu. After saying that, Gu Chao sat quietly, waiting for the captains of the bases to exclaim. After a long while, he found the conference table silent. The caravan leader of the Wind Sound base hesitated a little before breaking the silence. This, Captain Gu, is this batch of padded coats you received from Hope Base? A jolt went through Gu Chaos' heart, and a bad premonition surged up. Sure enough, the caravan leader of Wind Sound base continued. To be honest, 3 days ago a caravan from Hope Base came to our Wind Sound base. They were practically giving away their padded coats. We happened to have quite a few residents here who were about to freeze to death, so everyone bought coats. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere around the conference table instantly became lively. That's right, our macho base bought a big batch too. These padded coats are really high quality, and they even have a special waterproof heating function. Yes. I was wearing one of those heated padded coats when I came in, but the moon base conference room wasn't cold at all. So I took it off. Same here. The winter coats from this Hope Base are top quality, and the prices are especially affordable. Indeed, they sell an ordinary coat to us for only 5 level 1 crystal cores each, and the special function ones are just a few dozen to 100 level 1 crystal cores. Really cheap. Every psychokinetic in our base already has a waterproof heated coat, and even families without psychokinetics can afford the ordinary ones. As the meeting grew more enthusiastic, Gu Chaos' face looked as if he had just eaten something terrible. The Wind Sound base caravan leader quickly exchanged glances with several other base caravan leaders. Ahem. Well, Captain Gu, don't be angry. We didn't expect you to be thinking this way about us. If we had known, we wouldn't have bought from Hope Base. Yes, Captain Gu, many people in our base froze to death. That's why when we found someone selling cotton padded jackets, we immediately bought them to save lives. Captain Gu, how many cotton padded jackets do you still have? Our Blue Lotus base can purchase another batch. The caravan leader of the Blue Lotus base glanced at the people on his left and right, then decisively asked. He really had no sense of business at all spending some money to buy up the moon base's stock of cotton padded coats, yet worried that the moon base might not give their base priority when selling grain in the future. What a narrow-minded, short-sighted person, only able to wail and pity himself. Of course he should cry his heart out, but when it's time to be generous, one must be generous. Several bases immediately caught on as well, and many said they could consider buying some of the moon base's padded coats, but all of them were turned down by Gu Chao. He wasn't deaf. He had heard what the macho base had just said, hoping that the base would sell them very cheaply, and he, who had bought them back at 3 times the price, sell them at a low price now. Gu Chaocheng, with nothing left to hope for, sent several convoy leaders out of the base and then turned back to punch the base wall. How could he possibly face the base commander now? Chapter 133 Winter Coats Big Clearance Sale. Look, take a look, warm winter coats on a big clearance sale. Don't pass by and miss it. The Hoping Base trading team was shouting at the entrance of a base in Meng City. This was already the 10th base where Chang Wenyong and the others had sold goods. On this trip they visited 2 bases a day, which just cleared out the winter coats in the spaces of 2 space-powered users. Then hurried off to the next one. Today was the 5th day of the clearance sale, and it was also their 6th day out. Zhou Chaonian looked and saw that today was already March 26th at the latest tomorrow. They had to hurry back to Hope Base. Cen Huan had said it would rain heavily on April Fool's Day. Under no circumstances must you get caught in the rain. Although Zhou Chaonian didn't know how Cen Huan had learned the news, he believed it without a doubt. Captain Zhou, this is the last batch of cotton padded jackets. Chang Wenyong edged up to Zhou Chaonian. This was his first time traveling with him. How should I put it? Putting on the Hope Base cotton coat still left you feeling cold. This week the captain was taciturn. Under normal circumstances he hardly spoke at all. But over the past few days while they were selling goods, they hadn't been attacked by zombies even once. He certainly didn't dare to think it was just good luck. This week Captain Zhou and Captain Chun are both psychic-powered, and it's clear that Captain Zhou is significantly more powerful. With him guarding the journey, Chang Wenyong felt completely secure. 2 bases tried to haggle the price. The moment Captain Zhou's cold gaze lifted, cold sweat began to stream down the faces of the people across from him. They smiled and agreed to buy at the original price. In the end, Captain Zhou withdrew his gaze and coldly spat out, "Move on. We're not selling." Chang Wen-yong naturally didn't dare to say much. This was a small-time base, not something he thought highly of. The caravan quickly packed up and hurried to the next base, giving no chance at all to those behind who were crying miserably. "I gave you a chance and you were useless." Back to the present. Zhou Chaonian had a precise sense of Wang Shu's space. He was the one present with the highest level space ability. The volume of the space was about twice that of the other spatial ability users. Not counting some important supplies belonging to Zhou Chaonian's own team, there was still another 1.5 times the space filled with cotton-padded clothes. Zhou Chaonian looked at the size of the base and figured it could accommodate this batch of cotton-padded clothes. Bai took Nanfeng and went around to hunt zombies. He and Uncle Wang stayed here guarding and selling goods for the trading convoy. Once the sales were done, they could return to the base as soon as possible, and back there he would be able to see Cen Huan. Even someone as calm as Zhou Chaonian would feel somewhat moved. A fleeting glimmer of desire flashed in his eyes and was gone in an instant. Chang Wen-yong didn't notice. Used to Zhou Chaonian's habit of staying silent during non-official matters, he showed a face of indifference even without a response. This Chaoyang base is an official base that fell and later rose again. It is about 5 or 6 kilometers from the official base. At that time, Hu Yunshan died, and the military ultimately won the internal battle by relying on the heavy weapons they had stockpiled. A large number of the base's psychics and ordinary people fled. Nearly 2/3 of them came to this Chaoyang base. Chaoyang base was completely controlled by the psychics, and this base was extremely aggressive. The surrounding zombie hordes had been cleared out by their fierce, all-out fighting, making it one of the safest bases in the area. More and more ordinary people came attracted by its reputation and joined the base. Although life for ordinary people was quite hard under the rule of these psychics, after surviving the zombie siege, having a safe shelter was already something ordinary people were very satisfied with. After hearing the Hope Base's broadcast, several psychic squads from Chaoyang Base began to pour out and come forward to inquire, "Hey, how much is this padded jacket?" A few burly men, though their voices were enormously loud, were asking earnestly and hadn't started rifling through the clothes. Chang Wen-yong had a slightly better impression of them and stepped forward with a smile. He took out a few pieces of similar styles and laid them out in front of them. "Which one would you like? We have 4 types of cotton-padded clothing: regular, waterproof, heated, and a model that combines waterproofing and heating. All cotton-padded sets include both the jacket and pants. Single-piece purchases are not accepted." They exchanged glances. The burly man who had just spoken rasped, "I understand the waterproof part, but something this thin can generate heat. Could it be false advertising?" Chang Wen-yong smiled. "How could that be? We want the goods from the base to be absolutely worth their price, with not a hint of fraud." "The base? Captain, I've heard of this base. The fruit Xiaolin brought us last time came from this base." The big man's expression eased a little. Chang Wen-yong saw he still harbored some doubts. He took the initiative and said, "If any of you don't believe me, you can try them on." When the big man heard this, he felt relieved, looked down at his own filthy coat, glanced back, and chose one that looked clean and tidy. "Little shoe, you try it on." Hearing this, the short young boy obediently and well-behavedly stepped forward. Chang Wen-yong, smiling broadly, took out a heated waterproof suit and put it on him. No sooner had he zipped it up than, after only 10 seconds, shock showed on Xiao Shu's face. "Captain, it's really warm. And it's especially light and thin. It doesn't affect movement at all." At the big man's words, 2 fingers slipped into the back of Xiao Shu's neck, warmth flowing continuously from the fingers. The burly man's face lit up, and he was about to place the order. Immediately Chang Wen-yong waved his hand, signaling him to be patient. A water-type ability user appeared behind him. A water sphere slipped from his hand and exploded directly on Xiao Shu's back. The water droplets on Xiao Shu's back quickly rolled off. In just a few seconds they had all flowed away, and his clothes looked as good as new without a single water stain. "Well, I'll be damned. This is even more amazing than what the big man thought about being waterproof. Get 1 for each of our squad. No, 2 for each person. We want this one that heats and is waterproof. Damn it, with clothes like this, still afraid of freezing to death when going out. Buy. Must buy. Buy 2 to alternate wearing. Otherwise it'll stink." Only then did Chang Wen-yong speak warmly. "Everyone, please line up here. Register your sizes. We have dedicated staff to retrieve the goods." The moment his words fell, more than a dozen people instantly lined up. Cen Huan was momentarily stunned, then let out 2 amused laughs and prepared to resume hawking his wares. My throat hadn't opened yet when a jarring horn-like electronic sound came from beside me. Downsizing sale on padded coats. Lunar base padded coats, huge markdowns. Lunar base? Cen Huan turned his head, and sure enough Gu Chaos' furious face came into view. The price list on the truck was considerably higher than at Hope Base, but Gu Chao continued. Anyone who buys a Moonbase padded jacket can purchase Moonbase produced grains and fruits at 20 off. Another truck was packed full of glistening white rice and fruit. He repeated this line 3 times in a row. And sure enough, many of the people watching at the gate of Sunrise Base heard it and swarmed toward the Moonbase truck. The Moonbase cargo truck was instantly packed to capacity. Gu Chao directed his men to get clothes for the survivors, pack food, and weigh fruit. Business at the Hope Base, by contrast, was rather bleak. But most ordinary people, after comparing prices, still chose Hope Base. Just kidding. The Moonbase's padded coats are more than twice as expensive as Hope Base's, and sharp-eyed survivors noticed that the cuffs of the Moonbase coats actually have Hope Base's logo on them. Isn't this just blatantly taking advantage of them like they're total suckers? I spent a fortune buying your cotton jacket. You think I still have money left to buy food? It would have been better to spend less and buy a cotton jacket from the Hope Base. Go out to gather supplies and earn a little extra. Then I could barely afford something to eat. Gu Chao looked at the front of Cen Huan's truck, deserted and empty, and couldn't help but break into a triumphant smile. Oh, there really was no food left, huh? The base commander was being overly cautious. This Hope Base is not worth fearing. Just wait when the Hope Base comes begging to buy grain. See how he humiliates them. Cen Huan looked at his smug, small-minded expression and really didn't feel like speaking. Do you know why the Hope Base has no food for sale right now? That's because the crops from the Hope Base sold so well that they were all gone by the time we reached the 5th base. That foolish kid. How did someone with that level of intelligence become a caravan leader? Cen Huan looked toward Zhou Chaonian, who was beside him and remarkably calm. Captain Zhou, should we move to a different base? No need, wait, it won't take half an hour before those psionic users have to come back. Chapter 134. Returning home, city defense weapon. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, buyers from Gu Chaos side flocked to the Hope Base trading team. Cen Huan looked at Zhou Chaonian in surprise, then turned and put on the professional grin of a profiteer as he began to attend to the customers. What does Hope Base mean? Selling the same things would be one thing. But I wanted thermal clothing and they don't even have any. I only found out after buying that this jacket is only waterproof. The customer complained while picking out clothes from Gu Chaos stock. Exactly, what's the point of buying clothes that aren't warm? And they're ridiculously expensive. Didn't you hope the base would sell food too? Why have I never seen you bring any out? Cen Huan laughed. It's not that we don't bring any out, it's just that you're too far from Hope Base. The previous base is already sold out of the food. Everyone was astonished such a thing exists. Brother. Next time just come straight to our Chaoyang base. Our base has money. A survivor grabbed Cen Huan's hand and said excitedly. Yes, the base leader is rich. We definitely won't let you lose out. If necessary, raise your price a bit. We're truly fed up with the Moon Base's ugly tricks. Cen Huan froze when he heard the request to raise the price. A demand like yours makes it hard for me not to be tempted. Alright, next time we'll open a dedicated route to the Chaoyang base. When the survivors heard this, each of them beamed with joy and urged Cen Huan to hurry. The household is almost out of food. Saying aloud that he wanted Cen Huan to witness the spending power of Chaoyang base. He kept working his hands and proceeded to buy up all the remaining cotton padded jackets from Hope Base. Cen Huan was deeply shocked. Could this be the legendary wild spending? His face split into a grin, and inwardly he made a mental note of Chaoyang base. This was one fat sheep indeed. Gu Chao saw that everyone in front of his truck had rushed over to the Hope Base and was furious. He steeled himself, immediately lowered his prices to match the Hope Base, and even announced a 40% discount on clothing and food bought with Moon Base vouchers. Only then did the area in front of the Moon Base truck fill up again. Gu Chao couldn't afford to feel sorry. He was about to make a snide remark to Cen Huan, but found that they had already sold out and were packing up to head back. Wen Yong even made a cheering gesture from afar. Gu Chao suddenly felt a lump lodged in his chest, seeing the Hope Base trading team disappear. He hurriedly raised the prices back up and never mentioned the grain discount again. Residents of Chaoyang Base who Arrived late had no choice but to buy the moon base's overpriced waterproof suits. That's right. Considering his own base's need for warmth, Gu Chao kept all the thermal clothing and brought out all the waterproof suits to sell. Zhou Chaonian had been quickied enough to see that there were only waterproof suits in the lunar base vehicle. Which is why he was so certain when he said those words. The moon base's temporary price hike left Sunrise Base very dissatisfied. Jiu Chao was still angry and showed no kindness toward the survivors from Sunrise Base. Buy it if you want, don't buy it then get lost. The remark instantly provoked the outrage of the crowd. If anyone's going to leave, you leave. This is the entrance to the Chaoyang base. Have you even got your facts straight? A survivor from Chaoyang base retorted angrily. This deal fell through but honor remains. How dare you, a salesman coming to the customer's door, start making a scene on the customer's own doorstep. The customer is king. You've come to the customer's house and are pointing at their nose while insulting them. Someone blast the moon base convoy away from here, said the commander of the Chaoyang base. From now on Chaoyang base won't welcome you either. Wei Chaoyang was a hot-blooded man by nature. It was precisely because he wouldn't be controlled that he had set up his own base. How could he now tolerate others running wild on his turf? As soon as Gu Chao heard that, his face instantly darkened, and he immediately ordered his men to pack up. Just as he was about to leave, preparing to say a few harsh words, he didn't get the chance to open his mouth. The people at Chaoyang base, as if they'd seen a ghost, quickly ran back to the base and shut the door. Captain, there are zombies! A caravan member screamed. Jiu Chao turned his head. A dense horde of zombies was rushing down the street. Hurry! Start the car! The driver cleverly started the car. Although his movements were already very quick, one of the space psychics was still swept into the horde of zombies. Shit! Drive faster! He lost a spatial ability user if he remembered correctly. That space contained several thousand cotton-padded coats. This round was already a disastrous loss. If they lose more people, their caravan leader probably won't be able to continue. Jiu Chao trembled with anger. Hope Base. Chong Wenyong and the others whom Gu Chao kept mentioning were leisurely strolling on their way back to the base. Halfway there, two figures jumped onto the car. It was Bai Yi and Nanfeng. Boss, why so quick today? We haven't finished killing yet, right Fenger? Nanfeng gave a sideways glance and didn't want to bother with that stupid dog. It was obvious the young master wanted to hurry back to the base. Uncle Wang saw through it but didn't expose him. He just shoved a pancake into Bai Yi's mouth so he wouldn't blabber and get the young master kicked out of the carriage. When the group returned to the base, Cen Huan was on the city wall testing the new weapon with Chan Yi, Shan Wanzhou, and the others. Cen Huan was very satisfied with the results of the weapons that Shan Wanzhou had last optimized in the holographic laboratory. There happened to be just enough base materials so the exact number of four-sided city walls was built. After a night and a day's wait, it was finally completed in the afternoon. The design of these long guns and cannons makes me think of a flamethrower, Chan Debao said, curiously touching and looking around. Cen Huan and Shan Wanzhou exchanged a glance and explained, it can be set up as a flamethrower, or it can use electricity. It can use any form of energy weaponry. But City Lord, why is this weapon installed beneath the city wall? Xiao Lei raised a question. Cen Huan didn't explain in detail, only mysteriously saying everyone would know when the time came. She then took out several tablets. Originally she could have controlled them directly with her mind. But if a battle broke out she certainly wouldn't be able to handle everything alone, so she bought these visual control tablets from the system shop. She gave one to Chan Yi and one to Shan Wanzhou, and would give one to Zhou Chaonian when he returned. Then each of them would control the weapons on one section of the city wall. Even if someone is not at the base, it doesn't matter, the permissions for the 4 control panels can be transferred between them. Cen Huan instructed the two. After weapons are installed on these walls, the corresponding wall bricks become visualized windows, allowing a clearer view of the exterior of the wall. She said this and pressed a button. The corresponding positions across the entire wall instantly turned transparent. Cen Huan then demonstrated how to precisely visualize the specific wall brick corresponding to a weapon's serial number. Not only can it become transparent, but the corresponding sections of the city wall can also be opened to allow a person to climb in and out. If the same zombie siege as last time happens again, we can use psychic power under the walls to smash the zombies so they won't be able to form human ladders. That's a great idea. Chan Debao clapped his hands. Cen Huan revealed a bright smile and continued explaining the other functions. When Chong Wenyang's convoy had just reached the city gate, they saw a row of black, Oppressive gun muzzles slowly open and slide out from the base of the city wall, turning at different angles to point directly at the convoy. Commander Zhou. This. The driver was so terrified he couldn't speak coherently, turning to look at Zhou Chaoyan helplessly. Zhou Chaoyan hesitated for a moment, and the creature bay at his side started squawking wildly. Don't shoot. We're friends. We're on the same side. Cen Huan, who was inside the city wall explaining the weapon's automatic tracking feature, heard Bei's loud voice outside the wall and froze for a moment. She quickly disabled the weapon's tracking and climbed up onto the battlements. Zhou Chaoyan watched the weapon slowly retract into the wall and, as if sensing something, looked up. Smile she had longed for appeared by the city wall. Cen Huan waved her hand and said, Welcome home. Chapter 135 The arrival of the rainy season. Haha. City Lord, you're welcome. Ceremony is really something special. I don't mean anything else, I'm just a little overwhelmed. Bei saw Zhou Chaoyan's displeased look and immediately changed his tone. Cen Huan smiled reassuringly. Don't be afraid, we're just testing, not in combat mode. They want fire. Bei Song exhaled in relief. The convoy entered the base smoothly, and Zhou Chaoyan and the others got out to take a look at the new city defense weapons. Cen Huan patiently explained it to Zhou Chaoyan once more. All right, this is the basic usage. Everyone put this control tablet away. When there's a battle, it'll grant access directly. Cen Huan instructed, in the future when new weapons are installed on the city walls, the control permissions will be synced to this tablet. The Lord's weapon is too powerful. With this, who would still worry about a tide of corpses? Bei exaggeratedly gestured and flailed, but was held down by Nanfeng. This is all Wanzhou's credit. If it weren't for her, there wouldn't be such a perfectly fitting city defense weapon for Hope Base. From now on, Hope Base can dominate the grasslands. Ha 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 ha. Cen Huan gave a bitter laugh. These are all crystal cores. If the crystal cores stop working, all these weapons are just decorations, and we'll still have to rely on altered ones. Nanfeng nodded in agreement. This was also why he was so eager to quickly restore his strength. Cen Huan looked at the gaunt Nanfeng and proactively asked with concern, Mr. Nan, how is your health? Nanfeng was startled by Cen Huan's sudden concern. He glanced sideways at Zhou Chaoyan, and upon seeing his expression was normal, he answered cautiously. Thank you for your concern, City Lord. Everything's settled. Cen Huan nodded. That was good. She really was reminded of the last battle, when Nanfeng joined and Bei cried as if he had lost his wife, which made her ask one more question. Zhou Chaoyan and the others returned to the base on the evening of March 26th, with less than a week remaining before the rainy season. Because she had prepared thoroughly beforehand, Cen Huan was actually left with nothing to do this time. But it cleared out most of the animals from the space again, filling the entire breeding farm. Cen Huan's plan was to wait until after the rainy season, when animals might mutate. If she encountered animals suitable to eat, she'd figure out a way to catch them and raise them. It will still be fine to upgrade the breeding farm later. Looking over the base's various facilities, Cen Huan chose to build many farmlands and upgraded them all directly to level 3 in one go. This rain came suddenly. I'm afraid that large-scale growers like the moon base may have their fields contaminated by the water, and the base could run out of food. Cen Huan is so kind. That of course she thinks about her fellow people's stomachs. Better to stockpile more food now so later she can sell off to moon base and other wealthy bases. The following days Cen Huan spent inside the training facility. The wheel of time rolled on, arriving on schedule in April 1 ST. Outside the base's walls the ground was still covered in snow, but the snow showed signs of melting. It brightened early, but the whole sky was gloomy, the clouds hanging low, giving a foreboding pressure as if a storm were coming. The early rising residents went to the exchange to pick up tasks as usual. Look, everyone. There's no snow on the canopy. Really? Could the blizzard be stopping? Wonderful, damn heavens. Do you know how I got through this winter? Exactly 45 days and 8 hours. A resident excitedly pointed at the sky and shouted that a pea-sized raindrop hit the canopy. It was like a drop of thick black ink exploding across the sky. After a short while a few more pea-sized drops of black rain struck the sky. Bro, you're amazing. You even made the heavens cry? Is this rain? This damn stuff is ink, right? It looked like the sky had been splattered with dense ink spots, one after another, overlapping each other. Oh my god, I just bought new clothes, I don't want to go out anymore. That said, the residents still pulled out their raincoats and got ready. I didn't leave the house for the whole snow season. Even the landlord's family had run out of provisions, but before we even left the city gate, the sky began to crackle, the heavens blackened by rain like thick ink, and the entire base was plunged into darkness in an instant. This is a bit strange. I should tell the captain. Or maybe we'd better observe a bit longer before deciding whether to go out. No sooner had the words fallen than Cen Huan's clear voice came over the base loudspeaker. Hello residents, I'm Cen Huan. As you've no doubt seen, there is a heavy storm outside the base. Please do not go out. Reliable reports indicate this black rain carries a large amount of zombie virus. People soaked by the rain have a high probability of becoming infected or mutating. Residents who have already been rained on should go to Hope Hospital as soon as possible to receive the blocker injection. After broadcasting the warning 3 times, Cen Huan had said all she could. If any residents still recklessly insisted on going out and getting wet, the base's supply of blockers was limited and costly, and each blocker can only be used once. Then don't say later that she was vicious. Cen Huan had Meng activate full surveillance of the base, with a focus on checking those who had been soaked in the rain, and to keep continuous watch on such people. Most residents who heard the broadcast obediently stayed inside the base, but there were still some bold ones who thought that once they put on waterproof suits and hats they were completely safe. They ignored their friend's warnings and left the base. The moment he stepped out of the base, a torrent of black rain poured down, landing directly on his shoulders. Droplets splashed up and hit the side of his face. He sprang up instantly. Hiss. Is this rain? This damn stuff is sulfuric acid. Guys, get back, get back, get back. The few who had been soaked hurried back into the base. The places the rain had splashed looked corroded, quickly burning the nearby skin. They grimaced in pain, howling and crying out. Their gloves were also covered in the rain. They dared not touch their skin and could only rush home and wash the black rain off their skin with clean water. The black rain on the floor steamed faintly. The residents had to use large amounts of clean water to fully dilute and wash it away. Remembering the city lord had said that getting wet in the rain carried a high chance of infection, the residents fled in panic to Hope Hospital and paid a fortune for injections of the blocker. Fortunately, most residents were obedient. After Cen Huan broadcast, they stayed quietly at home and did not try to run outside the base. But seeing Hope Hospital use up more than 100 vials of the blocker in an hour, Cen Huan thought for a moment and slipped into the space, watching Xiaobao flutter around the space, chuckling to himself, kindly reaching out. He pinched Xiaobao's tender, white cheek. Baby, in this month and a half sister has fed you into a plump little thing. Now it's time for you to repay sister. Little Bao floated before Cen Huan in a daze, his grape-like big eyes blinking seeing Cen Huan teasing him. He grinned with his 2 front teeth and his eyes squinted. Sure enough, he was young, couldn't even tell that a devilish smile was on his face. Cen Huan smiled kindly while his hand was swift, precise and ruthless. The syringe was in Little Bao's vein in an instant. After hesitating for a few seconds, Little Bao burst into a wailing cry. The host's technique is getting more and more skilled, Meng praised. Cen Huan ignored Xiaobao's tears. Between blood draws she reached out and pinched Xiaobao's chubby cheek again. The 2 vials filled quickly, and Cen Huan casually took out a pacifier candy and stuffed it into Xiaobao's mouth. She had specially asked Master Luo to make it from goat's milk. Even Chen de Bao next door drooled with envy. A sweet, milky-tasting thing was suddenly stuffed into the crying mouth. Little Bao froze, then clutched the pacifier with both hands and began to suck hard, eyes brimming with tears. Cen Huan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, no child could refuse Master Luo's pacifier milk candy. Host, the antibodies in Little Bao's serum are purer and more numerous. It's only been a month and a half and this little one has recovered so well, but the laws of space don't seem to affect him. Although he is inside the space, it hasn't accelerated his growth at all. Cen Huan even feels he may be developing a bit slower than a normal human child. But Cen Huan didn't dwell on it. Perhaps the little treasure simply has his own timetable for development. The space has everything. It wouldn't be unable to support a nursing baby. Chapter 136 Rainy Season Control Group. The downpour came fast and fierce, and it was global. The whole blue planet suffered. On the streets, survivors hid wherever they could, looking for places to escape the rain. My eyes! It's raining sulfuric acid from the sky. Run! This black rainwater is highly corrosive. Hurry and get the people outside back in. At this moment the many base water element ability users proved extremely useful. standing at the base gates and quickly washing off those who had been soaked by the rain. Even after being rinsed, black stains still remained on people's skin. The sharpied man stared at the wound with growing alarm, decisively fetched a rope, and tied the person to a pillar. Brother Dolly? What are you doing? Why are you tying me up? I got soaked in the rain. I wasn't bitten by a zombie. Look at your wound yourself. Don't blame me. Being cautious doesn't hurt. Rest assured. As long as you haven't undergone corpse transformation, I'll apologize and make amends. To his words, the man lowered his head and indeed saw that the places stained by the rain gave off a terrifying blackness, and just a moment. His eyes were red. Bigly. I won't actually turn into a zombie, will I? My mom only has me left. What will happen to her? The man didn't answer, only letting out a deep sigh. Scenes like this happened at every base, but not everyone was so perceptive. Honey, quickly put on some ointment. This rain is terrible. The wound is oozing pus. The woman took out the ointment she had hidden, but her husband still didn't lift his head. She tore open the package, and her husband's heavy breathing sounded in her ear. Husband, you. As soon as the woman looked up, her neck was bitten. Iron teeth like a saw tore a chunk of flesh from beside the major blood vessels in her neck without effort. The woman clutched the wound in terror. Close at hand were her husband's pupils gone pale and his blood-splattered mouth continuously chewing, swallowed the breath unwillingly, the ointment in his hand slipping away helplessly. Don't bite me. Hurry. There are zombies in the base. Tie up everyone who got rained on. They will turn into zombies. Moonbase. A wood-type Esper hurried into the base commander's office. Commander. It's bad. A heavy storm started early this morning and the crops in the fields have been corroded. Upon hearing this, Yuchoyua rushed to the farm under an umbrella. The scene was a mess. Many wood-type Espers were braving the rain to hastily harvest the crops in the fields. Yuchoyua felt everything go black before her eyes and nearly stumbled. Little cabbage. The field is yellow. The field is black. Hiss. Base commander, this rain is corrosive. Get out of here. The nearby wood-type ability user pulled the stunned Yuchoyua away. Quickly broadcast a notice to the base residents not to get caught in the rain. Everyone stop collecting it. It's useless. Go back quickly. There's something seriously wrong with this rain. Only then did Yuchoyua come to her senses and regain the calm, rational decision-maker within her. She composed herself and calmly arranged the base's various matters. Saving the losses of the moon base. This black rain on April 1st lasted a whole week. When the November apocalypse arrived, half of Earth's population had already turned into zombies. Of the remaining half, zombies attacked again, cutting it down to 40%. This rain, combined with mutations and bites, further sharply reduced humanity's numbers. Now across the entire Blue Star, fewer than 10% of humans remain. Given Blue Star's population of tens of billions, the humans left number only a few billion. Compared to the devastation at other bases, Hope Base was practically tranquil. With nothing to do all week, Cen Huan invited a few friends and, trying different things, gathered at the Hope restaurant for meals. Today we're eating Master Luo's recreated authentic oden. Well, to be honest, I don't know if it's truly authentic, but it really is delicious. Chen Bao shoveled a piece of radish into his mouth, and it practically made his tongue fall off from how tasty it was. Cen Huan couldn't bother speaking either, stuffing one bite after another into her mouth. Fish roe pouches, beef balls, fish tofu, chicken cartilage. Master Luo is amazing. He can even make fish balls and beef balls. Xun Wanzhou and Xun Wanyin, the two sisters, were more restrained, unlike Cen Huan, who didn't care about her image, but their motions picking up food were no slower. Master Luo, my love for you has reached a new level. Crazy for you. Mad for you. Chan Bao will crash into walls for you from now on. For a while, the whole Hope restaurant was filled only with Chen Bao's sycophantic flattery. Master Luo listened with a chuckle, never expecting that one day a young girl would like this old man so much. Xiao Lei, however, looked totally exasperated and grabbed a fishball to stuff into Chen Bao's mouth. Chen Bao puffed out his cheeks. Stop stuffing it in. Am I your trash can? He finally swallowed with difficulty. Chen Bao rolled his eyes and pinched Xiao Lei's ear. Rebelling, are you? Hey! Rotten stone. Eat it. Saying that, he jammed food into Xiao Lei's mouth as hard as he could. Ha 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 ha. Brother, whoever you mess with, don't mess with your wife. Bei looked at Xiao Lei's tragic state and laughed mercilessly. Nan Feng, seeing Chen Bao's dangerous expression, quickly covered Bei's mouth. Fenger. What are you doing? Hurry and eat or your mouth won't stop. Master Luo? I'll ask you for lessons on making this Odin another day. Uncle Wang held a cup of wine and brought it in front of Master Luo. The strong aroma of the liquor entered Master Luo's nose, and he immediately broke into a broad smile. He took it with both hands and clinked cups with Uncle Wang. It's not about teaching me. If you want to learn, you can come find me in the kitchen anytime. I'll teach you until you know how. Uncle Wang laughed heartily. Good. I see Master Luo looks a few years older than me, so I'll shamelessly call him Brother Luo. Haha, Brother Wang. The atmosphere at the dining table was relaxed and casual. Even with Cen here, everyone felt little restraint between jokes. Cen Huan stole a glance at Chan Yi. Chan Yi was a psychic. If someone looked at him, he could naturally sense it. Instinctively following the gaze, Cen Huan quickly dropped her head and picked up her chopsticks. Pretending to be busy, Chan Yi's brow slightly furrowed. Fleeting and unnoticed, seeing that the girls across the table showed no sign of turning their heads, Chan Yi turned back and resumed talking with Zhou Chaoyan. Cen Huan let out a soft breath of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't been discovered. Zhou Chao would exchange a few words with Chan Yi from time to time, but his gaze couldn't help drifting over to the girl opposite. His expression was very dawn, even giving off a kind of chill, with not a trace of extra emotion on his face, but his eyes were extremely focused. Chan Yi beside him noticed and quietly lowered his head to eat. Chan Debao said something no one knew what, and it made the remaining three girls burst into laughter. The man across was unconsciously drawn and a faint smile touched Zhou Chaoyan's brow, and all the cool aloofness in his demeanor vanished. Cen Huan unexpectedly met his gaze, feeling a warm glow, and couldn't help smiling even more sweetly. Zhou Chaoyan instantly realized, this little girl is probably drunk again. Sure enough, the next second, Cen Huan lowered her head and muttered something under her breath. Zhou Chaoyan's spiritual senses were entirely on her, so of course he heard it clearly. Grandfather. Zhou Chaoyan pressed his brow. What to do when the girl he liked keeps treating him like her grandfather? In his 27 years of life, this was the first time he felt completely at a loss. Chapter 137. After the rain, all things revived. Chan Yi felt a sinking in his chest as he watched Zhou Chaoyan help Cen Huan back to the city lord's manor. Of course he knew Cen Huan had not shown any affection for Zhou Chaoyan, but there was always a subtle atmosphere between the two of them so that no one could get in. Just like now, although Cen Huan was dazed, she could recognize Zhou Chaoyan, and obediently followed him. She even grabbed Zhou Chaoyan's sleeve tightly with both hands. As if afraid he would disappear, he withdrew his gaze and sighed. Fortunately he had pulled away in time. During this period, he had deliberately avoided too much contact with Cen Huan, processing this relationship that had quietly come to an end on his own. Gradually, he was able to regard Cen Huan as a friend and the city lord in a normal way. Just as I was thinking this, a furry little head suddenly poked up beside me. Chan Yi still had no reaction. Chan Debao was being pulled up by Xiao Lei. Seeing this, he blurted out, Huanin, why are you holding my brother? Cen Huan was also not thinking clearly. When she heard those words, it was like her secret had been pierced, and the hand that had been gripping Chan Yi's sleeve instantly loosened. Her movement was too large and she leaned all the way backward. Chan Yi reached out and scooped her up. Cen Huan was pulled back and cradled into his arms. Her nose struck his hard chest, the pain making Cen Huan so close to tears that they almost sprang to her eyes. Chan Yi watched her struggle to hold back, her nose twitching, and couldn't help but smile. Why do you always fall down whenever you get drunk? The low voice reached her ears. Cen Huan struggled to lift her head. Seeing Chan Yi's handsome face flushed, she couldn't speak. Brother, how did it end up being you holding Huan again? Chan Yi only then realized something was wrong and turned to glare at Xiao Lei. Hurry and take her back. He grabbed Cen Huan's arm, pulled hard, and helped her away from his chest. She steadied her posture, and the distance between the two returned to a polite space. Chan Yi turned his head to look at Cen Huanzhou, who sat still as a bell. Engineer Shen, are you all right? Cen Huanzhou looked up at his words. I'm fine. Sorry for causing trouble. I'll see Huanin home. With that he swayed and stood up. This is called nothing wrong. Chan Yi sighed and looked at Bai Yi and Nanfeng. Nanfeng immediately understood and said gently, Captain Chan, if you have something to do, go ahead. The two of us will escort the two sisters back. Chen Yi glanced at Cen Huan, who had tears in her eyes, and turned to say, thank you. Saying that, he took Cen Huan away. Bai Yi was stunned. This kid. Turns out you can't carry both. You're going to split one and give us a share. Nanfeng was also impressed by Chan Ye's move. Hearing Beiyi's words, he snapped. What, do you like Dr. Shan? How could I? I like her and am grateful to her for treating your leg. Cut the crap, hurry up and send Engineer Shan back too. Got it? Cen Huan was already indifferent to the fact that Zhou Chaoyan had sent her back. Meng chirped in her ear, listing all of her outlandish behaviors toward Zhou Chaoyan, holding on and not letting go, crying out for grandpa, forcing people to call her by her childhood nickname. Cen Huan chose to avoid it, covering her ears. Stop it, I won't listen, I won't listen. Finally she outright gave up, saying that if Zhou Chaoyan had such an adorable and capable eldest granddaughter, he'd probably wake up laughing from his dreams. Meng said he didn't want such a big granddaughter at all. Cen Huan finished washing up with a blank expression and went out to Hope Restaurant for breakfast. The residents all greeted her. Good morning, Lord of the City. Lord of the City, quick look, the sky curtain has no more black rain. Can we go out now? Upon hearing this, Cen Huan looked up. Although it was still raining outside, the sky curtain was cleaned out. A smile spread across his face. That's right, the rain after the black rain is relatively cleaned out. It still contains the zombie virus, but the concentration has been greatly reduced. As long as it is not used for drinking, it will not cause infection. The residents, having received the affirmative answer, all cheered. Cen Huan also edited the announcement and sent it out during a meal break. When the office director saw it, he announced it several more times over the broadcast. Now the base was thoroughly lively. These past few days had really been stifling. If this continued, would run out of savings. Chan Debao found Cen Huan at the usual spot in the restaurant and approached excitedly. Little fairy, let's go out. It's been so long since the two of us went out on a mission together. Cen Huan thought about it and realized that after the rainy season not only would zombies evolve, but all kinds of plants and animals would mutate and grow wildly. It was time to go out and improve her strength. When Chan Debao saw Cen Huan nod, he quickly called Xiao Lei. As for her brother, he would probably have to stay to guard the base. After finishing her meal, Cen Huan gathered the heads of each department for a brief meeting. She emphasized that after the rainy season, the major bases would definitely come knocking to buy grain if they had none. The office is responsible for negotiating prices. The farm will largely plant staple crops. Don't worry about stockpiling. The fabric workshop will focus on making waterproof clothing and other waterproof items. Chong Wenyong continued his trading trips, taking along a guard unit and a squad of psychics, prioritizing safety and visiting one base at a time. After explaining everything, when he rushed to the city gate, he found Zhou Chaoyan was there too. Seeing her questioning look, Zhou Chaoyan proactively explained, Beiyi and Nanfeng have taken over the security for the trade convoy. I can't stop worrying about you. Uncle Wang interrupted Zhou Chaoyan. City Lord wouldn't mind bringing along an old man like me, would he? Cen Huan, diverted by Uncle Wang, quickly laughed. Of course not, Debao. With Uncle Wang along the way, we'll be in for a treat. Uncle Wang chuckled. Don't worry, leave it to me. Zhou Chaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. He had followed because he couldn't bear to leave her alone. If pressed for answers, he really wouldn't know what to say. A group set out. They had barely passed the city gate when Chan Debao let out a sharp scream. What's going on? Why is the grass on this prairie so tall? After the apocalypse hit, the grass on the Xina Prairie had gradually withered and died, leaving only muddy ground. I didn't expect that this rain would actually make these grasses grow back again in just a week's time. It had already risen past the ankles. Looking out, it was lush and verdant, a sea of green. Feeling the vibrant life around him, Xiao Lei smiled and said, It feels a bit like the grasslands before the end of the world. Cen Huan's face grew grave. This wasn't vitality at all within this patch of green grass. There might be mutated plants that survive by consuming the flesh and blood of powered individuals. This rain contains a large amount of the zombie virus. Those plants absorb the rain and are growing so fast. It's hard to say whether they've mutated. There was a moment of silence in the car. No one doubted Cen Huan's supposition. They just suddenly found the vibrant green a bit creepy. The car drove toward Meng City, and Uncle Wang's pupils constricted sharply when he saw the city's outskirts. Chan Debao drew in a cold breath. Every building surface in the city was covered with all kinds of green plants. Climbing vines and moss are interwoven and layered, making it impossible to see the original color of the buildings. The maple trees by the roadside have grown into towering forms. Shrouding the entire street under their canopies, countless zombies wander the streets. It's a veritable green hell. Chapter 138. The mutant banyan tree. Uncle Wong drove carefully, cautiously entering the street. The trees overhead formed a dense canopy, the overcast light filtering through the interlaced branches. The air was filled with the stench of zombies and the strong scent of flowers. Everyone in the vehicle carefully cleared the surrounding rushing zombies. Be careful. Everyone, some of the zombies' blood has turned green. Do not get contaminated, Cen Huan shouted. Zhou Chaoyan looked at the zombie whose skull had exploded. It was a level 2 zombie, and the spilled brains were green, but strangely there was no zombie crystal core inside. Green blood mixed with brain matter hit the ground, and in an instant a patch of verdant grass sprang up. Each blade stood upright, stretching its body eagerly as if in competition. Zhou Chaoyan's pupils constricted sharply. If this were to take root in a person's skin, turning back to the zombie corpse, plants had burst through the fragile rotten flesh, and in mere seconds they sucked the botus blood and flesh, completely dry roots growing from the white bones of corpses, blooming into a few bright flowers. Zhou Chaoyan had no doubt, if someone accidentally fell onto this plant, they would surely become its next host. Cen Huan looked at the scene, recalling the circumstances of his previous life. This rain had caused every living thing on Blue Star to evolve. Plants, animals, even fungi and bacteria. Only humans were forgotten. No, these evolved mutant creatures are just the whetstone for human evolution. When we get back, you'll have Huangxia study new clothes. The current ones are waterproof and tight, but the wrists, ankles and neck are prone to exposure. If a mutant bug bites someone, they could be dead before anyone even knows. Luckily Meng can detect viruses. We'll also buy a few external display scanners from the system shop. Otherwise things like mutant fungi or mutated plant seeds could be brought into the base and cause trouble. These mutated plants are easy enough to deal with. High heat and fire-based abilities can completely eliminate them. In the previous life, the major bases did it this way. They made everyone entering the base strip naked and steam them in an artificial sauna set to 50 or 60 degrees for about 2 hours. Only then could they enter the base. The vehicle drove deeper along the road. Passing an intersection, the grass in the median was already nearly knee-high. Flower beds were full of blossoms, a riot of purples, pinks, and reds competing to bloom. The faces of the flowers were twice as large as normal, giving off a rich fragrance. Everyone in the car held their breath without meaning to. The scent was almost suffocating along the way. On both sides of the road, on sewer covers, in damp corners of walls, dense patches of moss had grown. City Lord. Well, be at the city center up ahead. Cen Huan glanced at the roundabout ahead. Only a few zombies were wandering nearby. Something's wrong, Uncle Wong. Find a more open place to park. Uncle Wong did so. The few of them checked carefully, and only after making sure their wrists, ankles, and other places were tightly bound did they get out of the car. Uncle Wong was about to store the car in the space when Zhou Chaoyan reached out to stop him, indicating the muddy marks on the wheel. Uncle Wong's expression turned grave. The wheel was smeared with the zombie green blood. Better not to put it away. Cen Huan cautiously looked around. The zombies that had surrounded them were taken care of by the others, and a faint metallic scent of blood hung in the air. Debao, burn the body. Chan Debao nodded, and Zhou Chaoyan and Xiao Lei helped gather the bodies together. City Lord, we didn't encounter any grade 1 zombies on this route. Yes, this rain has caused the zombies to evolve, Cen Huan said in a low voice. Everyone must be careful. I feel something is wrong. After Chan Debao burned the body clean, he retrieved more than 10 level 2 crystal cores. Cen Huan and Zhou Chaoyan exchanged a glance, and the group gradually moved closer to the nearby commercial building. A few people turned and walked away, and the big tree in the center of the roundabout visibly began to move. Branches and leaves unfurled. Roots reached out of the ground and plunged into the zombie ashes that Chan Debao had just burned. In no time, the ashes were completely absorbed. The great tree shook its trunk contentedly, as if letting out a sigh tinged with regret. By the time Cen Huan and the others finished gathering supplies from the building, they quickly came up to the car. Uncle Wong was about to open the car door and get in. Wait. Cen Huan stared at the tiny green shoots beneath the wheel. There weren't these little sprouts under the car when we first arrived, were there? Uncle Wong withdrew his hand, gripping the watermelon knife tightly. Could it be that they just sprouted and the rain hasn't stopped since? So the plants grew quickly. That's possible, Chan Debao guessed. Cen Huan said nothing, and directly took out a military entrenching shovel from the space. Zhou Chaoyan stepped forward on his own, and the men silently began to dig. Things in the loess gradually revealed their true faces. Thigh-thick roots twisted and coiled in the ground, braided together like hemp rope. A tangle of roots. The green shoots Cen Huan saw were roots growing close to the surface. The engineer's shovel went clank, striking something unknown. Zhou Chaonian drew his breath into his dantian, pushed with force, and lifted out a round skull. Countless roots threaded in and out through the openings of the skull, densely filling the entire head. When it was pulled out, the root system on the skull was still moving slowly. The cross-sections of the tree roots bled a greenish-black fluid. Cen Huan glanced into the pit, and then turned his head, retching, "Don't look, you won't want to see it." Pulling Chan Debao close, Cen Huan stared fixedly at the big banyan tree in the center of the roundabout. Such thick roots within sight. There was only this banyan tree 50 meters away from them. Its canopy blocked the sky and sun. The trunk and branches spread out, cutting off most of the daylight. Several grown men were about to peer into the pit. The roots beneath the car instantly launched an attack. The sturdy jeep was seen pierced straight through by the tree roots as the others dodged. The roots rolled, and the entire vehicle was torn to pieces. Uncle Wang was terrified. If they had gotten into the car earlier, the 5 of them would by now have definitely become just fertilizer for the field. The banyan's branches and leaves were even more lush now, and, in the damp air, the aerial roots it had produced were thick and strong. They had now detached from the ground and were attacking the few people. Facing dozens of incoming roots, Cen Huan's tang knife danced ceaselessly in his hand, continuously chopping them down. The banyan shuddered in pain. But the next second it launched an even more ferocious attack. "Be careful. Whatever you do, don't get pulled in." The others spread out and attacked the banyan from different directions. The tree found itself hard-pressed to cope. The trunk shook even more violently, as if it were roaring. Roots from beneath the ground also began to emerge. Only then did Chan Debao understand why Cen Huan wouldn't let her look. Intertwined among the banyan tree's underground roots were countless zombie corpses, wrapped in a translucent green slime. Like spiders capturing prey, the zombie bodies had become bloated and swollen. Fine roots pierced them to absorb nutrients. The banyan tree treated these zombies as a breeding ground for its growth. It must be desperate now, which is why it exposed its most important roots in front of them. A few people narrowly avoided the zombie skins whipping back and forth with the roots. Perhaps because of the slime, the zombie skins surprisingly didn't burst. They were just like balloons, the sloshing of the liquid making people wretched. Debao, use fire. Cen Huan gave a decisive command to Chan Debao. The remaining few people had the banyan extend root after root, each time trying to sever one, and Chan Debao would burn the severed roots. Although this banyan was enormous, it had no intelligence and attacked only by instinct with its roots and stems. Cen Huan and the others took a bit of time, but they dealt with it without serious danger. Chapter 139. A chance encounter. Gu Chaos. Tragic death. The banyan trunk kept twisting under Chan Debao's supernatural power, its damaged underground roots pinning it firmly in place. A strong stench of rot mixed with the acrid smell of burning. Even Chan Debao couldn't stand it. He turned his head to cover his mouth with one hand and intensified his flame attack with the other. 10 minutes later, the banyan tree had been burned to ashes. The ground beneath it was charred black, and the remaining ashes had fused into clumps. Xiao Lei found a wooden stick and unearthed dozens of crystalline cores in various colors. It seems it hadn't had time to digest these zombies yet. Phew! Even the plants have mutated. And they eat zombies. Chan Debao still felt terrified inside. Luckily he hadn't gotten into that car. Not only does it eat zombies, it eats people too, Cen Huan added. This banyan tree hasn't evolved its own consciousness yet. It only knows how to attack using its root system. From now on, everyone must be extremely careful when encountering mutated plants. Chan Debao nodded but couldn't help complaining aloud. But using corpses as nutrients is just disgusting. Deadly beauty often hides deadly danger. Let's go. From now on, be more careful when you go out. Uncle Wang's car was destroyed, so Cen Huan took out another vehicle. These vehicles are being used less and less. I need to hurry up with upgrading the arms factory and develop vehicle manufacturing. On the way back, the few of them saw many survivors out collecting supplies, and even saw someone climbing an unknown tree to pick fruit to eat. Cen Huan and the others all thought of the nourishment under the banyan tree at the same time. Clean and hygienic. Jiu Chao. Hold on, I'll save you right away. City Lord, don't worry about me. You all hurry and go. Cen Huan and the others were driving back to Hope Base when, passing near a park, they heard cries for help coming from inside. Jiu Chao. Cen Huan raised an eyebrow. This was a major patron of Hope Base. For the sake of the crystal core, They'd see if they could lend a hand. He immediately told Uncle Wang to stop the car, and the few of them went into the park on foot. What met their eyes was a lotus pond in full lush bloom. Even more attention-grabbing was the man struggling in the middle of the pond, and the several women on the shore with anxious faces. These lotuses are a summer phenomenon. Seeing them bloom this profusely in early spring felt somewhat eerie. No sane person would go in here, right? As expected, Gu Chao really doesn't take the ordinary path. Watching Gu Chaos' knees already sinking into the heavy duckweed, a vine flew from Cen Huan's hand, directly binding around Gu Chaos' waist, instantly yanking him back. Shua! Xiao Lei and Chun De Bao couldn't hold back. Oh my god! Gu Chao, who had been pulled out of the mud by Cen Huan, was missing everything below the knees. Blood was gushing from the severed area. Yu Chao. Yu Chua hurriedly crouched down to check Gu Chaos' wound. When she pulled it out, it brought out a lot of duckweed from the pond. At this moment, treating Gu Chaos' flesh as soil for rooting and sprouting. The hair-thin body was writhing desperately like an earthworm. It kept burrowing into Gu Chaos' blood vessels and muscles. Yu Chao was already in so much pain that he had fainted. Yu Chao. Cen Huan looked wordlessly at the anxious Yu Chou. Why did this person only know how to shout and panic? With the Tang Dao swinging in hand, the blade flashed, and in an instant it cut through Gu Chaos' legs below the thighs. Ah! Gu Chao woke up in agonizing pain, his eyes bloodshot, and when he saw Cen Huan before him, his gaze revealed an intense hatred. Hope Base. City Lord. Gu Chao ground out the words through clenched teeth. Why? Yu Chua looked in shock at the young woman before her. This was the City Lord of Hope Base. Cen Huan smiled knowingly and waved her hand graciously. Captain Gu, since we met, there's no need to thank me. You. Gu Chao ignored the pain in his leg and desperately reached out to try to grab Cen Huan. Zhou Zhao stood still and calm in front of Cen Huan, using his mental power to cover her so she wouldn't be splattered with blood. Yu Chao, calm down. You need treatment now. Yu Chua suppressed the doubts in her heart and tried to stop the crazed Gu Chao. But Gu Chao was now clouded by pain, or perhaps by some other reason. Why? Why should the Hope Base be so lofty? If only the Hope Base had agreed back then to establish trade with the Moon Base, he wouldn't buy a bunch of useless clothes to take back either. Those clothes had only been worn for half a month before the blizzard stopped. Right. And the waterproof clothes too. He thought the waterproof clothes were useless at the time and actually sold them all. But unexpectedly, right after the blizzard came the rainy season. The acid rain corroded all the crops at the base. The wood-type ability users lost more than half the fields while trying to salvage the grain. He and the City Lord were forced to go out to look for new seeds. Seeing this whole lotus pond, he thought he could dig up some lotus roots. Ignoring the base chief's admonitions, he went down. He didn't expect the bottom of the lotus pond to be full of man-eating plants. In the end, it was still this very instigator who saved him. Since the end of the world, Gu Chaos' confidence had been dealt a severe blow as soon as he arrived at Hope Base. It was like a child who had always had smooth sailing all their life being unable to accept a single failure. This moment he had no rationality to analyze his own problems. He blindly piled all the blame onto Cen Huan in front of him, dragging his wounds that gushed blood. His whole person in a daze crawled toward Cen Huan. You bitch. Who do you think you are? What's so great about the Hope Base? Why don't you go die? Right. You die. If you die, the Moon Base can live. You go die. Cen Huan frowned. Does this person have such a poor tolerance for stress? But why should she indulge him? It's all business. You're only allowed to make a profit, not incur a loss. After all, it's your conceit. If you're so self-righteous, you can simply not buy my stuff. I didn't beg you to buy it either. Also, what kind of robber's logic is that if she dies, the lunar base will survive? Staring at the frenzied Gu Chao, Zhou Keonian's eyes were filled with a deep murderous intent. But before he could move, a vine from Cen Huan's hand flew out by his side. It directly flung Gu Chao back into the pond. Yu Chao was instantly enveloped by the surrounding duckweed, screaming as he sank below. Yu Chou. Stopped the subordinate behind her. Cen Huan only glanced at Yu Chua coldly, her tone as if to say the weather was pleasant. Since Captain Gu doesn't need my help, then go back to where you came from. Let's go. Cen Huan turned to leave the park and a voice from behind Yu Qius reached her. Lord Cen. Cen Huan turned slightly, her eyes lifting a little, and waited quietly for what Yu Chua would say next. I am Yu Chua, the base commander of the Moon Base. I think there may be some misunderstanding here. I hope Lord Cen won't be angered. Good grief. a base commander. Cen Huan now seriously suspected that the moon base must have cheated its way to its current status. Could the moon base have risen to prominence just because of these two hidden dragons and sleeping phoenixes? Oh? Captain Yu isn't mad that I killed your caravan leader. Cen Huan raised an eyebrow and retorted that why Yu Chua was stunned. Of course she was angry, although Gu Chao could be a bit clueless at times. He had always acted for the sake of the base. But she remembered Gu Chao talking about wanting the base to be strong, and at this moment she couldn't bring herself to speak words of anger. You don't have to humble yourself so much before the base commander. I'm a business-first kind of person. I wouldn't forego making money over someone unimportant. Cen Huan couldn't stand to see her looking so troubled. She wanted to turn to the Hope base for help but felt guilty about it, twisting and hesitating in a way that made her look weak. Fine. Let the base commander think it over himself. That I have something to attend to. I'm leaving first. The group strode off. Wai Yu Chua looked at Gu Chaos' severed leg still remaining on the ground, her expression gradually turning cruel. She wrapped the remaining broken bone in a thick cloth and threw it into the pond. A decision was made in his heart. Chapter 140 Training Facility Upgrade. Hey, did you hear? The training facility got updated. The young man tugged at his companion. Huh? When? How come I didn't know? You follow girls around every day and know nothing. It was just the other day I saw the training hall suddenly sealed off. Only when I read the notice did I realize the city lord had upgraded and renovated it. Upgraded what? I haven't been yet. Come on, let's go take a look. The two of them decisively dropped their tasks and ran toward the training hall. Just kidding, as the ancestors said. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the woodcutting. Okay. Cen Huan was in the middle of a patch of mutated thorny bushes. Continuously swinging her Tang Dao, she bound the Tang Dao with her own vines, practicing the skill of controlling multiple Tang Dao at the same time. This was her fourth challenge at the training grounds. The surrounding thorny bushes kept closing in. All of them looked withered, with hardly any leaves. But their vitality was incredibly tenacious. Cen Huan's dancing saber was like a mower, continuously cutting down the branches that the bushes thrust forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more branches crazily lunged toward Cen Huan, their whooshing as they cut through the air making them look extremely terrifying. Cen Huan dodged left and right, her hands never stopping their movements. She could barely manage. Whoosh! He didn't check, and a branch on the right had sliced his cheek, blood welling out. A faint metallic tang of blood spread through the air, and Cen Huan seemed to hear the branches trembling and humming. Oh no! Cen Huan's heart sank as he thought this was bad. Now she could finally be certain. Blood is highly stimulating to the mutated plants. More branches, carried by a terrifying momentum, swept toward Cen Huan, from all directions, even from beneath her feet. A cold glint flashed in Cen Huan's eyes as she extended 10 vines at once. At the tip of every vine a Tang sword was tied to. This moment there were no fancy techniques, just doing his best to cut off all the branches attacking from every direction. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Clang! Cen Huan, exhausted, was entangled in the shrubbery. She experienced death once again. Sigh. The host only lasted 8.5 minutes this time. The scene shifted, and Cen Huan returned to the prep room. Staring at the level 5 mutated thorns on the screen, a look of regret flashed across his eyes. It seems that the number of vines controlling Tang swords isn't necessarily better the more there are. She held on for 9 minutes while controlling 5 swords. The longest I held on was 7 strokes, 12 minutes. Then 10 strokes. And the time was worse than for 5. I need to practice more, Cen Huan murmured and opened the leaderboard. The one ranked first is her, who surpassed level 5. Zhou Chaoyan had been stuck at the peak of level 4 and failed to break through, ranking below Cen Huan on the level list. Third is Chen Yi, a level 3 psychic. When Chen Yi fought the reedied zombies, he overextended his psychic power. Cen Huan's advanced potion saved his life. That level 3 zombie crystal core allowed him to break through to level 3. Except for Cen Huan and Zhou Chaoyan the pervert, his ability rank was among the very best. There were only a few dozen third-tier ability users in the entire Hope base, but the majority of ability users had reached high-level second tier. Newly awakened ability users were securely at high-level first tier. Although Cen Huan's supernatural power increased quickly, combat experience remained her weak point. In her previous life she had been a logistics and life support worker, so in this life it was still a bit of a stretch to suddenly stand shoulder to shoulder with top fighters. Moreover, with the Hope base she could completely use black tech to protect herself. She still valued her life a lot, even if being reborn might have been the bored whim of Providence. But now that she's back, she must live well, live brilliantly on the rankings except for the level board where Cen Huan was far ahead. The rest of the lists were swept entirely by Zhou Chaonian. It's just that no one knew why Zhou Chaonian still hadn't broken through to level 5. Speaking of Zhou Chaonian, at this moment he was standing at the edge of a mossy swamp. This patch of mutated moss has an incredibly perverse vitality. Zhou Chaonian didn't dare to attack rashly. Instead he pulled a piece of pork from his backpack and tossed it in. He had been a little puzzled when he saw that piece of meat while selecting combat items in the preparation room. Then, thinking of a certain possibility, he took the piece of pork with him. At this moment he was using psychic powers to control the pork. As it approached the moss, he saw the nearby moss begin to writhe and sway wildly. Zhou Chaonian continued bringing the pork closer. The next scene made his scalp tingle. When the pork was about 5 centimeters from the moss, a small clump of moss plants detached directly from the main body. Root-like rhizomes wriggling like insects burrowed directly into the pork. That small clump of mossy plants followed suit and in no time had devoured the entire chunk of pork. They grew into a vast swath of green, glossy moss. Good heavens! Zhou Chaonian felt he would never be able to look at the color green directly again. Zhou Chaonian had no idea how to deal with this stretch of mossy marshland. He tried many methods: lightning strikes, fire-type psychic spears, and so on. None of them could completely eradicate the moss plants. Even if he cut off the tiniest piece, once it touched the ground it could quickly take root and sprout, reproducing into a vast area and continuously expanding outward. In the end, he could only wrap himself with psychic power to hold back the moss plant's frenzied invasion. But the moss plant's roots pressed against the outside of his mental barrier, their densely twisted root systems writhing and constantly squirming, searching for weak spots to slip into Zhou Chaonian's eyes, ears and nose. Calm and cold, Zhou Chaonian felt waves of nausea and eventually withdrew from the trial. After withdrawing, Zhou Chaonian reviewed things for a long time and finally found a barely workable method. After trying all day, he finally, on the last attempt, used psychic ability to envelop all the moss, compressed into a massive sphere, then seared with the flame-spewing psychic gun. Bit by bit, the moss plants were burned to ashes. After it ended, Zhou Chaonian's brain throbbed painfully. Upon exiting the battle, he still felt as if the psychic abilities had been overdrawn. That day, the residents of Hope Base spent it in nausea and dread. The mutated plants and mutated animals hit them too hard that it directly led to aftereffects from the training facility. Damn it. I used to think zombies were the nastiest creatures in this world. Turns out I was too young. Brothers, I'm surrounded by moss plants. Have you ever felt countless needle-like roots burrowing into your pores and taking root and sprouting on your body? Holy shit. Isn't this the legendary real grave grass? Stop it. I still have goosebumps all over. I really don't want to remember anymore. Did you all go after the mutated plants? Was I the only one naively charging a fire ability gun at mutated locusts? Mutated locusts? Tell me, my gut says I missed another way to die. I'm such an idiot. Really, I thought the mutant locusts were a swarm of locusts or just one huge locust. But damn it, I didn't expect it to be a group of giant locusts. How big? The same size as my size 44 shoes. It bit clean through my face in one bite. Now that I think back, the right side of my face still twitches and hurts. And me, I challenged a mutated dog, and before I could even see what it looked like inside, its jaws had already bitten my neck off. At a mutated cat, that piercing scream is something I dare not recall for the rest of my life. Honestly, you all seek out suffering like this, don't you get death stress reactions? I don't think so. I've even been through a horde of zombies. The rest is just a splash of water. Damn. I'm going to try tomorrow what it's like to be bitten to death by locusts. This round I am willing to call it the Resident's 100,000 Ways to Die.